paint and cabin exterior stains via rebate. And save on Lowe's exclusive Stainmaster laminate flooring starting at $269 per square foot. It's 3 times wear resistant and backed by a lifetime limited warranty. Shop Labor Day savings now at Lowe's. Stainmaster claims compared to standard residential grade laminate. See warranty at Lowe's.com/Stainmaster. Conditions and exclusions apply. See store at Lowe's.com for paint details and restrictions. While supplies last. Offer valid
95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. An Odyssey station. It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast.
Oh, yeah.
Featuring Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky.
Hey, well, I'm about that action, boss.
Take him out! This is the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Up the middle, one hop, and it kicks off Crawford. And that's going to score 2. Man. And I guess it had some funky spin. 2-0 Tigers. Off the bat, you thought, well, that's the inning.
Dave Fleming on the call for NBC Sports Bay Area. It is the Morning Roast. Stephen Langford in for Bonte Hill. Bonte is going to be back tomorrow, just taking the day off. Takes 13 shows off, Shasky, and then, he has 8 shows back. Then it's 1 show off. So we'll see if there's a pattern here going into the football season with Bonte and the days that he's taking off or actually working. How you doing, Shasky?
I'm good. The Kawhi Leonard of 95.7 The Game. Little load management.
We're not going to go that far yet.
Well,
I
did
go that far.
I went there.
You went there?
Actually, he's more like Ben Simmons.
Wow.
No, I'm just teasing.
Wow.
I'm the Cal Ripken Jr., though.
Are you?
2001-31.
Well, I mean, till next week.
Well, yeah.
But good morning, everyone.
Even Cal had an off season.
We have a lot to get to in regards to the 49ers because they do have the game against the Texans, the third and final game of the preseason. They're going to cut down the roster from 80 to 53. So if there's any time to care about a preseason game, it is this one because you're going to be watching really how the team is going to be shaping out and players fighting for their lives here with the 49ers. We're going to be joined by Jason Aponte at 8 o'clock. He hosts the Sprint Right Option podcast. Trust me, you're going to want to tune in then. At 7:30, we're going to be giving away a Kirby's gift card. We'll let you know how to do that. But we do want to start off with some Giant Shasky. And that play that he, that you know what, Spadoni, can you play that highlight one more time? Just listen to Fleming here and how dejected he was once he saw that hit because that's just a sign that things aren't going right for the Giants as this is what started the inning for the 5th inning here for the Tigers.
Up the middle, one hop, and it kicks off Crawford. And that's going to score 2. Man. I guess it had some funky spin. 2-0 Tigers. Off the bat, you thought, well, that's the inning.
Just brutal.
Look, I know the way Dave Fleming phrased it, he probably thought it was an out in that situation. I'm blown away how few people have actually fielded a line drive or a ground ball ever in their life that thought that was a routine play. That was not a routine play. That was a screamer. There's nothing worse than being in the infield and you don't know. A grounder is one thing. There are many hard-hit grounders, and what I determine to be a grounder is multiple hops, right, off the ground.
Right.
That was a short hop. So you think maybe off the bat it's a line drive that you can come in a couple steps and catch it maybe towards your ankles or towards your knee, and you're going to catch it on the fly, if you will, right, as a line drive. That's a short hop, and any short hop can take a funky, nasty bounce, and sometimes either gains momentum or takes a crazy spin off there. That's just a hard play. I know we've become numb to Brandon Crawford and how great his glove is.
Yeah.
The amount of people you got to make that play. The game rode on that play. That's the play. Are we really doing this with Brandon Crawford?
I'm trying to think of which game it was because it was last week. I believe it was last week, or was it this week? It could have been over the weekend where Crawford makes this unbelievable play at short. It's the same type of thing, except he wasn't shifted over behind second base. Instead, he was actually playing his normal position. But he short hops it, somehow gets it to first. I don't know how he does it, but that's what he specializes in now. It's not necessarily his range where he goes crazy, but it's just those fundamental plays, except it's more than fundamental. This one's advanced, and this short hop play that he had, Yeah, I don't know how you can. That's just the expectation level that Brandon Crawford brings on defense.
But I feel like honestly, there's a part of it that's spoiled by how good he's been.
Yes,
but also that happens in baseball. I don't think people realize like funky hops, things that are hard hit, find holes. That's what happens. He had made a play earlier in the game up the middle where he was like, it was like a side slide, if you will, as he like scooped it as I go from my hip to my head as I'm lifting my left arm as if the glove's in my hand.
You look like you're calling a strike right now.
Well, it was a ridiculously great play from him earlier in the game. And like, that's the problem with some of these hard hit plays. They're bang bang plays. You either make it or you don't. And to me, that's not an error on that play by Crawford. Yeah, I'd love to see him get that ball and dig it out. But can we understand the degree of difficulty, people? The other part of this is that Logan Webb did not have his best stuff yesterday. And the reality is I feel like his tank is emptying right now.
Yeah, Logan Webb, there's something going on with him. There's still some movement on his pitches. It's still there, but it's that one big inning that continues to haunt him here as Logan Webb, the past couple of games, has kind of gone off the what was a pretty damn good season. But now as we're heading into September, you got one more month left. I don't know how many starts left for Logan Webb. Maybe 3, maybe 4. At the most here?
I don't know.
Heading for the rest of the season?
I don't know. He's lost a little of the late life movement, that downward movement that was so good.
Kind of like the opposite of last season where,
yes,
he wasn't off necessarily to a fast start, but he wasn't where he was at this point in the season. Like last year, this is where Logan Webb was aces. Like he was, yes. It was done. Like the other team was done if Logan Webb was coming on the mound here in August. But it's different this year.
It just feels like he's lost a little of that. Like he had so much spin down that guys, even when they made contact, it was like weak contact to a shortstop, to a third baseman, back to the pitcher. Go back to that Dodgers series. How many balls were hit right back to Logan Webb? It felt like a zillion of them. And it just feels like right now, guys are finding the holes. And then I can't tell you in the last month how many times they've shifted. And I have to give credit to some of these other teams. They are going the other way. They are taking that Tony Gwynn, Wade Boggs approach, and they're taking a little off, and they're finding holes. How many balls have been hit down the third base line by a lefty who's like, you know what? All I really have to do is just put this in play down the line, and I'm gonna get on.
Poke it.
It feels like a lot of guys are making the adjustment now to the dramatic shifting that the Giants are doing.
Now, of course, if you'd like to weigh in, 888-957-9570. That's the Comcast Business text line. That's also the phone number if you want to talk some Giants here. Of course, you were live on YouTube, live on Twitch. Special shout out to everybody. I know that YouTube was popping yesterday because Guru was wearing the cut sleeve shirt. I mean, Shasky, you made a mistake here in wearing the T-shirt under the vest. You should have just come in with the vest, my man.
Well,
YouTube viewers would be through the roof right now.
I don't know how I missed the whole Guru outfit yesterday. But my assessment when I saw him originally, and Goo, you know I love you, I didn't know you were part of Jodeci.
Oh. Oh, man. Hey, man, shout out to Goo. He has the confidence to come in here and wear that. I give him all the props in the world. I call him Daryl the Rock Johnson.
Daryl the Rock Johnson. That's a good one. I like that.
That's what I called him yesterday. He still didn't take it as a compliment. He thought I was making fun of him.
Whose outfit was more, showy, if you will? Showy, okay?
Shohei Ohtani?
No, showy. Was it peacocking, as I like to call it? Was it Bonte's Ghostbuster outfit or Guru's sleeveless sweater vest thingy?
Ooh. Well,
was it a sweater vest? I'm not even.
Yeah, it was.
Was that what it was?
It was a sweater vest. Yeah,
it's an interesting look.
Yeah. It's normally a look that you'd wear a shirt under, maybe a collared shirt. I don't know.
Off. I would golf in a shirt like that with a polo under.
Yeah,
so I'm not hating on him there.
Yeah. All right. Well, you know what? As we continue to talk baseball, speaking of Guru and his
Tyler Miller,
what?
Guru couldn't make his mind up whether it was dress, fit, or casual.
Yep. Just brutal. But man, all that happened, that Brandon Crawford play, all that happened with 2 outs. Is there anything more frustrating as a sports fan than when that happens? That happened with the Giants again last week too.
I know. What it felt like early on, at the beginning of the game, I think he went 3-0, 3-0 to back-to-back hitters to start the game. Then he rights himself, and then in that inning, it just felt like they couldn't get out of it. And then there was that little ball that went flying over Flores' head, just ever so carefully, and it's just like, And you're losing to a 70-something loss Detroit Tiger team. That they've lost. I think did they split both series against the Tigers? They certainly didn't win the series.
They did.
I mean, how can I sit here and complain about the Giants when you're losing to the Tigers?
Yeah.
It is what it is.
48-77 right now. 48-77. It's unbelievable. We're getting way too many texts here at the podcast, but
Guru is a content machine.
He is. He's a content creator, is what he is. But now the Giants move on to 61-62. And this stuck out to me because there's a couple of things that I want to get to. Because speaking of Brandon Crawford, as we were talking about shortstops for this team, and next year, like Shasky, I know Crawford is Crawford, right? I understand that Brandon Crawford's beloved by Giants fans, and most likely this isn't going to happen. But as I'm looking down the free agent list of shortstops,
and there's so many good ones.
And there are a lot of good ones. Carlos Correa, he says that he wants to stay with the Twins. Going to take that with a grain of salt. That's what he's told the media. He's like, I'm just focusing on the now.
Yeah.
Although I'd like to stay with the Twins long term. Every player's going to say that, especially when that team is paying you the amount of money that they're paying him right now, the 3-year, $100 million deal or whatever that crazy number is. But Brandon Crawford next year, I don't know if you're going to be able to do this, but I don't know if you can sign a shortstop next year and just say, you know what, Brandon Crawford, you're going to have to move to third. Like, I don't think that's going to happen. Xander Bogaerts, free agent from the Red Sox, who I personally want on this team next season, rejected an extension with the Red Sox earlier this year. So he's probably going to be a free agent, and he's most likely going to sign elsewhere. Xander Bogaerts, all I did was simply search up Bogaerts third base. That's all I did. And earlier in the year, he was asked about that because I guess Carlos Correa was possibly going to the Red Sox, and they were saying, well, would you consider moving to third base if Carlos Correa were playing short? And he basically said, hell no.
Yeah, there's an ego.
I've been playing short my entire life. So it's probably going to be the same thing with Crawford. I just have a feeling if you're going to sign one of these free agent shortstops, Crawford's going to want to stick at that shortstop position. I don't know about you, but I'm just kind of done with seeing him in the batter's box. I love seeing him in the field. And I love that
leads the team in errors.
I love that we, have that expectation that he's going to make that unbelievable play, even though it's one of the toughest to make in baseball. But again, he goes 0 for 4. He went 0 for 4 the game previously.
But isn't this why you brought in Kapler? To make these tough decisions? This is a guy, Kapler, who took him out of the game in the first ever game he managed late in the game, and people lost their minds when he was in the middle of a very bad season.
I just think it's going to be something. I think it's something they'll need to consider next season if they want to sign one of these free agents.
No, they have to.
You possibly have to relegate him to a bench role, and you run the risk of having to pay him $16 million to sit on the bench next season.
It would not. You're paying $20 million or $18 million for Brandon Belt to not play.
Yeah,
and you did it the year before with so many different guys. So I'm really. The money is irrelevant to me. You have to put the best team that you possibly can out there. This team DFA'd, or not DFA'd, but undressed Barry Zito in the playoffs so they could win one.
Yeah.
Okay? Finances be damned. So I don't care how much you're making. At this point, you've been there for a long time. You're either going to play ball and play third base or play second base or be open to being a backup at shortstop if we have a chance to bring in someone or not. And I have a hard time thinking that someone who's been such a great teammate and a great clubhouse guy over all the years is all of a sudden going to pull a diva move at the end. He's got to have a little bit of self-awareness.
You think so?
Hell yes.
Because the thing is, I don't know who Brandon Crawford is. Like, I don't know who he is as a person. I know he likes music. Like, George Contos was on this show on the Morning Roast, and he said that he was DJ B-Craw and that he was the official DJ for the team. I know he likes music, but I don't know the type of person that Crawford is because you like him because he's even-keeled, but at the same time, you don't know anything about this dude. You don't know how he'd feel because he's never been in this situation.
I hate to be so cold with it.
Yeah.
I don't care how he feels.
Right.
This is about the team.
You're like
turning
Sean
the corner.
Salisbury talking football. I'm not in the feelings business, okay?
No.
Hello, and Sean Salisbury coming up on the football
But
hour.
isn't that why you brought in Farhan and Kapler in the first place, was to tell some of these aging veterans, like, take a hike at some point? Like, you had those guys because Bochy couldn't do it, remember? That was the whole narrative.
Yes.
Bochy loves the veterans. He can't play the young guys. Like, at least I thought that was always a little BS, but I'm saying that was what the narrative was. This is why you brought Kapler in. So, I'm sorry, Carl, we all love you. But that being said, like, your time is coming to an end here. And if you have to, and he doesn't get around, if Brandon Crawford's holding you up from signing Xander Bogaerts, Trey Turner, Correa, whoever it is, Tim Anderson if he opts out.
Dansby Swanson.
Then, I mean, if you have to buy him out, you have to buy him out. If that's what it comes to. I mean, really, you have no other option. And I don't see him playing for another team.
I don't either.
I don't see it.
I don't either. Well, yesterday the Giants lose 6-1, and you just mentioned that name, Brandon Belt. Brandon Belt yesterday goes to the IL. They bring up Bryce Johnson, the dude who they've called up once before in AAA, got sent back down. Now he's back up because Brandon Belt is on the injured list. And let me just get the details so I am correct here. It's the third IL stint for him this season, and they say that they hope they'll get Belt back after some time off, but this is the exact same thing that happened last year. Now, granted, it's not the exact same injury because it feels like Brandon Belt's been playing hurt all season long. Feels like he's been reeling on that leg. Like he's barely even been able to run to second and slide into second without, making you hold your breath when he gets up because you think that he's hurt. But now he's gone on the IL. I mean, have we seen the end of Brandon Belt here? I mean, is there even a point in bringing him back? Like, what are you going to try and salvage for the rest of the year if you're going to try and bring him back?
I don't know. To bring him back would probably be to ceremoniously have him go out there in front of the crowd and get one last standing ovation.
They might do that.
To me, like final weekend of the whatever final home series. I think you do that just out of respect for the guy. Look, I don't want to bash the guy on the way out the door.
Yeah,
he's been a long tenured Giant. How many seasons has he played more than 140 games?
Off the top of my head, I do not know.
He played 145 in 2012. He played 150 in 2013. He had 150 plus in 2016, and he had 150 plus in 2019. The story of this guy's career is he just can't stay healthy and be in the lineup long enough, and it stinks.
Yeah.
It really does. But the reality is for this team, he's not the only one. That's the same exact storyline for Evan Longoria during his tenure as a Giant. And that's what happens with some of these older guys, but Belt specifically, I wish he would have been able to string together 5 straight years of 150 plus games, 140 plus games. It would have been really remarkable.
I know momentum does not seem, momentum is an intangible thing within sports, but to me, momentum does matter, at least when players are streaking the way that they are. Streaking, shout out to Old School. Just watched that over the weekend. It's on Netflix.
Thanks, my boy Blue.
But last year, I go back to last year, and you talked Evan Longoria. Like, when that injury with him and Brandon Crawford happened, and he went on the 60-day IL, it did not seem like Longoria was the same after that.
No. The shoulder, it did affect him.
I think he was hitting somewhere around I think he was hovering around 285, 290. I think he had 9 home runs, and it was the middle of May. Like he was on a tear. He looked like a different type of Evan Longoria. Yeah. Then he gets hurt, comes back from the injured list, does not look the same. Brandon Belt, kind of the same thing leading up to his injured list stint in August, his IL stint, where this dude is hitting. He has like 20 plus home runs, or he's on the way to 20 plus home runs. He's hitting like he's never hit before. Then he goes on the IL, doesn't play for the rest of the season, comes back this year, and just doesn't look the same this year after what happened. So it's terrible. I hate that this is ending the way for Brandon Belt the way that it is, because it feels like he's kind of been the scapegoat among a lot of other players.
I agree.
Like
with
he's
that.
been the face of, if you're frustrated with
the face of disappointment.
Yes, he is. And it's sad to say, because like, even though, he didn't always get it done with his bat, he was always a fantastic first baseman. He was always fantastic on defense. You never had to worry about Brandon Belt at first base. He actually would have won a couple of gloves if it wasn't for Anthony Rizzo and Paul Goldschmidt both being in the same league as him. So I think he's been very disrespected, but I just hate seeing how the time has come up for him.
Disrespected, I don't know. I think more than anything, unrealized promise. And I think that's the thing. People could see that he has moments. They can see he's extremely streaky. When he's locked in, he is a very potent player. I feel like he's been miscast as a 3-4-5 hitter throughout his entirety of his career. And I think what we've done there's 2 things. Number one, the Giants never really had traditional cleanup hitter, right? So Posey was a cleanup hitter, and he wasn't really a true cleanup hitter, right? Yeah. And then that also forces Brandon Belt into a higher role. If he was on a team that had a traditional power lineup in the middle, I just think we would look at his entire body of work completely different. And he embodies what I deem to be the shortcomings of the front office for never truly getting the traditional cleanup hitter in the lineup. What would Pence's career look like in a Giants uniform, or Posey's, had they had a straight up number 4 hitter, a true 40 home run a year guy?
With Pence and Posey's career, you'd be looking at them a little. Those guys were relied on differently than they should have been.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. And now, where do you put Belt in that equation? Now, let's say he's a 6 hitter. Okay, not a 3, 4, 5 guy who strikes out a lot and has a really good OBP. How many more RBI opportunities does he have? How many more times when he flies out to right center and he's frustrated because he didn't get out, does he move a runner over or bring a guy in because he's in an advantageous situation?
Right.
Like that. One of the things that drives me crazy about baseball fans, and we do this, I'm looking right now at his baseball reference page, but it doesn't showcase the context. I mean, when they had a traditional leadoff hitter in Angel Pagan, this team hummed and they drove in runs. But after Pagan tore the hammy, they searched to find a traditional leadoff guy, and throughout the totality of Posey's career, he was their 4 hitter. I never thought he was a 4 hitter. He's not Johnny Bench. Johnny Bench had 2-3 times the amount of RBIs, home runs, and hits than Buster Posey. Posey should have been a 5 hitter.
Yeah. Somewhere around there.
Right?
Yeah. And Belt a little lower in the lineup.
Exactly.
I agree with you. It's just the way that we are going to remember Brandon Belt the end of his career is we're going to remember him based off that bunt. You know that, right? That bunt is how people are going to remember him.
Are we?
At the end of his, that's all people are going to remember at the end.
Not the captain hat?
They're not, well, they'll remember the captain hat. There will still be captain hats around at least for another season.
He's also, to me, the biggest question mark of the 2021 season. Had he not got hurt, what would have happened?
Right. I mean, they needed something else other than Chris Bryant.
That's the story of his career, essentially with the bunt and, with the broken finger. But, what if he doesn't get hurt? Does that Giants team scratch one more run across the board and beat the Dodgers? Do they get past Atlanta? Again, I'm not saying they would have, but I think they get past it. It's so easy for me to say that now. Who knows? But I feel like they just needed one more bat in that lineup.
How did we not realize who Brandon Belt was as a person until last year?
What do you mean?
All of a sudden he puts the C on his uniform, then you start to learn, oh yeah, he actually has a really dry sense of humor. So you've all been kind of reading him the wrong way. Everyone thinks that he's just this serious individual who you can't really market as a team. But now last year, toward the end of his career, when you give him a 1-year deal, that's when you start to market the dude. Why not earlier when he still was on this team and he was a 2-time champ?
I know.
It's just weird.
It's a great point.
It's just weird.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying any outcome would have been different. I'm not saying he would have been a better player. Who knows? Maybe we would have been reacting and thinking, you're really doing this for Brandon Belt out of all the players on your team right now? But it's just odd that we waited till now to make him the captain with the C, with the sailboat.
But he wasn't the captain.
With the captain hats.
But wouldn't you agree? He was a supporting actor in a star movie, right?
Right.
He wasn't the main character. And I'm not taking it away from him. There can only be so many of them. I mean, Dave Fleming's talked about this a lot. Duos, Mays and McCovey, Bonds and Kent, Williams and Mitchell, Williams and Clark, Mitchell and Clark. The Giants have always had duos, and that's what makes some of the things great. A-Rod and Griffey. I think people have forgotten how great that duo was, right? And how good. I look at Posey, and for a time, it was him and Pence for a minute. You know what I mean? They were a duo, but not to the potency of what we expected. And I felt if you had that duo with Buster Posey, if you had one other guy who was a traditional power hitter, I really believe that someone like Brandon Belt would have feasted throughout the back end of his career if he had been given those opportunities to bat behind those guys. I mean, my brother's texting me right now about Johnny Bench, and he's making a great point. Johnny Bench had Pete Rose, Ken Griffey Sr., Joe Morgan, etc. Think of how many Hall of Famers were in that lineup.
On that big red machine.
Right? I mean, we just watched the Jeter doc. I think a lot of people, when they think about those Yankees, don't realize how great Paul O'Neill and Tino Martinez were. Those guys were great players. Great players. And then it was a who's who of guys who were great players who were at the end of their careers. Darryl Strawberry coming off the bench.
Right.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Strawberry was one of the most talented players in the game in the 80s.
I'm not even talking about older players here at the end of their careers, but Bernie Williams, Alfonso Soriano,
Bernie
a young
Williams.
Alfonso Soriano.
Jorge
on those
Posada,
teams.
look at his numbers.
Yes.
Look at the career numbers.
Jorge is one of the most underrated players, I think, in baseball history.
Him and Veritek, when you just look at their like longevity and the amount of statistics they threw out there over the years, it's kind of remarkable how great both those catchers were in the AL East. The point that I'm going at is a lineup's got to be stacked top to bottom. And it's crazy to me. They did win 3 World Series. And I look at it, I'm like, how? Like, this is smoke and mirrors lineups. And then you look, and guys would have individual outlier seasons, and then they can never replicate it.
Well, the thing is, you're talking about those teams, the Yankees. Like, you'd expect a Giants team who has won 3 championships in 5 years, you'd expect those teams to be among the greatest teams that we've ever seen in baseball history. Something along those lines. Those Yankees teams, any dynastic type of runs that you go on. You may not call it a dynasty because it wasn't 3 in a row, whatever, just because it was even years. But you'd expect at least one of those teams to be one of the better teams that we've seen in baseball. And it just wasn't that way. That's what made it so improbable.
I could make an argument that of the 3 World Series, those aren't even the top 3 teams in Giants history. I mean, I'm not saying that's depending on how you're doing the ratings. I'm just saying, like, to me, I might take the 93 Giants over any of the World Series teams, which is crazy. It's also an indication of how fluky baseball can be. You know, the 2002 team, you know I love that team.
Yeah.
Go back and look at that team. They had murderer's row.
They were stacked.
And they had great pitching. They just couldn't finish the deal.
They were stacked. And one wrong move ends up Game 6. Don't even need to talk about that.
How many great A's teams did we see lose in the first round of the playoffs?
Yeah, I think that 2001 A's team that they had was one of the best teams that you'd seen put together. Like that 2001 team when you had
about 2012
Giambi along with those guys, and then you had the 2012 teams along with 2014 as well. Yeah, you had plenty of those teams. I mean, those early 2000s ones were fantastic when you had the top 3 pitchers in the league, really. The 1, 2, 3 with Hudson and Mulder and Zito when Zito was a young stud. Like, you had a lot, but the Giants did not have that. And it's just, you're just not seeing a storybook ending that I think you would have seen for guys like Crawford and guys like Belt, because we're talking possibly Crawford going to the bench next season in place for a free agent shortstop, and then Belt ending his career on the IL. That's a real possibility here.
It does stink. I will give you that. And it's wild to me that, like, he gave 12 years to this organization and it's ending like this.
Yeah.
And I kind of feel for him. And I've been a big anti-Belt guy, and not in the sense that I think he stinks, in the sense that I think that we've miscast him as a middle of the order guy. And I always wanted him to bat 6th or 7th on this team. And he was like the microcosm of my frustration with the front office in free agency and in trades to not swing bigger.
What's coming up on the game is sponsored by Valley Transportation Authority. Shasky, the White Sox are doing something interesting, and I want to get your thoughts on it on the other side to see if the Giants should do the same thing, and it has to do with their minor league system. There's been a lot of talk around the minor league system and Farhan Zaidi and what his plan is for the team. Well, the White Sox are trying to speed up the process here. And Shasky, I think the Giants need to do the same thing. I want to get your opinion on that on the other side. It's Stephen Langford in for Bonte Hill. Joe Shasky, as always, 95.7 The Game.
Looking for a fulfilling career with growth opportunities? Enjoy paid training, medical benefits, and earn close to $40 per hour within 3 years. Apply today to become a VTA bus operator and excel with providing VTA customers a great experience. Start your journey. Visit VTA.org/Point A and apply today.
Now with Xfinity, you'll get unlimited internet with gig speed and supersonic Wi-Fi. With a 2-year internet rate guarantee, no annual contract required, and no equipment fees. Talk about knock your socks off. Ooh, plus a free Flex 4K streaming box. It's like hitting the streaming jackpot. It's all just $50 a month when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data. $50 a month. A price that's truly jaw-dropping.
Oh, literally.
The speed you need at a price you want. Value that's simply bananas. That's the new Xfinity Supersonic Bundle. It's kind of a big deal. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store to learn more.
Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New gigabit internet customers only. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity Internet. After 24 months, regular rates apply to all services and devices.
America's favorite car show returns to the Bay Area for a jam-packed weekend of hot rod and fun. It's the Good Guys 35th Race Deck West Coast Nationals, and it's all going down this weekend at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. Check out over 3,500 of the country's coolest hot rods, muscle cars, and trick trucks. Plus, shop the huge swap meet and hundreds of vendor exhibits. Experience Nitro Thunderfest, celebrate the 90th anniversary of America's iconic 1932 Ford, and so much more. And it's all this weekend at the Alameda County Fairgrounds. Details at good-guys.com.
Elise and Carl's Bakery needed a small business loan fast, but instead of going to On Deck, Carl called
Lone Falcon!
Really? Carl?
There's a better way to get a fast small business loan. Go to OnDeck.com. And if approved, get your loan as soon as the same day. Your loan is on deck. Depending on certain loan attributes, your business loan may be issued by OnDeck or Celtic Bank, a Utah Chartered Industrial Bank member FDIC. Limited eligibility for same-day funding. OnDeck does not lend in every state. All loans subject to lender approval.
At Left Coast Buyers, we buy properties all over California. If you own a house or an apartment building and want to sell it fast at a great price, call us at 925-434-5000. We can pay cash and close in as little as 7 days. We buy properties in any condition, any price range. Do you own a property that is run down and needs thousands of dollars in repairs? Are you out of time, money, and energy? Are you looking for an easy way to get top dollar for your property and sell on your terms and timeline? Well, call Left Coast Buyers now at 925-434-5000. We buy divorce houses, inherited houses. We even buy vacant houses and abandoned houses. Do you have a tenant who hasn't paid? Are you behind on property taxes, mortgage payments, or even facing a foreclosure? Even if you're just nervous about capital gains or an upcoming recession, we've seen it all. So if you or someone you know owns a property and needs to sell, call Left Coast Buyers at 925-434-5000. That's 925-434-5000.
I wanted to know why some people who get COVID-19 get it so bad. I found out it may be because they have a high risk factor, such as heart disease, diabetes, being overweight, smoking, and asthma. Even if symptoms feel mild, these factors can increase your risk of COVID-19 turning severe. So if you're at high risk and test positive, there are things you can do, like asking your healthcare provider if an authorized oral treatment is right for you. Learn about an option at treatcovid19.com. This message is sponsored by Pfizer.
The roar of our engines, the pump of our heartbeats, the pedal to our metal, the sparks that ignite us, the pistons that push us, the passions that drive us. From the feelings that move us to the places that pull us on the roads that unite us. With nearly 6,000 stores and over 17,000 auto care centers, Napa has America's largest network of parts and care, here to keep you firing on all cylinders.
Okay, you know those amazing spots only the true San Francisco locals are in on? Like that place with the square pizzas? Or Mama Hoo-Hoo, the spot for sweet and sour chicken that's anything but so-so. Order up! You know, with the Granch dressing. And all the other spots the real SF locals know without us even saying them. Yeah, they're on DoorDash. San Francisco gets it. DoorDash has it.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake and tire replacements, oil changes, and much more. It's the ultimate convenience. Easy booking, transparent pricing, on-time arrivals, and service right in your driveway. No waiting rooms and direct access to your mechanic with friendly and reliable service. No middleman or upsells. They're so sure you'll love the convenience. Take $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50. Kirby, your driveway mechanic.
This feels good!
Why does he feel good? Because he has all the hot water he needs. Now you can catch the feels with a Navien tankless hot water heater. Imagine all the hot water you want for as long as you need. No wasting money and energy. No more cutting that shower short. Just hot water all the time, every time. So feel good. So good. With a Navien tankless hot water heater. Visit tanklessmadesimple.com to learn more.
By now, you know that sound. It's the sound of the Home Depot. But what about those sounds? Those are the sounds of a new laundry set with the latest technology for faster, more efficient cleaning and drying so you can get back to the sounds of fall. Making this the sound of savings on top brand appliances. The Home Depot. How doers get more done. Get up to 30% off select appliances right now. All finishes included. Offer valid August 25th through September 14th. See store or online for details.
In Orinda today, we're looking for highs near 76.
Weather brought to you by the Odyssey app.
Get your favorites on the free Odyssey app. Listen to local and national news stations, plus your music, sports, and podcasts for free wherever you are on the Odyssey app.
This is Stephen Curry, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte and The Butcher on 95.7 The Game.
Thanks, Steph.
Thank you so much, Stephen Curry. And thank you to Guru for giving me the confidence to come in here with a cut sleeve shirt and take the sleeves up. If Guru can do it, so can we. Got a little bit of a farmer's tan. Might still have that from the golf trip that we took to Coyote Creek the last time we were out there. But I stand with Guru. So for all of you criticizing him, screw you, man. It's all about Guru. I love Daryl the Guru Johnson. This is for you, Goo.
I love him too.
My man.
He's a content creator.
So we were talking about the Brandons in the last segment, what the future is for Crawford and for Belt, but I wanted to get your thoughts on this. And I want to set up this conversation playing something from Farhan Zaidi, which I'm sure the listeners have heard, but if you haven't heard it, Farhan was on with Tim Kawakami on the TK podcast, and he's the president of baseball ops for the Giants, as you know. And he had this to say about their farm system and the ETA on when these guys can get called up.
Our best prospects are still, other than maybe Kyle Harrison and Ramos, who's already in AAA. We have a group of guys in Eugene who may see AA to end the season, but it may not be realistic to count on them to be big factors in 2023. So we may not have that infusion of talent next year. It may be another year away. And so that's going to have to factor into our off-season plan as well.
So you hear him say those words, well, they might get called up to AA at the end of the season. We don't know. Kyle Harrison is the number one pitching prospect in baseball by the looks of it. He's definitely the number one left-handed pitching prospect in baseball. Marco Luciano is right up there. But the other guys that you're looking for, Luis Matos, who's actually starting to really come around. Luis Matos is looking good. Luciano's come back from injury. But the White Sox, Shasky, they are doing something interesting here. They're doing what's called Project Birmingham. I was going to say Birmingham because my family's from Birmingham in England, so that's how I was going to pronounce it, but I got to remember it's Birmingham. So this is Project Birmingham for the Birmingham Barons. Shout out to Michael Jordan. The White Sox are sending all of their prospects, their best prospects, to finish the season in AA. So if they're in a league that's lower than AA, if they're in high A or low A or even rookie ball, they are going to be sending those prospects to the AA team to finish off their season to see if they actually have what it takes to move up another level. Like, I think this is something that the Giants absolutely need to be doing this season, because the prospects and the way that they've been called up, the way that they've been developed within their system, it's moving a lot slower than I think we realize, Shasky. I love what the White Sox are doing here.
So, okay, now, this becomes now more of a business question, and this goes right into my wheelhouse. I have been anti-minor leagues forever. Now, everybody opines and has these, the minor leagues. Like, we look at it so lovingly, and it's ridiculous. Right now, there's DSL Giants Orange Rookie Ball, DSL Giants Black Rookie Ball, ACL Giants Orange Rookie Ball, ACL Giants Black Rookie Ball. Then there's the San Jose Giants. Then there's the Eugene Emeralds. That's Advanced A. Then you have the Richmond Flying Squirrels. That's AA. And then you have the Sacramento River Cats. That's AAA. Now, the Giants have been searching for one competent bullpen arm for months. And I'm just looking at the pitchers, just the pitchers right now in AAA, where you would think, if you're just using your brain, like, players come from AAA before they go into the majors. 28, 38, 31, 29, 29, 29, 27, 31, 27. These are the ages of their AAA pitchers. There's no talent there. We're wasting our resources. And in an era right now where COVID has basically destroyed the supply chain, inflation's at an all-time high, what is every industry doing? They're getting smarter and more efficient with how they go to business. You cannot tell me this is the best business model for baseball in general. You cannot tell me that this is fast-tracking their prospects when I'm looking at the big league club and I'm saying, where are the prospects? You cannot tell me that this is money well spent.
It feels like AAA is where just fringe players go, just so they can keep their baseball hopes alive.
So then why have AAA?
That's exactly what I'm asking also. Because I had a few people because you know how I do on the pregame show from 5 to 6, Monday through Friday. I talk about the minor leagues a lot and the high A and the double A. I try and bring it in as much as possible because those are going to be the next guys that are called up. But I had someone text in who said if you really take a look at it, Double A has a lot more talent than Triple A. Triple A is just for a bunch of guys who are, maybe in their mid-20s, just trying to make it to the league.
So let's be practical here. Where are the best facilities? I'm asking you, where are the best?
Where are the best facilities?
Are they at the minor league level or the big league level?
Yeah, the big league level.
Okay, why did we spend all this money on a spring training facility if we're barely going to use it throughout the year?
Right.
Why do we have prospects on the East Coast? Where's the team centered? Here.
Right.
So if I wanted to get a player and all my best players are in the Double A level, how does that logistically make any sense whatsoever?
Doesn't.
No, I would want them on the West Coast. So Eugene as a location for a minor league, I guess it makes sense, whatever. I would have everybody in San Jose or Sacramento. How much logistically are you saving when it comes to money and resources? Then secondarily, why would I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 layers of minor league baseball? Think of the amount of resources I'm spreading thin when it comes to coaches, machinery, equipment. I want to make it as simplified as possible. I want all my best players learning from a small amount of coaches my philosophy. And if I'm going to be spending all of this money in a COVID era where we're trying to, make our resources the most maximized and simplify all of our business expenses, this is not the business model that works. I mean, this is why, in part, they went on a union strike and why the players and the owners are really far apart. Everybody sees this from the top level. Guys, we have about half too many minor league levels at minimum, and we probably only need 1 or 2 layers of minor leagues. I mean, that's the reality.
888-957-9570. That's the phone line. That's also the Comcast business text line. Look, coming up in about 50 minutes, we're going to be giving away a Kirby's gift card, so stick around for that. But what's coming up on the game is sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Shasky, I want to look at the 2019 baseball draft on the other side and this just proves how slow the system has been working for the Giants when you look at that 2019 draft, specifically in the top 10, because the Giants chose 10th. You got to look at all the guys before him, but that's what's coming up on the other side. Plus, we'll take a look at the Giants' schedule for next season because it's a funky start. You got to hear it. That's all coming up. Stephen Langford in for Bonta Hill, Joe Shasky. It's the Morning Roast, 95.7 The Game.
Just a quick with XBL. What do you make of short-term winning streaks in baseball? Let's take a look at the Washington Nationals, for example, a team that's disappointed everyone this year, especially their own fan base. The Nats right now are 7-3 on the run line in their last 10, including winning 5 of their last 6. So do you jump on this trend, or do you fade the Nats? I personally think you ride this train until it goes off the tracks. So bet the Nats run line until it's no longer profitable to bet them. I'm Trista Crick, helping you be the
Staples has everything for school at great prices. So this year you won't go back to school. You'll be ready to move forward and master 5th grade math.
I can't do this. It's impossible.
Not you, Dad, your daughter. Staples will help her move forward.
Right.
Right now, Staples comp books and number 2 pencils are just 50 cents each. Plus, 2 pocket paper folders are only 25 cents each. Everything on your list at amazing prices. Staples, we're not going back. We're going forward to school. Ends 8/27 in store only, limit 30.
Ready for the party tonight?
Yep, thanks to the free storage upgrade from Samsung with my new Galaxy Z Flip 4.
Nice. Got the music?
Just downloaded everything from pop to punk.
Photo booth?
My phone folds into the perfect angle. Instant photo booth. Meet endless pics.
Can it make food too?
I ordered pizzas, so yes.
Pre-order Galaxy Z Flip 4 or Z Fold 4 at Samsung.com now to get a free storage upgrade and case. Valid 8/10 through 8/25/22. See terms and conditions that apply.
Live on DAZN Pay-Per-View, September 17th, Part 3. Canelo versus Triple G to take the trilogy bad blood, a score to settle, controversy, brutality, pure hostility. For victory, for history, for the trilogy. Canelo Alvarez versus Gennady Golovkin. September 17th, live on DAZN pay-per-view. Visit DAZN.com.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. You're driving along and some nimrod cuts you off. You hit the horn. Jeez, it sounds like a goose in distress. Time to head over to eBay Motors. They have horns for every make and model, not to mention horn pads, steering wheels, wiring, and more. 122 million parts. You can even go for an upgrade. It looks like Mr. Cutoff Man needs a new seat cover. Try eBay Motors, pal. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors. Let's ride.
The Labor Day event from Dell Technologies is here. End the summer strong by starting up a new season of productivity. Your business upgrade begins with up to 48% off top-rated laptops, like Vostro, taking performance to the next level with 12th Gen Intel Core processors. It's time to push your growing business even further. What's next for you? Upgrade today by calling 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
Fremont Bank. If there's one thing we understand more than anybody, it's that it takes a local bank to really get the needs of local businesses. And more than anything, local businesses need access. Access to a knowledgeable banker and access to a full suite of business services. Can't come to the bank? We'll come to you. Our devotion to our clients ensures your business never misses a beat. That's why Fremont Bank remains the right choice for local and family-owned businesses. Learn more at fremontbank.com. Member FDIC.
Summer's in full swing. Are you making the most of it with backyard barbecues, pool parties, and s'mores by the fire pit? Or have you spent another season staring at the same crumbling patio or cracked driveway? You deserve better. The outdoor remodeling experts at System Pavers can help. Get the outdoor space you've always wanted. And for a limited time, System Pavers will demolish and remove your old hardscape for free. This unbeatable offer can save you hundreds or even thousands. Start by calling 800-PAVE-004 or visit SystemPavers.com. Plus, enjoy special financing to get the ball rolling today. With 30 years of experience and more than 75,000 projects completed, System Pavers delivers more than just beautiful outdoor remodels. You get peace of mind knowing the job's done right. Call System Pavers at 800-PAVE-004 today. That's 800-PAVE-004 or visit SystemPavers.com right now.
All orders must be placed by August 31st. Financing subject to credit approval. See website for full offer and demolition savings details. Contractor's license 661575.
Life is hard enough, but BMW ownership shouldn't be. BMW of Fairfield understands that time is your most precious resource, and making time for automotive service can be challenging. So we offer a team of mobile service technicians who will come to you when you need maintenance on your BMW. Contact the BMW of Fairfield Mobile Service Concierge to schedule your appointment. There is a better way to service BMW. Visit bmwfairfield.com/mobile service to book your appointment.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. Thinking about gas mileage? If your check engine light is on, it may be affecting your MPGs, but the free AutoZone Fix Finder service can help. With the most complete free warning light report backed by technician-verified fixes, you'll know what's affecting your gas mileage and more, and you don't have to drive too far to find the fix. The free AutoZone Fix Finder service is available at all 6,200 stores.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
See details at AutoZone.com.
Imagine buying a pair of sneakers and getting a soothing, gentle foot massage like you'd get during a relaxing pedicure just by walking. Skechers' new Massage Fit sneakers. Because Skechers, the comfort technology company, has designed a unique innovation that makes it feel like you're pampering your feet with a gentle massage in every step. The secret is Skechers' new patented wave technology on the sole that gently massages your feet while you're walking around. Find them for men and women at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
It's Joe Shasky from The Morning Roast. And if you're an independent restaurateur or are starting a brand new business, then you gotta know about my friends at Trimark. Trimark, making independent restaurateurs' dreams come true in Northern California for over 55 years. Whether you're designing your next restaurant or you need equipment and supplies, this is where Trimark comes in. They do it all. And what's most important to them is being a partner to their business customers. Visit TrimarkWest.com. That's TrimarkWest.com.
Breaking news on 95.7 The Game is brought to you by Beat the Street. For tips to win a $5.6 million prize. Listen wherever you get your podcast.
This is Andre Iguodala, and you are listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte and The Butcher on 95.7 The Game.
Stephen Langford in for Bonte Hill today. Don't worry, everybody. Bonte Hill is back tomorrow. We're getting a lot of messages on the YouTube. We're getting a lot of messages on the Twitch chat. I got my sleeves rolled up in solidarity with Guru from yesterday because people were getting on Guru's case for wearing the sleeveless vest. I love you, Guru. I'm on Guru's side with this one. But good morning, Shasky. How you doing, man?
Good morning. We were discussing the minor leagues.
Yes.
And how this is way too redundant and way inefficient.
Yeah.
And it costs way too much. And the thing that I keep going back to is that Major League facilities have the best facilities. And the Giants spent a ton of money to redo their spring training facility. Yet all of their best prospects are in Connecticut. Richmond, Connecticut. Correct? Is Connecticut, if I'm not mistaken. Or is it Richmond?
Is there Virginia?
Oh, is it Virginia?
Virginia or Connecticut?
I could be wrong. Richmond.
Go Squirrels.
It's certainly not on the West Coast.
No, it's not.
And so, I just keep going back to the same thing. I would want to create an infrastructure that A, is accessible, B, is the most efficient, and C, fast tracks all my best players to be playing with each other so that I could teach them the brand of baseball that we want taught all in one location. Look how the Warriors are doing it. They have the Santa Cruz C-Dubs.
Right.
How important has that one off-site facility been for the big team?
Been huge.
Absolutely. Now look at the 49ers. All of their practice squad players practice with the NFL team. Now, there's reasons for that, but it makes it very easy for these NFL teams to elevate someone from the practice squad, which is their version of the minor leagues, so that they're ready to go because they've learned the system working with the big league guys.
And you know what? If you're going to... And, we are going to talk some football here today.
Yeah, we're going to get into that.
We're going to get into football. Coming up in about 40 minutes, we are going to give away the Kirby's gift card. So stick around here. At 7:30, we're going to be giving it away. And we'll tell you how to get that Kirby's gift card. And then we'll also be talking some football with Jason Aponte. He hosts the Sprint Ride Option podcast. If you want to learn something about who to watch for tonight in the third and final preseason game for the 49ers, stick around for that. And can't wait to get his thoughts on Trey Lance, his progress, and everything in between. So Jason Aponte joining us at 8 o'clock. We're going to have some fun 49ers conversations. But just to kind of put a bow on the minor leagues, well, number one, you also got to make the MLB draft, and you got to constrict it a little bit. There's way too many rounds. I'm seeing a 23rd round draft pick. It's I don't need 23 rounds. There's the reason that there's so many levels is because of how many players are actually involved within an organization. You do not need that many. There's so many coming from everywhere in baseball. Constrict it a little bit.
Yeah, well, not only that, clearly one of the big issues right now, if you're just paying attention to the minor leagues, just in baseball in general, a livable wage. We've talked a lot about that. Well, when you have all of these guys that have no hope in your system and you have to provide them a quote-unquote livable wage, that becomes more difficult. And so it just from a business perspective, do I feel bad for all of these small mom-and-pop outfits that are part of this minor league affiliation stuff? Absolutely, I feel bad. But guess what? That's capitalism. That's America. I hate to say it, but small businesses have been getting destroyed for years. And when you're not profitable and the business model doesn't make sense, sadly, and I was one of these businesses. Believe me, I know this more than ever. When Whole Foods moves down the street, it's not just Whole Foods comes in. Your local florist is gone. Right. Your local vegetable stand is gone. Your local meat market is gone. All of these small businesses are affected by the big box companies. But that's America. That's capitalism.
I agreed. And one of the things, though, that you feel could have affected the minor league development was what affected a lot of small businesses back in 2020. But it was the start of the pandemic and not really knowing what was happening. And Farhan talked about that. Farhan Zaidi, Giants president of baseball ops, he talked about that on the TK podcast. And I want to put a bow on this minor league conversation and then move on to talking about the Giants schedule, because the beginning, it's just odd. But just to put a bow on this, Farhan was talking about the pandemic and how it affected the development of the minor leaguers.
There's definitely a feeling that the pandemic year and losing a minor league season has created some uneven development path. Now, to your point, there's still plenty of success stories in the minor leagues. To the extent that we feel, or there's a collective feel that we don't have enough of those success stories. Yeah, that's something we should assess.
So Lubman actually put me onto this, producer Sam Lubman, and he said Alex Manoah from the Blue Jays was drafted after Hunter Bishop.
All-star who wants to fight Garrett Cole.
So that had me looking at the 2019 draft. Number 1 overall was Adley Rutschman, who's currently starting as the catcher for the Baltimore Orioles, and he's hitting bombs.
And he's Buster Posey's his favorite player.
Adley Rutschman looks sick.
Yeah.
Bobby Witt Jr. from the Royals was drafted second.
We saw him already this year as Giants fans.
Andrew Vaughn was drafted third.
He was the kid from Cal.
Riley Green, who we just saw play in this series against the Tigers.
Yeah.
Riley Green, young stud for them.
Yeah.
C.J. Abrams, who was originally with the Padres, but was involved with that trade with Juan Soto.
Wow.
Shea Langoliers.
Oh, Oakland A's.
Who we've seen with the A's.
Spadoni, give me one sentence on Langoliers.
Maybe the greatest baseball player of all time.
And that'll do it for Spadoni on this program for the rest of the show. Turn off the mic. Turn the mic off. Turn the mic off.
But he is balling.
You just had to do that, huh, Shasta?
He is actually. He's playing very well.
Yeah, 260. Greatest hitter of all time.
Thus concludes our A's talk.
But Hunter Bishop was drafted 10th. And you know where Hunter Bishop is? High A. High A. Now, I don't know, maybe they made the wrong pick. It could be that.
He's in their 5th level of their 8-tiered system.
But when it comes to the development of these guys, I'm seeing Hunter Bishop drafted 10th overall, and he's got a 228 overall average, and it's the first pick that Farhan made, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. And I'm rooting for him because he's a Sarah boy.
Yeah,
he's local.
He's a local guy.
I'm rooting for him.
But there's something about this where it's just something does not feel right when all these other guys who are drafted within that top 10 and then the guy who was drafted 11th who are making it to the major leagues, and this dude's not even making it out of high A. Like, I was very high on this team, at least for the future. Like, I could not wait for 2023, 2024, and I'm still excited to see Luciano and to see Harrison and to see Matos, but there's a bunch of other guys who are on the come up here, and they haven't performed, and Hunter Bishop is just one that I look at.
So essentially every other guy from that top 10 is a somebody.
Yes.
Or involved in some sort of a big blockbuster trade, and our one guy is stuck in high A.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
And that's the first ever pick for Farhan.
6 players before him in that draft.
Oof.
6 players. And supposedly Bishop was the best overall player available. Like, it wasn't a draft out of need. You were just drafting the best available player, and Hunter Bishop was that guy. Supposedly the most athletic, was going to give you some a 5-tool type of player, 5-tool potential, and you're just not seeing it right now. And it's not to blame it all on Hunter Bishop, but I just think that...
No, it's a microcosm.
Yes, I do believe that. I do believe that with the minor leagues and the way that they're being developed. All right. Now let's transition here because the schedule came out for baseball, and Chasky, you're hot on what's going on with the Giants schedule going into next year.
I freely admit that I'm not one of these schedule psychopaths.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I don't lose my mind about any schedule coming out. Is it fun to talk about the schedule for the NFL? Yeah.
Actually, you know what? We are going to go through it game by game, 162 games, and we are going to discuss whether they are wins or losses. We are going to project who the pitchers are going to be.
No.
Can't wait for it. That's actually coming up right now.
No, we're not going to.
We're not going to do game by game predictions?
No.
Oh, wow. What a failure of schedule talk.
To me, I looked at the Giants just the first week, and when I was doing Instagram Live yesterday with Sam Lubman. It was our day for social media.
Boy.
And he goes, let's do the schedule. And I'm like, really? We're going to do the schedule? Like, because that's the way I look at it. Like, 162 games, I don't care about the schedule. It doesn't matter. I don't care at all. All I want is them not to start with the Dodgers. Because to me, Dodger series or any good series should not be the first weekend of the year. Because that's when anyone's going to go no matter what. I don't care who I play week 1, as long as it's not one of the marquee teams, right? You want me to face the Pirates opening weekend? Fine. We'll all be there. It'll be a great crowd. Like, from a business standpoint,
right?
Why burn a Dodger series on opening weekend? That's just the way I view things, because I'm always about the business and getting people into the building. But we started going through the schedule, and Lubman's reading it off to me. I go, wait, hold up.
This is so weird.
The Giants start against the Yankees to start the year in New York? That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that traditional National League opener, Giants-Yankees.
So much for that suggestion that Dave Fleming was going to have, where it's like, instead of the Field of Dreams game, well, there's a possibility that, maybe the Giants and the Mets could play in New York, or the Giants and the Dodgers could play in New York as those two teams combine to be the Mets.
And basically, in the first week and a half, 2 weeks of the season, this is who the Giants play. I'm starting off the year. Yankees, White Sox, Royals. Now,
sign me up.
I'm a traditionalist. I admit it. There are certain things in life where I get super geeked out, old school. You know me in the 1940s 49ers. You know me and the 1960s, 70s, 80s Giants. I'm all about it. Like, believe me, I'm here for that.
Oh, I know.
I forwarded the whole group a 3-hour doc on the Giants history, right? And I'm sure none of you watched it but me, but I geek out over those things. Baseball. Recognize where you're at. The National League and American League were separated for years. They had different umpires with different unions. They had different rules. There were different strike zones, for crying out loud. All of that is gone. It's evaporated. If we're going to have interleague play every single day, if the Giants, a National League original team going back to the 1880s, is going to start on the road against 3 American League teams, do away with the AL-NL. Let's get realignment going. I'd much rather see a top-heavy 4-division or 3-division setup with realignment. We should do this. And if we're all going to have the DH, which I'm fine with, I don't want to play against the Yankees and the Royals and the White Sox. Yankees is great. I don't care about the White Sox. I don't care about the Royals. We just played 2 games against the Detroit Tigers.
Right.
Nobody cares.
No.
Nobody cares. Right? I want to see the A's. I want to see the Angels. I want to see the Mariners. I want to see the West Coast teams. I want to see this thing become way more regional. Baseball needs to realign. This is absolutely absurd. And think about it from a logistics standpoint. Think about the travel on your team early on in the season. It's stupid.
So you have the Yankees starting on the 30th, and that's on a Thursday.
On a Thursday.
Then you have the day off on the Friday.
Traditional Friday off.
And then you are back to 2 games against New York. Oh, and then wait for it. You got a 3-game set against the White Sox, but you have 1 on Monday. Then you have a day off on Tuesday, and then Wednesday, Thursday, you're facing the White Sox, and then you are back at home to face Kansas City. You're not getting the day off to travel back home. No, you know what? The day off is going to happen on the Tuesday. Because that's what's logical.
It makes no sense.
It does not.
Look, America loves brackets. Wouldn't you agree?
Love brackets.
We love a good bracket.
Big bracket guy.
All right? We love it from a gambling aspect. We love it from a filling it out standpoint.
Bracket coverage on a good wide receiver.
And what's the best thing that baseball, forget Major League Baseball, what's the best thing baseball's done in the last 20 years?
The best thing that baseball has done in the past 20 years. It's hard to put a finger on that.
We all unanimously love the World Baseball Classic. We do. You don't think so?
I don't think the World Baseball Classic gets any notoriety.
I think it's incredible.
It's fantastic. No, I agree. It's incredible, but I don't think a lot of people watch it.
Well, one of the best parts in college and Little League World Series, the Little League World Series, very, very popular.
Yeah.
Why is that? Bracket format, round robin formats. I would set this up either 3 or 4 divisions and all across baseball. Okay. No American, no National League, just one giant thing. And then all the top 2 or 3 teams from each division, they all qualify for the playoffs. Give me 12 or 16, depending on what they want. Give me a round-robin tournament or some form of a bracket tournament, and let's do this thing. We all agree playoff baseball is great. Bracket baseball is great. Sense of urgency baseball is great. Forget 162 archaic schedule. Give me more playoffs. Give me more bracket. Stop with the old school AL-NL thing. Get with the times. Give me the bracket.
Something. Just anything.
Turn baseball upside down.
Because the 162-game schedule, when the schedule first originally gets released, it's 162 games. Great. But to me, there's never any rhyme or reason to what the schedule is. It's just 162 games. All right, let's just put these teams up against each other. Like, they're not even trying anything new, like the NBA, for example, with their Rivals Week, which I love, which I think baseball needs to put in place.
Yes.
I don't know, just have an entire week.
2 weeks.
Where you can have the rivals going up against each other. Like, do something along those lines. Baseball needs to make a change, and I actually have a change that should interest you here because there's something they're trying out in the minor leagues. It's not the pie slice rule at second base, but it's the pitch clock rule that they've instilled there, and it's actually making a difference, and I want to get your thoughts on that. And we do have Jose in Oakland, but you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And don't forget that you can also watch us every day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. I got my sleeves rolled up in solidarity with Guru because he had way too many haters yesterday. But I want to go to Jose and Oakland real quick.
And real quick before you get to Jose, if I see another, Yankees-Giants, Judge returns as a Giant to Yankee Stadium Game 1. If I see another one of those tweets,
Why?
I'll believe it when I see it.
Oh, okay.
I'll believe it when I see it. Let's not put the cart before the horse.
All right. Jose in Oakland wants to weigh in on Farhan and the draft picks. Jose in Oakland, what's going on?
Hi, guys. Good morning. Look, it's obvious to me and to most of the fans that the Giants are penny pinching as far as spending money. They're either penny pinching on getting free agent players, which they might say they're not. They're trying to sign players, or they're penny pinching on their farm system, okay? Because after 6 years, by now, that farm system should have been fixed. That was the main focus of Farhan. That's the reason why they brought him in, fix the farm system. Obviously, he hasn't done it. So it's he at fault because he's picking up the wrong players, or is it because he is not getting enough money to hire the right scouts, for player personnel? Obviously, if you have people assigned to scout players and find those players, they're doing a lousy job. And he's doing an even worse job by going with the advice they're giving him.
Well, Jose, let me jump in. Let me jump in there. You're making a great point, and I know you love analogies. I drive by River Road all the time when I go up to the cabin, right? Mm-hmm. And there's vineyards everywhere, all right? And the one thing that I've noticed is that when you drive by these things, you have to obviously plow the land, and you got to put in all the different wine, if you will, the trees, the grapes and stuff. You got to have great soil. All right, you have to have great soil, and you have to balance out how many times you're using that plot of land, because if you overuse it, then that soil becomes, missing out all the nutrients that you need to grow great grapes. And right now, they have sowed all these seeds, and the soil is producing no fruit. They are bearing zero fruit out of this entire land that they've been sprinkling all these draft picks into. And so my question is it the farmers? Is it the nutrients that you're putting into the soil? Is it the soil itself? What's going on here? Why are we getting no fruit out of this farm system?
It's the slowest growing fruit of all time. You're just not getting anything. You're just not getting it. It's been 3 years. And it's barely even sprout. Breaking news, by the way, Shasky. We're getting this from Adrian Wojnarowski. But it looks like, as we saw yesterday, Chet Holmgren had torn multiple ligaments in his foot. From Adrian Wojnarowski, the rookie from the Thunder, Chet Holmgren will miss the 2022-2023 season with a Liz Frank injury to his right foot. Of course, he was the number 2 pick in the draft, and he suffered it in a Pro-Am game on Saturday.
That sucks.
Right?
I was really excited to see him play.
Yeah.
Wow, that really stinks.
Yeah, I wanted to, as far as the draft picks go, I mean, of course I'm excited for a lot of these other guys. Paolo Banchero, I'm excited to see him, a lot of these top draft picks. But, when I saw this, I was like, man, Chet Holmgren was the one who I think was going to have a microscope on him because he had such promise in Gonzaga during the NCAA tournament, and that's when people really got to know him. But at the same time, they were skeptical about who he'd be as a player. And with the Thunder and the fact they were putting a lot of stock into what he was going to do this year, that just stinks.
Oh, man. And then now you're going to have people coming down this road. I knew he was too skinny. I knew he'd be a bust. That just stinks for the guy. I mean, I was excited to see him. I really was. What you saw in Summer League, Summer League, but it was promising. And to see a young player with that kind of promise get hurt and he's out for the whole year, it reminds me of when Blake Griffin tore his ACL and missed his entire rookie year.
Right.
It just stinks. You know, somebody that you're excited to go see. Who wants to see the Thunder? Not really anybody, but I wanted to see Chet.
Yeah, I wanted to see Chet, and I wanted to see Alexei Pokusevski, because those two guys were the skinniest dudes in the league. I was very excited to see a little Poku and a little Chet. They were going to be the league pass team. You always have those 1 or 2 league pass teams. Yeah. People are convinced that I'm a Hawks fan just because I watched Hawks basketball one year because they were my league pass team.
Oh, you and Steiny.
The Thunder.
I knew it. I knew you beat me to the punch.
And so the Thunder were going to be that team. This doesn't really affect the Warriors, though. And the Thunder weren't going to be contenders with the Warriors in the Western Conference. They just weren't.
No.
So when I saw this news, I was surprised that a lot of Warriors fans reacted in the way that they did.
Well, because Warrior fans, I think, want compelling matchups on the schedule. As we're talking about the MLB schedule and how boring it can be at times, let's call a spade a spade. Orlando Magic on a Tuesday night against the Golden State Warriors doesn't do a whole lot for everyone. You know? Thunder, how many times have we seen the Thunder the last 5 years? A lot. And it's not been fun. outside of the Durant coming back cupcake thing, that wore its, it out real quick. You seen Shai Gilgeous-Alexander in street clothes for the 17th time. Like, it got a little old.
It did. Now that we're on basketball, might as well just get your thoughts on this right now as we will transition to football.
Oh, no, I can't wait to talk about the game tonight.
But the Lakers.
Oh, I'm sad.
They made the trade for Patrick Beverley.
Oh, boy.
And now he's officially with the Lakers. Talen Horton-Tucker, THT, no longer with the LA Lakers. But now you are seeing LeBron alongside Patrick Beverley. Oh, boy.
Well, I wanted Patrick Beverley. Just full disclosure, I wanted Pat Bev bought out so the Warriors could get him. I really did. I thought he would be a perfect Warrior.
Yeah.
I mean, everyone would probably agree with that. He's the guy you want on your team, not playing against him. Him and LeBron, he doesn't suffer fools. I think it's going to be very interesting to see how long he sticks around with the Lakers.
I think so too. Yes, they acquired him for Talen Horton-Tucker and Stanley Johnson. So the deal is supposed to be finalized today. So we'll wait to see that. But Patrick Beverley, the Lakers, like when Russell Westbrook was with the Lakers, and when he first went to the Lakers. Excuse me,
my bad.
When he first went to the Lakers, I was like, it's only a matter of time before him and LeBron get into some sort of argument on the court, and it's going to be entertainment to 1,000. Like, that's what it's going to be with Patrick Beverley. If him and LeBron get into it, two alphas, like Patrick Beverley's an alpha. I don't care if he's on a team that's full of alphas. Patrick Beverley himself feels like he's an alpha. Even though he's not going to be giving you that many points per game, he feels like he's that dog on defense. But I could see him.
That dog in him.
That's the new thing this year.
Oh,
he's got
too
that dog.
much.
But I could see Patrick Beverley taking a contested three and LeBron holding his hands up like he's like Patrick Beverley's J.R. Smith, and he's just out of frustration. I can't wait to watch that. Can't wait to watch it.
The Lakers are going to be must watch just to see all of the crashes. It's like me watching Love and Hip Hop. I watch it strictly to see all the arguing. It makes me feel great about my relationship.
Isn't that why we all watch reality television?
I got a couple
because they're basically giving us permission to judge them.
I got halfway through the Manti Te'o doc last night.
Oh.
When I'm finished with it, I want to sit down and talk about that bad boy. Wow.
What's coming up on the game is sponsored by Chilton Auto Body. Now, we can talk about tonight's game and what's going to happen, but I was wondering this question, Shasky, and Lubin and I were talking about this yesterday, but who is a player on the 49ers this season? If you had to pick, you have zero doubt that he's going to ball out this year. Zero doubt in your mind that this one specific player on the 49ers is going to ball out. Who is that player? Is it Trey Lance? Is it Debo? Is it on the other side with Fred Warner? Maybe Charvarius Ward? Is it Elijah Mitchell? Is George Kittle your guy? Is Trent Williams your guy? Who is your pick? Who is one guy who's zero doubt in your mind that he is going to ball out this year? 888-957-9570. That's the Comcast Business text line, as well as the phone number. We'll get to that on the other side. Plus, we're going to be giving away a Kirby's gift card at 7:30, so stick around for that as well. Stephen Langford in for Bonte Hill. Joe Shasky, as always. It's 95.7 The Game.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle to pre-accident condition. Chilton Auto Body is also actively hiring for all positions. For more details, head to ChiltonAutoBody.com, the Bay Area's leader in collision repair.
The final preseason game is tonight.
Sideline and it's caught! Debo Samuel with the catch and trying to turn on the Jets.
And we're reacting all day tomorrow to the good, the bad, and the ugly.
He'll take it all the way for the touchdown.
This is the Bay Area's sports station.
Yay!
95.7 The Game.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Now with Xfinity, you'll get unlimited internet with gig speed and supersonic Wi-Fi. With a 2-year internet rate guarantee, no annual contract required, and no equipment fees. Talk about knock your socks off. Ooh, plus a free Flex 4K streaming box. It's like hitting the streaming jackpot. It's all just $50 a month when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data. $50 a month. A price that's truly jaw-dropping.
Oh, literally.
The speed you need at a price you want. Value that's simply bananas. That's the new Xfinity Supersonic Bundle. It's kind of a big deal. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store to learn more.
Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New gigabit internet customers only. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity Internet. After 24 months, regular rates apply to all services and devices.
Okay, you know those amazing spots only the true San Francisco locals are in on? Like Square Pizza. That place with the square pizzas? Or Mama Hoo-Hoo? The spot for sweet and sour chicken that's anything but so-so. Order up! You know, with the Granch dressing. And all the other spots the real SF locals know without us even saying them. Yeah, they're on DoorDash. San Francisco gets it. DoorDash has it.
Cars for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop. It really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family. And then we decided to turn it into a business. We were looking for something to help us get up and running. So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account. It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Hey everybody, it's Boomer Esiason here. When a part of your offense isn't firing on all cylinders, it shows. And sometimes the only solution is to replace that part with something new. It's true on a championship team, and it's also true with cars. That's why I love eBay Motors. They have all the right parts at the right prices. 122 million of them, by the way. And that way you can get the parts that you need to make your car a winner. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
Man, this is a nice truck.
Yeah, check this out.
What?
I changed it to remind me of my time at sea.
Weren't you in the Air Force?
Yeah, but I really love the ocean.
You could save and get $200 with Navy Federal Credit Union when you refinance your auto loans from another lender, leaving you with extra to spend on other things. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Credit and collateral subject to approval. Refinance loans must be at least $5,000 to be eligible for the $200. Terms and conditions apply. Learn more at NavyFederal.org.
Are you ready for your palm reading, my dear?
Yeah, let's do this.
I sense that you crave something.
More reliable.
Right. You know you deserve better and want out of a relationship.
Yes, with my big name wireless carrier.
You're who now?
My big name wireless carrier. That's why I switched to Xfinity Mobile. Now I get unlimited with 5G for $30 per month on the most reliable 5G network.
Let's talk about your aura. It's so...
And get this. They can even save you hundreds a year on your wireless bill over T-Mobile, AT&T, and Verizon.
Wow, that's actually really impressive.
Yep, but you already knew that, didn't you?
Oh yeah, I definitely saw this coming.
Start seeing savings today. Switch to the fastest mobile service, Xfinity Mobile. Now with the best price on 2 lines of unlimited, just $30 a line per month. Switch today. Xfinity Internet required. Price comparison for 2 unlimited lines under available 5G pricing plans of top 3 carriers. Taxes and fees extra. Reduced speeds up to 20 gigabytes of usage per line. Most reliable based on root metrics. US report. Comcast analysis of mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data from Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Q2 2022.
Now, back to the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Triple 8-957-9570. Stephen Langford in for Bonte Hill. Bonte is back tomorrow. Coming up in 10 minutes, we're going to be giving away a Kirby's gift card, but we want your opinion here. We're getting a lot. We already got a lot of texts as we asked this question going into the break, but who on the 49ers, there's zero doubt in your mind that he's going to ball out this year? Who on the 49ers, there's no doubt that this season he is going to possibly have a Pro Bowl type of year?
Yeah, line them up.
888-957-9570, because we are getting actually quite a few of the same answers here. From the 925, we got Bosa, no question. From the 650, Nick Bosa, Depoy, and then from the 707, Bosa, 100%, no doubt that he's going to ball out this year.
Yeah, I'm very excited tonight. Big game, huge in the sense that it's the final preseason game. But I do want to see Trey Lance, and I know we were talking with Mark and Bonte and Dibs during crossover, and there were, I guess, conflicting opinions, if you will. And I hear everything that Bonte and Mark are saying about it's probably unnecessary. 5-10 years from now, we're probably not going to even have preseason games. Agreed with all those things. You know me, I'm a less is more guy as I eradicate certain things out of my life left and right, as I'm giving away sweatshirts to Sam Lubin as my wife's making me clean out closets. But the point being is that the game does exist. It is happening tonight. And me, as a casual, diehard 49er fan, I just want to see Trey Lance play. You know, I want to see him play. Is there a risk? Of course there's a risk. But if they're going to play the games, then I want my guy to have a couple of series out there, look good, throw for a touchdown pass, and let me have nice, warm, fuzzy feelings heading into week 1.
Yeah, to me, I'm kind of the same way here, and I do want to talk about Trey Lance, but that's the interesting thing about this conversation here, as 888-957-9570, zero doubt in your mind that this player is going to ball out this season. Who is your pick going into this year? But I have a feeling that there aren't going to be too many who have zero doubt that Trey Lance is going to ball out this year. I think that there's some cautious optimism around his season coming up this year. Like the expectation level, there's a lot of fans who feel Jimmy G set the bar and said, you know what? Jimmy G went to the NFC Championship and took this team there. Mm-hmm. You might have a better roster, one of the best overall rosters that you've had in quite a while. Like, if you don't make the NFC Championship game, well, it's going to be on Trey Lance. That's not necessarily the case, but that's what people are expecting, is it's got to be the NFC Championship. But I have a feeling that there are a lot of fans who are...
That seems so unfair.
It does, doesn't it?
It feels so unfair.
It feels like there's a large segment of the fan base who is cautiously optimistic around Trey. I don't think there's going to be a lot of votes for Trey Lance with zero doubt that he's going to ball out this year.
Well, also, I think quarterback play, even the greats tend to struggle. Patrick Mahomes, everyone agrees. Mm-hmm. He's great.
Right.
How many times last year during the middle of that season did you hear from somebody, you know, he's got some fundamental problems with the way he throws the ball, and he's not reading defenses, and teams are taking away the over-the-top, and he just is unwilling to take the underneath stuff?
I don't know if this was true or not, but Tyreek Hill one time told Inside the NFL, he was talking to, I think it was Boomer Esiason, I think Julian Edelman was on that broadcast too. I think Phil Simms was there as well. Tyreek Hill was saying at first he didn't think Mahomes was that good.
Really?
Yeah, he thought, I don't get what the hype is about this dude. He said that at first. He's like, he's got an arm. There's no doubt about that, but it's the other facets of the game that he needs to work on. And then eventually, Patrick Mahomes became Patrick Mahomes, and he did what he did. So Tyreek Hill ended up being wrong.
Yeah.
But I just...
Tyreek Hill.
Yeah, that guy. But, also, Tua is the most accurate quarterback he's ever seen. It's like you just played with Patrick Mahomes, dude. But anyway... I just think that there's cautious optimism around Lance. Well, I really think so.
You know what it is? I think that, 49er fans in general, we just went through this with Jimmy Garoppolo. He's the savior! And then it ends up being, not that he's the weak link of the team, but like it's a work in progress. And I think a lot of people are so excited for Trey Lance, but they don't want to have their hearts broken early on. And so I think we're willing to give him a little more leeway early. Once the games are starting to play, I think we're all going to be insane, myself included. He missed this throw. Oh, my God. If he hits this guy in stride, it's a touchdown. What is he seeing? Like, Niner fans are absolutely insane.
There's a lot of 2020 hindsight when it comes to the football season with every fan base. It's not just the 49er fan base.
There's no doubt. And you don't mean 2020 season.
No, I mean 2020 hindsight as in afterwards. It's like, well, hindsight's 2020, but then blah, blah, blah. You know, you react in certain ways, which most of the time is the wrong way to react.
So you asked me the question, and we'll put Lance to the side for right now because I'm very optimistic about Trey. I think he's going to succeed. I think Kyle Shanahan knows that his entire thing is predicated on him and the quarterback succeeding. Period. It's so hard to predict on the offensive side of the ball whose turn it is on any given series in any given game. There were Debo games, a lot of Debo games last year. There were Kittle games, and then there were games where Kittle would go, silent for quite some time. We have no idea who's going to be the number one running back. I mean, heading into last year, if you'd have asked me on preseason which rookie running back will have the biggest impact, it's like Sermon, duh. Yeah. He's getting all the touches in preseason. And then, oh my God, who's this Elijah Mitchell guy after Mostert gets hurt? So I have no idea what they're going to do on offense. And I feel like they try to exploit the weakness of the team that they're playing. So that's going to be a moving target. Ayuk is another name, obviously, I want to reference because I think he's had a great offseason. To me, the most dependable guy on the entire team in terms of I know what I'm getting is Bosa. And you think I'm going to pick Bosa, but that's not who I'm going to pick. I'm going to pick Eric Armstead. I think quietly Eric Armstead has been for 3 straight years one of the most consistent, reliable players on the roster. He's been healthy for almost every single game. All the way through. He has been a run stuffer, and when he plays on the inside, he has been not just good, he's been elite. To me, Eric Armstead is the most underrated guy on the team, and no one's going to pick him because Bosa is flashy, and I love Bosa. That's my guy. I think he is going to have a no doubt about it monster season.
Really?
I do.
Man. Eric, I didn't expect you were going to go Eric Armstead.
He was dominant in the playoffs. I think people need to go back and watch what he did to Green Bay. He suffocated them. He was excellent in the Dallas game, and he was excellent in the LA Ram game.
I think that everyone puts Eric Armstead kind of up against DeForest Buckner, right? Because that's essentially what you did. You drafted Javon Kinlaw, so everyone's looking at him to replace Buckner, but you also paid Armstead. So, whenever you're talking about the Buckner move, it's like, well, they didn't pay Buckner, they decided to pay Armstead. I think he has been better than a lot of people thought that he was going to be, and a lot of what's reported out there about Eric Armstead.
Him and Jimmy Ward are very similar to Brandon Belt in that early in their careers, oh my God, why can't they do more? Why are they always hurt? Right. And it's not a like for like, but they're very comparable. Armstead didn't really have a set position. Is he a D tackle? Is he a D end? Are we a 3-4? Are we a 4-3 defense? I didn't even know what the scheme was. Same thing with Jimmy Ward. Is he a corner or is he a safety?
Right.
What is he?
Is he a nickel guy? Is he a safety? What's he doing?
And they went through so many coaches and so many different philosophies defensively, they had no idea. And then now as time has moved on, everybody's realizing Jimmy Ward and Eric Armstead are really good. They're very, very, very good players. And I think last year, because of necessity with injuries in the inside of that defensive line, Armstead gets kicked to the inside. He was really good. Really, really, really good. So I know no one's going to take him, but to me, he is the most consistent player because he's always out there, and I know what he brings to this team. And I just love his size. I think Eric Armstead is no doubt about it going to ball out this year.
See, to me, I was actually going to stick on the defensive side as well, and I didn't want to pick Bosa.
It seems too easy for me.
Well, and this one might seem easy also.
Give it to me.
Just because he is the guy that's wearing the green dot and he is the leader of that defense. But I think Fred Warner is about to have a monster year.
How good does he look?
Last year for him, kind of a down season. 2020, he was an all-pro, Pro Bowler. He was fantastic in 2020. But 2021, last year, I'm not saying he wasn't good. Not saying he wasn't good. But for him, there were a couple of plays where you look back, and even he said that he was kind of disappointed with how the season went. And you know what I'm going to use? I understand that nobody likes this list. You don't like this list. I don't think Lubman likes the list. But the NFL Top 100, right? We don't like how the way the list shakes down because we always talk about the ranking and, it's like, oh, this guy should have been ranked higher. Like, to me, once you reach, like, the pick 80, after that, you got the top 80 players, those are the guys in the NFL. Fred Warner was picked among them after the 2020 season. He wasn't picked in the top 100 in 2021, and I genuinely think players look at that and they actually care.
Well, he's another guy who in the playoffs played way better than he did during the regular season.
I think that, though, I think players care about that sort of stuff. Like, I think DeForest Buckner wasn't ranked one year, and then after, he was an absolute stud. Yeah. Like, I think there's some added motivation there. So not only is it he had a down season by his standard last year, but this year, I think he's going to just take it up a whole nother level. I think he has that added motivation, and you're going to be behind that defensive line. Like, your front seven is just stout, and your front four specifically. I mean, if Javon Kinlaw is going to play like he's been playing in the preseason,
just
like
flash.
he played in that last game.
Yeah, he just needs to flash.
Woo, and then you open up some holes for Fred Warner to blitz. Yeah. I think you're going to see a lot from Fred Warner this year.
His ability to play coverage as a linebacker at his size is just uncanny. The thing also with him, and I was listening to him and D'Amico Ryans talk about this, year one, I think D'Amico and him, it felt like D'Amico is the obviously defensive coordinator, yes. But Fred Warner said that he felt like he was trying to do too much, over pursuing, trying to make a play where there was no play, and I think trying to justify that big contract that he got, which it makes total sense if you just say it out loud, like wanting to do and show everyone, oh, I know I got paid, but I'm really, really, really worth it.
Right.
This year, there seems to be a synergy between the two of them and a comfort level where he feels like a leader on that field. That's number one when you watch him. And number two, it just feels like he's in more sync with this particular defensive scheme. Going from Saleh to D'Amico, everybody thinks they're exactly the same. There are some differences. There are some wrinkle differences. And D'Amico played linebacker in the league. So I don't know. I think he is primed for a big year this year.
I think his numbers are going to go up as far as interceptions. Like, he's one of the best in the league at disguising, possibly going for the run and then just dropping back and actually being in pass coverage. He's one of the best in the league at doing that. I think his sack numbers are going to go up. He had 3 in 2019. He had 1 in 2020, and he had half a sack in 2021. I think he's going to eclipse those numbers. So I'm expecting a huge year from Fred Warner this year.
Yeah, I am too. He does a really good job baiting quarterbacks as a linebacker into throwing the ball right to him. I mean, he's really sneaky at that. And the one thing that I've really enjoyed at the few practices that we've been to is seeing him versus Trey Lance in terms of like setting up their perspective side of the ball for success. Fred's talking and chirping and moving this guy and moving that guy. Like, he is, no doubt about it, the quarterback of that defense. When you watch him, Fred Warner, and him going up against the quarterback, Trey Lance, as he's trying to, Trey's audibling and moving guys and changing protections. The chess match between the two of them has been really fun.
I agree. And just seeing him throughout practice, I think he's going to have a huge year. You know what we're not getting? And I think people are not cautiously optimistic, because that's what you're kind of putting with Trey Lance right now. But Deebo Samuel's not getting zero doubt that Deebo's going to ball out this year. We're not getting any of that.
Why is that?
We're getting more Brandon Ayuk than actually Deebo Samuel. From the 415, Ayuk is going to have a fantastic season. From the, where was it? From the 415 also, another 415 number. My answer is Ayuk. Dude's a stud, going to carry momentum from last year and renewed confidence into this season. That's Jason from Nevada.
It's just so hard for me to predict wide receiver output in this offense, because it does feel like they just try to attack whatever the weakness is. That's a Belichick trait.
Right.
Like, defensively, I'm going to take away what you do best.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like, that's something that's his hallmark. And now I look at Shanahan. If I tried to explain to you what their offense was, everyone's going to first say, well, you're going to run the ball, which is obvious. But then, like, in the passing game, there's a lot of slants, a lot of smoke screens, a lot of one read, clearly defined throws. But it's not predicated on throwing to one position or one guy. It feels like they do kind of go series to series, play to play, game to game. Who gives us the best opportunity to pop one here? You know what I mean? Like, against Green Bay, it does feel like Kittle always shows up because he destroys their linebackers. You know what I mean? Against the Rams, who always shows up? Deebo Samuel because they don't have anybody who can run with him at linebacker and at the cornerback position.
If you're a 49er fan, who in your mind, there's zero doubt that this dude's going to ball out this year? 888-957-9570.
No Kittle. I haven't seen any George Kittle. Have we
not
forgotten
seen that.
He's one of the top tight ends? He was awesome for a 3-week stretch at the end of last year.
And actually, I do got something on Kittle because Mike McDaniel over there in Miami, I think he's starting to realize that he doesn't exactly have a George Kittle. And what's happening in Miami shows how special George Kittle is as a complete tight end. And I do want to get to that. But right now, Shasky, it is time to give away that Kirby's gift card. Now, Kirby's, you've been talking about it all week, Shasky. What is Kirby's exactly?
This is what Kirby's is, all right? It is a app and online site where the mechanic comes to you. It's very simple. I've got car problems, all right? Well, in other, equivalent metaphors, hey, I'm hungry. Let's order from food delivery app X. Well, same thing here. My car has problems. Let's have the mechanic come to me. This is an online service where you can have your brakes, you can have your check engine light, you can have an oil change. Whatever it is with the vehicle, the mechanic will come to you. No mess ups, no fake problem with your engine, no waiting around, no dropping off the car, going back home, waiting to hear back from the mechanic 3 days later. No. None of that. You stay home. You're working from home. You can have the mechanic come to you in a tight little window and everything is transparent and upfront. That's what Kirby is.
Man, I mean, it's a good deal. 415-951-2386. Fifth caller to the contest line, 415-951-2386. Then you are going to win the gift card to Kirby's, and they can come right to your door.
We need a nickname for Brandon Ayuk, and I've thought about it long and hard.
What's that?
Snoopy.
Why Snoopy?
He's out of the doghouse.
That should have been given to him in week 7, last year. Shout out to Brandon Ayuk getting in that doghouse because he created that segment, the doghouse, on the pregame show, and that's what that's based on. But back to the George Kittle thing. I don't know if you're seeing what's going on in Miami right now, but Mike McDaniel is trying to, of course, he was the former offensive coordinator / run game coordinator with the 49ers. He was kind of an unsung hero that nobody really talked about until he became the offensive coordinator last season. Like Kyle Shanahan always calling the plays, but as far as play design, Mike McDaniel was taking up a lot of that. He's an absolute film. I love Mike McDaniel, actually. I'm going to be rooting for Miami just because of Mike McDaniel. But he's trying to instill that outside zone run in Miami because they got a lot of speed guys. But Mike Gesicki's the number 1 tight end. And it doesn't look like he's fitting in very well because he still needs to become that blocking tight end, one where they're running this play. And Ted Nguyen did an article on it from the Athletic. You know Ted Nguyen. He's a football savant. They're trying to run this play that you'd seen run with the 49ers where they got the tight end lined up just outside the left tackle, shading the right tackle, Then you got the fullback lined up right behind him. Then they run a little running back counter play, and they just show Mike Gesicki completely fail on it. It's like that's exactly what George Kittle was doing. That's what he was a pro at, just going across the line of scrimmage, then opening up a lane for the running back to go through. So that's just a little something on Kittle.
I heard he's basically playing wide receiver, Gesicki. But the point is that when you have Juszczyk and you have George Kittle, that gives you a schematic advantage in terms of inline blocking, and both of their abilities to catch the ball down the field and be dynamic makes you have to honor that aspect of their game and at least stay home and not crash in the run game.
Zero doubt in your mind, 888-957-9570. Which 49er player will ball out this season? Let's go to Danker in the city. Danker wants to weigh in. What's going on, Danker?
Gentlemen, so I was going to mention Kittle, and I have one other guy, and I'll tell you the actual main reason why it's Kittle. The obvious is he has that arm, or Lance has the arm, and he'll hit the third level, so safeties can't cheat like they did with Jimmy. But off the play action, you need to keep someone home to spy Lance. So then Kittle, when he does break, like you guys just said, they have another responsibility, and Kittle will get behind that. So that's huge. And I think Javarius Ward,
good call.
Because he's not like your normal corner when the ball is coming to the receiver. He doesn't wait for it. He goes and high points the ball. So if Kinlaw does take that next step, and Bosa's like Curry, he creates more open space because you have to double team and always know where he is. You're going to have a lot more, opportunities breaking on the ball. Hopefully we get that pressure. So, yeah, I think Ward is a special corner. And Kittle, I think Kittle's just going to have a monster year.
Yeah.
But let's go Niners.
Let's go.
Appreciate you, Danker. Kittle's a good one.
It is.
When you see that dude, and he's just standing on the sideline of practice, like, I didn't realize how big he was without the pads on. I guess, I don't know, maybe the pads on television make him look a little smaller than he actually is, but when you see him in person,
he's a monster.
It's like, how does this dude not ball out? How do you not make this guy your pick?
He's so fast for his size. Like, I know that sounds like, duh, Joe, he's fast. But, like, no, you know what I mean? Like, seriously, like, he is extremely quick for how big he is, and he's humongous. You don't realize how jacked he is until you see him in person. The other element that I think Niner fans have become very spoiled to, Vernon Davis and George Kittle, great pass catchers. Vernon, not the greatest hands, but he could be very dynamic once the ball's in his hands. Unbelievable inline blockers. I mean, think of how good they have been. So blessed to have maybe the two best blocking tight ends who are also great pass catchers in their respective eras. I mean, we all love Kelsey. Kelsey's probably a better pass catcher than George Kittle. I don't think that's hyperbole. He's great. Like, Kelsey's incredible. Is he the blocker that Kittle is? Probably not. Gronk is. I will give Gronk his flowers.
Well, let's see with Kelsey what's going to happen when he is the primary receiver at this point.
You're skeptical?
Well, no, I'm not skeptical on Kelsey, but I do think that numbers are going to go down as defenses are primarily focusing on him with Tyreek being out. Like, Tyreek opens up a lot of the field for Travis Kelsey to get those passes wide open over the middle. I do think he's great. I'm not trying to take anything away from Kelsey, but I do think there's going to be a regression with Tyreek Hill not on the team. But that's...
No, that's fair.
This is Kansas City Sports Radio, Chiefs Talk. Just kidding.
I like that. You just turned into it. No, but the way I hear Niner fans talk, they're like, oh, Kittle's the best. He's awesome. And I think at times he can be the best. To me, though, Kelsey feels like the clear-cut number one pass catcher in the game at that position. I mean, we're splitting hairs because they're both great players, but his body of work is ridiculous. I mean, the amount of 1,000-yard seasons, 1,200-yard seasons in a row is just incredible. He is so good.
Man, by the way, Danker also brought up Charvarius Ward, which is an interesting one. We actually got some good news yesterday. Charvarius Ward, who's been out for the past couple of weeks with a groin injury, it looks like he's going to be practicing with the team following their preseason game against the Texans tonight. So Charvarius Ward, if he's practicing with the team, you could safely assume that he's going to be ready for week 1.
He was the most surprising player that I didn't even think about heading into camp, and I watched and I was like, wow.
Yeah.
He's really good.
He stood out.
Right?
It was one of those dudes where you're looking at the where you got the, they give you the roster or whatever, they give you the depth chart, and you're just like, wait, who's that? Who's 35? Oh, that's that guy that they signed for 3 years, $40 million, that guy?
But isn't that kind of crazy that in years past, if the Niners had spent a lot of money in free agency on one player, we'd be hyper-focused on him. On this team, it's like an afterthought. That's how loaded they are. And I think the drama of Debo and Jimmy and all these things have overshadowed it. But... I just go back to Nate Clements, because when they signed Nate Clements, it was like, he's got to be the savior. And anytime Nate Clements didn't do anything, everyone lost their mind. Feels like Charvarius Ward, although got paid very handsomely, is kind of flying under the radar.
Yeah, remember, for example, it's because they got so many of these big money players that they've already paid money for, like George Kittle and Debo and Warner, like we've mentioned. Bosa is going to be the next one up. Remember how much recognition that Weston Richburg was getting after every game just because he was that first free agent that John Lynch had paid? It's like, look at Weston Richburg. He's making this money and not doing anything. Weston Richburg,
The center?
Yeah.
So I had tweeted out this is going way back. I had tweeted something out about Weston Richburg always being injured, and out of nowhere, his dad...
I remember this.
I didn't tag him, but his dad came in at me and said that the team misdiagnosed the injury and that he played through all these injuries that were unrealized, and I didn't know what I was talking about. And I was like, you know what? I respect it, Dad, because if my dad was on social media defending me, I would understand it.
Well, when we used to be the A station and Marcus Simeon was a part of the A's at the time, when Simeon would be,
his dad
was one of the worst defenders in the league. His dad would call in to back him up. So shout out to Marcus Simeon's dad. Shout out to all the dads out there.
Yeah.
But continuing on here with the 49ers. Tonight, you got preseason week 3 against the Texans, and we're really looking forward to it. We've been talking about guys who are zero doubt in your mind they're going to ball out this year. Well, you know what? We're not going to see those guys tonight. A lot of those guys are going to be getting rest. You're going to be seeing Trey Lance, though. and I think you could be seeing him for the first half of this game. But before we get to Trey Lance and how much he needs to play, we're actually going to be joined by Jason Aponte, host of the Sprint Ride Option podcast. If you follow anything 49ers on social media, you've seen this dude before.
Yeah.
Can't wait to talk to him, get his thoughts coming up at 8 o'clock. But I think tonight's game, outside of watching Lance, I think you're going to see the reason as to why, not only just because of what Nate Sudfeld or Brock Purdy are going to do, but I think you're going to see a lot of the depth with this team. Look, I personally think they need to keep 5 running backs along with Juszczyk. Along with Juszczyk, keep 5 receivers, and then keep 2 quarterbacks. Like, I think that's what they need to do. I don't need the 3 quarterback thing happening.
So then you're cutting Purdy?
That's the tough part, because you've paid Sudfeld that guaranteed money. I actually don't know whether that has anything to do with him possibly going to the practice squad or not, because there's a few different rules when it comes to putting players on that practice squad. But if you put Brock Purdy there, there's a chance that somebody could pick him up off waivers just as much as Nate Sudfeld.
Most teams are only suiting up 2 quarterbacks these days, so the opportunity for a landing spot would be kind of minimal.
Yeah.
I don't know who's backing up Joe Burrow, but I'm looking at just the Shanahan tree, and if you put Brock Purdy on the practice squad, it does feel like, let's just say Cincinnati, hypothetically, because of their coach and his ties to Shanahan, that would be a logical landing spot in my estimation as a backup.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Zach Taylor. He's a Shanahan guy.
Interesting.
I like Zach Taylor. I liked him before they went on a Super Bowl run.
Yeah. So I think if you watch this game tonight, outside of watching Trey Lance, I think you're going to see the reason as to why they should keep 2 running backs, and also the reason why Jimmy G is probably going to get cut. Because you don't need to pay this dude.
We're not keeping 4?
You don't need to pay this dude $24 million to keep him as a backup on this team. You do not need to do that. If Trey Lance gets hurt, then honestly, I'm not going to say you have to wave the white flag. Nobody ever wants to do that during the season. But once your starting quarterback goes down, does anyone really expect, an Eagles type of run? I don't think so. I think tonight, just as much as Trey Lance, I'm looking forward to watching the running backs and how that all shakes down, because there's going to be a lot there.
To me, I feel like Sermon is fighting for his roster spot. I got nothing on that other than the gut and just watching it. Mason seems to run harder, the kid from Georgia Tech, and it feels to me like TDP was clearly a Shanahan kind of a pick, Anthony Lynn kind of a pick. Like, I think the 2 of them are on board with that kind of guy. Sermon, I don't know. I don't really know what his role is.
So you had Brian Baldinger on the morning roast earlier. Brian Baldinger going to be joining us on Tuesdays at 7:30, if I'm not mistaken, right? It is Tuesdays at 7:30 going into this football season. Just want to be accurate with that. But Brian Baldinger was on earlier, and last year, the way that he talked about Sermon, there was some high expectation for him going into the preseason. But Baldy says that he just hasn't seen that flash from Trey Sermon that he's wanted to see.
They got to be able to flash. You haven't seen that flash from Trey Sermon.
Yeah.
And I don't either. I don't see it. And I don't know if they see it. Because, I know he had the injuries last year. He got a chance early. But I never saw it last year. And I just don't see that yet from Trey. And that's unusual for a back. Usually it shouldn't take you very long.
Do you think there's a chance they just keep Trey Sermon on this team just because he's a 3rd-round pick? Do you think the draft status has anything to do with it?
They cut Joe Williams after year 1,
true.
and he was a 4th-rounder. Pick.
Yeah. Shout out to Utah.
I think they are way less emotional about the picks than we think they are. Now, Solomon Thomas, did they probably keep him longer than they should have? Maybe, But I don't know who's trading for him at that salary point that he had, because he was on his rookie year. Number 3 overall, you're making like $9, $10, $11 million a year, even in year 3. Look at Dante Pettis, for example. I think it was 2 full seasons before they moved off of him, and they quietly just suffocated his playing time. And then he wasn't getting dressed and stuff like that. 2nd-round pick, kind of a high 2nd-round pick. Sermon as a 3rd, I don't think they'd have any qualms with either trading him for a pick, I don't know who would take him, or just releasing him.
I think that's what they're going to do. I think it's going to end up like that's what makes tonight so interesting. It's like preseason game. Who cares? Get me to the regular season. But the final preseason game, when guys are fighting for a roster spot, and the running backs, I know you're wondering, like, why would anyone care about the 5th running back on the team? Well, last year, Deebo Samuel was put in week 10, not because Shanahan thought it was going to change up the offense. he put Deebo Samuel in out of necessity because he didn't have that many running backs in the room. So it's like, you know what? We need to give Deebo maybe 5 or 6 carries a game from now on just because our other running backs are hurt. You know, Jeff Wilson comes back.
He's playing tonight.
Then Jeff Wilson comes back. Can't wait for that for Jeff Wilson. Elijah Mitchell's going to be your number one. But I really think you need to keep these 5 guys on the team, these 5 running backs, along with Juszczyk added on there. So technically you'd have 6 in the backfield. Like, I personally think that's what they need to do. And tonight, you're going to be seeing Trey Sermon and Jordan Mason, both of those guys. Jordan Mason, the undrafted free agent, you're going to be seeing them fight for a roster spot, I think.
And anybody who doesn't think that Shanahan has the guts to keep an undrafted free agent, can I introduce you to Matt Breida?
Oh, Matt Breida.
He served his purpose, though. He was a really good player for the team, and then it got a little too physical, and he got the fumbles. I mean, look at Raheem Mostert. He did one thing really well. Extremely fast, dynamic back. I love Mostert. I would want a Mostert type as one of my backup running backs all day, every day. Every time he touches the ball, anywhere on the field, he could go 80. Anywhere on the field because of that speed. And that's why I look at someone like Mason and I say to myself, he doesn't have the speed element, but he's got that bruiser mentality and that size, and it's just so hard to find those guys.
Yep. Ty Davis-Price, too, is another one of those guys who's just
I like him, too.
He's going to be fantastic out of LSU. I think he's going to have a really good year, and I think his game's going to translate really well.
Who's not going to have a good year?
Ooh, who's going to 100% doubt in your mind that this dude's going to play well?
I think Jake Brendel's going to struggle at times.
Jake Brendel is. I think so, too.
I'm very interested to see how this offensive line is going to look over the first 6 or 7 weeks. I think it's going to be a work in progress. I also think that safety is going to be up and down at times. I think Hufanga, what's going on with Mosley in terms of his health, him and Ward. I think, I'm a little worried about the back end of the secondary because it can get picked on. I don't care how good your secondary is. The game is set up for offensive explosion because of the rules. And then the offensive line and ability to open holes for some of these guys and protect the young quarterback.
Yeah, offensive line is the question mark. Out of anyone else, like the only guy I see struggling in week 1 is probably going to be Tarvarius Moore because he's going to be backing up Jimmy Ward since Jimmy Ward's not going to be in week 1. At least that's what the outlook is.
Yeah.
So I think he's going to struggle because we've seen him struggle in the preseason already. But other than that, like we got a text here from the 408, after listening to you guys, it seems 16-1 will be a disappointing season, given how great everyone at every position apparently is on the 49ers. 16-1 is, we're not saying they need to be 16-1, but with the way that the NFC is shaping out right now, and the way that the 49ers look, you at least need to make the playoffs. Like with this talent, there's no excuse for not making the playoffs with this talented roster.
Here's the excuse. Your Achilles heel, which could be the offensive line.
True.
Like the offensive line is, and Mark made a great point, Mark Willard, where he's like, what has sabotaged the Giants season this year? Oh, people are going to go platoons and this. No, it's the bullpen. Like, it's a direct correlation. The bullpen has been horrific, and it has sabotaged whatever slim chances they had at making the playoffs. What can derail any season? Offensive line. Secondary, like big cluster injuries or underperformance at specific position groups.
I wish off the top of my head I could come up with some sort of example as to, like a bullpen that was subpar, yet that team still made the playoffs because
Dodgers.
Their lineup was that good.
But they had good closers. Right? Like, I'm just saying, the Dodgers bullpen has been their soft spot, but it's still been better than league average.
But the offensive line still has Trent Williams. They still have the best left tackle in the game. Spencer Burford, the rookie offensive lineman at guard, we've seen rookie linemen drafted in the middle rounds. We've seen these dudes have stud seasons their rookie year and turn into something great. I think Burford can be that dude. So really, at right tackle, Colt McKivitz, they talk very highly of him with the 49ers. I'm not too high on Colt McKivitz, but I think that this team, with how skilled they are, even with that offensive line, I still think playoffs need to be there.
No doubt. The other element that I cannot ignore, special teams. I like Ray McLeod. I hope he's the returner. It's tough to tell, in practice if they're just catching off the jugs machine. They were one of the worst special teams I've ever seen last year. Now, it's ironic because they won in Green Bay on a special teams play, right? That's true irony there. It's one of the greatest special teams play in 49er history, and yet they were one of the worst units in 49er history. So, but that's an area, new coach, a bunch of new players. We will not know until the first month of the season.
How much you want to see Trey Lance play today? How much you want to see? Because we're going to be joined by Jason Aponte here in about 7 minutes. Coming up at 8 o'clock, Jason Aponte, Sprint Right Option Podcast. Want to get his thoughts on Trey Lance, how much Trey Lance should play tonight, if at all. You think he should play? You want him to get reps.
He needs to play until they score. Once they score, even if it's a field goal, I don't even care. Play until they score. I would love a touchdown drive, but to me, you got to play until they score.
I know it's football, and I know that it's tough to avoid injury, but if you're going to roll him out there during the preseason and use Zach Wilson as the example, see what happened to Zach Wilson? Well, look at what Trey Lance did in his time with against the Packers compared to what Zach Wilson did in his preseason game. When Trey Lance had some room to run, you know what he did? He slid. No, he hasn't slid. No, you talked about that after the game. He slid. Like, that was one of your favorite aspects of
Thank God.
that was one of your favorite plays from that game, because
it's the little stuff.
He had the wherewithal to actually do that. Zach Wilson, I feel terrible for him, and sad that he's not going to start out the season, but he could have avoided that because he tried to cut back on a defender and juke him out, and then he ended up spraining his MCL or whatever it was. So I think that the Niners and Trey Lance are going to be smart enough to try and avoid injury, at least for a half of football.
Well, that's a great example right there. Everyone goes, what can you get out of the preseason that you can't do at practice? Well, at practice, you don't even touch the quarterback. So one area, one little tiny nuance, Trey sliding for the first time ever in any game of his entire NFL, high school, college, playing the quarterback position career, he slid finally once. If that's all that comes out of the preseason from playing in a live rep game, I'll take it. Like, I will take it. Like, those are the little tiny things that we don't account for as fans and as media members that I do think can be beneficial for the regular season.
Like, I don't blame anybody if they're scared of a risk of injury. I don't blame you for thinking that.
I'm scared of it.
I mean, of course, but personally, I just want to see him play. I want to see him play in the first half. I don't want to see any more of that. Maybe a little, maybe with one drive remaining in the first half, but I also want to see the 2-minute drill ran as well and see how.
He hasn't done that.
No,
really.
He hasn't.
That's a good call.
Because that's going to be a staple of the Shanahan offense right there. See how he runs the hurry up. So I do want to see that. But you could get those reps too during the regular season. I understand that. I can see opposing viewpoints too.
I like him, and I'm rooting for him. But tonight, boy, it'd be nice if Davis Mills struggled. Maybe they'd want Jimmy.
Oh, boy. All right. It is time for the injury report. Hit it, Spadoni.
It's time for the injury report. That really hurt. Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
For the injury report, we go to Kansas City as Royals starting pitcher Zach Greinke was placed on the 15-day IL yesterday, retroactive to August 21st. The team announced that Greinke is dealing with forearm tightness. Greinke exited his last start against the Rays after 4 innings when he began complaining of forearm discomfort. It is not clear just how severe the forearm tightness is, but the Royals are opting to not take chances by holding Greinke out of games for the next couple of weeks. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game is sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. You know, when we talk about the Draymond Green show, he's all about the new media, right? The new media. Well,
but send me your mailbag questions.
But he's still doing old media type of things because he's just criticizing what talk show hosts do and he's answering mailbag questions. You want to talk about new media? We're going to be joined by one of these guys, a part of the new media for the 49ers.
Yeah.
Coming up next, Jason Aponte of the Sprint Right Option Podcast. Can't wait to talk to him. That's coming up at 8 o'clock, and we'll continue to talk 49ers football for the rest of the show. Stephen Langford in for Bonte Hill, Joe Shasky. It's 95.7 The Game.
T-Mobile believes customers deserve to get more without paying more. Everything from entertainment benefits like Netflix on Us to travel benefits to Scam Shield protection, all with taxes and fees included. So the price you see is the price you pay. When you're a T-Mobile customer, you get over $225 in value every month in benefits with our Max Family Plan.
That's like paying for nosebleed seats and getting to sit in the front row.
That's right. At T-Mobile, your family gets over $225 worth of value and benefits with our Max Plan each and every month. Plus, with our Price Lock Guarantee, we won't raise your rate plan price for talk, text, and data ever.
That's like paying for a cab and getting a stretch limo.
At T-Mobile, you get value beyond the expected.
qualifying service required. Value based on included monthly benefits. Sales tax and regulatory fees included in Max's monthly price. Price lock guarantees rate price of talk, text, and data for new accounts with qualifying service. Exclusions apply. See details at T-Mobile.com.
Okay, you know those amazing spots only the true San Francisco locals are in on? Like that place with the square pizzas? Or Mama Hoo-Hoo? The spot for sweet and sour chicken that's anything but so-so. Order up! You know, with the Granch dressing. And all the other spots the real SF locals know without us even saying them. Yeah, they're on DoorDash. San Francisco gets it. DoorDash has it.
It's easy to think all money managers are pretty much the same, but at Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Different? How? You sell high commission investment products, right?
No, Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission-based investment products.
Well, you must earn commissions on trades.
Nope, never at Fisher. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our client's best interest. It's the highest standard of care for a financial advisor.
How do you know what's in their best interest?
We get to know our clients and then tailor a portfolio based on their goals and needs.
But you probably sneak in some hidden and layered fees.
No, we have one transparent management fee structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, you really do look out for your clients.
That's because our top priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. It might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments and securities involve the risk of loss.
In order for small businesses to thrive, they need to be smart, efficient, agile, staying ahead of the market at every turn, and finding ways to do more with less. That's never been more important than it is right now. So for a limited time, Comcast Business is introducing Small Business Savings, a deal for companies across the country. When you call in now, you can get powerful internet for just $39 a month for 12 months. $39 a month, with no annual contract and a money-back guarantee. All on the largest, fastest, reliable network for small businesses, with the company that powers more businesses than anyone else. So if you're a small business owner, don't wait. Call and get started today. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Offer ends 9/21/22. Restrictions apply. New Comcast Business 50 megabits per second internet customers only. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Call or go online for details. After promo, regular rates apply.
In order for small businesses to thrive, they need to be smart, efficient, agile, staying ahead of the market at every turn, and finding ways to do more with less. That's never been more important than it is right now. So for a limited time, Comcast Business is introducing Small Business Savings, a deal for companies across the country. When you call in now, you can get powerful internet for just $39 a month for 12 months. $39 a month, with no annual contract and a money-back guarantee. All on the largest, fastest, reliable network for small businesses, with the company that powers more businesses than anyone else. So if you're a small business owner, don't wait. Call and get started today. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Offer ends 9/21/22. Restrictions apply. New Comcast Business 50 megabits per second internet customers only. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Call or go online for details. After promo, regular rates apply.
I'm Listening reminds you that you are not alone and that talk saves lives. There's a new national hotline for mental health-related distress, 988. When you call or text 988 from any phone, you will be connected directly with trained counselors in over 200 crisis centers nationwide. They can get you the help you need anytime, anywhere. 988, the new National Suicide Prevention Lifeline. Talk saves lives. And with 988, talking is only 3 digits away. Find out more at imlistening.org.
The Labor Day event from Dell Technologies is here. End the summer strong by starting up a new season of productivity. Your business upgrade begins with up to 48% off top-rated laptops, like Vostro, taking performance to the next level with 12th Gen Intel Core processors. It's time to push your growing business even further. What's next for you? Upgrade today by calling 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
I want to take more chances with the embroidering.
Henley's vision for a new clothing line is coming into focus.
Dramatic.
They'll need an on-staff photographer to put their collection in the spotlight.
Why is no one taking shots of these?
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Research shows listeners don't like it when ads interrupt their music. So to help you remember that Liberty Mutual customizes home insurance, we made this ad optional. If you want to skip this ad, remove your left earphone. Liberty Mutual customizes home insurance, so you only pay for what you need.
If you're missing this informative ad, you must love wasting your cash.
It's the easy and smart way to save.
Now it's all been said, so if that earphone was out, put it back in your head.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Nature Valley has helped restore access to 10,000 miles of national park trails. And we're on our way to restoring even more, because every mile is a new memory. Life happens out there. Nature Valley.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast.
Oh, yeah.
Featuring Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky.
Well, I'm about that action, boss.
Take him out! This is the morning roast on 95.7 The Game.
It is the morning roast. Stephen Langford in for Bonte Hill. Bonte is out today, but he will be back tomorrow to close out the week. Of course, you can catch us live on YouTube, live on Twitch. The YouTube chat is humming right now. The Twitch chat is humming right now. And we're going to be joined in about a minute from Jason Aponte, who hosts the Sprint Ride Option podcast. It's a 49ers podcast. He also does some work with Niners Nation as well. I mean, you want to talk about the new media? This guy is a part of the new media, especially with the 49ers. So we're going to talk to him in about a minute. But Chasky, you got a smirk on your face, and you just sent us something through the messages, and it's Pete Carroll quarterbacking, actually throwing a football.
It's him at practice in a long sleeve white shirt. He's got gloves on with glasses, and he's doing the drills of practice. Now, he's in his 70s.
Yes.
I'm telling you this right now. I have zero shame when it comes to this. I'm a believer when you're coaching, especially at the youth levels. I don't know about the professional, but the youth levels. Part of what makes it fun for the kids is the coach getting down and showing them physically how to do some of the things.
Yeah.
Now, there's going to get a certain level where the kid's skill supersedes the adult skill. That happens in all of it. There's a transition period, right? But I'm going to be that old guy, like Pete Carroll, trying to still play quarterback in my 70s. My dad and me, we run Little League practices. I still put the glove down and field ground balls. I'm still swinging the bat. I'm still throwing batting practice. Basketball, I'll get in the drills. And if it's, let's say, we have 4 players on one side and 5 on the other, I'll be the 5th person.
Yeah.
I have zero shame in this. In fact, it keeps you young. It's fun, and the kids love it. And seeing Pete Carroll, whatever you guys feel about Pete, and I can't stand the guy when it comes to the coach, but this is the kind of stuff where I'm like, Pete, I love you.
Yeah, I agree with you. Like, it was just in the most recent episode of Hard Knocks. I don't know if you watched the 3rd episode of Hard Knocks.
Third. No, I didn't see it.
Dan Campbell was
backlogged.
Dan Campbell was working with the tight end.
And I bet it was awesome.
Teaching him how to block. And then you see how quick Dan Campbell moves. It's like, damn, you want to see him get out there on the field. But after seeing Pete Carroll here throwing foot, like, we need to see like a coach. Can we get an 11-on-11 coaches game where all the coaches play their respective positions? Like, you have Shanahan as a wideout, Pete Carroll as the quarterback. I don't know who'd be a center. Brian Dable as the center.
Well, Harbaugh's the quarterback because he wears cleats.
True. Good,
in pregame.
Good point.
Good point. Shanahan can play wide receiver.
Well, okay.
Although he does throw to his children at every practice.
But NFL coaches, though, I'm talking.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I mean, Jim's not exactly around anymore. I mean, you got John.
Is Mike McCarthy one of your guards?
Yes. Something along those lines. Dan Campbell, the tight end. I think that'd be a spectacle.
Bite a kneecap off.
There you go.
We're gonna take your other kneecap.
You want to make the Pro Bowl interesting? Get the coaches game before, like the All-Star Celebrity Softball game in baseball. Get a coaches game before the Pro Bowl.
Look, I'm a big believer in that the amount of people, let's just say the youth levels, right? The amount of kids that are even going to play high school sports are very minimal. Make it fun. Get in there, have some fun if you can, physically, if you can. And make it fun. It's good for you, too, to be healthy and burn a little of those endorphins.
I agree. I agree.
I love that Pete did this.
So we got 49ers, Texans tonight, the third and final preseason game. The 30th is when they cut down the roster from 80 to 53, but this is the game where guys who are possibly on the fringe of making the team, this is where they make a name for themselves. Now, a guy who's made a name for himself within the media is Jason Aponte. You can follow this dude at Jason Aponte. That's APONTE 2103 on Twitter. He hosts the Sprint Ride Option podcast. He does some work for Niners Nation. Good morning, Jason. Thanks so much for joining us, man.
Hey, good morning, Steve. Good morning, Shasky. Thank you guys for having me on.
All right, we've been playing a fun game all year with all the different people around the nation when it comes to Trey Lance. I just say this, and I let people talk.
Yes.
Trey Lance, your thoughts?
I'm ready, excited, and I think that everybody should be patient. I think the best word is to be patient. There's going to be moments where you see the talent and you see the flashes, and there's going to be moments where you say, "Oh yeah, that's a rookie." And I think that patience is the best way to go about it. You can't go through the highs without going through the lows, and I think that's the best way to look at it. One play isn't going to define him either way. It's going to be a body of work, which we're going to see this entire season.
So we're having a sports radio conversation naturally, Jason, about how much Trey Lance should play tonight. How much do you think he should play tonight? Do you think he should play at all?
I do, actually, and I guess the number one goal is to make sure that everybody gets out of this game healthy. But the 49ers do have 17 days until week 1, so there is something to the idea of being cold, and you do want to, momentum is big in this game. So you do want to see 3 to 4 series where they can string things together with the starters, start to build that cohesion with the offensive line. But main goal, get out healthy. But I do think because of the long layout and the way that these preseason games were jammed together, 12 days, 3 of them, I think that it is good for them to get out there, maybe feel some hits, get them in, get them out, but get them ready for week 1.
All right, so you've been at all the different camps, and you've been watching every single practice with a fine-tooth comb. Who's a guy that maybe 49er fans at home who haven't seen any of the practices, aren't familiar with, that you actually think is going to make a deep impact on this roster for this year?
That's a good question. I mean, you can look at so many people. I mean, I've been firmly in the Jordan Mason camp, and we're going to find out what he can do. Hopefully he gets some more run this time, but he's been one of the most consistent players across camp. Deep impacts, I mean, there's going to be the guys that obviously everybody's going to see Bosa, all those guys, fine. But, as far as deep impacts, I think it's going to be guys that we haven't necessarily seen pop on the field. So, I mean, during preseason. So, let's say, I'd probably say Tarvarius Moore is going to have a chance to impact if he can show some things, if he can clean up a little bit more on the back end. As we know that Jimmy Ward is going to be in and out. We don't know what's really going to be happening with him in week 1. It's going to be hard to say. I'm firmly in the Jordan Mason camp, and I am pushing. I'm stamp my flag, pushing for him to make this roster. I think that he's one of those Shanahan backs that either is drafted late or not drafted at all, that he gets something out of, and he just fits the profile so well.
Jason Aponte, he covers the 49ers. He hosts the Sprint Ride Option podcast, and he also does some work for Niners Nation as well. So you're speaking on Jordan Mason. Is the running back group the group that you're going to be paying attention to the most tonight? Are you going to have a microscope on the offensive line? Anywhere on defense, the cornerbacks, the linebackers? Who are you going to have a microscope on tonight as far as the position group?
Yeah, I think it's offensive line. I think it's running backs, and I think it's the free safety spot right now because of the influx, and we don't know what's going on with Jimmy Ward. George Odom was actually running with the ones in joint practices, actually had the interception in the Minnesota game. But how much is that going to carry over? He immediately took over with the ones on the next practice, and it was a little bit interesting to see Tarvarius Moore running with the twos. You saw a little bit of Dante Johnson actually too running with the ones. So it's going to be free safety for me. Everything else is pretty much locked in. You know who your 3 linebackers are. You know who the rest of the secondary is. You know what the defensive line is. Offensive line, I'm looking for that cohesiveness. Is that going to build? What do we do at center? It's going to be Jake Brendel. Does he look good? And then the running back room, I think we have a telltale sign as to who's going to make this roster. It's clearly Elijah Mitchell. Jeff Wilson starting and running with the ones pretty much puts him in the safe category. Now you have to get to the part about Trey Sermon, TDP, TDP's in, but Trey Sermon, Jermichael Hasty, and Jordan Mason are the 3 guys that I'm looking at that possibly are on the bubble or should at least be discussed in that way.
When you're looking at this, because you keep referencing kind of the secondary, which I'm worried about, and the offensive line, which I'm also worried about, if I were myself to pinpoint what I believe to be the Achilles heel of this team, if there is one, those would be the 2 places that I would start. Am I wrong for that, or is there an area that maybe I'm neglecting, like quarterback?
No, I don't think so. I think that there should be a little bit of hesitance, especially because we haven't seen Charvarius Ward and Emmanuel Mosley on the field at the same time. But, you spent some time at Camp Shasky. Those guys are fine. I think that the cornerback room, I think that is locked in. It's more about what this safety group is going to look like. Talanoa Hufanga, who everybody's excited for, rightfully so, is inexperienced. He is. And what happens with Jimmy Ward not there? Who's going to fill that void? I think Jimmy Ward is one of those pieces. He's that glue guy that when he's not there, he can make up for so much when he is there. When he's not there, what's that going to look like? So I wouldn't say that it's a worry, but I could definitely see some concern. And the offensive line, nothing works if the offensive line isn't working. Not the running game, not what's going on with Trey Lance. I understand that Trey Lance has legs and he can move, but at the same time, you don't want to put your quarterback in bad positions where he's having to duck all the heat the entire time. So we're looking to see, especially with Mike McGlinchey not playing in this game, we're looking to see what this offensive line can do with extended reps, and hopefully that cohesiveness, it comes to the forefront this time.
Jason Aponte, he covers the 49ers. He is host of the Sprint Ride Option podcast, also does some work for Niners Nation, and we really thank him for joining us this morning. Javon Kinlaw is one name that I want to throw out there because we're talking about positional groups, but what this dude did against the Vikings in that last preseason game, just how in shape he looks, that video of him walking off the practice field after joint practices, like Kinlaw looks like he's primed for a big year.
Yeah, absolutely. And shout out to Steph Sanchez, who was at the joint practices. She was the one who actually recorded that video.
So
big time,
right. So good.
And everything as well. But yeah, I think that a lot of people are excited for Javon Kinlaw, and rightfully so. And in the beginning, I think that a lot of people had this way of comparing him immediately to DeForest Buckner because it almost felt like he fit right in there, and they basically drafted him to replace him. I don't think that's the correct way to do it because DeForest Buckner is one of one. And when people ask me, hey, what's your prediction for him, or what does a good season or a great season for him look like, I think it just boils down to being on the field. If he's on the field for 17 games, the rest will take care of itself. He's obviously a menace in the run game. You have to pay that extra attention to him. But I'm interested to see how he lines up with Eric Armstead inside in zero technique, three technique, being able to get to the quarterback. And if he can advance in that way, I think that once he just gets on the field for 17 games, it's going to be a problem for the rest of the league. I'm very excited for Javon Kinlaw.
Jason, just as we zoom out a little, big picture on the fan base and the quarterback position, this fan base with the quarterback, I scream and yell about this all the time. Frankie Albert and John Brody and Y.A. Tittle, Joe Montana, Steve Young, Garcia, Alex, Cap. Like, you go right down the list, and now we're at Jimmy and Trey. Are we going to be patient as a fan base, or are we going to lose our mind that first series if he airmails somebody on a slant? Like, because I feel like we're going to be the end there where we're going to lose our minds on every single throw. I don't think we can be patient. Do you think this fan base can be patient?
Look, I will say this. The 49ers quarterback position is a landmark position in sports, right? Like point guard for the Lakers, shortstop for the Yankees. The many places that are just like they're generational positions, right? So, of course, 49er fans are going to have high expectations for this. The second part of your question is, are they going to be patient? I preach patience, and I probably would say that it's not going to be as patient as people want it to be, as I'd like them to be at this point. But at the same time, it has to be patience right now at this point, especially when you consider how little he's played, what it looks like for many rookie quarterbacks, especially the ones that were highly touted much more than Trey Lance out of this draft class. Trevor Lawrence didn't have a great year. Justin Fields had his ups and downs. If you would have told me that Davis Mills was going to be the second best quarterback, I probably would have said no, like out of this draft class, but that's what he was last year. So it's all of those other places that those guys play that has afforded them that sort of patience. But when you look at this roster, which is ready to go, and then you throw him in here, and then on top of that, you throw on the high expectations of the fan base, yeah, I suspect there'll be some people that won't be patient. But I think that cooler heads, the guys who are more level-headed, will be patient with the kid, and they will take the good with the bad.
One more here for Jason Aponte. Jason, I'm sure you've watched Hard Knocks before, and any of the listeners who have watched Hard Knocks, Hard Knocks tends to create a fan favorite out of maybe a late-round draft pick or an undrafted free agent. So if the 49ers were on Hard Knocks, who do you think that fan favorite would be? That late-round draft pick, that journeyman guy who is trying to make the 53-man roster?
That's a good question, man. I mean, I don't know what Jordan Mason's temperament is because we haven't really had a chance to see him, but he is going to, I think he's speaking or something like that, or he has spoken.
I've never heard him talk.
Right. Like, I've seen him run, and you get excited for that. It's like watching Hard Knocks now, you look at Jamal Williams, and he's like the standout guy. Yep. He's always that little, that zany character. That's a good question. I mean, I'm going to normalize saying I'm not sure at this point, especially because a lot of the other guys, they don't really get a chance to speak, so we don't know what they exude as far as like their personality. Like Jimmy Ward is somebody who I think would be classic for that show. And I think because of his confidence and the way he speaks, but he's not a journeyman. He's like a stalwart. So it seems like the two guys that probably would jump off the screen now for the way that they've been kind of carrying themselves. Javon Kinlaw, because he's been a little bit, more carefree, I think, and Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah.
Brandon Ayuk has been spicy all preseason, and he's actually even saying that the joint practices were boring. I would love to see what that guy would say, not in a press conference, while they have him mic'd up. So those would be my picks.
Jason Aponte, he covers the 49ers. Follow him on Twitter at Jason Aponte. That's APONTE 2103. Of course, he hosts the Sprint Ride Option podcast, does some work for Niners Nation. Thanks so much for joining us this morning, Jason. We'll have you on later on this season.
Thank you, Steve, and thank you, Shasky. I just wanted to say before I go, Shasky, Bronta, Steve, I appreciate you guys supporting independent content creators like myself, like Splash Cousin Jordan Elliott, like Brad Graham. It really means a lot, man, and we don't take it for granted. Very humble about it.
We're all in the same ocean, man. We're all just swimming upstream, doing the best we can. He did a great job there. And what's great, honestly, is the boom, 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 rat-a-tat-tatting. We love that.
Yeah, man. Thank you guys for having me again. It's a pleasure. And yeah, anytime you guys want me on, I'm here for you guys.
Hell yeah. We'll definitely do it again.
And also, good luck with the Yankees. So he's a Yankees fan. I know that. It's a tough time for Yankees fans.
Well, give me Judge. We can make a nice little swap out.
So I want to ask that question to you. Actually, you know what? Before we do that, I'm sorry, I haven't seen this before. I was just on the YouTube chat, right?
Okay.
You can catch us live on YouTube. You can catch us live on Twitch. You have a parody account on YouTube?
So Dibs came at me. I have my own YouTube account. You can follow me at Joe Shasky III.
Yeah.
But basically, I did it so I could log in to our YouTube chat and I can talk to some of the people that are in the chat because the chat's kind of lit. You know what I mean? It's a lot of fun. And there's a lot of people that go in there that watch us every single day. There's a lot of people that watch us that aren't in the chat, and that's totally fine. We appreciate anybody who taps in. And so I like every now and then at the break, I'll chime in a little here and there. Someone will ask a question. And that's another thing why you'd want to get on YouTube and subscribe to 95.7 The Game, because if you have a question, you could ask me the question and I will answer it during the break. So it's a little more interactive in that way. But yeah, all of a sudden I look up and there's like a Shasky troll account and they took my photo that I have for my account and they made it their, like, what is it called? Avatar photo?
Yeah.
Profile photo?
Yeah.
So, I don't even know, man.
That's kind of creepy, but at the same time,
it's flattering and
weird.
weird.
You made it.
Simultaneously.
You've made it. You made it. This guy called Shasky's Troll on YouTube. I'm sorry. I noticed that. I couldn't help it. I had to bring it up.
Well, they keep going about like my body and I have a rooster's jowl, if you will. It's the lower below the chin area. And I'm very insecure over it. I freely admit it. Most people are insecure about their body in some way, some form or fashion. And I would be lying if I didn't say it got to me.
Isn't that the best though, when you go on Twitter and you see people commenting on athletes' statures and saying he's out of shape or whatever, and they can't even bother to show a profile picture of their own selves?
Well,
like I'm sorry.
That's the internet.
Yeah, I know. Shasky's Troll. I think it's you've made it, and I love that. I love that Shasky's Troll is there. But then when they start to talk about the weight, that's when they're talking about their own insecurities. Not the weight, but just the look. That's when they're
we're all human, right? It's the same thing with media crushing athletes. At some level, you're going to have to, you cannot be completely immune to all of the criticism. I don't care who you are. There was a specific NFL player, I forget the name who it was, but I think it was the guy for the Diggs for the Cowboys. He deleted all of his social media after
Trayvon?
After a video came out of him defending a pass, and it just looked really weird. He was getting burned, and he was so beat up by everybody on social media, and we know how toxic it can be, to where he deleted all of his accounts. And I do we're a small level, but like I understand both sides of it. You are in that profession, and that's kind of one of the hazards or risks or whatever that kind of come along with the hazard. But everybody would be lying to themselves if they didn't say it does hurt. And people do hear it and see it and feel the criticism on some level. It's up to each individual on how they respond. Steph Curry, one of the greatest athletes of all time, secure beyond any one's wildest dreams. I mean, he is more secure at who he is than any of us are in our normal life. And what did he say after he won a championship? I hear all that. I hear everything.
You think he doesn't? You think he doesn't?
He hears everything. Every little criticism, every little detail, because we're all humans at the end of the day. And I guess my overarching theme, can we just be a little better to each other? Just a little. Just a little.
No, we cannot. We cannot, Chasky. We cannot be better. I am going to hate every single person on social media. I am going to take your tweets. I'm going to reply to them even though I don't know you and I've never met you face to face. And I'm going to say things that I wouldn't say to your face because I want to hide behind a Twitter profile. I'm just kidding. I don't do that personally, but that's just, it's what happens. That's what happens. But I want to ask you the question. And the question that we ended with Jason.
Yes.
So Hard Knocks, they tend to create fan favorites with players that are drafted in the late rounds like this one. I can't remember his first name, and I wish I could, but he's the linebacker that they call Rodrigo.
Okay.
Number 44 on the Lions. Everyone loves Rodrigo right now. Let's go, Rodrigo! That kind of thing. And then there's a couple other players on there that they had in the last episode. But who would be that guy on the 49ers? Like if 49ers were on Hard Knocks this year, let's not go through the hypothetical of, well, they'll never be on Hard Knocks because they're not eligible. Like, forget all that. Just the hypothetical, if the 49ers were on Hard Knocks, who would be that late round draft pick or that undrafted free agent who would be the fan favorite?
I've thought about this.
Yes.
Danny Gray.
Danny Gray would be the guy?
Even though he's a third-round pick, I believe, this year, he is very vocal. I mean, when he makes a play, he lets the DB know about it. He lets the fan base know about it. He's got a lot of personality popping through that helmet.
Yeah.
A lot.
I saw that. I told you, man, at practice. Saw that the first drill.
And there's a guy for the 49ers who kind of is their, not social media, but I guess he's their media PR guy. He would be the equivalent of Raymond Ritter for the Niners. His name's Corey. And I asked him, who's the guy that maybe we don't know about that I need to know more about? He said, Juwan Jennings. I said, Juwan Jennings? He said, yeah, he's into sneakers, he's into video games, he's into this, he's into that. He's a very fun guy, but nobody really gets a chance to talk to him much. I go, that's good to know. So I want to book Juwan Jennings on the show.
All right. Interesting.
Yeah.
I think my guy, and this is Juwan Jennings, I think this is going to be interesting. You bring up Danny Gray and Jennings. I think that third wide receiver spot
is open.
It's almost like they're going to platoon from that spot.
Yeah.
So just throw anyone in there, whoever works for best against the coverage. But I think my guy, and I've loved this offensive lineman ever since we saw him that first day at practice, and he's worked his way up from being a third stringer to now working with the ones. But I think this dude has a real chance to make this team if Aaron Banks doesn't pan out as the left guard. But Jason Poe,
I know,
number 62. Like when you create a player in a video game, you tend to create a player where the stature doesn't exactly fit, that position. Everyone likes to do that.
Yeah.
Jason Poe, little shorter than your average offensive lineman. Now, granted, for a regular human being, he's tall. I mean, he's 6'1" after all. But when he's going up against defensive guys that are, the likes of Kinlaw, where they're upwards of 6'5", it's a little different. But Jason Poe, this dude plays with so much fire, so much passion. And I hope tonight against the Texans, we see a play where Jason Poe is playing at left guard and they got to pull him. That's one of my favorite plays in football. Just whenever they got to pull the guard and make him run to the outside and try to make a play at the second level. I want to see Jason Poe do that tonight. I think he'd be a fan favorite.
So who is Jason Poe? For people that are out there and they're going, who is this guy? Undrafted out of Mercer. Small school. School so small, his pro day was at Georgia. And he went to Georgia, which is an SEC powerhouse, to go play with a bunch of guys in a pro day to fill roster spots. And he proved himself on a field of 5-star blue chip talent studs. And they called him strong as an ox coming out of that. And he is a guy that everybody's fascinated with. Like you said, undersized. And he just looks the part.
You know what? On the other side, what's coming up in the game is brought to you by BMW Fairfield. I want to play what Trent Williams had to say about Jason Poe because he had a way to describe him. You do not want to miss that. That's coming up on the other side. Plus, Eric Dickerson. What's going on, man? Just had to comment on 49er fans? We'll get to that on the other side as well. That's what's coming up in the game. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. They provide a luxurious, all-encompassing experience to address all of your BMW needs. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit. That's BMWFairfield.com.
Now with Xfinity, you'll get unlimited internet with gig speed and supersonic Wi-Fi. With a 2-year internet rate guarantee, no annual contract required, and no equipment fees. Talk about knock your socks off. Ooh, plus a free Flex 4K streaming box. It's like hitting the streaming jackpot. It's all just $50 a month when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data. $50 a month. A price that's truly jaw-dropping.
Oh, literally.
The speed you need at a price you want. Value that's simply bananas. That's the new Xfinity Supersonic Bundle. It's kind of a big deal. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store to learn more.
Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New gigabit internet customers only. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. After 24 months, regular rates apply to all services and devices.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive save over $700 on average, and those savings add up. Imagine what you could buy in the future.
The graphics are so real on this video game console I bought with the savings from switching to Progressive 10 years ago. I can't tell what's real and what's the game, which I think is what people want. You know, in the future, which it is currently.
So switch to Progressive and save big, because those savings can add up in the future. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. National annual average insurance savings by new customers surveyed who saved with Progressive in 2020. Potential savings will vary.
If you run a small business, efficiency has never been more important. So for a limited time, Comcast Business is introducing small business savings. Call now to get powerful internet for just $39 a month for 12 months with no annual contract and a money-back guarantee. All on the largest, fastest, reliable network for small businesses. Comcast Business. Powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/22. Requires EcoBill and autopay. Restrictions apply. New business 50 megabits per second customers only. Equipment, taxes, and other charges extra and subject to change. After promo, regular rates apply.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
T-Mobile believes customers deserve to get more without paying more. Everything from entertainment benefits like Netflix on Us to travel benefits to scam shield protection, all with taxes and fees included. So the price you see is the price you pay. When you're a T-Mobile customer, you get over $225 in value every month in benefits with our Max Family Plan.
That's like paying for nosebleed seats and getting to sit in the front row.
That's right. At T-Mobile, your family gets over $225 worth of value and benefits with our Max Plan each and every month. Plus, with our Price Lock Guarantee, we won't raise your rate plan price for talk, text, and data ever.
That's like paying for a cab and getting a stretch limo.
At T-Mobile, you get value beyond the expected.
Qualifying service required. Value based on included monthly benefits. Sales tax and regulatory fees included in Max's monthly price. Price Lock guarantees rate price of talk, text, and data for new accounts with qualifying service. Exclusions apply. See details at T-Mobile.com.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake and tire replacements, oil changes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
The Labor Day event from Dell Technologies is here. End the summer strong by starting up a new season of productivity. Your business upgrade begins with up to 48% off top-rated laptops, like Vostro, taking performance to the next level with 12th Gen Intel Core processors. It's time to push your growing business even further. What's next for you? Upgrade today by calling 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
Now batting, Xfinity Internet. It's made to do anything, so you can do anything. Supercharge your home with incredibly fast and powerful supersonic Wi-Fi. With 3 times more bandwidth, it covers all the bases, and then some. and strike out billions of threats with advanced security that helps keep you safe at home and on the go. If you're keeping score, that's internet that does it all. That's unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
In Orinda today, we're looking for highs near 76.
Weather brought to you by the Odyssey app.
Did you know you can get your local news, traffic, and weather for free on the Odyssey app? Download the Odyssey app so you're always a tap away from the news you need to keep you moving throughout your day.
Now, back to the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky.
All right, we're going to have a fun final half hour here. We got 49ers and Texans tonight, the third and final preseason game as we get ready for the regular season. But I just want to pay off the tease and put a bow on this conversation because right before we went to break, we asked the question, if the 49ers season were a Hard Knocks, and I know you want to, what is this?
Do you tie the bow?
Is this Hall & Oates? Of course it is.
Private Eyes. Do you tie the bow, or do you get like on the gifts where you take the little sticker off and it's already like kind of like pre-manufactured
Tied?
bow?
You mean tied? As it's a tied bow already? The bow is tied?
Well, you can get bows that like are plasticky and you tape them on.
So technically in this analogy, yes, or this metaphor, yes, we're going to put a bow on this one.
Oh,
we're just
so
going
it's
to
like
put
pinning the tail on the donkey.
Yes, it takes a lot less time.
Bang it
although
out,
this
then.
is taking forever. But at the end of that last segment, if the 49ers were on Hard Knocks this year and you had to choose a fan favorite who's like a late round draft pick, an undrafted free agent, Malcolm Rodriguez is the name of the guy on the Lions this year who everybody loves. The linebacker, I think he was drafted in the 6th round, could be a stud. There's a couple of more players too. But my guy was Jason Poe, who's this backup left guard right now. Aaron Banks, it looks like it's his job to lose. But Jason Poe, number 62, smaller in stature, but incredibly strong. And I just wanted to play this because Trent Williams was asked about him because I guess Jason Poe calls himself a baby Trent Williams.
Oh.
And I loved that. But here's what Trent Williams had to say about Jason Poe, number 62. I just had to play this.
I can't speak for him to say whether he felt like he belonged. He always looked like he belonged. The confidence he plays with his, like I said, his attributes, low center of gravity, his natural leverage, and he's stronger than ox and he's quick as a cat. So having those attributes, to me, I would assume that he belonged. And but it's still a long way to go. It's just first training camp. There's so much that he hasn't seen yet. But he is definitely ahead of the curve.
Strong as an ox and quick as a cat. I love Jason Poe. I just do.
Do you have people in your life who, they're big people or maybe they're small people, but their size feels almost superhuman?
Yes.
It is crazy.
Yes.
There are certain people that you know what I'm talking about, right? So, I had to move this giant piece of furniture. I mean, this thing was so heavy. I'm talking about one of those old, early 1900s pieces of wood that weigh 1,000 pounds. They're so heavy. You need 4 human-sized adults, and everyone's struggling to be able to pick this thing up and take it down. I got a cousin who is strong as an ox and is picking up the entire thing basically by himself, and it defies human logic.
And quick as a cat and built like an ox? Strong as an ox, quick as a cat?
JP Money is not quick as a cat. He's decently athletic, but in terms of superhuman strength, it's unbelievable. And there are certain people you hear about in the NFL, amongst all of these super giant, super strength human beings, there are guys that are outliers like this that are even more defiant in terms of their strength not matching up with their size. And sounds like Poe's one of those guys.
I can't wait to see him tonight. If you're going to pinpoint some guys that I can't wait to see, it's Jason Poe is one of them.
Okay.
I think that he has a real chance to actually win that starting job, depending if Aaron Banks struggles. I don't want Aaron Banks to struggle. I actually want him to succeed.
We all do.
Jason Poe has a real chance, I think, a real shot at making this team. So we can't wait for tonight. Can't wait for tonight because these games are so damn important to these players.
Absolutely.
Like when you cut down the roster from 80 to 53, the motivation's just different. You know, I have a chance to skate by the first couple of weeks when they cut down the roster by 10 from 90 to 80. But when it goes down to 53, you know, and you got to cut 27 guys, like you got to step up. So I can't wait. Like these are the games that you actually do watch into the second half and beyond.
I'm not a big race guy. Are you? Like into like F1 or
I like Formula
NASCAR?
1.
Okay.
Yeah.
So do they do the checkered flag on the final lap? Is that how it works?
Yeah, they do the checkered flag whenever somebody wins. Yeah, after the race is over.
That's when the checkered
at least
flag.
in Formula 1, yeah.
So what do they do for the final couple laps? Is there like some sort of indicator?
Nothing that I know of.
Because I feel like this final preseason game is like the indicator that we're coming into the final stretch.
Right.
You know, the point of no return. And I'm ready for it.
It's
I'm
Formula
so
1
ready.
that I'm talking about.
Okay.
I'm sure someone's going to weigh in like, I'm sure someone's going to weigh in like, they do this in NASCAR. They do this in IndyCar racing. I personally don't know. Just Formula 1 is what I watch. Formula 1, back from the break, by the way. They had a month off.
Oh.
I know you're really emotional about Daniel Ricciardo and what's happening with McLaren right now.
I don't know what you're talking
Tough break.
about.
It's kind of like a Brandon Crawford situation where it's like they still have him under contract for one more year, but they're basically going to let him go. Dave in Fresno wanted to weigh in at 888-957-9570. Daniel Ricciardo, McLaren. Whew. Dave in Fresno wants to weigh in. Dave in Fresno, what's going on?
Hey.
Hey, good morning, guys. I was just calling in. I heard the radio show Good Morning yesterday talking about Jimmy G, and they're just trying to give him his flowers, and they don't want they didn't want him getting released. They thought he deserved more respect than that, and I just want to say, to me, it's kind of irresponsible to always point to the fact that he's a winner, that he should he's getting more credit than he deserves, in my opinion. I would compare him honestly to like Patrick Beverly. Well, yeah, everywhere he goes, he wins, but he's definitely not the first, second, or third reason why they're winning. So I think the reason he's still on the team is because everybody watched the tape. They know how good he isn't, and there's no market for him. And I just think it's irresponsible to only point to his winning record, which is not his record, it's a team record. Because nobody can say when individually.
All right. I've had enough. We've met our Jimmy Garoppolo quota. Thank you for listening yesterday and calling in today.
Yeah, I was going to say,
Sam,
listening.
I love you. What was the point of that, bud?
He wanted to make this comparison about how Jimmy G and Patrick Beverly are the same, and I was like, okay, you piqued my interest. I'm kind of curious to see where you go with this. And if he had told me that he was going to drag his feet getting to the point,
our show.
If he said I'm going to drag my feet getting to the point, I probably wouldn't have put him on the show.
Thus concludes our show meeting for the day.
I'll defend Sam on this one. It is tough when you're screening because you can't have the person do their entire take for you. Otherwise, you can't get to the other callers. They have to say like quick 10 seconds. And it sounded interesting.
I love you, Sam. It's all good. We all make mistakes. We're pencils heavy racers.
Jimmy G and Patrick Beverly. And I was the one who took the call. So really, it's a mistake all around.
You.
So really,
it's all on Langford is what I'm hearing.
Three out of the four people working on this show, it's all their faults except yours.
We've got a couple of minutes left in the show before Willard and Dibs come in. There were a couple of things that I had to touch on that we talked about in our pre-show meeting that we just have to get to. The first one. There's a guy who I have always been enamored with coming back and playing for the 49ers. When Randy Moss in 2012 joined the Niners, he had a pretty good year. And I think a lot of people didn't realize how important he was for that 2012 team because when you go to the games, you'd see the coverage that the safeties would have to play, which would open up the field for Vernon Davis, Frank Gore, Michael Crabtree. And that guy's name was Randy Moss. And Randy Moss decided to not come back in 2013, or at least the team decided to not bring him back. And me and my boy, White Mike, a.k.a. Mikey C., we were just banging the drums. Bring back T.O. Bring him out of retirement. And we had a joke, and I said the same thing about Jerry Rice. But it's a joke, but it was dead serious. Jerry Rice, at 50 years old, could catch 4 passes yesterday. Like, no doubt about it. Now, he's a little older than that now. T.O. is 48 years old right now. I believe he could catch 4 or 5 passes in an NFL game tomorrow. I 100% agree. He ran a 4.38 yesterday at 48 years old.
It's unbelievable.
On a track.
It's unbelievable.
Now, would his body be able to hold up for 16 weeks? I don't know. I'm neither here nor there. 48 years old. He ran a 4.38.
That's crazy.
On a track with a bunch of other people, and he blew by everyone yesterday.
I mean, didn't I see something? Isn't that faster than the 40 that he clocked when he was a rookie?
Yeah. So I have a question for you. It got me to thinking, okay? Barry Bonds has obviously been retired long enough to where he did the full 10 years on the Hall of Fame ballot, and he's now off the ballot. If you could have one of these guys come back for one game, is it T.O. or is it Barry Bonds? Because he'd restart his Hall of Fame clock. You wanted to see one game from Bonds at his age currently, or one game from T.O. at his age currently?
Well, this is going to be an interesting one because my initial answer is Barry Bonds. But that's also because Barry Bonds is what got me into Giants baseball in the first place.
Okay.
When I was younger, I was infatuated by this man. Who is this dude who is just cranking jacks? Who is this dude just with the camera flashes all on him every single at bat? And then you come to realize, oh, he's a historic baseball player. And really, 2001, I was 8 years old. So that's when sports can become an influence on you and athletes can. Barry Bonds would be I need to see him at least come back for one more time. I need to see him with the stance, and he also needs to come in with the earring, with the cross. He needs to have the whole bit with the arm guard or whatever it is. I mean, T.O. would be fantastic, but just me personally, I'd want to see Barry Bonds. And then you also have just as you mentioned at the end, the resetting of the Hall of Fame clock, and I think he would get in.
I love how I bring up him running T.O., running a 4.38, and everyone coming in. It's unofficial. It was a guy with a hand clock. 48-year-old ran basically a 4.4. Whether it's
crazy.
Come on, people. Come on. If you're not enamored by that elite athleticism, then I don't know what you're missing the point of the conversation.
So if it was official, what would it be? Like a 4.39? You know what I mean?
Who cares? It's incredible. I'm just blown away at how he's kept his body in such incredible shape. Him and Jerry look better now than they did when they played. How is that even possible?
We're going to be joined here by Will Marin. I want to look up the combine results for this year and just look at the 40s and see where he stacks up against these other players. Let's go to Will in Marin, though, who wants to weigh in. Will or Marin?
Come on, it's a
Would
fun
you rather have
conversation.
T.O. or would you rather have Bonds?
I'd rather have T.O., and this is why. I think having T.O. would be so sick because even before he ran this 40, he raced Tyreek Hill like a year or so ago for charity, and he lost to Tyreek Hill by 2 foot, by 2 steps. Also, watching T.O. in that Arena League was such a joke. He was smoking cats, and he was wide open. The quarterback was so bad he couldn't even keep up with his route running to get T.O. the ball. Barry Bonds, I would love to watch, but I think if you've watched Bernie Mac on Mr. 3000, I think if the beer cup fell, it would have a crack. I love Barry Bonds, but I think he left on his own terms great. He had 22 home runs.
28.
He had a solid 230. I think that's all he had. I love Barry Bonds, but I'd love to see T.O. take one over the top against the Rams and shake those pom-poms again, baby. Let's go.
I'm totally with you on this one. Look, again, there's certain players and athletes and people in life that you see at an older age, you're like, oh, yeah, that guy can still play, right? Barry Bonds' final year, I believe it was 28 home runs and a 272 batting average.
Yes.
He would lead the Giants this year in all of those stats. That was at 43 years old with no protection.
That's crazy, 272 with 28 homers. Remember that Jeter doc when he said, oh, yeah, 2010, I had a down year. I think I hit 270. Like, what?
Yeah.
You'd be leading the Giants right now if you were having the down year. But I got the numbers up, by the way, for 40 yards. So 4.38 is what he ran, you're saying,
Yeah,
right?
that's what they said it was.
Right.
Whether it was or it wasn't, he's the oldest guy on the track running with a bunch of youngsters.
So let's take a look here.
And he did run with Tyreek, by the way. He's right about that.
Now, where do you think he would rank amongst wide receivers from this year running the combine? So if you had to take the combine from this year and you take the 40-yard dashes out of all the wide receivers,
I don't even know.
Where do you think he'd rank?
20th, 25th? 100th? I don't even know. I have no idea.
I don't know what the other decimals are, the other numbers here. He'd be 8th amongst wide receivers.
Oh, man.
He'd be 8th.
And he's 6'3".
One of those guys that's actually higher. You know who's 4th from the combine? Danny Gray.
Danny Gray.
He ran a 4.33, 4th in the combine amongst wide receivers. Yeah, 4.38. The guy who ran that was Garrett Wilson out of Ohio State. Where's Garrett Wilson with? I think he's with New York. Is he with the Jets? I think he's with the Jets.
The Jets drafted him. He was the first Ohio State wide receiver taken off the board.
All right, Max in Oakland Hills wants to weigh in. If you had to pick one of these players to come out of retirement and play what? So what's the?
It's just one game.
Just
one
one game.
Would be more fun.
One game.
Bonds or T.O. I just want to have fun with this.
Bonds or T.O. Let's go to Max in Oakland Hills who wants to weigh in. Max, what's going on?
Yay, how you doing? Before I answer that, I want to answer your question. When you were a kid and Barry Bonds was jacking those homers and you were asking, who is this guy?
Yeah.
I want to tell you that guy was Frank Robinson on dope. That's who that guy was.
So who's your pick, Max?
I don't know how T.O. got into the conversation. I kind of missed earlier. In the show.
He ran on a track and he was running against a bunch of other people, and they unofficially clocked him at 4.38 at 48 years old. In the 40.
That's amazing.
It is.
I'd still go with Jerry Rice.
Yeah. The crazy thing with Jerry is that I think Jerry believes that he could still get 8-9 catches in a game.
No
Especially
doubt.
with the way that they run offenses now, like, boom, boom, let me just throw you a quick one.
I think actually, isn't Jerry going to be joining us here pretty soon, isn't he?
I threw passes to Jerry.
Oh, my God.
In the backyard.
All right, Matt in San Jose. 888-957.
He also complimented me on my spiral.
9570. Who would you take? One more game. Come out of
highest
retirement.
Athletic achievement of all time.
Barry Bonds or T.O.? You had a softball game last night. Matt in San Jose.
Okay, so I was huge on Barry Bonds as a kid, so I would go Barry Bonds for my personal reasons.
Okay.
But the guy a couple calls ago said Mr. 3000, and there was a crack in the beer bottle. There absolutely was. But the Brewers stunk. T-Rex Pennebaker was all they had. The Giants' best player would be Barry Bonds today. You put him in the lineup today, he's batting cleanup. It's kind of a no-brainer in that regard. I would take him. But T.O. going over the top in a Kyle Shanahan offense, oh, man.
Yeah.
That'd be crazy.
He did a home run derby when he was with the Marlins. Bonds was coaching with the Marlins, and he did a home run derby against Giancarlo Stanton, who was 20-something years younger than him.
Mm-hmm.
Bonds beat him in a batting practice home run derby. Yeah, and Stanton admitted it.
I mean, that's just too much, man.
If you think these guys lose it, you're tripping.
Agreed. I mean, did you see, I think it was his, I want to say it was his 63rd birthday the other day, but Julio Franco, like they showed him taking hacks in the batting cage. Will Clark posts stuff on his Twitter all the time of him taking hacks.
If you don't think Will could go up the middle right now, well, it'd be into the shift. But if you don't think he can get a hit right now, you're tripping.
I would love to see Barry, though.
Will hitting in the basement, the video that everyone sees all the time, that sound off his bat.
It's insane.
I could let everyone in this station, every single person, maybe Alan Stiles could do it, but everybody in this station could swing off the tee, 100 swings, and you wouldn't make that sound that Will Clark makes.
No, and with how easy it looks. Like
effortless.
It really is.
Effortless.
Just boom, boom. All right, you know what? Let's go to Austin in Redwood City, who actually wants to weigh in on Trey Lance here. We got a few minutes. We got the changeover coming up with Willard and Dibs. We also got the flex moment. That's coming up as well. But Austin in Redwood City wants to get your call in here to talk about Trey. What's going on, Austin?
Hey, nothing much. Hey, before I get in with that Trey, man, hey, Barry Bonds, I don't know. Today is the game. He might just get walked. And, as Giants, how we don't capitalize off these runs, I don't know about that one. But I definitely take Terrell Owens. We like that celebration and that trash talk over the top after he gets a touchdown. But with that being said, Kaepernick, man, Shanahan is finishing with Jim Harbaugh didn't do with Kaepernick. Trey Lance is a Kaepernick type player, man. I like that. But that's all I got.
No, good call. Good call. And you know what's funny about the Bonds thing? We were joking about this morning. If Bonds played on this Giants team, could you imagine? Well, they're facing Kershaw today. Bonds' numbers aren't as good as we want against lefties. Let's sit him out.
Oh, man, we're playing the Diamondbacks, and you're telling me that all-star Joe Mantiply is coming in the 7th inning? And you get a lefty-on-lefty matchup? Sorry. Slater, get ready. Get your bat. Get the weight. Let's go.
Could you imagine those situations, pinch hitting for some of those guys? They would have strangled the coach right there on the spot, the manager.
Yes, there would have been another Barry Bonds, Jeff Kent type of moment in the dugout.
Another reason you guys take Bonds, too, instead of T.O. is it resets his Hall of Fame candidacy.
Yeah,
that's the number one thing for me.
Yes. Yeah, they need to do that. They just have him play one game. one game at the end of a 162-game season, reset that Hall of Fame clock, get Rob Manfred out of here, get everything, get a new regime in baseball for the next 10 years.
Well, they actually asked Gabe that specific question. You know what he had to say?
Oh my God, I didn't know.
Well, they're probably worried about blocking at bats for other guys. You got to get Bryce Johnson his ABs, and Barry's just going to take that space up.
You got to make room.
Yeah,
got to make room.
Got to make room. You guys are just killing me.
From the 650, Bonds would lose his mind. From the 510, MLB teams should bring back their legend players during training camp to let them DH for a game or two. That would be cool to see. Bonds gets a few ABs during spring training. Yeah, I agree. I just talked to you about this with Pete Carroll. There's the video that surfaced of Pete Carroll throwing a football and actually going through a drill.
He looks great.
Both gloves on the hand.
I'm defending Pete Carroll.
He does.
And I don't like him.
No, it's awesome. He really does.
Yes.
I love that he's getting his hand in the dirt. But I'd love to see a coach's game, prior to the Pro Bowl.
Andy Reid?
Yes. Andy Reid, you've seen him throw a football. You've seen that video of him on the Rams.
You've seen Stan Van Gundy dribbling a basketball. It's the most incredible thing for most people. It's like, well, you don't think Stan Van Gundy could play hoops?
Dude, I'm not going to. That video surfaced on my Twitter, I think, 3 weeks ago.
Matt Handel.
I was hypnotized by it.
Right?
I was like, I forgot about this.
Yeah.
So you do a little crossover, then behind the back, then you do it like that. Everyone looks at Stan Van Gundy and thinks, like, how is that dude? Like, this dude's a basketball coach? Like, when they first take a look at him, and then you see the moves. Same thing with Pete Carroll. It's good. It gives them validity. But I want to see the same thing with legends, though.
Well, now I'm thinking a Copper Fit or Copper Tone or whatever the name of that company. Copper Fit commercial with all the legends, but let's just make it a real game.
Yeah. Then it's also, you got Copper Tone, so these guys don't get sunburn. That is what Copper Tone is, right? It's sunscreen. Yeah.
I always get that one, and I think it's Johnson & Johnson's. What's the one with the logo with the baby and the towel is coming off the booty of the baby on the bottle, on the lotion bottle? I don't think that's an appropriate logo anymore.
I don't think they use that anymore, but I think it is Copper Tone.
Is that Copper Tone?
I think so.
Yeah, I always get them confused.
I always use the banana boat one. And there a banana boat?
Oh, yeah, there's a banana one.
Banana boat.
That's the spray on. I prefer the
it's
spray
all
on.
about Sunbum. A little pricier, but it's better for you and the environment. Shout out Coral Reefs. Now save them.
Now that we're here, what's your SP number? Like, what do you...
The SPF?
Yeah.
I don't really have enough. I mean, look at the... You need something there.
Yeah, you're pretty pasty.
I am. And it's embarrassing. Yeah. I used to be all tan because, I used to play baseball every single day in the summer.
Yeah, I know all about that.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Now all I do is nap.
You got to go SPF 10, so you still get a little sun there. Just a little bit.
I don't even look at the SPF.
I think I'm like 40, I think.
I don't look at the SPF.
I do a different one than my wife. My wife likes the really, the one that allows for a big tan. I do not. I get really burned.
I haven't had like an SPF. I don't go to the store and just say like, oh, I need this specific SPF. I go to the store and I just hope to find some sort of sunscreen. And then, what are you flexing for? Loveman? Oh, that's because it's time for the Xfinity Flex mode of the show.
To me, the most dependable guy on the entire team in terms of I know what I'm getting is Bosa. And you think I'm going to pick Bosa, but that's not who I'm going to pick. I'm going to pick Eric Armstead. I think quietly Eric Armstead has been, for 3 straight years, one of the most consistent, reliable players on the roster. He's been healthy for almost every single game all the way through. He has been a run stuffer, and when he plays on the inside, he has been not just good, he's been elite. To me, Eric Armstead is the most underrated guy on the team, and no one's going to pick him because Bosa is flashy, and I love Bosa. That's my guy. I think he is going to have a no doubt about it monster season.
Really?
I do.
Man. Eric, I didn't expect you were going to go Eric Armstead.
He was dominant in the playoffs. I think people need to go back and watch what he did to Green Bay. He suffocated them. He was excellent in the Dallas game, and he was excellent in the LA Ram game.
The Flex of the Show, presented by Xfinity Flex, the 4K streaming TV box with voice remote and Peacock Premium, free with Xfinity Internet.
Now it is time for the changeover, and we have Mark Willard and Dan Dibley who have just strolled in here, but just continuing on to put a bow on this little sunscreen conversation. I can't stand it when it's like, well, if the clouds are out and the clouds are covering the sun, well, you have just as much of a chance of getting burned.
No, that's when you get the worst ones.
Hey, clouds, do your job.
No. I got it on the forehead one time. It was so bad. My whole face started peeling a week later. No, you got to be careful on overcast days.
You absolutely do.
No, you do.
I can't stand it, though.
And
the
this
sun's
is-
not out. The clouds are covering it. Do your job, cloud.
This is a white guy conversation because my
absolutely
Filipino
is.
wife does not care about the overcast at all.
That's a pretty funny take, though. Hey, clouds, do your job.
Do your job.
That's pretty good.
I don't know. Are the clouds like, who said that was our job? Like,
Exactly.
You have no idea what it's like to be a cloud.
That's true.
Why don't you walk a mile in our shoes?
Some cloud discrimination.
And talk to the ozone layer, quite frankly, because the ozone layer is the one that used to, when we were kids, you didn't have to worry about clouds or no clouds. There was no sunscreen when I grew up. You went outside, you played all day. You didn't get burned.
There was no sun. Well, how old are you?
Yeah, I mean, my
There was
grandfather
no
had...
sun- Like, what did you just say to me? There was no sunscreen when you grew up. Were there clothes?
No, there
Are
was
you a
suntan.
caveman?
There was
What the
suntan
hell?
lotion when I grew up.
Well, there, yeah, I
You
will
put
give you
on
this.
suntan lotion so you could get that benzoyl for the Central Bay tan.
Sunscreen was a 2-hour process when we were kids. Yes, yet mom had to you had to sort of do it before you got dressed because yes, you didn't have this cool spray aerosol thing where
No,
you
you didn't even put on
walk
sunscreen.
through this and you'll be fine. So I'll give you that.
There was no sunburn when I was a kid.
Did you see the Tom Hanks movie that got released on Apple Plus? Him and the robot. Basically, the premise was that we burned through the ozone, and the sun, if you were exposed to it, would like completely burn your skin and whatnot. And that's the way I feel as a white guy getting out there because your boy does not want to have skin cancer. My grandfather had a bunch of stuff cut off of his face and stuff.
Yeah, my
and the
dad
number
did that
one thing
recently.
he tells me is, I didn't wear a hat for many, 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 many years, and now I wish I would have done that.
Listen.
And that's why I listen to him.
Listen, just turn us on Twitch and YouTube. Wear a hat. Okay?
Exactly.
That's just the deal.
Totally.
Wear a hat.
Yeah.
I went one day without one yesterday. That takes care of August. I'll show my head again in September.
No, you're back.
Wear a hat.
You got a hat on.
Seriously.
I have no hat.
Wear a
We're
hat.
back. Order's been restored. And today at 9:45 on Twitch and YouTube, we will reveal other frailties in Mark Willard's game. But I'll just tease it.
It's Orange Thursday, and we'll leave it at that.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's
Creamsicles.
Orange Thursday.
Totally.
Let's go. Let's go.
Oh, nice.
City Connect. Yeah.
City Connect.
It is, yes.
He's rocking the City
All
Connect.
right, so we were having a fun little conversation. I saw Pete Carroll throwing the football. I don't know if you guys saw that.
No, I was listening to you. Yeah.
It was great. Like
Yeah.
I know a lot of people don't like him, but I thought it was hilarious and amazing and very relatable because that's like me at practice with all the youngsters. I feel about the age of Pete Carroll. And then I saw T.O. run.
Jeez,
That was not.
Louise,
That
T.O.
was. I timed it. It was. Not, that was over 5.
Okay,
That
whatever.
was not a 4.38. There's a guy with a selfie stick running along with him. Like,
So you didn't think it was impressive?
Of course, it's impressive.
Okay.
But why are we embellishing? The man is 50.
He ran a 4.2 by my time.
I mean, my God.
You timed it?
Yeah. Look, you can look
Such
at
a
the
hater.
video. Look at the video.
So you're
They're
just
like,
timing it based on a video? Come
no,
on.
it's a 4.38, and there are 3 other people running with him, and one of them's got the camera, and they're right with him. It's like, stop it. It's not a 4.38. This is disrespectful to every NFL player.
But he was an NFL player and a Hall of Famer.
No,
and
it's
an elite
amazing.
athlete. Yeah,
he's
that's all.
He's unbelievable.
What
He's in
happened to your
unbelievable
thumb?
shape. Don't ruin the bit.
Yeah,
we
we'll
got to
tease
tease
it 9:45.
It's
Yeah,
orange.
we'll tease it.
It's Orange
I
Thursday.
didn't know that. I didn't even see it.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's campaign
T.O.
season.
could start for 22
Campaign
teams right
season,
now.
and I'm getting
No
ready for a
doubt.
big thumbs
Yeah,
up.
It's like,
Okay.
it's like you dipped your thumb in like a
Yeah.
can of Cheeto dust.
Nacho.
You'll get the
Nacho.
story.
Pretty good.
You'll get the story.
Is this the Tom Brady story where we have to wait till months later about how you
Absolutely.
got injured between practice and the NFL?
I'm taking the next
Super
3
Bowl?
weeks off for undisclosed reasons.
Oh,
and
thanks,
then,
Monte.
Yeah, and oh, wow, that got personal. Quick.
It did. And I got to come down Stevens Road right now because the Boxen and Gerson injury report should have been Chet Holmgren. It should have been Chet Holmgren.
I literally said that while he was doing it.
It's so funny because whatever. Oh, Zach Greinke. Oh, forearm tightness.
No one cares.
Whatever, dude. Nobody gives a
Is
crap.
he still in the league?
Chet
I don't even know.
Holmgren, the biggest injury. His career is over, by the way.
Well, no,
Before,
don't do that.
No.
Don't do that.
No, I just did.
Yeah, but
it's
you
over.
don't it's not over.
Wait, it's over.
Nothing is
do you
over
remember
until
Darren
we decide it
McFadden?
is. Yeah,
I
of
do.
course.
What injury did he have?
What was the
Was it
Razorback?
a Liz Frank?
Yes.
And
Hello?
was his career over?
Basically.
No, he played.
He ran hard for the Cowboys.
Yeah, for like,
That's right.
he got about 100 carries for the Cowboys.
Turf
His
toe really
career
got him.
Was over. You're talking about a 7'1", 2 guard with a Liz Frank. He'll never be the same.
But Zach Greinke has forearm tightness, Dibs.
Oh, boy.
15-day IL.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I almost called in sick based on the Greinke forearm tightness.
You were that sick,
Yeah,
huh?
exactly.
I like that.
I mean, it's not me that writes those. But, you know.
Coming up in a week, you won't see me for a month.
Darren McFadden played 10 years in the league.
That's crazy.
He played 10 years in the league.
Hey,
but how many years after the Liz Frank? How many carries?
I don't even know when the Liz Frank was.
Exactly. That's my point.
He played 10 years in the league. Give the man a popsicle for crying out loud.
Right, but he was broken from year 1 through year 10.
What was the direct snap play? Because I know we called it the Wildcat in the NFL, but they did it first. Arizona.
And Arkansas.
Arkansas, excuse me. They were running it like crazy. Was it the Hog? What was it called? Well, it had a name, and it was him and another running back, one of the Joneses, I believe.
Felix Jones.
Was it Felix? Okay, I knew it was one of the Joneses. It was, and I think they had the white.
Keeping up with the Joneses.
Who was the quarterback who got drafted, who ended up moving positions? Who was their quarterback back then? Oh, that team was fun. That was a fun SEC.
I know Houston Nutt was their head coach.
Do you remember? Which is one of the great.
Yeah,
exactly. That's gross. Anyway, do you remember when Felix Jones? Do you remember when Felix Jones' name came up in San Francisco Giants camp this year? Do you remember that?
No.
Yeah, Gabe Kapler likened the way Elliot Ramos runs.
Oh my God.
To Felix Jones.
Oh, that's right. Yeah,
Do you remember that?
the way that he runs around the bases, the way that the way that he describes, you can hear him running.
You can hear him run.
Yes.
Yes. Obviously, when I look back at my sports life, I think of Felix Jones first. When I think of people who you can hear run. Yeah. And by the way, Darren McFadden ran for over 1,000 yards in his 8th year.
It was Matt Jones.
Keep the name out your mouth.
For Dallas?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And don't forget, you can also watch us every day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Of course, you will be seeing Willard. You will be seeing Dibs. Now, we did bring up the TO thing because we were asking a question. Who would you rather see come out of retirement and play one game? Would it be T.O. possibly playing for the 49ers, or would it be Barry Bonds?
Barry Bonds.
Possibly playing for the
Barry Bonds. Barry Bonds.
But not just because I'd love to see him bat, because it would reset his Hall of Fame
And
clock.
I had this about 4 years
I know
ago.
you did.
Before it was a quaint little tweet somebody sent out a couple of weeks ago, and everybody ran with it. I had this about 4, maybe 5 years ago. Reset the clock.
Agreed.
Kick this thing down the road to where the younger voters come in and realize that everyone juiced, so let him in. And that's the bottom line. He's not the only guy to juice in this era. We already had, Mike Piazza. He's a Hall of Famer. Mike Piazza was a 68th round pick.
Yes.
And all of a sudden,
a favor from Lasorda's, a family friend or whatever. That's the legend.
They threw him a bone, a family member, a frail nobody, and 17 injections later, the guy's a Hall of Famer.
So the captain, you saw it, right?
I haven't seen the whole thing.
Okay.
But yeah, most
Did you
of
get
it.
to the part where Clemens throws the sawed-off bat at Mike Piazza?
Clemens wearing the muumuu, by the way.
That was yes, he was.
Clemens wearing
looking like a crime boss. He's humongous now. He's Jabba the Hutt.
Oh, yeah.
But that was the moment that roid rage hit its peak. When Clemens takes a sawed-off bat, throws it at him, and goes, I thought it was the ball.
Right.
So you were going to throw the ball at him
exactly
on a comebacker. It was just insanity.
I mean, that's how we used to play. We used to play Pegums when you played tennis ball, baseball, or wiffle ball. It's there was no first baseman, so it was, either you run to the mound and I beat you to first, or I peg you with the ball.
No,
that's what he was playing.
What do you mean used to? We still do. That's how you play wiffle ball with kids.
Yeah, I haven't played
By
it
the
in
way,
quite
You'll
some
throw
time.
your arm out. Be careful.
Well,
at
with
your
a
age.
wiffle ball. With a wiffle
Yeah,
ball.
I got right arm. I got
is-
forearm tightness.
Tommy John
you do?
from
Put
wiffle
me
ball.
in the boxer and Gerson.
15-day IL, yeah. Dan Dibley.
It is a repetitive, interesting dad moment, though.
What?
When your 7-year-old, your 8-year-old hits a comebacker.
And you can't get the glove up?
No, you got the ball, and they're running hard to first, and you're thinking, okay, options. First of all, I do not want to let my kid win all the time.
No.
That's not how you build character, right?
Option B, light his little 8-year-old body up.
Option B is hit the living daylights out of that kid with a wiffle ball, and they're going to go down, and they're going to cry, and they're going to whine, and they're going to complain.
Al Davis.
Or option 3, and this is the one that's out of your control, we don't all have pinpoint accuracy. What if you miss? What if you get him in the side of the head?
A wiffle ball's hard to throw, too.
Extra bases.
Well, and
Good call.
sometimes it goes somewhere.
Yeah, it's hard to throw.
Right? The wiffle ball
Yeah.
starts moving
I'm
on
with you.
It's a tough dad moment every time they hit that comeback. and
Option
you're like,
D,
I got
though,
you.
is wind up and pump fake so hard like you're going to hit him
They go
and
down.
hope that he goes down, and then you run
Just
over for
walk
the
over,
gentle tag.
my
There
gosh.
you go,
That's a
son.
veteran dad move.
P.S. Daddy loves you.
that's a
By the way,
veteran.
you're out.
You're out, yeah.
I'm up. You know.
Can I explore this Chet Holmgren take, though? I'm just curious. You think you really do believe that?
I don't know if his career is over, but he'll never be the player that he thought he was going to be. Big players with foot injuries, it ends. And, when you're talking about a foot injury, a Liz Frank is not, a torn ACL. He would be better off with a torn ACL than he is with a foot injury.
Crazy.
And it's just big guys with... Big
So
guys
you're-
have big feet.
You're just talking feet, though. You're not talking lower body.
I'm talking feet.
Well,
Okay.
his is a torn, obviously.
Liz Frank.
Yes.
Ligament.
I believe Debo had a stress fracture Liz Frank thingy, but it wasn't a ligament thing. I could be wrong here, but I think
Right.
and he
This is-
bounced back, but he's much smaller than Chet.
Well, right. Isn't this
11:30
what,
today, Doc Pandy.
Yeah, I
isn't
would
this
ask
what,
him.
This
I'm
is what
confused.
Travis Etienne had last year, yeah?
Yeah.
Isn't it?
The kid
Isn't
from
it?
Clemson.
Right, and he's tracking to be the Jags starting running back.
But he's
this
a lot
year, so-
smaller.
I know.
Right.
So you're talking about
and
big
how much
guys. but-
jumping do you do though
That's a good point.
as a running back?
Well, if there's a lineman that falls down in front of you, quite a bit.
Exactly.
Yeah. I mean,
Sam
Derrick
Bowie,
Henry.
Sam Bowie's career.
Oh, yeah.
over. Brad Millard, St.
Oh,
Mary's. His career never started.
Wasn't Yao Ming a foot?
Yes, stress
Yeah.
fracture.
No doubt.
It
Yeah.
never
Yeah,
healed.
he was
And
never-
then you
never
had
quite the same.
Big Country or Big Continent, Bryant Reeves. He had
Yeah.
tons of foot problems.
Right.
People forget he actually was good in college. I don't know if he would have been good in the NBA.
Brian
but
Reeves, he was big country.
Yes. Was he big country?
No, yeah, someone else was
He
big
was big
continent.
country.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Brian Reeves was
Okay.
big country.
Oklahoma
My
State.
guy,
Who was the continent who came afterward?
No, Nick Hawley, who was my middle blocker at Drake High School
Yeah.
when I won 3 section titles. He was Big County. We
Big
called
County?
him. Yeah,
I like
Big
that.
County.
Was this
Big
pre or post sunscreen in America?
Post sunscreen.
Okay,
In the
sunscreen
70s, Mark,
sunscreen had been invented.
you were a zygote. Steven wasn't even a thought in anyone's mind. You're right
about
that. You didn't wear sunscreen in the 70s. You put on copper tone when you wanted to lay out and benzoate for the Central Bay tan, like I talked about.
My grandfather said they would literally put oil on themselves, which they didn't
Exactly.
realize was like the worst thing you could possibly put on your body. It's
Yeah.
actually attracting more heat. And they would put it all over themselves because that was, and at the time, they thought the way to do it.
Well, being a first-generation American myself and everyone being from England, they don't know how to handle sun. They don't have air conditioning in their homes. They don't know how to handle sun.
I don't either.
There was a heat wave going around out there. It's 95 to 100 degrees. The reason that they're going crazy is because they do not know how to handle sun.
Right.
So I never really got that lesson. I never got that, taught down to me on how to handle the sun with
And your
sunscreen.
parents are, they're delightful people, lovely people, and
Yes.
they love their Steven.
Yes,
And
of
just
course.
Still with the thickest accent.
I
of
love
all
it.
time. Yeah.
She's such a sweet woman.
Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
such a sweet woman.
Well, Trey Lance tonight.
Yeah, what are you guys
What do you guys
talking
wanna
about
see?
today? That's what I want to know. What's
We're talking about Captain Bubble Wrap over here.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Don't play him.
Bubble Boy?
Don't even let him put his uniform on. He
I
might get a paper cut when he looks at the show plan.
I didn't say that.
Good
I didn't say, if
Lord.
anybody's going to get a cut in this room, it's going to be me, okay?
For just 7 plays, Trey Lance's life could be put in jeopardy. He could step on the field, that dangerous turf, and he could stub his toe, which could get infected, which could cause for it to be removed. He could be down to 9 toes.
Oh, that's the thing you do with kids too.
Do you know how
want me to cut it
viral
off?
this? Do you know how viral this segment's going to go if he gets
For
hurt
just
tonight?
11 steps.
Do you know how viral this is going to go if he gets hurt tonight?
Creating a buzz, Willard.
I mean,
Am I a bad person because I changed the channel the second this commercial comes on?
no. I think it speaks well of you.
Yeah, it really like it.
You don't mean Dibley, do you? You mean the
No,
actual?
I
you
mean the
Sally.
actual-
Yes, Joe.
Okay.
You know why?
McLaughlin.
You know why you're a bad guy? For just 41 cents. All it takes, Joe, is 41 cents. You're now a morning show radio fixture, making more money than you did when you were serving cold cuts.
Probably.
And for just 48
Probably.
cents.
Not for sure. Probably.
It's borderline. Excuse me. 3, 2, and 1. For just 52 cents, you could save a life. of a dog. You could adopt a puppy for just 61 cents, Joe.
When the cat
But
looks
not
at
this
me,
golden retriever. That's right next to me.
Oh, when she's rubbing it, yes.
This golden retriever's
Look at
mine.
you.
This one's
Not my
mine.
purebred Lopsa Opso that I have back
Traveled
in
up to Oregon to get her.
Totally, exactly.
1,500.
But for all you saps, for just 73 cents. It's just so funny.
No, listen, he's going to play tonight. He's not going to play a lot, by the way. I know a lot of you think he's going to play a half.
Just a couple series.
He's going to play a couple series, and I get it. But this is more about, I would not even blink if they came out at 3 o'clock today and said we changed our mind. It's not playing.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even blink. And I will predict that whatever you want to call it, 7 years, 8 years, 10 years, this is not going to be a thing anymore. You're not going to stick important players out in preseason games because it is a bad bet. It's not the risk reward
is totally out of whack.
Right. This is a cost benefit analysis.
Yeah.
The Bills came out about 2 hours ago and said we're not playing Josh Allen tonight. And I know he's
60
played.
starts.
I understand that, but 2 series is not going to make or break his season.
Oh, it sure
it's not.
is.
No, it's not.
And Joe
This
actually
is-
pointed it out earlier, and I wanted to retweet it, but it was audio. The fact that he slid in the game for the first time ever, that is a positive. It's
awesome.
He's doing things he's never done before.
Right.
And do it in practice. And the fact that he's getting these reps, it's important. And Josh Allen, he started almost 4 full years of games.
Yep.
It's a terrible comp, Mark.
Yep. And these 9 plays are not going to make a difference in this season.
9 plays?
There's only one way that one of these 9 plays matters for this season, and you know darn well what it is. And I'm not going to say it out loud.
No, say it.
No, I'm not saying it out loud. That's
Say
the
it.
only
Say
way.
it. Say I'm
It's the
sorry.
only- no, I'm not going to
Say it. Say it. I need the cuz. I need
Is
the
it too
cuz.
late to say I'm sorry?
As he's eating a banana dipped
Justin
in peanut
Bieber.
butter.
Say it. Say, I'm sorry, sir. Yeah. Eating the oatmeal with the spoon.
Nope.
It's actually
He
not
turned
a
the
plastic
mic off.
spoon.
He turned and turn to me, turn the mic off, and just start eating
So
during the
you
middle of the
just
show.
shut your yapper.
Yeah.
I'm interested to
days.
see him.
God.
I'm more interested to see the running backs.
Me
That's
too.
that's what I'm watching
Me
tonight.
too.
I want to see if Trey Sermon can
Do something.
be a 49er or not.
What if he gets hurt?
Stop
Good
it.
point.
No, what if he gets hurt?
No, he's actually got a reason to play tonight.
What if
Dibs.
he gets hurt, Mark?
He's trying to make the team. Trey Lance is not trying to make the team. He's on the team.
If Sermon gets hurt and then you
Is
cut a
Trent
hurt
Williams
guy,
playing
I mean,
tonight?
I hope not.
Thank you.
Because Trent Williams is making his 3rd NFL start on the 11th. No, he's
Oh my
not.
Gosh, these 2
Suge
series.
Knight.
These 2 series are apparently gonna. Boy, he can't play this year without him. What are we gonna do? What would we do if he didn't have these 2 series?
I hope he plays the whole half for the sake of your show tomorrow.
I hope he plays the whole half, too. I mean, let him go out there and. I mean, are we going to bubble wrap him?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So,
Can we
Trey,
get Sean McVay on line 1? Can we get Bill Belichick on line 2? Can we get Aaron Rodgers on line 3?
Aaron, you're talking about Aaron Rodgers.
Yes.
The guy's 38 years old. Trey
Dude.
Lance is a pup.
You want him to play 10 plays and
No,
act
I
like
want more.
You want more. You're not going to get more.
I want more, Mark.
But it's not going to do anything. We got to see him with the ones. The other ones aren't going to be there.
I didn't say I want him with the ones. I want him out there getting comfortable as a pro football player.
It's what he's been doing for a year and a half.
Do you know what Dibs
started?
Dibs created one of the greatest sayings of all time.
What's that?
Running with the 2s.
Yeah.
It's one of my favorite lines he's ever come up with.
Yeah.
And he's got plenty of them.
Sorry, Steven.
I know way too much about running with the 2s. All right, Vontae Hill. Hey,
When you're a 7 and you get called up to run with the 2s, it's fun.
Don't you dare try to cut this short. Steven.
I am. Vontae Hill coming up on the other side. You guys, I'm sure you're gonna have a fantastic conversation like this continuing on.
Vontae's coming in?
Vontae's coming back tomorrow.
Oh,
He'll be back tomorrow.
on the
He'll be
other
back on
side.
Friday.
In 17 days.
Yeah.
Man.
He's coming back.
For just 3 shifts.
13 shows off and then 8 more, and then he's got another one. All right, Joe Spadoni, hit it. Say it. Say, I'm sorry, sir.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now these 2 homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, stop hugging it out and get over here. Let's go. Time to do this thing. It's time to do the NFL season as well.
That was an important moment for the station. You know that. Because he's gone, and then coming up in a week.
Not gone yet. You guys will see each other tomorrow.
No, he's gone.
He's gone tomorrow? I thought he said he's gone next week.
He's gone tomorrow.
Okay. He is? Steven's like, Shasky gone tomorrow? That's why I'm asking you.
I'm gone tomorrow.
You're gone tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm gone. It's my dad's memorial up in Eureka.
You didn't tell me that. Tomorrow?
You need to Google it.
No, you told me you were taking next Friday off.
Look. It's I send out the schedule.
Really? Are you gone tomorrow?
I'm on a stretch 4.
When are you not? No, I'm just okay.
Oh,
go ahead.
Sorry, Captain. I'm in Carlsbad. My father, Dwayne, passed away 6 years ago. Rest in peace. Every year in August, he would go to the Humboldt County Fair for his only vacation. When he died, we agreed as a family, me and my siblings, Mikey 2.0, Douglas don't talk about me, Gail don't Google me, a.k.a. Hurricane Gail. We agreed every year we would go up to Eureka and memorialize him.
That's great.
We would sponsor a race in his name. That race is this Sunday.
Got it.
So I'm taking Friday off tomorrow.
Got it.
And I'm taking Monday on the backside. Hey, so I won't see Butcher Boy for about a month.
Okay, did not know that. So
we had to hug it out.
You learned perfect. I'm always in favor of hugging it out.
I know you are.
I hope that Trey Lance is hugging it out at the end of this game against the Houston Texans tonight, as opposed to being in the locker room in the trainer's tent.
Stop
That's
putting
what
that
I
in
hope.
the universe.
I hope. Gosh, I'm not putting it in the universe.
You're jinxing him, Mark.
It's football,
and I don't believe in jinxes. Although I kind of do after yesterday.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
we can talk about that.
Yeah. By the way, if you want to know why Logan Webb's career is careening out of control, it's Dan Dibley's fault.
My fault.
Dan. And I explained this to you. Literally just a week and a half ago. I told the story of the lovely Christy in Tahoe walking over to him, sitting there watching on my phone. And I'm trying, and this is true for everybody who's ever watched baseball. If you're trying to pass along the news to a friend or a loved one or whatever, that there is a no-no going on, you're supposed to do it without using the phrase no-hitter. And skip this whole you don't have, there's just not it's just the way we do it, okay? It's not like the wave actually hurts the game, but you don't do it because you just don't do it, okay? So there's no reason. There's no reason to scream no-hitter when there's a no-hitter. So I go, look, see the 0 right there under the H? I go, check that out, right? And she goes, oh, he's got a no-hitter? I look at her, I go, you realize the next guy's going to get a hit. Next guy, whack, ball goes right into center field. She goes, nice. I go, that's you. I just want you to know that's you. So yesterday, what happens as we start the 5th inning? Game's on here in the room, right here during our show.
Right.
I walk over during a break. I put my finger right next to the 0 under the H. I go, take a look. Look at this. See that? I go, it's only the 5th inning, but that's kind of fun. And you open the door to this studio and scream out into the hallway, hey, Logan Webb's got a no-hitter. And what happens? 6 runs.
That's on me.
6. What other reason do you got?
Brandon Crawford can't field anymore?
Brother, come on. I mean,
he's lost his way.
The whole
He's
inning.
got no range.
The whole inning went sideways the second you did that, with all kinds of bad luck, by the way, for Logan. They barely hit the ball hard the whole inning. 6 runs.
Yeah, that thing got sideways. Yeah,
good job.
So what you just did, though, for Trey Lance is very similar. You talked about the tent. And you're not talking about him going camping.
Look.
So, I mean, if something happens to Trey Lance tonight, it's on you, brother.
No, that's not true. It's on all of you who are screaming at him.
Let him play.
That boy, this rookie season, this second-year season is only going to work if he gets these 9 plays in tonight. Look, here, let me back up for a second, because I actually don't have a problem.
You want to back the truck up?
You got to back that thing up.
You're looking real good.
Thank you. I got no problem. I completely expected him to play tonight. Kyle Shanahan said before the preseason even started, he's going to play in games 1 and 3. I'm more projecting that if you look at the way sports is going, this is the direction it's going to go over the next decade. my overall point, this is less about Trey and tonight. This is more the bigger picture. We as fans and they as players have rallied against the preseason for years. It was part of the collective bargaining agreement. They wanted fewer preseason games. They got it down to 3 from 4. Game 3 used to be the dress rehearsal. And then game 4 was the game that the players who mattered kind of sat out of that hole. Well, now we're down to 3. Well, where do you think it goes next? How long until it's 2 and then 0? And how long until the Super Bowl champions from last year and their philosophy, young player or old, if you are a clear starter and you matter, you out. You're out. You're not playing. It's just the way it's going to go.
But they won't ever get to where there's not 2 preseason games because there's too much money in it.
That's probably true.
They make money.
That's probably true.
And that's where.
But you as a team, the player side, you don't have to play that game. There's no money in it for them.
No, but why is Shanahan playing Trey Lance?
Because that's the way we do it now.
No, it's
the way
because
some
they
do
want
it
to
now.
see something more from Trey Lance. There's something about Trey Lance that they want to see. They want him to get more ready than he is. It's not about the money. This game is in Houston, and if the turf is this unsafe that, Kyle Shanahan thought that it was going to hurt his player, he wouldn't play him. He wants Trey Lance to go through a 2-minute drill, maybe go through a little bit more offensive work with the O-line. Whether it's the 1s or the 2s, it doesn't matter. Kyle Shanahan wants to see more from Trey Lance.
And the players want to play too. Look, I get it. Josh Allen gets announced as out in this game tonight, but he played. Did he play both of the first 2 games? I know he played last week, and he played for almost a full half, and he played really well. Players don't go into it thinking like this, like, oh gosh, I'm going to get hurt. If you're an NFL player, you are by definition already completely nuts. You're crazy and you're fearless to even go out on that field. So I don't think they're scared. And I think the football team looks at this like, look, there's only so much we can do. You're going to have to go through the gauntlet and find a way to stay healthy. And that's part of the deal. So again, I'm not rallying against anything. I'm not offended. I'm not sending out a warning sign. But my thought is 7 years from now, there will be a cost-benefit analysis on playing quarterbacks who are clear QB1s in the preseason, and I think people will tap out on it. I've never watched week 1 of a college football season and thought, boy, they don't look like they know what to do. They haven't had enough practice. They haven't had enough, game reps.
Well, Appalachian State is on the phone.
Well, come on. There are upsets every week of the year.
Right.
You're going to blame that. I mean, the other team played well.
They sure did.
That's all I'm saying. Like, you don't actually need to do this. Do we all agree? You don't actually have to do this to know how to play football. Trey Lance has already played in regular season games.
But if Trey Lance doesn't play tonight, when you get to the opener on September 11th, he won't have played for about 3 weeks. And we talk about rest versus rust when we get into the playoffs,
It's almost 3 weeks anyway.
It's rust.
Even if he does play tonight, that's 3.
That's
almost
4
3
days less. It's not. It's different.
Okay.
It's absolutely different. And the fact that he's going to get real reps with pads on against a team that's out to try to stop him, not some candy apple. Oh, it's a joint practice, or it's a practice against our own defense, and it's a controlled scrimmage. This is not controlled. This is real football-ish.
Yep. Ish, thank you. I think preseason games are pretty candy apple. I think it's pretty vanilla.
They're less candy apple than a joint practice or playing against your own defense.
So again, that's why I call it a cost-benefit analysis. I'm not saying there's 0 redeeming qualities to play.
Right.
I'm saying it's not worth it. I'm saying going out there for 9 plays has less of a positive effect on your 17 weeks ahead than the negative risk that you're taking to do it. That's my opinion.
Yeah, it's your opinion, and the head coach, who's paid to have a more well-founded opinion, thinks differently.
Okay.
I mean, it's his job.
So can I use that every time you don't like a play call this year?
Absolutely.
He's paid to know, so you don't get to have your opinion on that.
We get to have an opinion.
Okay.
You get to have your opinion, but he is paid to make these decisions.
Yes, he is.
Much like, Farhan, in Farhan we trust, because, it's his job to build the roster the way he thinks he should build it. And Gabe Kapler in the spreadsheet, he's supposed to make the calls that he makes. Those are that's their job. So ultimately, yes, we can criticize it, but it's their job to make, and it's their call to make.
Yep.
And for Kyle Shanahan, the same thing. Now, if something bad should potentially happen, then Kyle Shanahan's going to be the one who has to bear the brunt.
And you.
Of course. I'll take it.
Okay.
Because I'm glad he's out there.
Yeah, no, look.
And if Trey Lance goes out in the first week and lights up Chicago, then I get the credit.
No, I'm sorry. That doesn't work that way. No, it doesn't work that way at all. But in the end,
the ground running.
In the end, he is certainly on the very short list of things we'd be interested to see tonight.
True.
There are others as well. We'll get to that. We'd love to hear from you. What are you looking for tonight? 888-957-9570. That's the number. That's also our Comcast Business text line. Hello, Twitch and YouTube. We'll get your comments going. Thank you for being with us and watching. We appreciate it. John McClain, yippee-ki-yay, mother. Don't you say that.
I thought you were.
No, he's coming up at 10 o'clock.
Don't talk about that.
Pavlovich is on today, cleared to play today. Let's hang out for a bit, shall we? It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
The final preseason game is tonight.
Sideline and it's caught. Deebo Samuel with the catch and trying to turn on the Jets.
And we're reacting all day tomorrow to the good, the bad, and the ugly.
He'll take it all the way for the touchdown.
This is the Bay Area's sports station.
Yay!
95.7 The Game.
You put it in your mouth and you chew it up real good.
I know how to chew gum, Dad.
Hurry up, we got leaks to fix.
What are you two up to? We're fixing our leaky pipes.
Yeah.
With gum? Yeah, it's a hack, Mom.
A what?
A hack.
You know.
A do-it-yourself trick.
No, the trick to fixing leaks and low water pressure is calling Repipe Specialists.
You mean professionals?
I mean, Repipe Specialists can repipe our whole house in 1 to 2 days. Fix the leaks and low water pressure, repair the holes in the walls if we want, and they guarantee their work for life.
Got leaks or low water pressure? Call the professionals at Repipe Specialists, and in 1 to 2 days, they can repipe your whole house with new PEX tubing. With over 60,000 repipes completed, that's their specialty.
You really stepped in it.
I was just being...
The gum, Dad. You
What?
stepped in the gum.
Oh, great.
Call 800-217-1636 for a free in-home estimate and ask about their 0% financing options. That's 800-217-1636. Call today, 800-217-1636, or visit repipe.com.
Are you ready for your palm reading, my dear?
Yeah, let's do this.
I sense that you crave something.
More reliable.
Right. You know you deserve better and want out of a relationship.
Yes, with my big name wireless carrier.
You're who now?
My big name wireless carrier. That's why I switched to Xfinity Mobile. Now I get unlimited with 5G for $30 per month on the most reliable 5G network.
Let's talk about your aura. It's so...
And get this. They can even save you hundreds a year on your wireless bill over T-Mobile, AT&T, and Verizon.
Wow, that's actually really impressive.
Yep, but you already knew that, didn't you?
Oh yeah, I definitely saw this coming.
Start seeing savings today. Switch to the fastest mobile service, Xfinity Mobile. Now with the best price on 2 lines of unlimited, just $30 a line per month. Switch today. Xfinity Internet required. Price comparison for 2 unlimited lines under available 5G pricing plans of top 3 carriers. Taxes and fees extra. Reduced speeds up to 20 gigabytes of usage per line. Most reliable based on root metrics. US report. Comcast analysis of mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data from Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Q2 2022.
Kansas City Steak Company, another AmericanEagle.com success story. Started in 1932 as a family-owned butcher shop, today they're a leading distributor of superior all-American steaks delivered right to your door, ready for the grill and your taste buds. When it came to their website, an average site wouldn't do. They chose AmericanEagle.com to take their website to the next level. With a dramatic increase in competition and a softening market demand, they had 2 challenges: improve their brand presence and message and produce a positive return. AmericanEagle.com got to work and executed usability studies and detailed audits of site experience, digital assets, and marketing. The result? An integrated digital marketing and customer experience plan, organic traffic increase of 20%, and a long-term roadmap for success. If you love great steaks, go to KansasCitySteaks.com for website design, development, and online solutions that bring efficiency and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. If you need a results-driven website, call the team at AmericanEagle.com at 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake and tire replacements, oil changes, and much more. It's the ultimate convenience. Easy booking, transparent pricing, on-time arrivals, and service right in your driveway. No waiting rooms and direct access to your mechanic with friendly and reliable service. No middleman or upsells. They're so sure you'll love the convenience. Take $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50. Kirby, your driveway mechanic.
In order for small businesses to thrive, they need to be smart, efficient, agile, staying ahead of the market at every turn, and finding ways to do more with less. That's never been more important than it is right now. So for a limited time, Comcast Business is introducing Small Business Savings, a deal for companies across the country. When you call in now, you can get powerful internet for just $39 a month for 12 months. $39 a month, with no annual contract and a money-back guarantee. All on the largest, fastest, reliable network for small businesses, with the company that powers more businesses than anyone else. So if you're a small business owner, don't wait. Call and get started today. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Offer ends 9/21/22. Restrictions apply. New Comcast Business 50 megabits per second internet customers only. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Call or go online for details. After promo, regular rates apply.
Okay, you know those amazing spots only the true San Francisco locals are in on? Like Square Pizza. That place with the square pizzas? Or Mama Hoo-Hoo. The spot for sweet and sour chicken that's anything but so-so. Order up! You know, with the Granch dressing. And all the other spots the real SF locals know without us even saying them. Yeah, they're on DoorDash. San Francisco gets it. DoorDash has it.
Dealing with an outdated printer that just can't keep up with you? Visit Staples and upgrade to a new HP Envy Inspire with HP Plus, HP's best home printer. And it comes with 6 months of free ink. It prints everything you need, from homework and work documents to incredible photos and more with amazing quality. Right now, save $70 on the HP Envy Inspire 7955E, available at Staples. Offer valid through August 27th. See staples.com/HP Plus for details.
O'Reilly. When was the last time you changed your spark plugs? Replacing your spark plugs can restore the efficiency and performance of your vehicle. Stop by and get a $12 O'Reilly Auto Parts gift card after mail-in rebate when you purchase 4 or more select Iridium spark plugs. Get better performance with new spark plugs from your local O'Reilly Auto Parts store or O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
You might not have the biggest garage on the block, but with eBay Motors, there's 122 million parts right at your fingertips. Whatever you need, there's something that fits your vehicle. Air filters, tires, seat covers, and more. Get the right parts at the right prices. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, take a listen. So this is Amazon Prime's NFL theme. It felt a little Star Wars-ish at the jump, right?
Too busy.
Right?
Too busy.
Yeah, it is. There's a lot of different directions. Like, the only thing I'd say, I mean, and
I like
quite
this
frankly...
part. I mean, we get in the groove, and it's it's nice horns and a good beat.
Yeah, but if I sit down on a couch with a beer and there's an NFL game that's about to start, you could play Let It Go by the wickedly talented Adele Dazeem, and I'm going to be fired up. So, like, very easy audience.
Cold never bothered you anyway.
When it comes to beer, you're damn right. But anyway, like, you want that sort of memorable one line, you know, Monday Night Football, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then even, is it Sunday night? It's
really good.
Right? I didn't catch anything in there that I'm going to be like, okay, here's Thursday night's Amazon.
Can you rack it back, Spadone? Just the first, like, you know,
Go
I
and
can
rack
name
that thing.
tune in 8 notes. Can we get the opening couple of bars here? I like the horns, but I feel like
I don't know. Do I have a fantasy starter in this game or not? I'm like
the Texans and the Titans Thursday night football. Hello.
Dameon Pierce. Go ahead, Kyle.
That sounds like Florida legend Dameon Pierce.
Thank you.
This sounds like the intro music for a podcast about the MCU where they don't have the rights to use the MCU music.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, we're let's go live inside the college radio station where Billy, who has big aspirations, is about to take the mic.
I didn't like Thor: Love and Thunder.
Oh gosh, that's funny right there. All right, so there it is. That's Amazon Prime, and then
hopefully it grows on us, but
no, and everybody over 65 is never going to hear that theme because that will come on while you're trying to find how the hell to find the game.
Amazon? What the hell is that?
Oh, it's on Apple. Is it
Games being
Amazon or
played in
Apple?
Africa? It's in the Amazon? What?
It's the best.
I got a lot of that going on. Living with the fulfill and the famil, the future father-in-law, the future mother-in-law. There's some, there's some different interactivity.
Sure. You haven't cut the cord yet in there?
Yeah, the cord is...
And I'm not talking about your baby.
No, that's coming up here in maybe a week and change.
Good luck, brother.
Yeah, thank you. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah.
But, there's some interfacing that's maybe not like what it is in other households.
Right.
Yeah.
I would imagine.
We're still working through it.
I would imagine. My parents have been yelling at each other for Tom, how do we get HBO Max? It's not on the DVD. It's just like, oh my God. They literally, I think it was 6 months ago, they stopped getting Netflix DVDs in the mail. 6 months ago.
Really?
I'm like, I didn't even know they still had that service.
Remember?
There's like there's two people in some mailroom somewhere. They're like, well, we've got Tom and Ellen in Irvine. And then there's Bob in North Dakota. And so we'll be here until they change their subscription.
Maybe our very own Kyle should be in on the Netflix movie subscription because pre-show, Kyle was kind enough to share his list of movies he hasn't seen.
Yeah.
And my God, he's got some work to do.
Yeah.
You got homework, Kyle Madsen.
You want to talk about a spreadsheet. I mean, Gabe Kapler would grab this thing and be like, obviously, we've got some movies to watch. Yeah, there's some. I've always felt bad because my big thing was Godfather. I've seen it, but I've seen it in pieces. Like, oh, you're watching about 20 minutes over here, and then I've never sat down and gone from beginning to end with Godfather.
And you've never seen it.
And therefore, I'm embarrassed. I'm embarrassed by that. But then I looked at this list, and not only does it have all the Godfathers, I mean Shawshank and Usual Suspects and A Few Good Men and Stand By Me and The Fugitive and Groundhog Day and Ferris Bueller. I made the Bueller joke the other day because of Walker Bueller, and I literally said in the email, I go, if you don't get this joke, I'm not coming in tomorrow.
I'm out.
I don't know what to do if you don't. Bueller.
I get the joke.
Do you?
Yes.
Explain it.
It's the teacher, and Ferris Bueller is zoning out, and the teacher's just going, Bueller.
Like he's doing roll call.
Right.
Right. Okay, so you have seen something from Ferris Bueller's
I know that
Day
reference.
Off. All right. Thank you very much.
Ben Stein.
Yeah, Goodfellas, Spaceballs, 7. Unbelievable. We've got work to do.
But I've seen Blazing Saddles like a lot of times.
Good. And that's why I like you.
Doesn't really play today, but
No.
Yeah.
No. Don't talk about that.
I will say this.
Don't talk about that.
Pat McAfee just said about a half hour ago that Trey Lance is playing the whole half tonight. The whole first half.
You're damn right he is.
Well, Kyle Shanahan said publicly yesterday 2 series. So I don't know why or what Pat would know that Kyle Shanahan, who actually is making the decisions, I don't know where that comes from, but we'll see. That's what he thinks.
So I think he was reading probably where Shanahan said on, was it Monday? He was like, haven't decided, but no more than a half.
No more than a half. Okay.
Was basically what he said.
Yesterday,
so my guess is McAfee was just reading off like, it wasn't like he's like, I heard.
So let me take something good out of this because you made the point, remember going into the Minnesota game, and you were like, if Trey Lance does play, you were going to be terrified. You thought, Kyle, that that was going to be a really bad sign because the original plan was don't play in the second game. And if he does, that means Kyle Shanahan is seeing something that's not right. And they need to go work it out.
Yeah, in practice.
Right. And so they did not play in the Minnesota game. And then in this one, if the thought was no more than a half, and now it's all the way down to we're just going to do 2 series, I mean, that says to me that Kyle must be feeling pretty comfortable with what he's seeing right now.
It just depends on what those series look like. If it's 3 and out, punt, 3 and out, punt, he's going to get more than 2 series.
That's fair.
I think it comes down to more in terms of how many plays do you want Trey Lance to play? What do you want those series to look like? If the opening series is 11 plays, 78 yards, and a touchdown, great. The next series is a 3 and out. I believe that probably will be done, or maybe he'll come out for a third series. If it goes the other way, 3 and out, okay, you punt it. The next series, you go 11 plays, 81 yards, and a touchdown. At that point, that might be it, but maybe he gets a third series. If he goes long touchdown drive, then yeah, 2 series is all he's going to get.
I tell you what I really want to see tonight from Trey Lance. I would love to see him hand off. That's what I would love to see him do. Because if what you are really trying to do is just run the function of this offense, what are we actually really interested in tonight as 49er fans? Sure, always Trey Lance. Anything Trey for a while is going to be very interesting.
For the whole year.
Good or bad. Absolutely. But there is actually another race that I have now really gotten into, which is the running back room. And how this is going to get figured out by next Tuesday. Eli Mitchell is injured and the starter, so we know that. Jeff Wilson is going to start the game tonight. That's been announced, so cool. We also know he's on the team, and TDP is in just because he's a rook and a somewhat high draft pick, so he's on the team. So what that leaves is obviously Trey Sermon, Jermichael Hasty, and Jordan Mason, but we also don't technically know how many spots those 3 guys are going for. We know they're not all going to be in, but are there 2 roster spots or only 1 roster spot that those 3 guys are going for? That we won't know till Tuesday, but sign me up for what those guys look like throughout the game, because in theory, Mason and Hasty, maybe even Sermon, they definitely go into the second half tonight. And so I'm very interested to get another look at those 3 now that we know that the race is sort of materialized.
And it's interesting for me in terms of how much they play, because if Jordan Mason doesn't play much, I think that bodes well for him to be kept. Because I think you want to maybe hide Jordan Mason. And Kyle's right. He said it yesterday that, they're probably... Even if they cut Jordan Mason, there aren't going to be that many teams clamoring to pick him up.
He's the only one who could make it through waivers. That's for sure.
Right.
Sermon and Hasty would not make it through.
Hasty, I think, is going to be kept. He is too valuable as a third down back. He's the best pass catcher of the 3.
And I know this was his prediction that we talked about yesterday. If Hasty's going to be kept, the race may well be over. That may be it. I mean, then the Sermon and Mason both may get cut.
I believe
Tuesday.
they both will be cut.
It's possible.
I think that Trey Sermon gets cut, and the team just admits, quote unquote, that it was a mistake, at least for them, in terms of drafting him. And if he gets picked up, I don't think you're afraid that he comes out and he rushes for 1,000 yards for someone else this year. Trey Sermon's a guy who might get picked up. He might not. Jordan Mason's a guy, I think, that you don't showcase, and then you hope that you can cut him and get him back.
Yeah, Kyle, what's up?
Shout out to the coaching staff if Trey Sermon gets released. Shout out to the coaching staff that's like, Kyle Shanahan didn't know what he was doing. Let me get that running back.
This is a great point, because what I was simply just thinking is not so much about, because coaches always are like, hey, come on, let's get our hands on him and see what we can do with him. What does it say about the running back that can't produce under Kyle? Yikes. I mean, anyone with the last name... It just
depends on what kind of a running back you are.
I guess, but the last name Shanahan for years in the NFL has been synonymous with getting production out of almost anyone in the backfield, turning undrafted free agents into 1,000-yard backs. I mean, they've done... No, right. I mean, but he couldn't play, and he never latched on anywhere else either.
Right.
But if you go all the way through Mike and then even Kyle from... Terrell Davis to Olandis Gary to Raheem Mostert. Like, this is what they do. They get unbelievable production out of guys you didn't see coming. So if you're a running back and you can't get it going under Kyle Shanahan in this system, huge red flag, obviously.
Yes, unless you are the kind of running back who doesn't do well in the zone scheme. And if that's the case, if Trey Sermon goes and gets picked up somewhere else and he is at least a part of their rotation and he makes their team and he looks like he might be a guy, well, then it's on Shanahan for misidentifying or miscoaching a guy who they thought could work in their system and then didn't. I don't know if Trey Sermon will be that guy, and maybe he came in and he never got better, and our Kyle, talks about how he is a one contact and down guy, right? Where he doesn't fight through tackles and he doesn't hit the hole hard. He doesn't run downhill. The one thing we know about Matt Breida and Raheem Mostert, they are incredibly fast, and as a result, they're one cut and gone, and that's why they work in the system.
Yeah, I also think not making this running back room doesn't automatically mean you stink. It just may mean, well, no, we've actually got other guys who are doing it better. Just go back to last year. Trey Sermon and Eli Mitchell were both rookies, but once they get in, we do this. I don't think teams do. The front office might, but a coach doesn't. Once they get in, it's not this one's a third rounder and that one's a sixth rounder. It's that one's Trey and that one's Eli.
Right.
Who's playing better? Eli. Okay, done. That's it. That's who we're going to get. We're going to get. You're producing. It doesn't mean that the other guys stink. This looks like a very deep running back room with guys who have a lot of different skills at the position. So just because if Trey Sermon is cut and if he latches on with another team and he does have some success, but the 49ers are having great success with the guys they kept, I'm not going to come down. I'm like, okay, but like you had 5 guys who could produce and you picked the 4 that you liked. I mean, that's the game.
Right, but the game also is when we look back at drafts and we look back at the draft class and Trey Sermon, a third-round pick, if he doesn't make the team and it turns out that this is his 49ers career, which is much ado about nothing, then that becomes a part of the critical piece as we look at Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch in terms of how they drafted.
John McClain, forever a Houston Chronicle, NFL national legend in the media world. He retired just last year from the Chronicle, but is still doing radio stuff 5 days a week in Houston, knows the Texans and the NFL like no other. We love having him on. Once upon a time, Houston has been a rumored landing spot for Jimmy G. Davis Mills from Stanford is their guy. And then just his thoughts on Trey Lance, how much is the right amount to play? We'll ask him all of that coming up at the top of the hour at 10 o'clock. Make sure you're with us for that. It's always a fun and interesting conversation. The other John McClain, not Bruce Willis. But I know you're very, very excited for today's What Are You Doing? So I guess we should ask what are you doing?
I should ask you.
Willard Dibs have a lot to say.
My only weapon was my mouth.
But they just have one big question.
What are you doing right now?
What are you doing right now? What are you doing right now? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? I don't know. We never do.
No.
In the end, we never do.
And I need to ask you.
Yeah, why don't you
right off the top. And for those of you not on YouTube and Twitch, you should get there because our guy is rocking a creamsicle, a City Connect Band-Aid, a bandage on your thumb.
It's Orange Thursday.
You came in and you were very demure about it. You came in you always do.
Yeah, like
fist bumps for everyone.
It's not elementary school. I'm not trying to show everyone my Band-Aid.
No, but it did get put on full display early and often.
It's not like I can hide this thing.
And I had to ask you, what are you doing, Mark? Why is it that you have a jumbo-sized gauze wrap on your left thumb? Mark, what are you doing?
Yeah, so this is a kitchen accident. This is a kitchen accident, but it's not just a kitchen accident. Made some meatloaf last night. It was delicious.
Mom!
Yeah.
The meatloaf!
Mark! Meatloaf! Right, and that's what happened because actually that was the vibe. I had car stuff going on yesterday, had an appointment. It took a long time, so I'm like rushing home, like let's get the meatloaf going. And I'm hurrying a little bit, and I'm making the breadcrumbs. From the meatloaf.
Scratch?
You take the bread out of the bag, and you rip it up, and I'm just kind of slicing and dicing and doing that and making the breadcrumbs for the meatloaf. And I was hurrying, and I got a little aggressive, and this was the result. But the beauty of Orange Thursday and the creamsicle thumb is a nod to the lovely Christy, because this is what cuts look like when they happen at a woman's house. Like you get taken care of, right? There's gauze. We've got orange wrap. It's a deep cut, but it's no big deal. It's not like
No
we're going to get
stitches.
stitches. No, we're not going to get stitches. But
Midges need stitches.
right? Like if this had happened at my house, I'd have come in here with binder paper and a piece of Scotch tape, and I'd have been like, "Yeah, we're good here," and the paper would have been turning red, and it'd be sticking to the thumb and all of that. But no, I have this beautiful, perfectly wrapped.
It is perfect.
I mean, it's healthy, it's safe, it's environmentally friendly, and go Giants! Like it's
Exactly.
right. It's creamsicle. This is a City Connect thumb, and I'm here for it. So that's what we're doing.
You could have just bought breadcrumbs, organic breadcrumbs, opened the package, and put them right in the meatloaf.
I'm not one of these guys that just throws money at all of his problems, Dibs. That's not what I do, okay? So, yeah, I could go buy some breadcrumbs, or I could do it the way they used to do it, Dibs.
From JB on YouTube.
Make your own.
Make your breadcrumbs in the food processor.
No.
Do you not have a food processor?
Of course we got a food processor.
Process
That's
that,
outrageous.
bro.
I mean, come on, man. What happened to doing something with your hands? Do something with your hands in this life. I'm Captain Hire Somebody for everything. This is my
Captain
thing.
Save a Giant.
That too. This is my thing. When you're in the kitchen and we're making food, I got this. Okay?
Be Captain Save a Thumb and use a food processor.
No,
Thank you.
You own one.
Brother.
It's in the house.
One for the thumb.
Plug it in.
One for the thumb.
You watch your mouth.
This
One for the
meatloaf,
thumb.
meatloaf was delicious. I got some leftovers in that major bag alert right now, and in about an hour, they're coming out. Y'all are going to be jealous.
So, Coach, you're going to make meatloaf. I guess that means it's
there's
one for the thumb,
there's-
right? Yeah. Coach,
Actually went vegan
congratulations. And I
6 years
guess
ago.
if things go your way, we'll see you back here. One for the thumb, huh?
Yeah. Well, I don't need one. I only got 4 fingers, so I'm good.
There you go.
You're on your way to
That's
4
me.
fingers.
That was me. That was me in that interview. We just never admitted it.
What are you doing? I mean, I need you healthy. I need you healthy with all 10.
I'm ready, boss. I'm ready.
Okay.
I'm ready. Giants and
Don't
Twins
go
this
OCU
weekend.
Mignori
Let's
on
go.
me.
Let's go. We're ready.
Don't come in with 7 1/4. Just you hang
Jason
in there.
Pierre-Paul.
Come on, man. It's City Connect Thursday. It's never happened before.
Strahan?
But today is the day. Here's my what are you doing? And it goes out to Pro Football Talk Zone Mike Florio, who was on with our morning show yesterday, and had this to say about the 49ers in the quarterback position.
For as good as they've been, I mean, they would have won 2 or 3 Super Bowls by now if they had the quarterback position under control. And I just think this is the latest effort for them to clean up this mess they've made the past 5 years in how they've handled the quarterback situation. And at some point, you just have to move on from Jimmy Garoppolo. Now, to Kyle Shanahan's credit, he has moved on from it. But they're still holding out hope for the possibility that lightning strikes somewhere and another team loses a starting quarterback, and they're going to suddenly be ready to give the 49ers what they want for Jimmy Garoppolo. And also, Garoppolo gets paid a lot more than what he would get if he eventually gets cut. That's why he's still on the roster.
Okay, so the comment that got everybody going was that the 49ers have made a mess of the quarterback position for the last 5 years.
They sure have, Mark. No success.
I understand where you're coming from if you want to point out to the 2017 NFL draft and the 49ers passed on Patrick Mahomes and they passed on Deshaun Watson, ... That might not have gone so well had they not. But anyway, and it's just an unfair statement. I get where you're coming from, but if you got a guy, like this is where the disrespect at a certain point has to end. And it isn't just about Jimmy. It's also about the organization, okay? It is not fair to put this kind of a thing on a team for the draft when, even when they make mistakes, because every team does, you recover, get Jimmy Garoppolo for a second-round pick, and make 2 of the next 5 NFC championship games and have somebody waiting to call you a mess. Like, if you really want to call someone a mess over the last 5 years, how about all the other teams that passed on Patrick Mahomes and Deshaun Watson? Mahomes was the 10th overall pick. Watson was the 12th. You want to know who else passed on him? It wasn't just the 49ers. How about the Bears, who actually wanted a quarterback, traded up to get Mitch Trubisky, and haven't had a quarterback, oh, by the way, my whole life. My whole life, the Bears have never had a quarterback.
Jim McMahon.
The Jets were in that top 10, no quarterback. Carolina was in that top 10, no quarterback. The Chargers took Mike Williams. Yes, they've got Justin Herbert now. Jacksonville was in that top 10. Oh, by the way, those teams are always in the top 10. Cleveland had the number 1 overall pick. You could say they nailed it with Myles Garrett. They end up with Deshaun Watson a few years later and are still working on the quarterback position. If you're going to point to someone for being a mess, it's got to be somebody else from the 2017 draft.
Yes, it has to be. And you know how many quarterbacks over the last 5 years have been to 2 conference championship games? There are 4 guys who have been to 2 title games. Pat Mahomes, Tom Brady, Aaron Rodgers, Jimmy Garoppolo. Those are your 4.
Jimmy Garoppolo.
And, the Rams have been twice, but one was with Jared Goff, one was with Stafford. And, by the way, Tom Brady's been to 3 or 4 of them.
It's been a few.
Yeah. With Tampa, with New England. It's Rodgers, Brady, Mahomes, and Garoppolo. That's it.
It's all brought to you by BMW Fairfield. Now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Provide a luxurious, all-encompassing experience to address all your BMW needs. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit. It's BMWFairfield.com. We talk about all this and tonight's game in Houston with John McClain, longtime NFL writer and now radio personality in Houston. He joins us next on Willard and Dibs.
Now with Xfinity, you'll get unlimited internet with gig speed and supersonic Wi-Fi. With a 2-year internet rate guarantee, no annual contract required, and no equipment fees. Talk about knock your socks off. Ooh! Plus, a free Flex 4K streaming box. It's like hitting the streaming jackpot. It's all just $50 a month when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data. $50 a month. A price that's truly jaw-dropping.
Oh! Literally.
The speed you need at a price you want. Value that's simply bananas. That's the new Xfinity Supersonic Bundle. It's kind of a big deal. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store to learn more.
Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New gigabit internet customers only. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity Internet. After 24 months, regular rates apply to all services and devices.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Breathe new life into life at home with IKEA Festival. 10 topics, 1 purpose. To get more out of the homes we love. What are you passionate about? Art, dance, music, food, fur babies. Get inspired, create, and share with us. With celebrations, giveaways, IKEA family offers, and live streams with expert advice. It's all happening at IKEA Festival. Join us from August 26th through September 10th online or at your local IKEA store. Learn more at IKEA-USA.com.
It's easy to think all money managers are pretty much the same. But at Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Different? How? You sell high commission investment products, right?
No. Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission-based investment products.
Well, you must earn commissions on trades.
Nope, never at Fisher. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our client's best interest. It's the highest standard of care for a financial advisor.
How do you know what's in their best interest?
We get to know our clients and then tailor a portfolio based on their goals and needs.
But you probably sneak in some hidden and layered fees.
No, we have one transparent management fee, structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, you really do look out for your clients.
That's because our top priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. It might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments and securities involve the risk of loss.
Why do we find popping bubble wrap so satisfying? Why do we say boop when we touch somebody's nose? Boop? Why do we turn anything and everything into drums?
Honey, I need those pots to start dinner.
Why do we sing in the shower?
I'm taking a shower.
And outside the shower.
This conference call is boring.
Rick, you are not on mute.
Why? For the same reason we play Skechers from the California Lottery. Because a little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
How's your mental health? I'm listening with Dr. Christine Moutier.
You know, we have this image that if a person is strong, is accomplished, or whatever the stereotype is, that somehow they'll be immune from a mental health problem, PTSD, or suicide. And the reality is that every single human being is exactly that. We're human, and we all have our physical health, and we all have our mental health.
More at imlistening.org. Talk saves lives.
Venture X from Capital One is the travel card for people always asking,
where next?
You earn 10x miles on hotels and rental cars, and 5x miles on flights booked through Capital One Travel, and 2x miles on everything else you buy with Venture X. Plus, receive premium travel benefits like access to over 1,300 airport lounges. The Venture X card from Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
The Labor Day event from Dell Technologies is here. End the summer strong by starting up a new season of productivity. Your business upgrade begins with up to 48% off top-rated laptops, like Vostro, taking performance to the next level with 12th Gen Intel Core processors. It's time to push your growing business even further. What's next for you? Upgrade today by calling 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or go online at carsforkids.org to donate today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, it's about that time. We're gathering timber, Dibs. It's about to go down.
Yeah, it's going down.
Our game tonight.
It's big.
It's going down. We're gathering timber.
I tell you what, speaking of all these things that are going down, I mean, this guy, so good at his career for so long that as soon as he retired, what did he do? You know, keep working. I mean, still 5 days a week at multiple outlets, if I'm not mistaken, John McClain. Am I right?
11 shows a week in 5 cities, 5 times a week on the Texans flagship, 2 podcasts a week on the Texans flagship, 3 writings a week on the Texans flagship. And next Tuesday, it's going to be announced at a press conference that I've been hired as an NFL writer for 3 columns a week at a podcast on a new website in Houston. So the next time I talk to you guys, I can tell you what that is. I retired from the Chronicles. I collect my pension.
Right.
I was never able to do endorsements for radio. Turned down so many through the years, and now I can do all the endorsements that people want me to do.
I feel like we should be sending you a check and adding us to your list of 1099s. Is your accountant working overtime trying to keep all this straight?
I don't know. That's my wife. I have no clue what she does. She could have an offshore account somewhere I have no idea about.
Follow the money.
Sounds like most American families I know. Just tell me where the money is if I need something. That's pretty much it. John, we've been having a conversation that's actually kind of developed for about 3 days now out here, which is how much should Trey Lance play? Should he play at all? It seems like a trend, and I know it's more with the experienced guys, but I wonder if it will bleed over the next 5 years, 10 years in terms of how teams handle the preseason. What do you think is the right thing to do for Trey Lance and Kyle Shanahan tonight?
Well, first of all, I put my trust in Kyle because he's been in the NFL since he got out of the University of Texas. And when I started covering the NFL in 77, there were 6 preseason exhibition games, they called them. And the starters wouldn't play in the first one. They'd play a quarter in the second one, 2 quarters in the third one, about a half in the fourth one, 3 quarters in the fifth one. And the last one, they'd go full game mode because they didn't have time off. They started on Labor Day. So the next week they were playing. And ever since the salary cap was implemented, people have handled it differently. And also, considering the fact players work out all year round, they got great facilities. Back then, when I'm talking about, the Oilers might have had 2 dumbbells and maybe 1 bench press. And so everybody ran. They ran and did calisthenics like in the military. They didn't lift a lot. But now, because they can be there all year round, they give them 3 meals every day. They have every kind of rehab. And if you want massages, you can get them. If you want 66, you can get them away from the team. But they're there for whatever players want today. And so I don't think you need to play a lot in preseason. Like you guys will see Davis Mills in the Texans' first team offense, first time they've all been on the field at the same time. Because Davis Mills has not looked good in preseason. They need him to look good because they're trying to decide, is he going to take the next step from where he ended last year and be their quarterback? If that's the case, they can use their 11 draft choices, including 2 number 1 picks on position players, like they did this year. Cornerback Derek Stingley, left guard Kenyon Green, first round safety Jalen Petrie in the second round. They're all going to be starters. And if they can't, and if he doesn't take that next step, then Nick Caserio, the GM, is going to have to package a lot of those picks and move up to try to get a quarterback like Ohio State's C.J. Stroud, unless they're bad enough to get the first overall pick.
Nick Caserio obviously has linkage to Jimmy Garoppolo. We thought out here as we're looking for Jimmy Garoppolo's next team that maybe Houston would be the destination. That doesn't seem likely now. Where do you think Jimmy Garoppolo will end up if the Niners do cut him as expected in 5 days?
First of all, Jimmy Garoppolo was never coming here, ever. And those reports, national reports, were wrong. And the only way they would be interested in him here if, say, Davis Mills suffered a season-ending injury. And because if you had Jimmy G here, first time Mills throws an interception, a lot of fans would be saying, well, Garoppolo led the 49ers to the Super Bowl, which, as you guys know, is not exactly the case. And it's not what you need for a young quarterback trying to develop. You need clear lines drawn between first and second. So I've never understood, I did not understand why Cleveland was not interested in Jimmy G, knowing that Watson was going to be gone a long time. And I'm sure you guys are as flummoxed as I am, and everybody else is, at the Seahawks going with Geno Smith and Drew Lock, even though they got Metcalf and Lockett at wide receiver, Fant at tight end. Those guys are good. They've got 2 running backs, Rashad Penny. He was second rushing over the last 6 games to Jonathan Taylor. They draft Kenneth Walker III. They draft Charles Cross to play left tackle. Then they drafted another tackle in the 3rd round. Let Dwayne Brown go. Their skill position players are really good, except for one glaring weakness, and maybe Pete Carroll is seeing what Dick Vermeil saw when he didn't replace Trent Green with a guy on a trade. He elevated this nobody named Kurt Warner. So maybe that's what Pete Carroll thinks he's going to do. But does anybody think Geno Smith or Drew Lock are good enough to take advantage of all the talent they got at the skill positions. So maybe Jimmy G gets cut so they don't have to guarantee his contract, and Seattle reaches out and looks like a genius.
Yeah, I mean, I think your read is kind of what our read has been, at least over the last handful of days. And if that is the case, is that your belief in terms of why it's still going? Like the 49ers, and there was a report here just a couple of days ago that within the 49er walls, they think he's going to end up in Seattle. So is that why this is getting so drawn out? The 49ers are saying, we're going to keep you away from Seattle as long as humanly possible, and then we'll let you go, and Seattle will pick you up the next day. Do you think that's the most likely scenario here?
It could be, Mark. It could be. But on the other hand, the Niners would like to get a pick, even if it's a pick like the Browns got for Baker Mayfield. Obviously, Garoppolo would have to have his contract redone. He'd take a pay cut. He's not worth what he's getting paid, and the new team would give him a chance to make that money back in incentives of the way Watson has a chance to do it. And I'd be leery of trading Garoppolo unless I saw him play in preseason. He could throw the ball. I don't care what the Niners say. Oh, yeah, his arm's great. He can throw. When you have surgery like he did, you're not going to make a trade for him without being able to see him throw the ball. And they don't let veterans go around the country doing tryouts at this time of the year. So all I can think of, if he's cut, then he'll have to go work out and prove that he can throw the way he did before the surgery.
So what do you think the likelihood is in terms of a ramp-up for Jimmy Garoppolo, knowing he won't play in the preseason, and preseason's going to end here in a few days, and then still another week and a half till the regular season starts? Is it going to take about a month until Jimmy Garoppolo is able to find a team, get ramped up, and then maybe theoretically appear?
That sounds about right. He's certainly not going to be thrown to the wolves, especially when he doesn't know the system, doesn't know the coaches. Maybe he'll go somewhere that plays a system similar to what Kyle Shanahan plays. But, somebody could get hurt between now and then. They'd love to be able to get a pick, but if somebody hadn't given them a pick yet, unless somebody has a serious injury in his third game to a quarterback, I just don't see it happening. And if I'm the Browns, I know Garoppolo wouldn't want to go there and back up Jacoby Brissett. But what are the odds Brissett's going to start all 11 games? And I would rather have Jimmy G on my roster than Joshua Dobbs, because the Browns still think, because of great running game, great defense, they still think, especially with an easy schedule starting off, that they're going to be able to be in the playoff race when Watson comes back. But just because Watson's coming back against a bad team in Houston doesn't mean he's going to be ready to play. You think about how long it's been since he's actually played. And after Houston, it's December games. All of them are outdoors. Weather could be terrible, including 2 in Cleveland. So I think he's going to have trouble when he comes back, and I think that the best you'll see from him will be in 2023 because of circumstances. Another thing about Watson, he's never had any negativity in his career. Now he's going to have it everywhere he goes. When he comes back here, there's going to be boos. There's going to be three-worded chants. There's going to be protests outside with women. It's going to be a circus, national media all over the country. But if I'm the Browns, I think I'm going to can stay in the race. I want a proven backup quarterback who may be the starter if Brissett is inept or injured.
Yeah, I'm totally with you. John McClain, Sports Radio 610 in Houston with us here, Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Hey, I want to ask you a little bit of an intricate thing with fantasy drafts coming up for a lot of people this weekend. We keep hearing about this kid, Dameon Pierce, who's supposed to just take over the Texans' backfield this year. John, what do you know?
He was a 4th-round pick from Florida. He rotated in the backfield at Florida last year, and every Florida alum I know, and I know a lot, that watched all their game, was infuriated with the coaching staff. And I said, well, the Texans thank you that he wasn't like Kenneth Walker III, and he's getting 350 carries. So he comes in, he starts off 3rd or 4th, but every time we see him in camp, he's making quick cuts, and they didn't hit back then. He played in the first game against New Orleans, and he averaged almost 9 yards a carry without the benefit of the long run. And they held him out of the last one. I think you'll see him tonight get some carries with the first team. He's still listed second team with Marlon Mack, who hadn't done squat since 2019 because of injuries. But I've said all along, I thought Pierce, because of opportunity, the worst running game in NFL history, the worst in Texans history, the worst in the NFL, 31st year before, he has a great opportunity. The key is, can his offensive line, it's been awful at run blocking the last 2 years, improve with 2 new starters at guard?
John, you've got a great retirement fund. We know that, in about 17 jobs. If you were to take a piece of your retirement fund and bet it on the Super Bowl winner, who would you bet on?
Well, I certainly wouldn't bet on Green Bay because they've proved they can have home field advantage and not get to the Super Bowl since 2010. I don't think the Bucs, with all their interior line problems, plus Mass Singer at quarterback, and I don't think anybody from the NFC East, the NFC West, it's balanced. But I can't go against Buffalo. Everybody's going with Buffalo. I hope for the Buffalo fans who suffered for those 4 consecutive losses. I don't care about the players or the coaches, but I hope for the loyal Buffalo fans that Buffalo can finally win its first Super Bowl.
John, it is so great to hear your voice again, and I hope you are enjoying air quotes retirement. I'm glad you're still doing so much so that we can keep calling you all the time.
You guys call me anytime. Thank you very much as always. Good luck to the Niners and Lynch and Shanahan and all those former Texans employees who are in that organization, especially D'Amico Ryans, because it's going to be your last year with D'Amico, so you better enjoy it.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Yeah, John, thank you so much.
The best.
Yeah, he's probably right. I mean, I hadn't even thought of that. If the 49er defense does what we all think it can do, Richard Sherman is on Twitter 2 weeks ago going, where do you see this secondary? And it sort of got quiet because Mosley and Ward both got hurt, and the other Ward too. And so it got quiet. But if they can stay healthy, and I'm talking about Charvarius, not Jimmy. Jimmy may miss the first game of the year, but those corners, I think, you already know what you're getting out of the pass rush.
Right.
If Fred Warner behind you, Alshire, Greenlaw, these guys, it is going to be a really good defense. And if it is...
Gone.
D'Amico's gone.
Yeah.
He's going to be
Robert Saleh was gone.
Right. He's going to be the guy next year.
Right. So, and that's what you want when you're a successful, healthy franchise. Your assistant coaches get jobs elsewhere, and the guys below matriculate up. That means you're doing well. That means you're winning. And the best way to have a good secondary, by the way, is to have a good pass rush. So if you're one of the various wards in the back, Charvarius, Jimmy, etc., you are loving this interior and the exterior defensive line, knowing that if they get after opposing QBs, your job is made much easier.
Oh, well, we saw that the year that the 49ers only had 2 interceptions, and then they came back the very next year, and Nick Bosa was a rookie, and 49ers ended up in the Super Bowl.
Right.
So it was like, oh my gosh, all of a sudden, the same guys, the exact same guys are picking balls off right and left. So you're absolutely right, and I'm super excited about what the defense can do. All the questions are on the other side of the ball. And it's not just the obvious one of who is Trey Lance and what he is going to be, but a lot of that is going to be connected to what's right in front of him as well, which is another thing that and by the way, we talk so much about the running backs. I don't really have any concerns that they're going to produce. Whoever it is, they will get production from those guys, and multiple, probably at least 3. I'd stick the over-under at 2.5 and probably take the over in terms of number of running backs who will start a game for the 49ers this year. I'll take the over. They'll get production there. I am so high on this team going very far if the offensive line blocks.
Right.
That's it. That's literally the one thing I'm asking for this year.
But even if the blocking is average, this is where Kyle Shanahan in his laminated spreadsheet, his laminated play sheet, that's where you need to lean on his expertise, because if you realize that your interior 3, Burford and Brendel and Banks, the killer bees, if they're not killer bees, if they're lowercase b's, well, now you have to figure out a way to run to the perimeter. You have to be able to run outside the tackle, use misdirection, use the jet sweep, end around, reverses, double reverses, all the rest of the trickeration in order to still be able to run the ball.
Really cool article by Eric Branch, by the way, on this kid, Jason Poe, who's really tracking toward making the team as an offensive lineman. He's an undersized guy, but they got Trent Williams talking all about him at a press conference the other day, which already kind of tells you that he's going to make the team. Trent knows what's going on. And sort of this interesting thought / question comes up. Like, yet another undrafted free agent find by the 49ers. That's something where a front office deserves a whole lot of credit. But if this guy ends up outplaying Aaron Banks, if he outplays a second-round draft pick, but the front office found both of them, right? You use second-round capital on a guy, but you also get credit for grabbing the undrafted guy, and then he outproduces. Is that criticism worthy? Or is that a high five? Is it somewhere in between? What do you think about that?
It's criticism worthy.
It is.
Because ultimately, you wasted a second-round pick on a guy. That, to me, is criticism worthy more so than finding an undrafted free agent, because that's what you're supposed to do. If you're a good front office, you find these guys. That's great. And I'm not going to say that, they should be given demerits for finding a guy. They've done a great job of that. But when you burn a second-round pick on a guy who can't start for you, and we go back to Reuben Foster and Solomon Thomas, first-round guys, and now Trey Sermon, a third-round guy, why don't you be like the Rams? Just give up all your draft picks and just find undrafted free agents.
Because I think that's short-term gain, long-term loss. I really do.
It can be.
And I know I tried to beat this drum last year, and I took the L because the Rams won the Super Bowl, which is the goal, obviously.
Right.
When you do that, you're going to get a lot of slack and a lot of rope for a long time. But if you keep giving up on the draft and you keep restructuring everyone's contract and you keep bringing in every time there's a big name available, Jalen Ramsey and Odell Beckham, and you just, yep, you just keep – I do feel like that's going to get you at some point. And as a fan, I would almost rather what we've watched the 49ers do the last 3 years, which is you're right there. You're right there, and I want you right there every year. When you're provided health, I want you to have a shot every year. And over a 9-year period, you break through, you hope that you break through for at least one, but compete and be right there every year, as opposed to we got one Super Bowl and then it crumbled and we're terrible, which I'm not saying necessarily the Rams are not going to do that yet, but they might in 2 years when Stafford's just about done. You're going to have to reboot that whole thing.
They might, but if you look at the last 5 years, the Rams have 2 Super Bowl berths and 1 chip.
And they won.
The Niners have 1 Super Bowl berth and no chip. So right now, I mean, you can say
advantage Rams. There's no doubt.
It might crumble, but so far it's not going to crumble. And the other part of that is if the Niners are going to draft this poorly at the top of the first 3 rounds, and they haven't been that poor, but if Banks is a miss and Sermon's a miss, Solomon Thomas is a miss, Reuben Foster's a miss. Sure. They've had some hits. Debo is a hit. Nick Bosa's on the Hall of Fame track, and Trey Lance we don't yet know. So it's been a mixed bag, but the Rams' approach of F the first round has so far netted them 2 Super Bowl appearances and 1 title.
888-957-9570 on this. Adam in San Francisco. You're on with Willie and Dibby. Hi, Adam. What are you doing?
Just heading back home to Coal Valley.
Okay. Be safe.
Love Coal Valley.
Yes. What's your favorite spot about Coal Valley, Dibs? I'd love to know.
It used to be Savor. I don't know if it's still there. A little breakfast spot right there. I think it's on Coal itself.
Okay.
Little outdoor garden.
I'm not sure about. Oh, that's Zazzy's now.
Oh, okay. Okay, it's been a minute. It's been about a kid and a half since I've been there. But
all right.
I lived in the city in the early 00s. We used to go down there for brunch on the weekends.
You should still go down there once the kid is born. It's a good family area. really quickly what you guys were talking about in the sense of, like, you know, is the front office to blame if they could find undrafted guys, but they miss on some? And the thing that I'm hoping Aaron Banks pans out because, you know, obviously he didn't play last year. I thought I heard some good things coming out of camp, but let's see how he actually performs in a game. But I think it's at fault of the front office that, you know, especially that draft, right, where they drafted Aaron Banks in the second round when Asante Samuel Jr. was there. He's looked very good early on for the Chargers. And then obviously Trey Sermon, it's like, it sounds like he's going towards the exit of towards the route of being cut when he was so good at Ohio State. I kind of compare him to Carlos Hyde. Couple good years. I mean, he had one good year with the Niners, but it's just kind of a bust. So I guess asking your guys' opinion, with the people that they have found, like Kittle and Warner, does that alleviate them from the blame of, you know, a Solomon Thomas and I don't want to say Aaron Banks is bad yet because we don't know.
Yeah, we're not there. That's a good call. Yeah, Adam, I appreciate it. I mean, it is interesting. I mean, in the end, if you are entering a draft, and I do as a fan, if you're entering a draft thinking, okay, some of these are going to be misses. What you need is some hits. And yes, it does feel weird. I don't think that these numbers bear out exactly the way we feel it, but it feels like the Niners have had more misses in rounds 1 and 2 than they have in 5 and 6. Like, look at this roster from Warner to Greenlaw to Kittle to Eli Mitchell, what they've found late, add in the undrafted guys, and you're like, man, why don't you guys just show up at the 4th round and start then? I think there have been plenty of guys 4th round and on who have not panned out as well.
Right.
But I get the way it feels. I don't know. It's not ideal. You end up paying money for guys that you're getting nothing out of. You'd love to have a great batting average early. But in the end, if you're coming out of every draft with 2, 3, 4 players who really have an impact, that's the goal.
Doesn't matter where you draft.
I guess. It's maybe a little wasteful financially, I guess. Because you do throw some guaranteed money at these guys who then don't work out. But
and it's also tantalizing to think about, like, second-round picks that don't pan out, like Dante Pettis in 2018.
Yep.
Second-round wide receiver, and you think about what might have been, but then you look at the third round in that same draft, Fred Warner. Okay, if Fred Warner was the second-round pick and Dante Pettis was the third-round pick in that draft,
better.
We would feel better.
But the net result is the same.
Exactly. The net result is that you had a wide receiver who couldn't play, and you have a linebacker who is a Pro Bowler and maybe a 10-year 49er in the making. And the next year, Jalen Hurd is your third-round pick. And Jalen Hurd was unable to ever get on the field, and Dre Greenlaw was your 5th-round pick. So if Greenlaw was your 3rd-round pick and Jalen Hurd was your 5th-round pick, would you feel better about it? Yes, you would. But the net result is you have Greenlaw and you don't have Hurd. And you could play that game all the way through every single draft. And that's, you know, kind of to your point. But for me, it's just a little bit tantalizing when you have these picks that don't work out high.
No doubt.
But you're undrafted and your late round guys do work out. So you're probably right on this one.
Your calls on this will continue at 888-957-9570. Plus, Steph Curry's name out of nowhere came out of someone's mouth at the Little League World Series yesterday in a pretty unfair way, I would say. That's next on 95.7 The Game.
If you run a small business, efficiency has never been more important. So for a limited time, Comcast Business is introducing small business savings. Call now to get powerful internet for just $39 a month for 12 months with no annual contract and a money-back guarantee. All on the largest, fastest, reliable network for small businesses. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/22. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. Restrictions apply. New business 50 megabits per second customers only. Equipment, taxes, and other charges extra and subject to change. After promo, regular rates apply.
Life is hard enough, but BMW ownership shouldn't be. BMW of Fairfield understands that time is your most precious resource, and making time for automotive service can be challenging. So we offer a team of mobile service technicians who will come to you when you need maintenance on your BMW. Contact the BMW of Fairfield Mobile Service Concierge to schedule your appointment. There is a better way to service BMW. Visit bmwfairfield.com/mobile service to book your appointment.
Live on DAZN Pay-Per-View, September 17th, Part 3. Canelo versus Triple G to take the trilogy
bad blood, a score to settle, controversy, brutality, pure hostility. For victory, for history, for the trilogy. Canelo Alvarez versus Gennady Golovkin. September 17th, live on DAZN pay-per-view. Visit DAZN.com.
You put it in your mouth and you chew it up real good.
I know how to chew gum, Dad.
Hurry up, we got leaks to fix.
What are you two up to?
We're fixing our leaky pipes.
Yeah.
With gum?
Yeah, it's a hack, Mom.
A what?
A hack.
You know.
A do-it-yourself trick.
No, the trick to fixing leaks and low water pressure is calling repipe specialists.
You mean professionals?
I mean, repipe specialists can repipe our whole house in 1 to 2 days. Fix the leaks and low water pressure, repair the holes in the walls if we want, and they guarantee their work for life.
Got leaks or low water pressure? Call the professionals at Repipe Specialists, and in 1 to 2 days, they can repipe your whole house with new PEX tubing. With over 60,000 repipes completed, that's their specialty.
You really stepped in it.
I was just being...
Gum, Dad. You
What?
stepped in the gum.
Oh, great.
Call 800-217-1636 for a free in-home estimate. And ask about their 0% financing options. That's 800-217-1636. Call today, 800-217-1636, or visit repipe.com.
DQ presents Picture this. Picture the burger of your dreams. It's on the new DQ Signature Stack Burgers menu. A lineup of 5 premium burgers, like the Flamethrower Signature Stack Burger and Loaded A1 Signature Stack Burger, with 100% seasoned real beef patties, melty cheese, and a combo of top-notch toppings and sauces galore. This dream burger is calling your name. But it isn't a dream. You're ordering at the DQ drive-thru. The DQ Signature Stack Burgers lineup. Try it today. DQ. Happy tastes good.
Remember when you were told bigger is better? Well, that's just simply not the case. Do you want a big bill? No. A big burden? No. What about a big bulky tank water heater taking up space in your basement? No, I didn't think so. What you do want is to make all of those things smaller. Navien tankless water heaters are more efficient and take up less space than outdated bulky tanks, with cutting-edge features that improve safety, simplify processes, and increase capabilities. Once you go Navien, you'll never go back. Learn more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
Experience the crown jewel of Hot Run with family and friends at America's favorite car show. It's the Good Guys 35th Race Deck West Coast Nationals this weekend at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. Explore over 3,500 hot rods, muscle cars, and trucks through 1997. Plus, don't miss the Good Guys CPP Autocross Series racing action featuring the FiTech West Coast Shootout. And see who takes home the Good Guys 2022 BASF America's Most Beautiful Award. It's all this weekend at the Alameda County Fairgrounds. Details at good-guys.com.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake and tire replacements, oil changes, and much more. It's the ultimate convenience. Easy booking, transparent pricing, on-time arrivals, and service right in your driveway. No waiting rooms, and direct access to your mechanic with friendly and reliable service. No middleman or upsells. They're so sure you'll love the convenience. Take $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50. Kirby, your driveway mechanic.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
It's time to say goodnight to that check engine light with the free AutoZone Fix Finder service. It'll help troubleshoot the likely cause of your light for free, so you can drive with peace of mind. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
I put my trust in Kyle.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right. We'll keep going with your calls on this. 888-957-9570. Text, keep it coming. Comcast Business text line. Twitch, YouTube. Yes, Twitch and YouTube. I will continue to the best of my abilities to keep giving you one for the thumb.
Yeah.
Right? It's Orange Creamsicle, City Connect Thursday now because that's the way I roll. That's the way I roll. And meatloaf is delicious, and it's worth the effort. So that's how we did it.
And instead of using the food processor, you chose to go hand-to-hand combat and score this one for the breadcrumbs.
Yep. Did it the old-fashioned way. I earned it.
Yeah. Yeah, you go breadcrumbs in the processor. Boom.
Nope.
Done. That's it. 3 pulses and it's over.
So what do you want to see in the 49er game tonight, from Trey Lance to the running game to the offensive line to I'm just praying for health? I mean, that's the number one thing I would say. We'll get to all of that. Back to the phones in a second. I do want to bring attention to this, especially since you love yourself the Little League World Series at an incredible level. I've never met anyone to be as into it as you are.
Yes, I'm currently in first place in a pool started by my good friend Ned Freeman, a.k.a. the Ned Bot. This Hawaii team, if you're not watching the Little League World Series, tune in on Saturday for the U.S. Championship and watch this Hawaii team, Mark. They are maybe the best Little League team of a generation. They're a juggernaut. They pitch it, they hit it, they catch it, and they throw it. Your Giants, your San Francisco Giants, your orange and black, they would be well served to watch this Hawaii team play the game.
Well, explain to me, by the way, what team was this yesterday with this video that went a little crazy, and we're going to have Tim Kirkjian, who weighed in on this here in kind of a funny way. Do you know what team was this?
I'm not sure which of the international teams.
It was an international team, right?
Yeah, it was an elimination.
Sensation. I'll take the buck. I brought it up.
It was either Nicaragua. It might have been Panama. It was in the losers bracket. And, man, just this moment was one of those moments where you want to get away. But he's 12 years old.
He's 12 years old. It's actually maybe the third base coach who deserves who deserves the criticism more than anyone. Kid gets to third base. I'm imagining he got a triple. Or did he just run hard on a base hit? All we see is the kid sliding into third base, okay? To give you the visual the best we can before you hear the audio, kid slides into third base safely, then gets up on third base, and his third base coach is immediately encouraging him with everything in his body to dive right into the longest celebration dance you could possibly imagine. And the coach and the kid are doing it, and they're going, and they got this move, and they got that move, and we're dancing, and we're pointing at the dugout, and yeah, you made third base. And then, during the dance, the feet come off the bag. And the third baseman was waiting for it the whole time. And young man, you out.
Gutierrez, the third baseman, just sat there waiting for his opportunity when he was going to come off the bag.
I blame Steph Curry. It's his fault. They're all trying to be him, even in the middle of a baseball game.
Oh, Tim Kirkjian, shame on you.
First of all, I love Tim Kirkjian's voice. It's my favorite. Absolutely love. You blame Steph Curry? You blame what I get? What'd you give me?
2 2s and a 3.
Well, it wasn't.
Whitey is the gold standard.
Why I'm not. You know what? I'm never going to try that again.
Stay in your lane. We, as a deep-voiced impersonator.
Yeah, Gabe, Bruce, and Scene. So anyway, Tim Kirkjian. There's a good broadcast.
See, now that's a 4.
There's a good reporter.
And you can also do your Harry Kalish, who hopefully... I'm still waiting for Harry to chime in on some football.
Oh, we're waiting for the NFL season to start. So don't you worry about that.
That's a damn 5.
We'll get there. We'll get there.
Kirkjian's now down to a 1.
Yeah. Anyway,
Yoda and Bochy had a baby.
Like, why are you coming after Steph Curry? Why are you coming after Steph Curry? These kids are dancing over there on third base.
Do not.
I'm third baseman.
Stop it.
At the ball and get your butt on the bag. Anyway,
call timeout.
This kid's out. We're not even. We're not even in the same sport. And so Steph Curry
Stay in the
now.
bag, sport.
Well, tell me this: is Steph Curry the sports gold standard for celebration after good plays?
No, but if you notice in the video, when the kid gets up, he does the splash like, I just knocked down a 3.
Right.
I'm on third base.
He did about
1,
20.
2, 3, you know.
I mean, he did about 14 different moves.
Yes, but he ended it with the splash, and you're right about the third baseman. And shout out Kyle Kelly for pointing it out on YouTube that it was Curacao, the Curaçaoian young man who drifted off the bag. And you're right, the third baseman's got the ball, and he sees all this going on, and he's like, okay, I'm just going to sit here and wait.
Wait right here.
And the problem is the kid finally gets off the base. And when you have your knee on the base, the only way to get off the base is to lift your knee and then put your foot on the base. And there's that time where your knee comes up and you're not on the base.
You better have your hand on the bag.
Boop.
All right. Or you better have your other foot on the bag.
Or you call time.
Well, these guys are over here doing the saddle dance with one another. And you mentioned it, he's 12. The third base coach appears to be about 51. And he's doing the exact same thing. I mean, he's guiding this kid through this dance.
It was a Gangnam Style. They were doing the whole thing.
I'll give the third base coach credit for one thing. I give him credit for one thing. When that kid got tagged out, he looked at the third base coach like, what just happened? And that third base coach, he did not come down on the kid at all. It was like he immediately knew. He's like, my fault. Exactly.
Totally.
Thank you. I was going to say, like, that, my bad, because I totally just guided you into this, and now you're out. So at least he had the sheepish grin, pat the kid on the back. My fault. Go sit down. You're out. Yeah,
Totally.
total party foul.
What'd you have? A brain cramp?
What'd you have? A foot on the bag?
What'd you have? A truly?
No.
Trying to get a nice little buzz.
I already miss Gary.
I do too.
I already miss him.
But miss me with the whole, Bob Myers, you should be fired for not signing him.
Stop it.
People are outraged. It was a great run. Let's just bask in what it was.
I blame Steph Curry.
Yeah, I do too.
Kirkshin.
First of all, I want to know how Joe Lacob doesn't have the money to pay Gary Payton II, but does have the money to try and buy the Angels.
Good point.
Well, that Angel money will not fit under the salary cap, just so you know.
I also like the idea of just blaming Steph Curry for everything.
Let's do it.
Like, I ran out of gas.
I mean, I think
Steph.
I
blame Steph Curry.
I think the fifth inning of the Giants game yesterday, Steph, where were you on that one?
I blame Steph Curry.
Totally. What the hell are you doing? I mean, you're in charge of Bay Area sports, are you not?
1 for 13 with runners in scoring position.
I blame Steph Curry.
Totally. How many hits did he get yesterday?
Not a one.
None.
I blame Steph Curry.
And don't tell me he can't swing a bat. The guy's out there golfing about 250 dates a year.
Took me an hour and 15 minutes to get to work today, Mark.
I blame Steph Curry.
Totally. I mean, he used to live over there. He found his way to not have to do the east to west commute anymore. So, come on.
And I'm sure he gets stuck in that north to south. You could take 280 and take the long way from where he lives.
I actually believe Steph Curry does not get stuck in traffic. I think he finds a way.
Helicopter.
Whatever. Find a way. Use the carpool lane when you're not supposed to. Have some sort. Like, who's going to pull Steph Curry over and do a damn thing about it? Cop pulls Steph Curry over. You're asking for an autograph. You're not handing out a ticket. Let's be real.
Well, you get the autograph on the ticket and then just never submit it and just keep it and frame it in your house.
Exactly. That's exactly right. All right. Back to the phones at 888-957-9570. Willard and Dibs, glad you're with us. Hey, Jones in Atlanta. Hey, Jones, what are you doing?
I'm on my way to see my chiropractor real quick.
Okay. Sorry that your back's not feeling so good.
I blame Steph Curry.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm a blame the 49ers GMs because we traded 3 first-round picks for kids from North. I've been so hot about this from day one. I'm so hot. That's why I'm at the chiropractor right now. My back hurts. You understand me? My back hurts because we're not going to go to the playoffs this year, guys. Like, I'm just being where I want to rebuttal before you hang up. Okay, so anybody, please tell me, when was Trey Lance ever better than Justin Fields?
When was Trey Lance ever better than Justin Fields?
I don't think he has to be better than Justin Fields for the Niners to still make the playoffs because this team is not built around Trey Lance being the most important player. That's my rebuttal.
Well, in my rebuttal, but
same thing with Jimmy G, right?
But Jones, Jones, how are we even answering that question yet? Like, if I said it the other way around, when was Justin Fields better than Trey Lance? You're going to say Ohio State, and I'm going to say wildly irrelevant. Who the hell cares what happened in high school? I don't. And when has that ever been an indicator of anything with the future of athletes? We're just having this conversation about Jason Poe and Aaron Banks on the offensive line. Poe's undersized. Banks was at Notre Dame. Banks has been better than Poe at every stage of his life. I don't care about that now. Who's going to produce today? So let's see these guys play. Jones, do you want to bet on week 1 when they play each other? I'll take Lance. Yep. You want Fields?
Okay, I'll take Justin Fields.
Okay, let's do it. Hey, What's the bet? What's the bet?
If I win, right, I just want a ticket I either want a ticket to a game or I want to come up to the show and have a debate with y'all. I don't want no money.
Well, okay, first of all, one of those we can offer and one of them can't. I'm not in the ticket office of the 49ers. I don't have tickets to every game. You're in Atlanta. But will you come to the Bay Area and come on the show?
Look. I'm such a 49er fan. I'm tell you how far I go back, right? Way before the beginning of time. Do y'all remember where we were before Jimmy G got here, right? I was at that Jacksonville Jaguars game the day before Christmas. I think it was the day after Christmas, right?
Out of bed.
Jacksonville was good, right?
Yep.
Who won that game for us, right? Jimmy G came in and won 6 games in a row. We have been to the playoffs, and we went to a Super Bowl. So just because we didn't win the Super Bowl, we got to off this guy. Our team has always been based on defense, right? We don't need Jimmy to be the same way. So when Trey since he's the starter, is it going to be because of Trey that we're going to win or get to the Super Bowl or the playoffs? No, it doesn't matter. As long as we win, you don't need to give up 3 first-round picks for that.
Okay, Jones, we got a lot to answer on that, but you're not answering the bet question. Do you want to come on? Like, what are you saying? You're going to come to the Bay Area if the Bears win?
Yeah, so I won't pull up on you.
Okay.
And I'm tell you, see what 3 first-round picks lost you? You could have got Justin Fields at the same position.
Jones.
And still had our 3 first-round picks. We didn't need to trade.
Is this Mac Jones?
Jones, what are you giving us if the 49ers beat the Bears?
Mm-hmm.
I got dinner for you at Maestro's.
Okay. Done. That's done. You sit in here for a segment on the show with us. If the Bears win, you taking us to Mastro's if the 49ers win week 1. Bet?
Week 1. And I'm a Niner fan.
I know you are.
No, I can hear it in your voice.
Yeah, we can tell.
Yeah.
So now to answer your actual football question, and thank you, Jones.
Seriously, you, Jones.
Kyle, write that down. That's
me and Mr. Jones.
Man, medium rare.
We got a thing going on.
I can't wait. But anyway, let me answer what he's actually saying about
medium rare.
I mean,
always
steak cake. Anyway, why did the 49ers make the move to Trey is more intricate than you think. I know that most 49er fans, why on earth would you move on from Jimmy? Or there's the 49er fans going, my gosh, we need to move on from Jimmy. There's all the football stuff, and we've talked that out for 3 years. But understand the bigger side to this.
The biggest side.
It's money.
We're talking about contracts.
You're talking about, we want Debo re-signed. You want Bosa re-signed. Kittle got re-signed. Warner got re-signed. The 49er opinion was, at minimum, even if Trey's not great, we think we can get what Jimmy gives us from Trey for a quarter of the price.
A quarter, an eighth, even. Way less.
That's what they think. So the upside is Trey becomes Patrick Mahomes. Now you're the best team in the NFL. The downside is we think we can get the same thing from him and have the money to keep all of our other really important players. Trent Williams,
the real downside is he's not as good as Jimmy. It turns out the downside is he's an FCS player who's not very good.
But their evaluation, I believe, got to the point where they thought, even if we still become this conservative offense, run it left, run it right, hey, Debo, come over here, we need a first down, you take it. Even if that happens, then you're still doing it for way less and you're keeping all those other players around.
Exactly.
So that's a net win.
Yes. And I mean, the upside, that's quite an upside. And the downside is, we can still win with a guy who is maybe not, even if he's not as good as Jimmy Garoppolo, you figure you should still be able to win games because your roster is so good around him. It's risky, but ultimately, you talked about your cost-benefit analysis. It's well worth it, in their opinion, especially the way they use first-round picks, quite frankly, to send a couple of first-round picks. This year, you didn't have a first-round pick, and you got a guy in Drake Jackson that many people thought was supposed to be a first-round pick anyway.
Right. And by the way, the 49ers, we keep talking about how the Rams handle the first round of the draft. This is kind of a low-key thing I don't think a lot of people have thought of. The 49ers essentially did the same thing. They're like, look, we think we can get, at minimum, Jimmy G production, maybe better. Maybe we have a new pitch we can throw. Maybe we can throw outside the numbers. Maybe we can throw deep. Maybe we can get more mobility at quarterback. But even if he's not perfect, we think that he can run the same thing that Jimmy does, and we'll be able to keep Debo and Bosa and Kittle and Warner, right? But they're also doing the same thing the Rams did, which was forget the first round. Who needs a first round?
You need the first round when you need a quarterback.
Right. We are a good team. We are going to be picking 28th, 29th, 30th, whatever. We don't need our first round pick for the next 3 years. We are in win mode. We are not in build mode. So the Rams have been doing that for a while, and now for a 3-year period, the 49ers are doing it too. And year one worked out really well. You gave up your first-round draft pick, and you made the NFC title game, and it ended up being a late pick. It's practically the same pick they got Jimmy for. It's a late first-round pick. It's not that big of a deal.
Right, and they got a guy who was a first-round rated player in Drake Jackson, and that's the point where you need a first-round pick when you need a quarterback, an edge rusher, or an anchor tackle on your team. So think about the 49ers. You trade up to get Trey Lance. You believe that he is your quarterback. You already have a pretty decent edge rusher in Nick Bosa. Guy might be ultimately a Hall of Famer.
Sheesh.
He was the number 2 pick in 2019. So you did that. You have Trent Williams at left tackle. And by the way, you already used a first-round pick on Mike McGlinchey. He was 9th overall in 2018. So when you've had first-round picks, you've used them on a tackle, McGlinchey in 18, a pass rusher, Bosa in 2019, Kinlaw to replace DeForest Buckner, who, by the way, was also a first-round pick. Kinlaw, we don't yet know. Hopefully this is the year where we can all say, yes, Kinlaw. You used a first-round pick on Eric Armstead, defensive lineman, hopefully an anchor piece. Trey Lance, we already mentioned. So if you don't use a first-round pick on these guys, go ahead and keep your other picks to bring in guys like Debo Samuel, 2nd round, Fred Warner, 3rd round, George Kittle was, 3rd round, 5th round, I'm sorry, for George Kittle.
Yep.
So, you can find value later in the draft, but the first round picks are needed for anchor offensive line, pass rusher, and quarterback, and you have all that covered.
Man, Tuesday's going to be a big day.
Huge.
Tuesday's going to be, and then so now I see why you're doing the stretch 4. You'll be back on Tuesday.
I will, yeah.
That roster cut down happens by 1 o'clock. But
on Tuesday.
I'd be shocked if we don't have at least most of the big news prior to then. And in fact, it could come out even over the weekend. It could come out the day before. We'll see. But what the 49ers eventually do by Tuesday with Jimmy Garoppolo so that we can move on from this conversation. Because what I feel is really hard for fans to register right now. As long as he's here, fans are going to feel like this is an option. And this conversation we're having is exactly why Jimmy can't be here this year. Hell, John McClain came on an hour ago and goes, you can't have him in Houston because you can't do that to Davis Mills. Davis Mills in Houston? If you can't do that to Davis Mills in Houston, you sure as hell can't do it to Trey Lance in San Francisco. So, gotta go. Got to move on and clear this sucker out so you can play football and stop doing cutaways to the good-looking guy on the sideline that you still think can come in and save the day. That's it.
But do you do it on Tuesday, or do you slow play it all the way up until the day before the opener.
Use a roster spot on it?
Use a roster spot on
That's
it.
That's a tough play for me.
It is. I agree with you, but I'm just playing devil's advocate.
Yeah, I know you can.
So if you cut him Tuesday, Seattle comes in on Tuesday and says, thank you very much, and they grab him.
Then we'll see you on September 18th.
Okay, but then he has 19 days to get ready.
Niners minus 7.5.
You don't think the spread moves for your beloved Jimmy G?
Sure, it's 10 right now.
Oh, it's not 10.
Well, it's not out yet, but
the look-ahead line.
6.5 on the road at Chicago week 1.
The look-ahead line, I think, is 7.5. I think you're right.
For Seattle?
I'd have to check,
Okay.
but I wonder where the line would move. Or do you use a roster spot and say, no, Jimmy, you don't get to go anywhere until we say you get to go somewhere?
It's interesting. Yeah, Kyle, what do you got?
One, that would be nuts.
If they held him,
right?
totally.
Yeah, they can.
That becomes a huge story for 2 weeks if they don't cut him next Tuesday.
So that's the thing. Like next Tuesday, to me, the story is not so much if he's released. The story is if he stays. And then the next thing is where he goes.
And how quickly it happens.
Because the release, like if he gets released and goes to the Lions, it's like, right. It's like, oh.
We're going to bite a kneecap off.
There's only 2 teams that would bother me. And by bother or just like get the hair kind of stood up on the back of the neck. Obviously, Seattle's one of them, and the other one's the Rams. Matt Stafford is hurt. And I don't know if he's going to make it through the season.
He's a little dinged up.
Right.
He's not hurt.
He's hurt. Not hurt.
He's fine.
Not hurt, can't play hurt, but he's hurt. And Matt Stafford, by the way, usually by midseason historically is hurt.
Right.
And so
they got Wolford.
Yeah. If Jimmy's on the Rams and he ends up starting, that could get interesting.
Yeah.
That could get interesting. Alex Pavlovich joins us next. The schedule came out yesterday for next year, and it is now a balanced schedule. Fewer games against the Dodgers, the Padres, the division mates. We knew this was coming, but the second I saw it, it didn't feel right. So we'll ask Alex about that. We'll find out about the future if there is one for Brandon Belt. We'll continue to take your phone calls as well at 888-957-9570. Cleared to play next hour as well. We'll get the latest on Belt, Jason Verrett, and Chet Holmgren and the rest. So all of that's coming up. Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game.
I blame Steph Curry.
Summer's in full swing. Are you making the most of it with backyard barbecues, pool parties, and s'mores by the fire pit? Or have you spent another season staring at the same crumbling patio or cracked driveway? You deserve better. The outdoor remodeling experts at System Pavers can help. Get the outdoor space you've always wanted. And for a limited time, System Pavers will demolish and remove your old hardscape for free. This unbeatable offer can save you hundreds or even thousands. Start by calling 800-PAVE-004 or visit SystemPavers.com. Plus, enjoy special financing to get the ball rolling today. With 30 years of experience and more than 75,000 projects completed, System Pavers delivers more than just beautiful outdoor remodels. You get peace of mind knowing the job's done right. Call System Pavers at 800-PAVE-004 today. That's 800-PAVE-004 or visit SystemPavers.com right now.
All orders must be placed by August 31st. Financing subject to credit approval. See website for full offer and demolition savings details. Contractor's license 661575.
How's your mental health? I'm listening with Jewel.
One day I was in a dressing room trying to steal a dress, and I was like, I'm a statistic. I'm homeless, I'm stealing. Then I realized if I don't change something, I'm going to end up in jail or dead. And I remember this quote that was attributed to Buddha that said, happiness doesn't depend on who you are or what you have, it depends on what you think. And so I decided to see if I could turn my life around one thought at a time.
More at imlistening.org. Talk saves lives.
This is a Reese's Peanut Butter Cup sound experiment. We're looking to find the perfect way to hear Reese's so you'll buy more of them. Here we go. Reese's. 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 Hey, get out of here, you little stinker. Reese's.
Reese's.
Reese's. Peanut Butter Cups. That breathy one sounded very creepy, am I right?
Get Labor Day savings at Lowe's. Buy one, get one 50% off select HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams Paint and Cabot Exterior Stains via rebate. And save on Lowe's exclusive Stainmaster laminate flooring starting at $269 per square foot. It's 3 times wear resistant and backed by a lifetime limited warranty. Shop Labor Day savings now at Lowe's. Stainmaster claims compared to standard residential grade laminate. See warranty at Lowe's.com/Stainmaster. Conditions and exclusions apply. See store Lowe's.com for paint details and restrictions. While supplies last. Offer valid through 9/7.
Listen to Bonte and Shasky each day this week around 7:30 for your chance to win a $100 gift card to Kirby. Kirby is your driveway mechanic. Brakes, tires, oil changes, and more. Get all the info on our contest page at 957thegame.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Why do we find popping bubble wrap so satisfying? Why do we say boop when we touch somebody's nose? Boop? Why do we turn anything and everything into drums?
Honey, I need those pots to start dinner.
Why do we sing in the shower?
I'm taking a shower.
And outside the shower.
This conference call is boring.
Rick, you are not on mute.
Why? For the same reason we play Scratchers from the California Lottery. Because a little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
Everyone knows how beneficial therapy can be, but traditional therapy can be overwhelming, confusing, and inconvenient. When scheduling in-person therapy, it can be difficult to find the right therapist near you, and it can take weeks to get on their calendar. We knew there had to be a better way, and that's where BetterHelp began. I'm Danny, co-founder of BetterHelp Online Therapy. When Alana and I started BetterHelp in 2013, our mission was simple. Find a way to make professional therapy accessible, affordable, and convenient for everyone. BetterHelp works around your schedule and lifestyle. You can connect to a therapist by phone, video call, or even text message. You don't even have to turn on your camera if you don't feel comfortable. And if your therapist isn't the right fit, you can switch anytime with a click of a button because BetterHelp is designed with you in mind. See why over 2 million members have trusted BetterHelp for online therapy. Go to betterhelp.com/youfirst and get 10% off your first month. That's betterhelp.com/youfirst for 10% off your first month.
In order for small businesses to thrive, they need to be smart, efficient, agile, staying ahead of the market at every turn, and finding ways to do more with less. That's never been more important than it is right now. So for a limited time, Comcast Business is introducing Small Business Savings, a deal for companies across the country. When you call in now, you can get powerful internet for just $39 a month for 12 months. $39 a month with no annual contract and a money-back guarantee. All on the largest, fastest, reliable network for small businesses with the company that powers more businesses than anyone else. So if you're a small business owner, don't wait. Call and get started today. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Offer ends 9/21/22. Restrictions apply. New Comcast Business 50 megabits per second internet customers only. Requires EcoBill and autopay. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Call or go online for details. After promo, regular rates apply.
It's the bottom of the ninth, the game's on the line, and your small business needs a loan fast. What's your move? Go to OnDeck.com, America's largest online small business lender. With OnDeck, you can apply in minutes, and if approved, get your funds as soon as the same day. Go to OnDeck.com. Your loan is on deck. Depending on certain loan attributes, your business loan may be issued by OnDeck or Celtic Bank, a Utah Chartered Industrial Bank member FDIC. Limited eligibility for same-day funding. OnDeck does not lend in every state. All loans subject to lender approval.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC-FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Up the middle, one hop, and it kicks off Crawford. And that's going to score two. Man. I guess it had some funky spin. 2-0 Tigers. Off the bat, you thought, well, that's the inning.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Some funky spin. Sounds like that could have been the motto for the entire Giants season, actually.
Funky spin.
I think there's some funky spin going on. I don't know
if that's... Make a play, Crawford. Let's go.
Come on, man. I mean, look.
Routine.
Oh, he stinks.
Don't load the bases against the Tigers. That's what I hear from Giants fans.
Oh, those Tigers.
If you're playing the Tigers, you're not allowed to. You should not be allowing a base runner. It should not be that way. But you're going to see teams like the Tigers a lot more going forward. Games like yesterday, games like the Twins this weekend. The Giants will open next season in New York against the Yankees. And as Alex Pavlovich, our Giants insider, will tell us, Aaron Judge will be playing, for which team in that game, Alex?
He will almost certainly be playing in that game.
Yes.
I'll give you.
I like that. What do you think, by the way? I know there's been a lot of talk this week, A, because it does feel like the Giants are truly not going to make this run, and B, Farhan Zaidi spoke to Tim Kawakami and really got in depth. What kind of spending do you expect this offseason?
It's really hard to know. I mean, I think they understand that they probably have to change the way they do things a little bit. At the same time, it's just not the way they've built their team the last few years. And Farhan has said even, I talked to him 2-3 weeks ago. We did like a 30-minute show for TV, and I asked him the same thing, and he says, okay, I just don't really believe in building around one player. So I would be surprised if they completely shifted the way they do things. At the same time, I think there's probably an understanding, probably from ownership as well. I've talked a lot about attendance over the last couple of years, and they probably understand that they need a little bit more star power in here. Now, does that mean you spend $300 million or whatever it takes on Judge? Does that mean you go get one of these other guys, a Trey Turner or somebody like that? I don't know, but I think there's probably going to be more than we saw last offseason, but I still don't expect them to be the Yankees or the Dodgers or somebody. They just believe in building a different way.
To build in a different way, either you bring in stars and you supplement around them, or you try to really fill all the empty spots that you're going to have. When you look at next year's regular batting order, how many of those positions would you think that they're going to look to avoid the platoon situation?
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, it really comes down to the player. I mean, we've seen them go back and forth even with individual guys. Like they started in 2020, they were platooning Belt and Crawford. And then last year, Crawford played every single day, basically. And Belt did as well down the stretch. Now, this year, they came into the season with that plan, and Belt's knee and Crawford's health and some struggles have changed it. So I don't think they're as strict. I mean, people think they're just automatically going to platoon, and if you bat, right-handed, you're not going to face a righty. I don't think they've ever been that strict. I mean, Darren Ruff started the year facing righties. It's just a matter of who the individual player is and what the matchup is. I know people like to make the joke. I saw one the other day. It was pretty good. I mean, I joked about Judge returning to New York with the Yankees, and somebody went, yeah, but Jason Boswell will hit for him like when a righty comes into the game. But they want guys in the lineup, legitimately want guys in the lineup who can play every single day. It's just a matter of finding those guys, and so far they haven't found many who have been kind of everyday stars and everyday offensive contributors. So that's why you do see these situations where they're playing left-right, because the math is the math on that. I mean, if you're not a superstar, that's your easiest way to that kind of production is by having the right matchups.
Alex Pavlovich, our Giants insider, with us here on 95.7 The Game. What do you think the future for Brandon Belt is, Giants and beyond?
Yeah, that's, I think that one is up to him, and I think that one comes down to, look, it's similar to the Posey situation. I do think Belt can still play. I mean, I know it's been a really rough stretch for him. I do think if he would get a little bit healthier, he still is capable of helping either the Giants or somebody else next year. But at some point, and we saw this with Buster, at some point you have to decide, like, do I want to, not be able to walk in 20, 30 years? The knee is bad. It's a bad thing for him. And it's something that I think will bother him the rest of his life. And I've seen this even going back to Marco Scudero. I mean, at some point, these guys sit down and think about their families. Belt has 2 young kids. He is financially set for life. So I would not be surprised if this is the end for him. I also would not be surprised just because he's had so much fun last year. If he goes out this offseason and tries to find a way to either strengthen that knee or maybe has surgery one more time and tries to give it another run.
How about Evan Longoria at third base, a guy who can be bought out for $5 million, or you can keep him for $13 million. He's starting to show signs of being, at the very least, a halftime player, a DH, a good pinch hitter. How do you think Farhan and company will approach his situation going into next year?
I think he's still, when healthy, a very, very good player in the last 2 years. I mean, you look at his numbers, he's, 25, 30% above league average as a hitter, which not many guys on this team are. So the issue for him is health, and it is, I think, the risk in bringing him back for $13 million or a high number would be that, yeah, there is a chance that we've seen it with Belt this year. I mean, there's a chance where the injuries just catch up to you, and Evan turns 37 in a couple months. So there's a very good chance that it just falls off the cliff. But at the same time, like, he's one of their best players when he's out there. He does try to play through a lot. And there's not really like a ready-made solution. David VR, I think, could be the guy next year, but I don't know that you want to go into spring training with him as your third baseman, given what we saw at the big league level. They have Bosler. Casey Schmidt is on the way, but he's been at Double-A for like 2 weeks. So if you have one more year with Evan, and it's another year where you think, maybe we only get 80, 100 games out of him, but it's going to be a very valuable 80 or 100, I don't think that's really a bad idea. And look, they have the financial flexibility to do it. And one thing we know about him is they don't want to be locked into long-term deals. So if you're talking about 1 year with him, I think that's pretty similar to the Crawford thing. Like, you'll take what you can get when he's out there and know that you're probably getting at least your value back.
Hey, Alex, I feel like there's a defeatist mentality that has taken over the fan base because of the lack of spending, which is that when we hear them go, well, Carlos Rodon is going to opt out. To a Giants fan, that automatically means he's leaving. Why does it mean that? The Giants, as you just said, have more money to spend than anyone. What are the chances Rodon is back, you think?
Well, I would just say we just watched it with Kevin Gausman, who's not as overpowering, but very similar. I mean, similar age, similar, inconsistency, similar pedigree in terms of being a top of the first round pick. He was really, really good for 2 years here. And I would just say I have a pretty good idea of how those negotiations went, and it was never, ever close to what he ended up getting. And, you're talking about a baseline here for, I think Robbie Ray got like $120 million last year over 5 years. Gausman got 115, 120, something like that. Like, there's a baseline for those guys when you go into free agency coming off that kind of season and with that kind of talent. You're looking at 5 years, $120 million, maybe more if somebody falls in love with you. And I think Carlos is a Scott Boras client, so he's going to go out and get that. And yeah, the Giants have the money to do it. I think, and I actually think they're right about this in most cases. Like, it's generally not a good idea to give an older pitcher, somebody who has had injury issues, $100 million, and that's how they felt about Gausman, and they went out and got Rodon, and that worked out beautifully. So if I had to guess, I would say that they'd probably do the same thing and, take the draft pick and go find whoever the next version is. It probably won't be as good because Carlos has been unbelievable, but that's just kind of the history of this front office. And I don't really blame Giants fans who look at it and watch Gausman, who is very popular, walk out the door without really a realistic offer and say that's probably going to happen again.
And frustrating when you lose Gausman and maybe you lose Rodon, but another lefty who might be coming, Kyle Harrison. Any sense of whether or not he'll be a September call-up? Does it matter if they're still in the race? What are you hearing in terms of the phenom in waiting?
I don't think he'll be a September call-up. I mean, he hasn't even pitched in AAA yet, and they've been very cautious with these guys and moving them slowly. And look, I think at some point, and they're not dead in the wild card race. They're still they have one little whisper of hope, but I think at some point you do start looking at the future and start thinking about, like, how many innings do we want to put on Logan Webb this year? How many innings do we want to put on Camilo Doval this year? Do we want to look at some of these younger guys? And part of that conversation is not, can Kyle help us as a bullpen piece, like our left-handed relief that's been an issue? That conversation with Kyle is, how do we set him up for 2023 and the next 4 or 5 years? The worst thing they could do is rush him to the big leagues, put him in a tough situation, put him in a situation where maybe he's not getting regular work. I think the most important thing for him is finishing out the season and getting that innings count where it needs to be. And look, he still does have some command issues. He's been unbelievable, but you look at the walk rate there in Double-A, there are some concerns. So for me, we just talked about this for 10, 15 minutes. Like, it's not a very good team. So what is Kyle Harrison going to do to that team? I think you want Kyle in a position where next year he is fighting to be in that rotation, and that, hopefully by the middle of next season or by May of next season, he is pitching every 5 days for the San Francisco Giants. So whatever you have to do to make that possible, you have to do this year. And for me, that means he's not in the big leagues this year. He is finishing his season in Double-A and then resting up.
Alex, great stuff, man. Great to have you on this off day. And are you out in Minnesota? Is that where you are?
No, I'm not. I have. Unfortunately, that's the only ballpark I haven't been to. But I had to skip that trip this week and had something else. But they're going back next year, so maybe we'll do it again.
They're going everywhere next year. Exactly right. Alex, thanks, bud.
All right, guys. Take it easy.
All right, there he goes. Alex Pavlovich. Yeah, it's just kind of an empty feeling when you see that schedule come out yesterday.
Yeah, you nailed it. They're going everywhere next year.
Yeah, like it's fun to think they're going to start the year at Yankee Stadium. That's fun. But once you get into the season, it's going to feel like yesterday felt. Like, oh, we're in Detroit. Okay.
Yeah.
Like what?
Minnesota.
What am I sinking my teeth into this year? And the expense is more games against the Dodgers and Padres where there's truly an atmosphere and a vibe and a rivalry that gets built. And, we knew this was coming, but I looked at it on a piece of paper, and it it felt like a loss to me.
First 3 months of the year, they play a grand total of 6 games in L.A. and or in San Diego. Here's your road cities, your road teams in order, Mark, starting the year. Yankees, okay, fun. You don't get to play the Yankees very often. White Sox, Tigers, Marlins. You have the unheard of Tigers-Marlins 6-game road trip in April. Then you go to the Padres. Okay, Rockies, Cardinals, Dodgers, Toronto. 1 game against the Mets? Oh, no, 3 games against the Mets. I'm sorry, it went down. You've got Houston. You've got Arizona. The Minnesota-Milwaukee road trip. It's just a weird...
Yeah.
The way the schedule is, I understand what they're trying to do, but they only went halfway to where they needed to get to. If you're going to do this, do away with the American League and the National League and do 4 divisions based on geography. Give me the Angels, the Dodgers, the Padres, the Giants, the A's, and the Mariners, and then give me 6 teams of Colorado, Arizona, Seattle. You see where I'm going, where
totally.
Just make it so that there are no more leagues. Make these divisions geographical divisions and do away with the National League and the American League.
Yeah, I get it completely. This is going to be interesting to see, or maybe not, is actually the fear. All right, on the Brandon Belt stuff, Doc Pandy is going to join us here in just about 15 minutes. Among the questions we will ask will be about Brandon Belt. Is his career over? Also getting ready for the 49er game coming up later on tonight. And while it's very easy and obvious, I think, for most 49er fans to be like, yeah, Trey Lance, like that's what I'm watching. That's the baseline. I get that. There are a few other things I'm really looking for tonight. And to be honest with you, some of them are on the other side of the ball. I'm interested to see what Davis Mills out of Stanford looks like. I told you with that question of John McClain, if you got a fantasy draft coming up, Dameon Pierce, man, look out. This is a guy people are starting to pay attention, but rookie running backs can pop. Rookie running backs, that's a position where it's not like receiver. It's not a position where you're like, gosh, I really got to understand this and that. Like, we watch receivers, they've come in and talked about the Kyle Shanahan offense before and been like, it's a lot. It takes a while to really wrap your head around it. But a running back who can pop, like, bang, that shows in the NFL right away, which is A, the concern for Trey Sermon, and B, maybe the excitement of a guy that you can grab in, like, I don't know, round 8 or something like that.
Or even later.
Yeah, with Dameon Pierce. But I got eyes on running backs tonight. I want to see what he looks like, and then I want to see this battle for 1 or 2 spots between Trey Sermon, TDP, and then Jordan Mason.
It feels like it's just one spot. It feels like TDP's already on the team from all of the 53-man projections that I've been reading.
JaMychal Hasty is what I meant. Yes, TDP is in. JaMychal Hasty is going for that last spot.
It feels to me like JaMychal Hasty's already in based on all the 53-man roster projections that I've looked at. JaMychal Hasty can play special teams, and he's the best pass catcher out of those 3. For me, it comes down to Mason and Sermon. Which one of those 2 do you keep? And maybe you don't keep either one of them. That's where tonight for me is so interesting, because if you are Mason, you don't want to play in this game, because if you play, that means that, well, I guess for Mason, if you play Mason, maybe you keep Mason.
You probably do. He wants to pop. He wants to make a roster.
Right.
Right?
But I think that he's already top 5 in preseason in rushing, so he's already popped. Trey Sermon, you don't want to play. If you play, you're basically being showcased for other teams, I think.
Or are they trying to prove something? I mean, this is kind of my point with Trey Lance tonight. I think we as fans, we go, okay, here we go. This is game time, and the final decisions are going to be made. Don't you think Kyle Shanahan's already got a piece of paper? He already knows what the roster's going to be.
Pretty much.
Like, if something happens tonight that changes that, okay. Like, eyes open, there could be an injury, or somebody could do something that you didn't see coming. But by and large, they already know. They know what their 53
They're done.
Is going to be.
If they don't, then shame on you at this point.
Totally. So what are you showing tonight? Who's trying to achieve what? Maybe there is one position here or there where you're like, yeah, not sure about this guy, that guy. And there is a when the lights come on thing. Like, that's a thing in pro sports where there are guys that just show in practice. And then you get into games, it's like it just doesn't translate.
And likewise,
and
yeah,
reverse,
exactly.
And reverse.
Exactly.
Where guys is like the lights come on and you're just like, bang, man, this guy, for whatever reason, it works. So I don't know. If I'm Jordan Mason, though, like, he doesn't want to end up on a practice squad. He wants to end up on a squad. And so I want to play and end up, even if it's not on the 49ers, you know, like if he ends up getting cut and hitting waivers, he doesn't want to go on the practice squad. He wants someone else to be like, we're getting that guy.
Yeah.
Putting him on the team.
But that's tough because, as we mentioned yesterday, 32 players will be cut from 32 teams. That's basically 960 guys who are going to all be in that same boat of, hey, what about me? Can I get a job? And so it makes it hard, especially for players who haven't yet done anything in this league. Now, for Trey Sermon, it's kind of good news, bad news, because the good news is you've already been an NFL player. You've spent a year, you have that experience, but the bad news is there's tape on you, and the tape on you is not good. And a run-heavy team would be the one to say, yeah, we love running backs. We go through running backs. We saw this guy for a whole year, and even we don't want him.
Yeah.
That's kind of a little bit of a bad mark for Trey Sermon if he gets cut.
But you know how people are. Like,
one man's trash.
You always think, okay,
another man's trash.
Yeah, like I can
fix him.
Get my hands on that guy. Like,
my dad's got this awesome set of tools. I can fix it.
I know we think Kyle Shanahan, and in fact, a lot of people in NFL circles will tell you, as John McClain just said an hour and a half ago, Kyle Shanahan's reputation around the league is great. It's fantastic. But no NFL coach, if you get all the way up there, you're a head NFL coach, nobody's sitting there going, well, gosh, Kyle Shanahan's a way better coach than me. So if he couldn't get something out of Trey Sermon, well, I'm certainly not going to get it. Nobody thinks that way. So maybe that does factor into what the 49ers do on Tuesday because, yeah, Jordan Mason is much more likely to make it through waivers than Trey Sermon is, I think, just by virtue of because they've all had their evaluation a year ago. And Trey Sermon was, you know, that's what he was evaluated as a top 3 or 4 round pick.
Right. And that's where he went.
Yeah.
And he spent a year, and for whatever reason, he was unable to be a guy to step in and get carries, even when you got late in the year and you had nobody. You had Elijah Mitchell and you had Deebo Samuel. Those were your running backs. And here's Trey Sermon, a guy with fresh legs, a great pedigree coming out of Ohio State, great resume, great body.
Great.
Everything except the ability to win over his coach and be able to get on the field. And that's a very damning thing for a running back.
Although, as we've heard, I mean, Kyle's actually said pretty good things about Trey Sermon for most of this camp. Much better things than they said about him last year. They said he's making strides. We just don't see it when we see it in the games. And Mason and TDP have had really, really good camps as well. And so I don't know. That's kind of what I'm watching tonight because that's one of the things that really, really interests me. Okay, so Jason Verrett, Brandon Belt, Chet Holmgren. We will ask Doc Pandy about that coming up in a few. You know what we also haven't gotten to, which somewhere here in the next 15 to 20 minutes, I'd love to bat around a little bit. I mean, don't you just love it when peanut butter hits jelly? Like there is a match made in heaven. And so that's going to work out great. And I don't necessarily even mean for them. I mean for us and the way we view this. The Lakers are annoying, and so's Patrick Beverley. So perfect. Like, that's going to make it so much easier to be annoyed by Patrick Beverley. I don't know how that's going to go. It gives him a little bit of that mean streak, and so I think that that's probably a good thing. The other thought that when I saw the Lakers acquire him that popped into my head is they still got something else up their sleeve. There's something going on because I don't think Patrick Beverley and Russell Westbrook should be on the same team together.
Oh, I want him to be so
I do
bad.
too, but I don't think something's going on there because that does not feel like a good mix.
Yes, and it's also interesting when you have a player who gets traded to a team and they trade you before you even have a chance to play for that team. That doesn't speak well of you as an acquisition in terms of, yeah, Utah traded for you, but no, we don't know what number you're going to wear. We don't even give you a uniform. We want you out of here.
They were dumping Gobert. Gobert.
So Patrick
Same
Beverley
way they're about to dump Donovan
between.
Mitchell. Yeah, like, it's just a contract.
Yeah.
Just a contract.
So now you're off to Los Angeles, a second stint in L.A., having played for the Clippers previously. The only thing that worries me is that Patrick Beverley is the kind of guy who might clatter into you and hurt a Steph Curry or injure a Jordan Poole or bump into a Klay Thompson. That's what this guy does.
Yep. So we'll see him a little bit more often than we're used to.
Than you want.
No doubt, coming up this year. Okay, Doc Pandia, on all those injuries we were discussing, Pick Your Battles is around the corner. We'll see what Guru is wearing today. All of that is still ahead on Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I'm Chelsea Messenger, helping you beat the books with BetQL. In baseball, sometimes overall numbers can miss a smaller trend that could give you an advantage. That seems to be the case in today's White Sox-Orioles matchup. Chicago starter Lance Lynn has an ERA over 5 for the season, but in 4 August starts, he's 2-1 with an ERA just over 3. That recent trend could prove valuable for Chicago backers. And the BetQL model agrees. The 5-star play of the day is to take the White Sox in the money line over Baltimore.
Staples has everything for school at great prices. So this year you won't go back to school. You'll be ready to move forward into art class.
A 4-foot replica of the Statue of Liberty using elbow macaroni?
With glue and art supplies from Staples.
By tomorrow.
Right now at Staples, 1-inch binders are only $1.99 each. Plus select backpacks are 50% off. Everything on your list at amazing prices. Staples, this year we're not going back. We're going forward to school. In-store only, ends 8/27, limit 30 on binders.
At Left Coast Buyers, we buy properties all over California. If you own a house or an apartment building and want to sell it fast at a great price, call us at 925-434-5000. We can pay cash and close in as little as 7 days. We buy properties in any condition, any price range. Do you own a property that is run down and needs thousands of dollars in repairs? Are you out of time, money, and energy? Are you looking for an easy way to get top dollar for your property and sell on your terms and timeline? Well, call Left Coast Buyers now at 925-434-5000. We buy divorce houses, inherited houses. We even buy vacant houses and abandoned houses. Do you have a tenant who hasn't paid? Are you behind on property taxes, mortgage payments, or even facing a foreclosure? Even if you're just nervous about capital gains or an upcoming recession, we've seen it all. So if you or someone you know owns a property and needs to sell, call Left Coast Buyers at 925-434-5000. That's 925-434-5000.
Attention veterans. If you were stationed at Camp Lejeune between 1953 and 1987, you and your family may be victims of toxic water poisoning. You could be awarded financial compensation for your suffering. Cancers, birth defects, deadly illnesses have all been linked to the contaminated water. Congress is now holding the government accountable, but you must act now. Get your free case review. Call True Law at 877-560-8555, 877-560-8555, or visit sickvets.com. That's sickvets.com.
Start your next summer adventure at Hotel Via, located steps from San Francisco's most exciting pro basketball, baseball, and concert venues. There's no better place to stay to get in on all the action than Hotel Via. Hear the roar of the crowd from the ballpark on our rooftop bar on King Street. Plus, 95.7 The Game listeners receive a 20% discount at hotelviasf.com using promo code CHAMPS. That's hotelviasf.com, promo code CHAMPS. Hotel Via, at the intersection of sports, entertainment, and technology.
America's favorite car show returns to the Bay Area for a jam-packed weekend of hot rod and fun. It's the Good Guys 35th Race Deck West Coast Nationals, and it's all going down this weekend at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. Check out over 3,500 of the country's coolest hot rods, muscle cars, and trick trucks. Plus, shop the huge swap meet and hundreds of vendor exhibits. Experience Nitro Thunderfest, celebrate the 90th anniversary of America's iconic 1932 Ford, and so much more. And it's all this weekend at the Alameda County Fairgrounds. Details at good-guys.com.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
This week at Big O Tires, get up to $140 in rebate savings on select Michelin and BF Goodrich tires and up to $80 on select Uniroyal tires. Visit your participating Big O Tires for details. Ends September 18th. Great deals on great brands. Big O Tires, the team you trust.
Summer's in full swing. Are you making the most of it with backyard barbecues, pool parties, and s'mores by the fire pit? Or have you spent another season staring at the same crumbling patio or cracked driveway? You deserve better. The outdoor remodeling experts at System Pavers can help. Get the outdoor space you've always wanted. And for a limited time, System Pavers will demolish and remove your old hardscape for free. This unbeatable offer can save you hundreds or even thousands. Start by calling 800-PAVE-004 or visit systempavers.com. Plus, enjoy special financing to get the ball rolling today. With 30 years of experience and more than 75,000 projects completed, System Pavers delivers more than just beautiful outdoor remodels. You get peace of mind knowing the job's done right. Call System Pavers at 800-PAVE-004 today. That's 800-PAVE-004 or visit systempavers.com right now.
All orders must be placed by August 31st. Financing subject to credit approval. See website for full offer and demolition savings details. Contractor's license 661575.
Live on DAZN pay-per-view, September 17th, Part 3. Canelo versus Triple G. To take the trilogy, Bad Blood, a score to settle, controversy, brutality, pure hostility. For victory, for history, for the trilogy. Canelo Alvarez versus Gennady Golovkin. September 17th, live on DAZN pay-per-view. Visit DAZN.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. Thinking about gas mileage? If your check engine light is on, it may be affecting your MPGs, but the free AutoZone Fix Finder service can help. With the most complete free warning light report backed by technician-verified fixes, you'll know what's affecting your gas mileage and more, and you don't have to drive too far to find the fix. The free AutoZone Fix Finder service is available at all 6,200 stores.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
See details at AutoZone.com.
Hon, look, it's heartburn. How did he know we were at the beach?
No clue, but he's not ruining our vacation. I packed Prilosec OTC. With just one pill in the morning, Prilosec OTC prevents excess acid production that can cause frequent heartburn, so we can enjoy ourselves.
Speaking of, time for our luau.
Aloha heartburn.
One pill, 24 hours, zero heartburn with Prilosec OTC. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Preseason football, tick-tock. Interesting numbers on this preseason game tonight that may make their debut on Pick Your Battles. But before Pick Your Battles, it's time for Cleared to Play because the 49ers play football tonight. So let's get in here with Doc. Time for Cleared to Play, taking you inside the tent, getting you updated on the latest injuries in the Bay. Proud to partner with UCSF Health on this segment and bring in Associate Professor of Orthopedic Surgery, Dr. Nirav Pandya. And it has been a minute, good sir. How are you?
I'm doing good, guys. Yeah, had a little vacation time, and happy to be back. Missed you guys. It's just not the same without talking to you guys every week.
A vacation sensation. Was it an airplane ride? And how do you, good doc, prevent a back pain after those long plane flights?
It was a cross-country airplane ride. We went to the East Coast, and I trying to get up every hour is a good thing. So I try to get up, move around a little bit, not stay glued to the seat. So that's my trick.
Well, getting up and moving around is not advisable for Brandon Belt right now, who's been put on the IL with a knee issue. He's had 2 knee surgeries, likely headed for a third. What happens when the knee has that many surgeries and you start to get deterioration?
Yeah, it's a difficult situation, and I think when you have an acute injury, one part gets injured, you fix it, it's fine. But when you get to these players at this age who've had multiple meniscus injuries, have a cartilage injury, then you go from having an injury in one spot to kind of diffuse degeneration, and it becomes really hard to come back. I mean, cleanups can basically, where you go in there, shave some stuff out, can maybe give you 4 or 5 weeks of relief. But the tough thing is that you're not dealing with the underlying structural issues, and any kind of procedure that deals with that is going to be a 6 to 9 month recovery, which could be devastating for a player his age. So really it's the goal of, can you control the inflammation? And if you can't control the inflammation, the knee is painful and swollen, it's a really, really difficult situation. So this is why, cartilage injuries, meniscus injuries are so much more devastating for players, unlike, say, an ACL. And I do worry a little bit about what this means for Brandon Belt's career moving forward.
Yeah, I'm just listening to you right now, and that's my initial thought. I know you're not diagnosing anything, but that sounds very, very pessimistic about Brandon Belt playing baseball again.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think there was an interview he did as well, too, I think, where he said, I'm not sure what this means for him moving forward. But, yeah, not many players in general playing professional sports, when you get into surgery 3, surgery 4, can make it back. And in baseball, for the most part, it's pretty light on the knees. I mean, it's compared to football and basketball. So if he's having this much discomfort even doing that doesn't bode well. Hopefully he's able to turn it around, but I think it's something that we watch, and hopefully it doesn't end up that way.
Doc Pandia with us. Let's check in on Jason Verrett. They said it was not a setback, but they put him on the list that's going to keep him out for the first 4 games. We know his history's been through so many different injuries. What kind of optimism or pessimism do you have with regard to his future?
I mean, I'm optimistic. I mean, the fact that he's had 2 ACLs, he's had an Achilles, had a labral surgery when he was playing in college. I mean, clearly he is very talented to be able to still be in the NFL at the cornerback position, which obviously stresses all these things. So the fact that he's there, I'm very optimistic about it. I just think that his reserve, any kind of soreness you have in an athlete who's basically had these many injuries, you're being extra cautious, and it kind of pushes the timeline out. So you have a single ACL, you usually wait 9 months, but with all his injury history, you may say, look, we're going to be a little bit more cautious, make sure everything is running on all cylinders. Maybe it might be 12 months, might be 13 months. So the fact that he's, potentially going to miss 4 games and he's actually recovered from all these things clearly shows that he's a tremendous athlete. And I do think, because they said there's no setbacks, it's just them giving him a little bit extra time to adapt, as opposed to a player who's just coming off one injury.
Chet Holmgren, rookie for Oklahoma City, sustained a Liz Frank injury in a summer league game, a pickup game in Seattle yesterday. They say now he's going to be out for the year. What does this mean for a big man to have a Liz Frank injury, even though it's this early in his career?
Yeah, that's a great question, because I think we don't see it a lot in NBA players particularly in big men. It's more of kind of that classic running back, wide receiver injury in the NFL. But the good news is, if you look even at NFL players, regardless of their size or what position they play, about 90% of them will actually get back to play. And you don't necessarily see a big decline in their statistics. And the one thing we don't know is, what does it mean for someone his size who has his frame? So I do think that from him getting back to play standpoint, there's a very high likelihood. But we have seen a lot of big men early in their careers. You saw Embiid, you saw Durant have foot issues. Obviously, they had foot fractures, but it's a ligament injury. And then it can be problematic for the first couple of years. And what I worry about Holmgren is not necessarily if he's going to get back, but what's this going to mean in terms of his development? If he's developing, kind of rehabbing from this Liz Frank injury, can he develop the strength? And next thing you know, it's 4 years into his career, and he doesn't have the size, he doesn't have the experience, and he's out of the league. So the injury in itself shouldn't impact him, but in the context of who he is, I get a little bit more worried about that.
Do you want to mention someone who's going to play football tonight? Do
we do that?
Yeah, can you do that in the preseason?
Why not? Yeah, until the Warriors start in a month. Yeah, I'm going to say, because there's a lot of controversy about it, Trey Lance plays football.
Yeah.
I think it's a
There
good
you
idea.
go.
Yeah,
Simple.
yeah. Unless
Right to it.
unless he doesn't, and
better.
Yeah, and probably shouldn't. But anyway,
Okay,
thank you, Doc. Appreciate you.
Absolutely.
Welcome home.
Proceeding was sponsored by UCSF Health. I mean, can we circle back to that for just a second?
Before we circle back to that, can we circle back to this? When a doctor tells you after you ask a doctor question that's a good question,
right?
Does that qualify me as a radio doctor? Do I have my radio doctorate now?
Did you stay at a Holiday Inn Express last night?
No, but I slept pretty well.
Okay, that's good, especially at your age.
I had some crazy dreams.
Did you?
I had a dream.
And you remember them?
Oh, God,
like,
yeah.
there's three kinds for me. There's three kinds of wake up. They say that we dream every night.
Oh, boy, do we.
Most days, I think most people, you don't, right? You have no recollection. Then there's the ones that you wake up and you're like, whoa, like it's super vivid, but then it fades in like an hour, sometimes even a half hour.
Oh, yeah.
You're like, and then it's gone also.
No Michael Crabtree on this dream.
And then there's the ones that you can still remember, like the rest of the day, the rest of the week, the rest of your life. So you still have this vividly in your head from last night?
So I'm in Pakistan, and I'm in this gigantic gymnasium auditorium, and there's a volleyball court set up.
Are you reffing?
No, I'm playing.
Okay.
I take off my backpack, and I have my wallet. I keep my wallet, but my keys and my phone and in my backpack, my giant traveler's backpack. I put it on the side. I'm playing volleyball. It's like a 3-on-3. Slowly over time now, there's like a 17,000 people on each side of the net. I mean, it's just... There's people everywhere, and I'm getting some touches, and we're playing, and all of a sudden there's music playing, and all of a sudden it stops, and the gym just quickly empties, and I'm like, okay, time to go. I go over to get my backpack, and I grab it, and it's just been completely ransacked. Now I have no clothing. All my clothes inside my backpack, my keys, my wallet, everything's gone, and I grab my backpack, and I'm looking around like, dude, who took my clothes? I got nothing now. I got nothing. The Emperor has no clothes.
So why was everybody leaving? It sounded like the match was still going on.
The game was over.
It was?
Yeah, I guess.
That's
There
it?
was no scoreboard.
Everybody's running out of the place?
Yeah.
All right.
And I woke up.
And then that's it?
I woke up.
In Pakistan?
Oh, I woke up in the East Bay.
Oh, in Moraga.
Yeah, exactly. But, yeah, that was last night's dream.
I don't think I've ever...
A lot of vivid dreams these days, Mark.
Why do you think that is? Because you're having a baby?
No, there are reasons.
Yeah.
But, we don't need to get into those on the air. But
hallucinogenics? Or what do you...
maybe lessogenics.
Okay.
Yeah. Is it Nutrigenics? Nugenics?
R-E-L.
Thank you. Totally.
All right.
There's a little ayahuasca in my game, apparently.
I don't even think that I've dreamt about being in Pakistan, let alone actually being in Pakistan.
Yeah. I played pretty well, too.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
That's good. Yeah.
My serve was on point.
We'll have you back again for another match
Totally.
next week. Sounds good. All right.
Sleeping is exhausting these days.
And then,
Anyway.
returning to the other part of our story.
Please.
I don't want anyone to walk out of here thinking that it's controversial that Trey Lance is playing tonight. I just think that over time, you're looking at a cost-benefit analysis that is going to push us in a certain direction. And I know it feels weird now, the same way it felt weird when LeBron James and others started going, yeah, just gonna sit this one out. But why? Because what? And everyone got really mad, and some people are still really mad, but we've also now put a label on it, load management. We've gotten used to it, and it's just part of the deal. And if you take the arc of what John McClain told us an hour and a half ago about what preseason used to be like when it was 6 games and guys were playing the full 4 quarters in the final game, where do you think this is heading?
Let's click this back to the Chet Holmgren story, because Chet was playing a pickup game with LeBron James, and
you're always going to live life. I get that, but you're going to live life.
What's the difference between him playing a pickup game and Trey Lance playing an actual organized game?
Football versus basketball is what I would say.
But he's out for the year.
I understand. Well, the injury,
and a non-contact injury.
An injury can happen stepping off of a curb.
That's my point about Trey Lance. So are we just going to put him into traction until we need him?
But living life and even doing something athletically and comparing it to a football game, to me, is two very different things. But more on that coming up. You can certainly weigh in at 888-957-9570 and pick your battles around the corner as well on 95.7 The Game.
Now with Xfinity, you'll get unlimited internet with gig speed and supersonic Wi-Fi. With a 2-year internet rate guarantee, no annual contract required, and no equipment fees. Talk about knock your socks off. Ooh, plus a free Flex 4K streaming box. It's like hitting the streaming jackpot. It's all just $50 a month when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data. $50 a month. A price that's truly jaw-dropping.
Oh, literally.
The speed you need at a price you want. Value that's simply bananas. That's the new Xfinity Supersonic Bundle. It's kind of a big deal. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store to learn more.
Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New gigabit internet customers only. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity Internet. After 24 months, regular rates apply to all services and devices.
Man, I slept.
New ZQuil Pure Z's Restorative Herbal Sleep is made for people who are tired of being tired.
I've never slept like this before. I've never woken up like this before.
A melatonin-free sleep aid made with a botanical blend that contains clinically studied and effective valerian root, hops, and passion flower, shown to help promote better restorative sleep. ZQuil Pure Z's Restorative Herbal Sleep. Sleep this good. Feel this good. Available at retailers near you.
The Labor Day event from Dell Technologies is here. End the summer strong by starting up a new season of productivity. Your business upgrade begins with up to 48% off top-rated laptops, like Vostro, taking performance to the next level with 12th Gen Intel Core processors. It's time to push your growing business even further. What's next for you? Upgrade today by calling 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. You're driving along and some nimrod cuts you off. You hit the horn. Jeez, it sounds like a goose in distress. Time to head over to eBay Motors. They have horns for every make and model, not to mention horn pads, steering wheels, wiring, and more. 122 million parts. You can even go for an upgrade. It looks like Mr. Cutoff Man needs a new seat cover. Try eBay Motors, pal. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors. Let's ride.
The Labor Day event from Dell Technologies is here. End the summer strong by starting up a new season of productivity. Your business upgrade begins with up to 48% off top-rated laptops, like Vostro, taking performance to the next level with 12th Gen Intel Core processors. It's time to push your growing business even further. What's next for you? Upgrade today by calling 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
Ready for the party tonight?
Yep, thanks to the free storage upgrade from Samsung with my new Galaxy Z Flip 4.
Nice. Got the music?
Just downloaded everything from pop to punk.
Photo booth?
My phone folds into the perfect angle. Instant photo booth. Meet endless pics.
Can it make food too?
I ordered pizzas, so yes.
Pre-order Galaxy Z Flip 4 or Z Fold 4 at Samsung.com now to get a free storage upgrade and case. Valid 8/10 through 8/25/22. See terms and conditions that apply.
And now coming in at number one. It's Kentucky Fried Chicken's $5 Mac and Cheese Bowl.
Mac and cheese, chicken and cheese. 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 For $5.
Oh, yeah, baby. Order KFC's $5 mac and cheese bowls on the app. Back for a limited time in original or spicy. That's finger-licking good. Price participation may vary for a limited time only.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-555-1509. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-555-1509. That's 800-555-1509. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-555-1509. 800-555-1509.
Mostly sunny in Santa Clara, highs near 82 today.
Weather brought to you by the Odyssey app.
Get your favorites on the free Odyssey app. Listen to local and national news stations, plus your music, sports, and podcasts for free wherever you are on the Odyssey app.
Alice in Chains with special guests Breaking Benjamin and Bush are coming to Shoreline September 5th, and 95.7 The Game has your tickets. For your shot to win, head to 957thegame.com.
I blame Steph Curry.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Jim Bowden. You know Jim Bowden?
Sure do.
Jim Bowden put out his top 50 MLB farm prospects for 2022.
Oh.
How many Giants do you think are in the top 50?
2.
That's correct. And I'm sure you know who they are.
Marco Luciano.
Number 46.
Oh.
Yeah, Marco Luciano.
Kyle Harrison's got to be like 18.
Number 23.
Look at me.
Yeah, look at you. Look at you. Look at you.
Look at me.
Go to YouTube and do that right now. Look at you.
Playing volleyball in Pakistan in his dreams.
With high-level guests who shall remain unnamed.
Ridiculous. I hate my brain sometimes.
Here's this rundown of Marco Luciano. He says that Luciano's got a special bat speed, and generates elite exit velo, but has always profiled as a power over hit tool player, which is why I have him lower than most in my rankings. Luciano can hold his own at shortstop, but I think he could end up at second base because of his below-average speed and range. He recently returned after missing 2+ months with a lower back strain. There is his rundown on number 46, Marco Luciano.
Which he's still young, so I wouldn't necessarily be that upset about that. But, you know, Farhan Zaidi, as he looks back at this year, as he does an audit on this year, you could look at, you know, the failure of the major league team and the players he brought in. That's a problem. But the biggest issue is his farmhands, not the far hands, the farmhands. His prospects, they did not move through the system almost at all. Like the only player...
Harrison did.
He's the only one who really moved up, right? I mean,
not the only one, but yes.
Really moved up.
Casey Schmidt just moved to Double-A. That's where they're teammates now with Kyle Harrison.
Right.
Will Wilson was moving up, then got hurt.
Right.
Luciano probably would have moved up by now,
he got hurt.
And then there were the Ramoses and Matoses of the world who did not have great
years. And your
years.
Bednars and your Baileys who just kind of, they were a little flat. And so, you know, to that point, the whole thing about the Farhan era was supposed to be about 2023. Just wait, the arrivals. Well, now it feels like 2024.
Well, and he said it.
He
said it to TK the other day. He said, like, this is like, we're not going to get a ton from the farm system next year, so they're going to have to adjust probably what their offseason plan was, and that means signing every single free agent on the market. They will sign them all, and the Giants will be amazing. But they will. They will have to spend more than I think they were thinking they would.
But the interesting thing about, do you look for Aaron Judge, the big shiny object, the $350 million player, and then backfill the roster? Or do you look to do a bunch of Jock Petersons and, Carlos Rodons? Do you look for, I guess my point, Mark,
somewhere in between would be my answer.
Do you look for 5 guys making an average of...
5 guys. That does cost a lot. Boy, you want to talk about spending. I could go for it, too.
I'd go for burger.
Yeah, I could go for the
butt.
5 Guys burger with the In-N-Out prices.
Do you look for a 6-pack? Well, I think, again.
You ain't going to get a 6-pack eating 5 Guys.
A 6-pack of 20 player, $20 million a year. 6 guys averaging about $16 million a year, or one guy for $40 a year, and then a bunch of little backfills.
No, I think he told you. He said he wanted 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 everyday players. Jock Peterson's not that. They're not going for that's a platoon guy.
Longoria's not that.
They told him he was a platoon guy when they signed him. So I don't think that's what they're going for. But it does lessen your ability to spread out that roster if you spend $40 million on one player. So I would not expect Aaron Judge. I would expect a sprinkling maybe of the effort might go for the A-, B+ guys. Would you rather have 3 B+ or 1 A? Yeah, that's the kind of question I think they're going to deal with.
Yeah, but I think that he's more likely going to get 2 B+, a B-, and 4 Cs. Honestly, that's, I think, more the Farhan approach.
Maybe. I mean, again, it's who's available. It's what's accessible. What does the market call for? Look, we all agree it's a huge offseason. Here's what Bowden wrote about Kyle Harrison. Solid sinker-slider combination. Couple that with an overpowering four-seamer at the top of the zone, and suddenly he's the Giants' top pitching prospect and one of the best lefties in the minor leagues. Throws from a low three-quarter arm angle, which makes it tough for left-handed hitters to pick up the ball, especially when he's frequently changing eye levels. His command needs work.
Yeah.
There you go.
But that's
Kyle
to be
Harrison.
expected of a young pitcher. You don't often find a guy at 2021 who has great command. You usually have great stuff if you're a prospect, and then the command will eventually follow. You don't often get a guy at 20 or 21 with great stuff and great command.
Speaking of great, how about you and I with identical 3-1 records in Pick Your Darn Battles? Woo! Over here, 3 in a row. 3 in a row. Call our message phone.
Yeah.
3 in a row. So far this week, and we're heading into an interesting Thursday. But that means you and I can just sit over here in the corner for a second and wait. We have to wait our turn.
I have a feeling I'm going to get pick blocked, so I've been hunting for a backup, and I have a backup pick, so I'm no longer concerned.
You're prepared. I am not, but I'll do it on the fly if we get there, because you and I will go 3rd and 4th respectively. But it's Joey Spadoni, ladies and gentlemen, who is currently bringing up the rear.
Bad
and
beat.
now... it was terrible beat.
I mean, I blame Dibs, actually.
Giants,
no hitter.
Giants were only. Yep,
I blame Steph Curry.
They were only 7 runs away. Very good.
I blame Steph Curry.
But it's okay, Joe, because you get to pick first, even though the Giants will not be playing today.
No, they won't, but the Niners will be, and I'm taking them on the money line.
Okay.
Minus 148.
Money line it is.
Minus 148.
Yep, 49ers just need to win, and Spadoni
just
is
win,
in.
baby.
He treats last place the same every time. He's like, if it's 148 or above, I'm in. And now we go to Kyle Madsen for this selection.
The Yankees are visiting the A's, and I think the Yankees are probably going to win that one by a lot. I've got the Yankees on the run line.
There it is.
All right, Yankees on the run line. You had it, huh?
I had a feeling.
Well, then let's hear.
My birthday brother, because you know me, Mark, good teams tend to beat bad teams. Yankees are minus 124 on the run line. I thought,
yeah, but you got an A's fan in there. You know where that was going.
I had a feeling that I was getting pick blocked.
And so you got your backup, and it is?
Toronto and Boston. Gosman is on the hill, and he's really good, but we got hitting weather at Fenway. 80 degrees at Fenway, and Crawford for Boston's not very good. I'm going to say yes. There will be a run in the first inning. I'm going to your fee, Boston and Toronto.
There it is. 80 degrees when I tell Gosman, please. And now let's go to the 49ers and Texans game tonight. You can go ahead and have your money line if you want, Spadone. I will be playing the over-under. I think Trey Lance is leaving after 2.5 plays. That's the end of that. Get him out of there and give me the under. Give me under 40.5 points tonight in the 49ers-Texans game.
It's a big number.
Yeah.
40.5.
40 and a hook. I will take the under, and there's Pick Your Battles for a Thursday. And YouTube, for some reason, is getting all these people who are suddenly coming to the feed. Hello to the new YouTubers. Hello to the new Twitchers.
Are they pouring in?
There's no doubt they are not looking to see what my creamsicle gauze thumb looks like. They are here to find out what is Guru wearing today.
Wow. That's a nice shirt.
I appreciate it.
Man came in with a collar.
Yesterday was amazing. I mean, really, I went to my daughter's volleyball game. They handed me the microphone. I go, "What's this? You singing the national anthem?" I go, "I ain't singing no national anthem."
Did you sing it?
No, there's a little material I'm running.
Yeah.
Because of R&B singing, you guys said I look like.
And
then my guy Tyshawn Jackson, I'm his OG from Union City, calls me a legend, Steiny. Sends me the changeover yesterday and was really disturbed. Why are they doing that to you? And I said, relax, I wore the vest.
Yeah.
They were having fun.
Well, while we're doing stuff to you,
he was hurt.
I'm a big fan of you on Instagram and your Instagram stories, and you showed a beautiful picture or a little video of volleyball from yesterday. But without your commentary, I don't know which team I should be rooting for.
I'll fix that.
I mean, which one's your daughter? I need a little bit more of a lead. I know your daughter's Milan, but I don't know what team she's on.
Yeah.
And like the sweeping pan, I need a little bit of a wider lens, and I need a little bit of a slower turn, and I need some commentary. I need to know some context.
That was preseason. I'll be ready for your regular.
Yeah, okay. I saw that somebody was down 25-19 or 24-19. Yeah, see, I didn't know how to feel. Yeah. I was feeling some kind of way. I didn't know who I should be rooting for.
By the way, don't want to be the fashion police. So this won't last every day or every week by any stretch. But I mean, now we need to turn the table to the other side over here. To find a man is showing up in a sport coat on a Thursday. There needs to be a reason for this, I would imagine. Hello,
I got a rehearsal dinner in Sonoma tonight.
Okay. But you don't need to wear the jacket now.
I was on. I did something on TV this morning.
Oh, okay.
So did I.
And again,
you're doing Channel 5?
I was on KTVU though.
Oh.
I was on KPIX. Real quick, not about me. And Gianna, before I get off, puts the photo up of yesterday. She stabbed me in the back.
Oh, she did?
I'm getting ready to say bye. She goes, yes. And there I am looking like a broke genuine. Like, oh my God. Yeah.
So,
that's good. That's good.
We usually talk for 10 or 15 minutes, so I'll talk now about this.
Oh,
so that
your turn.
Yeah. All right. So, I think we had about 15 people in the house last night.
Right.
My sister, her
Gretchen.
husband Rich.
Love Rich. Great thing.
Yeah. So they got here Tuesday, and they stayed overnight.
Was your nephew in town?
Bobby John or Marky?
Marky.
Yeah, everybody's
and Bobby
here.
John, too?
Everybody's
He's
here.
got a great family. I got to say this about the Steinmetz family.
So,
great family.
3 o'clock yesterday, Rich, Gretch, and Mara and Chris, who's getting married, Mara and Chris, they say, you know what, let's go get some beer and some ice because we need it. They go to the Safeway on 51st and Broadway.
It's a big Safeway.
Yeah.
It's a great Safeway.
I know where you're at.
Beautiful Safeway.
It's right on the edge of Rockridge.
Yes, it is.
I know where you're at.
Okay. 3 of them go in.
Okay.
Gretchen stays in the car, the passenger seat. While she's in the car, back window smashed.
No way.
3 computers taken out of their rental car.
While she's in the car?
In the car. She was in the car. The rental car had tinted windows, so clearly they didn't think anybody was in the car.
What did she do? What did she do when
at first she said she thought they got back with the ice and they were putting it in the car or something.
Right, like she heard a noise.
But then she looked back and
oh my goodness.
She saw hands coming in and
to the back seat.
To the
trunk.
way back, the trunk. It was like a station wagon type of thing. Like
there you go. Okay, I'm like, why are you banging
what
the
do they
back
call
window?
it? I don't know why I can't think of it.
The hatchback or whatever you want. Yeah,
exactly.
okay.
Oh my goodness.
So they just grabbed it and ran.
Yep.
And she obviously
got in the car. Boom.
She was probably frozen. Like she was like terrified.
And it takes like 8 seconds.
No,
I'm embarrassed for the town.
I was
3 laptops.
Yep.
They're getting married.
In the
both
daytime.
their laptops gone.
Yeah.
Rich's laptop or Gretchen's laptop.
They had to go back to the rental car place. Take the car back.
Man, Willard, what is this? I mean, it's happening everywhere.
So if the windows are tinted, they don't even know the person's in the car. How do they know there's laptops in the car?
This is what I understand.
Yeah.
They got a mechanism.
They have a cell phone, and if you put Wi-Fi, they can see
Billy's laptop.
Exactly. Exactly. Either that or they look in and they see. I know. Man. It's really.
Come on.
Man. Oh, man. That is. Oh, my gosh.
Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah.
Welcome to Oakland.
I want to go home.
It's actually welcome to the Bay Area.
Yeah, that's welcome to the world. Well, they're breaking in. Don't even leave nothing in it.
Well, I mean, yeah, and your family with smashed windows and removed bags. Is,
I don't know. He got hit at the job. You got hit out front.
I know.
Not to bring that up.
I think
he's been hit like 4 times in the past 3 years.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah, I don't try not to leave anything in the car anymore.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Anyway,
I blame Steph Curry.
You know what? You know what I was thinking?
That works all day.
I woke up this morning. Looked at this Giants. I know you're gonna think I'm kidding.
Oh, here we go.
They're still only 5.5 back. They're only 5.5 back.
No. The other two teams lose every night.
They stink.
They lose every night, which is what it kind of furthers the frustration, though.
I get the Brewers, but the Tatis, he killed it, right?
Well, I mean, I mentioned it at the time. I'm like, that can be a hangover on a team. And it sort of looks like that, like something happened. Something happened to them mentally.
Yeah,
and they just got swept at home, I think, by the Guardians.
Yes,
and the Guardians are okay,
but the Nationals gave them 15 rounds.
Good Lord, they cannot get a run.
Man,
I bet on that game under 7.5 last night because the Padres can't hit. 7-0 was the final
score.
And
I'm the dummy that took the Padres on the run line, watching it here.
I'm telling you, they cannot hit. So it's kind of frustrating, though. Yes, Steiny, you're right. The numbers are the same, but like this was their opportunity.
Man, it's still there.
This was their. I know.
But why do you believe? Why would you believe?
Why would you? Because now you're going to go start playing Dodgers and Mets, and you're going to do all this.
Got the Twins tomorrow, right?
Yeah, you got the Twins this weekend, but then it gets real tough for a second, and you're not going to make up a whole lot of ground doing that. And the Padres and Brewers.
They got to win at some point.
They're going to, right? Like somebody's going to start winning. Although the Padres have done this in September before.
Right.
This is how they won in 2010.
That's what they do it.
Yeah,
that's what they do it.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the Odyssey app. Yes, 100 wins is still on the table.
Well,
they just need to win out.
You don't want Lance to play. You want Lance to play.
You're ruining your Steiny.
It's not. Hang on. I want to label this right. It's not so much that I don't want him to play. The football fan in me does want him to play.
He doesn't want Trey Lance to do anything other than sit at home in traction around a bunch of bubble wrap.
Porcelain doll.
I would not play him.
That's all.
I would not play him.
And why would you play him?
But he thinks it's okay that Chet Holmgren plays pickup basketball.
I thought Chet Holmgren, that does give me a little pause. It does.
Well,
but I think he would have gotten hurt anyway. But
yeah, that's like saying Trey Lance can't practice. Teddy Bridgewater, with a non-contact jersey on, had his leg almost break off. Yeah. So anybody can get injured anytime. Mm-hmm. However, the cost-benefit analysis of the 9 plays that you all want him to play tonight, and somehow it seems like in your mind, he's only going to be good in 3 weeks. If we get these 9 plays, it's like, come on.
See, you're black and whiting
it's not worth it.
Has he run the 2-minute drill yet? No, he hasn't, Mark.
In practice,
he's not going to run it tonight either.
He's going to run it tonight.
No, he's not.
In practice, he will. They're going to go 2-minute drill.
They might come out with a 2-minute drill.
Dibs' first 15.
First preseason game. First preseason game. He slid for the first time in his football career. He'd never slid before. He did that in a preseason game.
Bravo.
That was a
Willard,
box
I'm with
he
you,
needed
bro.
to check.
I'm with you.
It's
Tom Brady's playing.
Yeah,
what's that about?
He took the last 3 weeks off.
Well,
he wants to, and I'm sure Trey does as well. And again, he will. I'm not all bent out of shape out of it. I just wouldn't do it. If somebody sat here and said, what makes more sense for Trey Lance tonight, I think it's to watch. That's me.
I'm totally with you. Yeah. You have nothing to gain.
Other than getting in a little bit of a rhythm and feel
what if you jam your thumb on a snap?
What if he trips on and falls down the stairs like our boss Matt Cahigian, who was limping yesterday after our show meeting?
What if
yesterday he fell down the stairs looking at his phone, and now he's got a foot issue. So
I cannot
is he not supposed to walk downstairs?
What if call him Liz Frank when you get there?
I'm gonna call him Affleck. Oh my gosh!
What if Trey doesn't play and he's standing on the sidelines?
Yeah.
Here comes Purdy, sweep right, runs over and injures Trey Lance, who's on the sidelines, which he should have never been on the sidelines because he should have been on the field.
Then Purdy is going to be cut right there on the spot, number one. Dibs is acting like the post-game press conference in Chicago. Lance is going to come out. They won 31-17. You're like, I credit getting in rhythm in Houston.
Well, how are we going to know? This is what I heard. I heard this earlier. I heard this earlier. I agree. So there's no way no way we're going to tell if this was good or bad.
Rhythm.
I'm with Dibs. If Lance has 4 touchdown passes
tell me what happened
against Chicago
20 days ago. Tell me what happened. Tell me what happened 20 days ago that's helping you today. Go ahead. Are you in a rhythm?
Look at you.
I went for a 13-mile run, and without that, I wouldn't be myself.
Without that, you wouldn't have a knee brace on every time you play golf.
I'm actually brace free today. If Guru hadn't given up Red Bull, he wouldn't be down 12 pounds.
Got a game tonight, Thursday.
Yeah, you're looking good.
That a babe, yeah.
By the way,
you're
on
wearing
the
that
YouTube
salmon
feed, I had to
polo.
share this at Mojo SF on YouTube. This is going back to your break-in story. I heard Guru left the sweater vest in the car, but the crooks left it.
Come on,
that's just,
I thought you were going James Brown. The wife said she seen him in something
though
like
for
that.
your weight loss here on the YouTube feed.
Anyway, you guys killed me yesterday. Willard, and it hurt when you start laughing like it was really hurting you
I
to
couldn't
laugh.
help it. We went through every R&B singer of the last 30 years.
That was good stuff.
In 10 minutes.
was
It was
gold.
too much fun.
Willard, can I ask you a question?
Of course you can.
We've been doing the changeover, about 3 months?
Man, 4 or 5,
more.
somewhere in there.
And there's never been a bro hug. And I'm driving in today. Did you and Shafty do the bro hug?
I mean,
and how awkward was it for you to
I'm
watch
like, we're
the
trying
bro
to do a
hug?
show. I didn't
I'm
even
jealous.
know. Apparently, everybody's going on vacation. I didn't even realize. And it's like next time Joe Shasky sees Dan Diddley, he's going to have 3
They were
kids
doing bad.
and a bunch of problems.
Did the baby come?
Well, and you know, I'm about mending fences. You know, when we did our show together, 51 weeks, we had a couple big.
I love how you know how
we
many
had a few
weeks.
big blow-ups, right? We had some blow-ups, and you know, it was me who mended the fence. I mended the fence with Steiny because I offended Steiny. I came at you inappropriately. I mended the fence.
That was all love.
But whatever.
Yeah.
I'm about mending fences. I won't see Joe again until I have a third child.
Okay,
so
gotcha. All right.
I wanted to bring it in and make sure, you know.
And you're in
things
that
were
baby
good.
mood, giddy. So
Yeah.
I might give you one on the way out.
Yeah, I was gonna say if I could get a salmon polo hug on the way out, I'm in.
Oh, you guys,
I am
boy.
in. And
without a doubt.
But he's
Sport coat
clean,
hug,
Mr. Clean over
I'll
here.
hug you too, sport coat. Like
Steiny, so you're in the
absolutely.
wedding? You're walking with
I
somebody?
don't think so.
Well, then what's the rehearsal for?
Rehearsal dinner.
like the
I mean,
rehearsal.
I'm her uncle.
You just got to be. You just going to a nice dinner.
Yeah, I
Exactly.
just flashbacks of mine. Shotgun wedding in the
Go to the
backyard.
rehearsal.
Yeah, I may have one of those coming,
The
but
bride and groom are going to be doing the same thing Trey Lance is doing
Okay.
tonight. You know, they're just rehearsing.
But if you
and
didn't
then you
show
get a
up,
meal
nobody would be
afterward.
like, we got nothing done. I almost feel like you don't have to make it.
no, he
Tomorrow's
does have
the
to
day
make
I
it,
get
yeah.
okay. Ah,
No,
yeah,
he's the uncle, and you know, and with his family, it's like his sister Gretchen, who we all love quietly. You know, she's our favorite
Yeah.
of the 3 kids.
I met Gretchen.
I don't even know if Bob's making the trip out. I doubt
They're
he
trying
is.
to get
but
him to come, but he's not.
an 11th hour Bob pull, but you know, Gretchen's going to be there. We love Gretchen. Her husband Rich is just the greatest
Look at this
dude.
guy, I love
So you
him.
got to be there with Rich.
Damn, Willard.
Their kids are wonderful people. His Steiny's wife Susan is terrific. So he's got to be there.
I cannot remember my neighbors' names,
I
and
love
this
my
guy,
boy.
like you,
Have a friend like
you
Dibs.
know
Yeah, get
every
you a friend
single
like
person
Dibs.
at this station's family's names.
If I walk into the Steinmetz household today at 3:15, it's hugs aplenty.
I love
Well, except for
you're not going to be wearing that, are you? Dude,
Of course,
God,
hoodies.
I love
I am me, Mark. You know, I'm not going to the rehearsal dinner, but
Hear me roar.
yeah, I love his family.
I don't want to go CNN on you, but before you guys leave, just back to the car break-ins. What can we do here? Like, it's a thing everywhere. What can we do to prevent this?
Ride a bike.
And I'm going to be real. There was a video last night of a bipper. That's what they're calling him. Yeah. He got caught. And the video had the bipper getting, you know, they were giving him justice. And
what's a bipper? Please explain.
They got the thing, the bip.
That's
they put
the
on
thing
the,
that reads,
the window now.
reads where
it just
the
cracks real silently. It ain't that. They just put the little thing up, bip, and the glass.
That's how they break
falls.
the window.
Yeah.
Oh, gotcha.
Like
so this guy
device.
got caught, and they filmed, and they put it on him. And I'm not
Like J.R.
it's like
Smith.
Yeah, I'm not
electromagnetic-
co-signing. It was that, but I felt like we need more. Man, it's just people are riding around in the daytime with the occupant in the car.
What if everybody just took everything out of their cars and went with the unlocking and the open windows?
They'd be out of business, but that's not reality.
Yeah, I don't
Well,
like
and
that
this is
either.
where, you know, I don't want to get into a Second Amendment debate, but this is why people carry guns. And
Texas.
I'm not of that mind.
I hear you, man.
But this is why.
The Lord is my weapon.
Yeah. And, you know, the whole thing about, like, the catalytic converter. People,
What is going
if people didn't buy the materials that are pulled out of catalytic converters, then people wouldn't steal catalytic converters. But there's a marketplace for it, and therefore it becomes a thing that people want to steal.
Yeah.
Man.
Yep.
The bipper.
I mean, what
thought he
mood are
was
they in? Did they get back
infielder
to the
for
house and
Skyline.
tell you had to feel ashamed like, this is where I live?
I'm embarrassed.
No doubt,
You know,
man.
a little embarrassed, but
It's all good.
what are you going to do?
Yeah.
What are you going to
It
do?
could have been worse, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because
that's
she was
what
in
you-
the car.
Right.
No doubt.
I mean,
She's okay. She
Yeah.
shook up.
She
I
was a
would have
little
been
shaken
shook,
up.
Willard.
Shook up,
Man.
Yeah. Heck yeah. You just sitting right there in the parking lot?
Weird.
How come she didn't go in, by the way?
It's a good because
Right?
the
I mean,
car was
double
running
parked.
apparently.
Oh.
I find
Well, man.
I find the grocery store, especially on a hot afternoon, to be the most pleasant place on earth. I'm not kidding you. I go there twice a day.
She wanted to
Sometimes
stay
I'm
on
just
her phone and
right.
stuff,
Like I'm
yeah.
like, you know what? I'm gonna forget
Cruising
something on
down the
purpose.
aisles.
Just go back in there, right? Take time, go through every aisle. I'm like, it's 90 degrees outside. Give me the produce aisle. This is delicious. It's pleasant right now. So please stay out of grocery store parking lots. And with that, Steiny and Guru next.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't. Oh my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All right, Dibs. Good luck if I don't see. Nah, I'll see you before that. Oh, we're on. Okay. Hey.
I got 2 hugs, one from Will and Dibs. I'm fired up, Stoney. Let's go.
Oh, Willard did end up hugging?
Yeah. Like he hit a homer, you know?
I'm going to be honest. I was originally against you and Willard and say, play the kid.
Right.
But something with Chet Holmgren.
Dude, I mean, it's natural.
Something with Chet Holmgren does worry me a little bit. Like,
save the player from himself. Even if Lance is like, I got to get in. You'll get in the Windy City.
I'm kind of coming around to the fact, and I was thinking about this the other day. It's like, 15 plays. Like, it's happening. He's going to play against Chicago. And, what he does tonight doesn't really matter. I don't know.
So what do you think Kyle could be thinking?
I think he's thinking, I've got myself a football player here who doesn't have a lot of experience. I got to get him some experience. I got to play him. I mean, I think for Kyle Shanahan, it's just that simple.
Wow.
We got a guy with not much experience. I got to play him.
Yeah.
So.
And the one thing about injuries, Steiny, you don't know when they're coming, how they're coming. Holmgren, he didn't do anything. He just played defense, but anything can happen. And I know, dude, I've been hearing this. You tell me what you think of this. You can't live your life in fear.
Right.
But you can a little. You know what I mean?
Well, you can play it safe.
And that's all. And we got Lo Neal coming up at 1 p.m. today. Lolo, we'll ask him, is he shocked?
Nice tease.
Yeah.
Very
You're
well
rubbing
done.
off on me, Steiny.
I appreciate that. So I'm looking forward to the game tonight for sure.
It's on Prime.
What is that?
Network. You remember how you got to have the Prime Network to watch the game?
I got Channel 7. That's
Amazon. Thank you. Yeah. Amazon Prime. I went to record it. I got to wait for it to come back for NFL Network to air it at 6 p.m. Yeah.
Okay.
Out of market issues.
Amazon Prime.
Yeah.
Okay.
Got some good shows on there.
Hopefully they'll have the game on at the place we're eating. Although you better look because he's not going to play much. Quarter and change, maybe?
No.
Well, he's going to play.
Okay, hand the ball off 3 times.
And then run in the opposite direction?
No, it just, like Brady. What's he doing? But he's an OG.
Well, he's
playing.
He's missed 3 weeks,
Okay,
though.
but he's played 100 years.
Yeah.
What's he? I don't, you know what? And I'm always telling you, go out there and fight and be all you can. But, I mean, dude, this is about week 1. And, again, I keep bringing up this young man's name, Steiny. I think of Weird Science because Anthony Michaels Hall, his brother's name was Chet. Chet Holmgren got hurt playing in a game that had no meaning. And that's what tonight is. You had practice. You had joint practices. I'm shocked Kyle and John are just like, you know what? We'll give this to Brock. We'll give it to Nate and call it a day, and we'll see you Sunday, 9/11 in the Chi.
What I'm interested in from 49er fans and 888-957-9570. Is it a big issue to you, 49er fans, whether he plays or not tonight? Or is it only going to be a big issue if Trey Lance goes out there and gets hurt? Yeah. I mean, do people really, like, I'll be honest, I don't feel strongly one way or the other. Because if you look at it, like Sean McVay doesn't play his guys. Todd Bowles said, the new coach of the Bucs, everybody who's healthy is going to play. So clearly coaches have different philosophies about the preseason. And I'm just wondering if 49er fans have a strong preference one way or the other, or whether this is one of the... Because, like I said, we're never going to know if a decision was right or wrong unless, of course, something
Sunday morning quarterback
catastrophic happens.
Yeah,
but
if you get out of this unscathed, then it's all good.
Like, I just don't think it's a huge deal. And I also think you can... Like, if we're going to give Kyle Shanahan credit for being a creative play, we got to assume that he's going to keep Lance relatively out of harm's way.
All right, which means to me, you let me know what you think, and the listeners, that nothing's going to get accomplished of substance. If you run four plays and you hand off three, what are we doing?
Well, I kind of agree with Dibs. Like, have we seen him run the 2-minute drill?
But that's happened in practice all day, every day. I have to believe.
But practice is practice.
Okay, yeah.
I mean,
what if you don't get the opportunity to do it? You don't know if you're going to get.
Well, you could simulate it, even right off the bat. But no, I'm just playing devil's advocate. Like I said, I don't.
If Jimmy was in, would he be playing this game? If Jimmy was a quarterback, no, right?
That's a good question.
Oh, I would think hell no.
That's a good question.
This is about experience. That I don't believe is real experience that's going to help you in a week.
It's a good question.
I cannot wait for the season, Steiny.
Let's go to Eddie. Eddie's in Vallejo. Wants to talk about Trey. Hey, Eddie.
Hey, what's up? What's up, guys? Hey, I just want
to... bad connection, Eddie. Eddie, call back.
Don't you hate that?
Yeah, I do kind of.
I like you told him to call back.
But, Kyle Shanahan said... Trey Lance is going to play tonight. No more than a half. But he's going to play.
How excited are you? Because in Jimmy's tenure, the 5 games came. They paid him. It was excitement. Then we found out what he is, his limitations and whatnot. But yet they still were in it when he was relatively healthy. Steiny, this is a new era. This is your guy. Kyle moved the mountains to get... There's not a Niner fan, there's not a football fan not locked in on what's going to happen in Chicago, because now, we're talking about how many plays he's going to get. Come Sunday in the Shy, week 1, we are going to find out if Kyle made the right decision, and we're all going to have different barometers.
Well,
the experts out there, the Peter Kings, we're all going to watch games in weeks. Nobody can come to a conclusion that he's a bust, but we'll be able to get our popcorn and watch where we think this movie's going. And my question to you right now on this lovely Thursday is, do you think he has the goods to be an all-pro quarterback? Maybe the next Steve Young. I'm worried about his accuracy, Steiny.
I'll tell you,
he threw a pass real quick against the Vikings, and it wasn't who did they play when E and I went to the Pirate game? I think it was Minnesota. It was Green Bay, and it is just a pass, but it was like Steiny was high, and I'm like, that's natural. You have it or you don't. So maybe we won't see that, but there's some things that I'm looking at like, is this dude accurate?
I think he's going to be up and down. Right? He's a rookie, essentially.
Down, right.
What's the best way to address? Like, he's not technically a rookie.
I think,
and I don't want the people he's not a rookie.
This is first. No, he's
kind of a first-year quarterback in a way. Let's go to Eddie. Eddie's back in Vallejo. What's going on, Eddie?
Not a whole lot. Appreciate it, guys.
Yeah.
I was just saying that I'd like to see Trey play, but I want to see him play not for his benefit. I want to see him play for my benefit as a fan. I mean, I hear you guys are doing it through the week, but the reality is I don't get to watch practice, right?
Right.
I can't describe a movie to you and have you know what's going on, so I need as a fan to just kind of judge how he's going to play, and for the whole team for that matter.
Yeah, and I'm with you. I'm kind of with you. I mean, it kind of feels like we've talked about Trey Lance forever, and now he's finally playing, finally starting. I'm interested to see him play. I can hold off another 2 or 3 weeks.
Okay.
If Shanahan decided that.
Yeah, and I'm
not
with
to
you.
play.
I'm
but,
with you.
You know, I also get it. I mean, man, if you start thinking about how little football he's played, then maybe you do come to the conclusion, any chance you got to get him out there, you got to get him out there before the real game starts. So I kind of see both ways here, and they're making fun of me because I don't have a strong opinion on I this don't one. have a strong opinion.
No, but
Thank you.
But you admit it.
Yeah, I don't think it's a huge deal. Now watch him get. No, I shouldn't even say that.
Uh-oh.
But that's the only way it can be a big deal. What's up, Carlito?
Hello, gentlemen.
Yeah.
Thursday.
Our guy.
Look, I think that Trey Lance, it doesn't. You could play him because why live in fear? Because the reality is he can get injured in week 1, and then what did it matter keeping him safe throughout the preseason?
Yeah.
So that's my stance on it. But by the way, Oakland, I get nervous myself sometimes driving over there. They got amazing restaurants, but boy, they got to clean it up a little bit.
Carlito, it ain't.
It's everywhere though.
It ain't Oakland.
It's everywhere. Steiny the Bay.
My break-in total is now 4 in San Francisco, 3 in Oakland,
and I ain't been
and 1 in
yet.
Marin.
Knock on wood.
And here's the other thing. Hey, I'm going here.
Go.
I'm going here.
They
I
deserve
don't care.
it. Be careful now.
You
better be careful now.
This is a geographical thing. My car's been broken into in Montclair.
Okay. Ritzy.
Rockridge.
Ritzy.
Never been touched in West Oakland.
The town.
Never
That's
been
amazing.
touched in West
You had people
Oakland.
watching your car in the West.
Exactly.
Remember? Hey.
So I used to park at West Oakland, walk to BART.
Damn.
After about a month, you start saying hello to the neighbors. You start saying hi to guy. It's like. Anyway,
I'm getting sick of it, man.
I'm
just
kind of getting tired of it, too.
If I could be a vigilante right now and be a superhero, Steiny, and wear a mask like Batman and catch their asses, I mean, they are out of control, stealing camera stuff from the news people. Like, there is nothing off limits. I'm getting too excited. No, but yeah, I hate that for your family, man.
Yeah.
Did you guys drink after?
We had a party last night.
I bet they gave me a double. Right.
Yeah. I mean, just a little thing. Like I heard my sister talking to somebody, and she's like, I want to get out of here and get up to Sonoma's.
Oh,
yeah. It's just like,
do you blame her?
I don't blame her
now.
I don't blame her, but go to Rob in San Bruno. Get us off this, Rob. You want to talk about Trey?
Rob.
Hey, buddy. Rob.
I had to rent up a dipper for my car in a park in San Francisco.
Yeah.
Oh man.
It is what it is, man. Hey, but I'm like the last caller. See, I'm already convinced that I'm already sold on Lance. There ain't nothing he can show me today that proves me otherwise. I'm like the last caller. It's not a selfishness. I just want to see him.
Right.
It feels an entertainment league and entertain your fans. That's all it is to me.
Yeah, you know what? And thanks, Rob, for the call. That's where I'm at, too. I just want to see him.
Right.
So if he plays I hope he plays a quarter tonight. I mean, obviously, I hope he plays a half, but I don't think he will. But, yeah, I mean,
will it look different?
I feel like, can we see the kid play?
Different?
I don't know.
I mean, who was it?
What we don't, see, this is what I was talking to Sal Castaneda on KTVU about.
Our guy, yeah.
And we're just parsing words here. I'm not being a stickler, but you're like, we're going to find out about Trey Lance in week 1. We're going to find out about him over the next 3 years. You know what I mean? Like this area loves its quarterbacks. And we don't know anything about Trey Lance.
Right.
And it's just going to be fun to see what kind of personality does he have? What's he going to be like after a loss? What's he going to be like after a win?
Right.
What about a 2-minute drill? What about adversity? What about if Kyle Shanahan starts getting a little down on him, like we felt sometimes he got with Garoppolo? So I'm just excited for the entire process.
His NFL puberty, Steiny. We're going to watch it all right before our eyes. And I was doing the show, was it JD or Larry, Steiny? And it was 16% on throws from Garoppolo in his career as a Niner quarterback, 20 yards or more downfield. That's like bad. Will that change? Like, I'm expecting a little bit. It's going to be more fireworks, right?
I think a little bit.
With a stronger arm and a guy that can get out the pocket, stop. What?
I think a little bit. I don't think they're going to all of a sudden turn into a deep throwing team.
All right.
He's going to try to protect Trey Lance, too. All right. 888-957-9570. Trey Lance, you play him tonight or not? And how big a deal do you really think this is? Hey, have you heard of Odyssey's newest free podcast, Hey Maine? Former ESPN anchor Kenny Mayne talks to famous athletes and entertainers such as Bill Walton, Chris Berman, Jamel Hill, and more. Download Hey Maine on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
It's easy to think all money managers are pretty much the same. But at Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Different? How? You sell high commission investment products, right?
No. Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission-based investment products.
Well, you must earn commissions on trades.
Nope, never at Fisher. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our client's best interest. It's the highest standard of care for a financial advisor.
How do you know what's in their best interest?
We get to know our clients and then tailor a portfolio based on their goals and needs.
But you probably sneak in some hidden and layered fees.
No, we have one transparent management fee, structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, you really do look out for your clients.
That's because our top priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. It might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments and securities involve the risk of loss.
Are you ready for your palm reading, my dear?
Yeah, let's do this.
I sense that you crave something.
More reliable.
Right. You know you deserve better and want out of a relationship.
Yes, with my big name wireless carrier.
You're who now?
My big name wireless carrier. That's why I switched to Xfinity Mobile. Now I get unlimited with 5G for $30 per month on the most reliable 5G network.
Let's talk about your aura. It's so...
And get this. They can even save you hundreds a year on your wireless bill over T-Mobile, AT&T, and Verizon.
Wow, that's actually really impressive.
Yep, but you already knew that, didn't you?
Oh yeah, I definitely saw this coming.
Start seeing savings today. Switch to the fastest mobile service, Xfinity Mobile. Now with the best price on 2 lines of unlimited, just $30 a line per month. Switch today. Xfinity Internet required. Price comparison for 2 unlimited lines under available 5G pricing plans of top 3 carriers. Taxes and fees extra. Reduced speeds up to 20 gigabytes of usage per line. Most reliable based on root metrics. US report. Comcast analysis of mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data from Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Q2 2022.
Summer's in full swing. Are you making the most of it with backyard barbecues, pool parties, and s'mores by the fire pit? Or have you spent another season staring at the same crumbling patio or cracked driveway? You deserve better. The outdoor remodeling experts at System Pavers can help. Get the outdoor space you've always wanted. And for a limited time, System Pavers will demolish and remove your old hardscape for free. This unbeatable offer can save you hundreds or even thousands. Start by calling 800-PAVE-004 or visit SystemPavers.com. Plus, enjoy special financing to get the ball rolling today. With 30 years of experience and more than 75,000 projects completed, System Pavers delivers more than just beautiful outdoor remodels. You get peace of mind knowing the job's done right. Call System Pavers at 800-PAVE-004 today. That's 800-PAVE-004 or visit SystemPavers.com right now.
All orders must be placed by August 31st. Financing subject to credit approval. See website for full offer and demolition savings details. Contractor's license 661575.
Everyone knows how beneficial therapy can be, but traditional therapy can be overwhelming, confusing, and inconvenient. When scheduling in-person therapy, it can be difficult to find the right therapist near you, and it can take weeks to get on their calendar. We knew there had to be a better way, and that's where BetterHelp began. I'm Danny, co-founder of BetterHelp Online Therapy. When Alana and I started BetterHelp in 2013, our mission was simple: find a way to make professional therapy accessible, affordable, and convenient for everyone. BetterHelp works around your schedule and lifestyle. You can connect to a therapist by phone, video call, or even text message. You don't even have to turn on your camera if you don't feel comfortable. And if your therapist isn't the right fit, you can switch anytime with a click of a button, because BetterHelp is designed with you in mind. See why over 2 million members have trusted BetterHelp for online therapy. Go to betterhelp.com/youfirst and get 10% off your first month. That's betterhelp.com/youfirst for 10% off your first month.
O'Reilly. Improve your vehicle's gas mileage and power with Royal Purple Fuel Injector Cleaner at O'Reilly Auto Parts. And right now, buy 1 6-ounce bottle and get one free, plus earn double O Rewards points with your purchase. Save money on gas and boost performance with Royal Purple Fuel Injector Cleaner at O'Reilly Auto Parts or O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone,
Thinking about gas mileage? If your check engine light is on, it may be affecting your MPGs. But the free AutoZone Fix Finder service can help. With the most complete free warning light report backed by technician-verified fixes, you'll know what's affecting your gas mileage and more. And you don't have to drive too far to find the fix. The free AutoZone Fix Finder service is available at all 6,200 stores.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
See details at AutoZone.com.
By now, you know that sound. It's the sound of the Home Depot. But what about those sounds? Those are the sounds of the Samsung Bespoke Refrigerator's Beverage Center with internal water dispenser and built-in pitcher with flavor infuser for crisp, refreshing water. Making this the sound of savings on top brand appliances. The Home Depot. How doers get more done. Save up to $1,201 on this Samsung Bespoke Refrigerator at the Home Depot. Offer valid August 25th through September 14th. See store or online for details.
It'll be holy hell.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
49ers last preseason game tonight at Houston. They play the Texans. Trey Lance, what do you do with him? You put him in there for a quarter, a couple series, a whole half. Shanahan said he's going to play, and we don't know how much. And it feels like this one, it feels split right down the middle. Half the people saying, get him out there, and half the people saying, keep him off the field. There's no sense in playing him.
Yeah, and I said, I got two things to, I sound odd. I got two things to correct, Steiny. I said to some, next week is opening week. We got 17 days.
I know.
I hate that. Yeah. But with that said, again, if he goes in and plays a couple downs or series and plays a half, we know it won't be that. And avoids injury, all good in the hood. But, I just got that feeling like, you know what? Traditionally, the last preseason game, you don't see the starters. It's for the other guys trying to make the roster. So this is, I know, a condensed preseason, but it is the last game. And that's why it's odd that Brady, and I know you talked about his head coach, Bowles, talking about football players want to play, they could play. I just don't get why he's playing, but we'll see how it pans out. And we'll be watching.
No doubt. Ryan's in San Francisco. Hey, Ryan, what's going on, man?
Hey, just wanted to say that about Trey Lance. I do understand. I mean, from a fan point, I love that he played to the half, and it would be freaking awesome. But, I mean, after one quarter, I think it should be fine just for him to get his chemistry in and stuff like that. You guys did mention earlier in the show about Jimmy G. Would he play in the preseason or not? In his case, he wouldn't. He's injury prone. I mean, I love Jimmy G as a quarterback. I'm a bigger Trey Lance fan, but he's more injury prone. Trey Lance, we got to see him a couple more times, just so he can get his reps in, get more chemistry with the rest of the team. But honestly, I don't think they should play him to the half. We don't want to injure him. We want to keep him fresh for the season. But I don't know. That's my personal opinion. As a fan, I'd love to see him to halftime. But if I was in Shanahan's shoes, I'd probably just one quarter, pull him out, leave it be.
Gotcha. I think Chris A is onto something here on YouTube.
Look at you. You got it up, Steiny.
Well, I do.
My boy.
Because I'm going to need Evan to come in and get the text line up, too, because I can't.
I'll help you.
Chris A, if they score on the first series, Lance will come out. I think he might be right about
But
that.
that's too many downs. I want a 3 and out.
15 play down.
No, give me 3
15
and out.
play. Garoppolo's the master of those 16, 18 play drives.
But that's why he's been replaced. Yeah, that takes a lot out of you.
I guess. Let's go to James. James is in Marin. What's up, James?
Hey, guys. I just wanted to throw my 2 cents in there. I think that there's a lot of expectation on Trey Lance that he's just going to step on the field and be a Josh Allen or something, where I think that we're more likely going to see somebody like Justin Fields, where there's flashes of brilliance and then flashes of inexperience,
Yep.
And as far as the durability of the quarterback, and is he going to get hurt if he's on the field for 15 minutes or whatever, if that's really a concern, then maybe he's not cut out to be in the NFL, because these guys take a beating all the time. That's my sense.
Appreciate the call.
And go ahead.
I didn't have anything to say.
I was just going to say, we keep talking about the quarterback, and I get it, and I've said it, it's a quarterback league, but I just thought of Justin Fields. You know what he doesn't have, Steiny?
What?
And when I watch him, he looks like the road runner from Wile E. Coyote. He's running like a chicken with his head cut off, our O-line. And I'm just concerned that we haven't talked about it enough. You got Trent Williams, and then the rest of it is a makeshift offensive line, and if that is not a strength that you would like to have for when you talk about Big Ben and Russell Wilson in the years that they had success their first year starting, this could be a horrible byproduct for him if this kid ain't getting time. Like, we're not talking about that. Then we could see him flushed out the pocket on a pass play more times than not. Now you're out there like on the freeway, traffic, and that's where we saw him get hurt already. So, I'm asking you. You got confidence in the O-line? McGlinchey, he's in and out. What is going on with the Niners O-line? And I say that to say is I don't think it's a strength right now outside of Trent Williams. And that's not good.
You don't like Aaron Banks?
By all accounts, he hasn't had
Spencer Burford has been.
Banks hasn't had the best camp, but again, what does that mean? Who's going to get the start come week 1 in 17 days? That's when we'll be able to watch this. Like, they could have Jesus, I won't use his name in vain. They could have Fred Astaire back there, quarterbacking, but it won't matter if he ain't got time.
McKivitz.
Look at you.
Look, fellas, I apologize.
Nice. Somebody with sense of humor says,
we got a lot.
You can't be scared of playing Trey Lance. Plus, how genius would it look if Trey Lance got hurt and you still had Jimmy Garoppolo on the roster?
I'm not laughing at that.
Oh, gosh.
Because I'm holding on to that stuff.
I didn't even take it the next step. I only got to maybe he shouldn't play because he'd get hurt. But I didn't go to if he gets hurt, and Jimmy Garoppolo's back. Or would he be?
Is Jimmy will he suit up to that? Will he travel?
No. He's not.
Where is he at? What's he doing?
He's hanging around the facility, throwing on the sidelines, apparently.
Probably eating some wings with his friends.
I think he keeps
watching the game.
He probably eats healthier.
I am rooting for this. This is another plot twist to this season. Where's he going to go? The Jimmy G sweepstakes.
Yeah. Alex and Marin. What's up, Alex?
What's up, Steiny? What's up, Goo?
Hey.
So, Steiny, my feeling about this has completely changed. Before the first preseason game, I was thinking, we need Trey Lance to play every single snap. We need him to get that experience. But now, heading into the last week of the preseason, I honestly don't want him to play at all. I'm worried that the upcoming roster cuts coming up next week, everyone who's kind of on that edge, they could be playing a little bit extra hard, a little bit extra crazy, a little bit extra out of control, trying to make a statement. I don't want to see someone trying to go, out of their lane and hurt one of our really, really important players, including Trey Lance. I don't want to see Trent Williams play tonight.
I don't think he's gonna.
How about the boys?
Bosa's not playing.
Tyron Smith.
Yeah,
he got hurt in practice, but yeah.
Is that the Cowboy guy?
Yeah, that's their Trent Williams. It's a wrap. His hamstring came off the bone.
That doesn't sound good.
Yikes! Surgery. And you know what they say in Union City, Steiny? Scare money don't make money.
I think they say that in other places also.
Well, I heard it first there, but anyway, I think we've coined the phrase, but there's no money to be made. Like if you go out and win 30-0, it don't count.
What if he takes that confidence into the Chicago game?
What if I should say he should already have that confidence between 2 a day? Well, they don't do 2 a days practice, all that stuff. I'm looking. We are 2 grown-ass men. And you know what I do know?
I don't.
Is preseason means nothing. And I would just like for them to stay to the football gods as an organization. We got this young Ferrari. It's in the garage, and we'll debut it once it counts. Just stay out of harm's way. Give the kid a clipboard.
Here's the issue.
That's all.
That's
how you handle it.
Can we please get rid of the preseason?
I'm with you, man.
I've been saying this for 10 years. Go to the college model. You just come out and you play your season opener.
Go ahead.
18 games. No preseason. 2 buys. That's 20 weeks. What's wrong with that?
And then what about the consumer? We can't forget, Steiny, you're sipping your coffee or whatever's in there. You're paying top dollar for a beer. You're paying $50, $60 for parking. It's a joke. But it's business, right? We're sheep. We're all sheep. Last preseason game you went to?
Never. What are you
I'm
kidding?
starting to rack my brain. I can't.
Probably
I
when
went
I was
to
a-
Dallas Raiders when they were in Oak Cliff. I did.
Preseason?
Yeah. Me and my cousin Bud, RP.
You know, 408's kind of calling you out here because you're talking about scared money, don't make money.
Right.
But you're scared to play Trey.
Because there's no money to be made, so you
Oh.
can't be scared.
Confidence.
Dude, we come in here tomorrow with a Chet Holmgren story. It could just be all he banged up his pinky or thumb. All hell would break loose.
Yep. Joe, what's going on, buddy?
Like that one.
What's going on, gentlemen? I say this. You sign them contracts, then you strap up, face up, get it in. Because if you don't get it in, you don't get it in, and then you get, you know, you can be correcting things, you know? What about your boy? What is it, Lance? What if he gets smacked by somebody in the season? He could have got smacked preseason, and then he would be, I got one of them about 3 weeks ago. I'm good. Let's keep going.
Yeah.
See, what happens is that he's going to get hit, and he's going to be Lance and Peter's pants. That's it. I'm out.
There you go.
We don't forget about Lance can make them dance. We'll say that for week 1. If he hits Debo, Ayuk, or Kittle, touchdown, Lance will make them dance. You like it.
And he makes who dance, though?
The fans. And the players when they get in the end zone. It'll catch.
What do you think of Patrick Beverly to the Lakers?
Listen.
Spadoni with a brilliant,
Man.
just absolutely brilliant.
Can I
take.
just tell you something? And I hope Shasky's not listening because
Oh.
he thinks I'm a closet Laker fan. I'm not.
Well,
no, Shaq and Kobe were my team when the Warriors would not
You're
make the
awfully
playoffs.
defensive about it.
Right. But anyway, don't sleep on LeBron and AD. And I like this move of them getting a miniature Draymond Green. They need some nasty. I'm just telling, don't count out the Lakers, and I think people are. They got injured. And it happens. I'm just telling, they're going to be a factor, and I'm going to be honest.
I don't
We'll
think
be in
they
the
are.
house opening night, you and I.
We will?
Well, Willard and I last year against the Clippers when they play the Lakers to kick off this campaign.
Why would I be there?
To watch? We got to start doing that. We did the pre and post for a whole year. I think I wore on you. You would be on the other half of the stadium, hiding from me. You didn't know I knew. But we got to go to games together, man. It's good for the show.
Maybe one game.
That could be it.
Yeah, I think so. A couple other things. But no, you hear what Spadoni said about the Lakers? Are they the most hateable team in the history of sports?
Wow.
Like, a lot of people don't like LeBron.
Okay.
A lot of people don't like Westbrook. A lot of people don't like Beverly.
Man.
A lot of people aren't crazy about Anthony Davis.
They're disappointed in Anthony
After
Davis.
he whined his way out of New Orleans. What other reprehensible players do the Lakers have? Is that everybody?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you got to win to be hated, right? That comes with it. Like as Tom Brady, was he hated in New England?
Yes.
I think he was respected more so. The whole, even the hoodie, we all respect Bill, even if we don't agree
Right, but they
with
didn't win. Lakers haven't won with this team.
They won in the bubble.
Please.
Come
on. They didn't
hate
win with
this.
Westbrook.
The Dodgers won one in the bubble. It counts.
I know it counts, but
we can't say it's a failure. That's all. People forget they won the chip.
Okay, they won the chip.
And they were up 2-1 on Phoenix before Davis went down the year before last. Like, health is wealth.
Well, you know what, Guru? If you really believe that, go say it. Say they're better than the Warriors.
Oh, hell, the Warriors are champs, man.
See, you can't.
Because it's not true.
This is all
Fluffle?
theater.
Oh, please.
Theater.
I don't act. I always
It's
wanted
theater.
to. Stella. I did always want to act, buddy.
I just think they're done.
We'll see.
I think they're done. What are they going to do with What are they going to do with Westbrook?
They got to tell him, be yourself,
Okay,
man.
Okay, all right. I mean, do you really think
He's in his own head.
This is kind of where I think I just how dumb are people?
They brought him in.
Hey, Russ, we need you to settle down a little bit. Okay, I'll do that. Like, he can't. He can't do that.
Can he come off the bench?
No.
Well, I think that will rear its head. What do you think of their coach, real quick? I know he ain't in L.A. Ham.
Who the hell is he?
Ham, former NBA player.
No, I know who he is.
You think they respect him?
I don't know. We'll find out. We'll find out. What's up, Filmo Mike?
Our guy.
How you doing, buddy?
What's up with it? Hey. How y'all doing, man?
Dynamite.
How's the new job, Mike, real quick?
Oh, it's lovely, man. It's a good look.
Okay.
It's a good look. I've been rocking in the morning time, man. It's a lot. I got to get up early. It's fun, though. But I agree with you, Guru, bro. Patrick Beverly, I don't know who said the most hated teams. The Lakers with Patrick Beverly, I like him a lot more now. Just with Patrick Beverly, he's one of my favorite players, man. He brings the energy, he brings that dog, he brings that fight. He gonna make sure AD ain't playing soft. It's almost a scary thing for him to go to LA. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know about Steiny said they not gonna make the playoffs.
No, I didn't. I didn't say that.
I don't know, man.
No, I didn't say that.
Beverly is old, though. I know
I like him.
old, but he got a lot of fight, man.
No, he does. I'm just thanks, Filmo.
Yeah.
I'm just saying their personalities. Like, a lot of people don't like Beverly. He's not very good.
He's like Draymond. How
no,
many
he's
like
not.
Draymond?
No, he's not.
Steiny,
no, he's
not. Memphis can't stand Dre. Nobody likes Dre.
Right.
Outside of
Beverly
the Bay.
is not Draymond.
But he brings some of those intangibles.
Right, but he
helped them against Minnesota.
Who would you rather have, Draymond Green or Beverly?
Oh, Draymond.
Okay, he's a better player.
But when you have a team that's void of Draymond qualities, you'll take Pat Bev is what I'm telling you.
I don't know.
He gets out there, watch him messing with Steph. You know, even though Steph will torture him, he'll get it, messing with dudes. And he'll say what Mike said.
It's funny.
You playing soft, bro. That means something to me, Stein. And I always stood up for Pat Bev. I never said he was an all-star, but he belonged. He got Gary Payton in him. That's half the battle.
Here's my thing with Patrick Beverly. Houston.
Okay.
Clippers.
All right.
Minnesota.
I think it's a 7. That's 3. Only 4?
Utah.
Yeah, well.
And now
right.
The Lakers. Yeah. He's also 34. Can't shoot.
Brady's almost 50. LeBron's almost 50. I mean, dude, Steph Curry's 34. Look what he just did. I think,
but he's not going to get better at this point.
Well, we said that about
why would
Steph.
Steph.
I didn't.
Why? Patrick Beverly is a role player. Why would you say Curry and LeBron and Brady? I'm talking about Patrick Beverly, and you said Curry, Brady, LeBron. He ain't in that class.
No doubt, but it's a sport. At the end of the day, it's the science of keeping your body in shape. Steiny, he helped Minnesota.
He's a little yapping
blew it
dog.
Against Memphis.
He's a little yapping dog. They blew it.
That.
He didn't blow it.
Okay, I'll ask you this. We think LeBron's the GM in L.A. He's a smart dude. Has everything he signed off on worked? No. But do you think he had to sign off on bringing Pat Bev to that team? No doubt. So that right there, you should be like, you know what, Goo? LeBron's a player. He knows what it takes.
He doesn't know what it takes.
Bev like he can help that team.
He wanted Westbrook.
Well, and I was a Westbrook fan.
LeBron wants every single player. Like, of course he's going to take Beverly. They can get it for nothing.
Yeah.
Willis and Benicia. What's going on, Willis?
Hey, guys. Yeah, I think Trey should get some more reps. Let the man play.
Yeah.
Like Dibs was saying, just like a 2-minute drill, or at least like the hurry-up offense before he hits week 1, I think would be beneficial. And then as for Chet Holmgren, this one's for you, Guru. Like, the man's so skinny, he'd be walking down the street and a bus could drive by a little too fast, and I think he'd be Clark Gable with the wind.
No, that's a 4.
Yeah, that's bad timing, though.
Yeah, but that was a 4. I was like, where's he going? Man, I feel bad for the kid. And this is the worst foot injury you could have, right? Because I was like, Kate, in the green room, I thought, KD has a Jones fracture.
This is the Sam Bowie injury.
A death sentence almost.
Yeah. I don't like it at all. Now, the one thing I'll say about Holmgren is it certainly feels like if this didn't happen 2 days ago. At some point, it was going to happen.
That's the takeaway for me.
So, I don't know. Let's go to Rich in Fremont. What's up, buddy?
Hey, what's up, fellas? What's up, Guru?
You got it?
Hey, I'm going to tell you right now, I honestly believe that having Patrick Beverly in that conference, this could be bad for the Warriors, just simply the way he plays. I mean, I've never really seen him, put up, 25, 30 points every other night, or maybe go on a run where he's, hitting over 25 points. He's more like a shutdown defender. And when he gets frustrated, he tends to be more dirty, and I don't like that on the court. I'm like, hey, this is a precision game. And if you bring that, where you grabbing somebody all the time, or you tugging on them and all that, it's like you got a chance of causing this person to get injured. And we know Beverly's done this in the past. Now, as far as my man Holmgren, the new kid, tough situation. However, I do believe that if I'm the NBA and if I'm the commissioner of the NBA, I start looking into this situation of these guys, NBA players, playing in these off-season leagues, like the Drew League and whatnot. Because really, at the end of the day, these players are getting paid millions of dollars to play basketball. And all you have one or two situations where you hurt yourself or you trip something, and now all of a sudden you can't play for the season. Thanks, guys.
Think about what he said, Steiny. Is that just do you just like no way?
So you're going to tell it. There's just something. I know what Rich is saying. There's something fundamentally wrong about telling a basketball player don't play basketball.
Right.
I just
unless it's for us.
I don't care. Like
we couldn't do radio anywhere else but 95.7 The Game. We could, you know what I mean? Like they could invite.
But he's working on you're working on your craft.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you? What are you going to do? What the hell is going on here?
The bubble wrap's not in.
It's ridiculous. Can we let these guys play? It's like they're already resting enough. Now you want no one to play. I can't play because
But the league loses out. Everybody's hurt. No, seriously though, Steiny, we all wanted to see Chet Ball.
Not everybody's hurt.
Yeah, but we wanted to see Chet Balls. Just like Tatis.
We wouldn't have seen it anyway. He was going to get hurt.
That I agree with, but you could swallow it better, especially if you're the Thunder brass. Him getting hurt on a game against the Mavericks, not guarding LeBron in front of 2,500 fans. I'm just saying, when you get to Rich's point, when you're getting paid this much money, Steiny, and the hope and the city needs you.
How about
maybe it could be in a workout or exhibition?
What about
game within
surfing?
the team.
Can you surf?
See, no, I think there's some guys.
No surfing.
No, all that stuff.
Parachuting?
None of that.
Okay. Motorcycle?
No. Ask Tatis twice.
Why don't you create a list of what an NBA player can do in the offseason? Well, go to the movies? Can he go to the movies?
That you could do.
Okay. Can he play video games?
Sure.
But probably from a sitting position. You don't want him standing, walking around.
I'm with
he
you.
might be able to twist an ankle.
Steiny, you can't go be Evel Knievel is what I'm saying. Less is more, Jack. Now we all lose out on watching Chet see what he could be. Same with Tatis, because you want to ride a scooter and use needles. Allegedly.
Let's go to Terrell in Richmond.
I do sound soft.
You are. God. What's up, Terrell? I forget it. We got to take a break.
Yeah.
We got Low Neal coming up on the other side. Hey,
Low.
you know what? I guarantee. I'm going to ask Low about this.
Want to bet that he'll be all for? He probably had in his contract.
I'm sure he did. But what I'm saying is, Low, if I know Low is going to say, you can't stop these kids from playing their sport. You can't.
What if you didn't get your money if you were in violation? Hey, what did you do? Go parasailing. I hit the side of a mountain. I'm out.
Monte Ellis.
See, that's, man, Exhibit A.
But
I love you.
You're so soft.
Really, I'm not though.
I'm surprised you're taking
I'm
this
batting
tact.
fourth tonight.
I thought you said fifth.
Well, it's fourth.
What are you going to do about your cleats?
I'm going to use the titty shoes I got.
What about a glove? Kyle's got a great glove.
Kyle Madsen,
Yes.
I got to get with him.
It's a great glove. I'm dead serious. Hey, if you're looking for all the best 49er content from 95.7 The Game, text 49ers to 20357. That's 49ers to 20357. Make sure to click the link, then hit the subscribe button in the Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcast, powered by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified. Low Neal on the other side. Insufferable.
At Left Coast Buyers, we buy properties all over California. If you own a house or an apartment building and want to sell it fast at a great price, call us at 925-434-5000. We can pay cash and close in as little as 7 days. We buy properties in any condition, any price range. Do you own a property that is run down and needs thousands of dollars in repairs? Are you out of time, money, and energy? Are you looking for an easy way to get top dollar for your property and sell on your terms and timeline? Well, call Left Coast Buyers now at 925-434-5000. We buy divorce houses, inherited houses. We even buy vacant houses and abandoned houses. Do you have a tenant who hasn't paid? Are you behind on property taxes, mortgage payments, or even facing a foreclosure? Even if you're just nervous about capital gains or an upcoming recession, we've seen it all. So if you or someone you know owns a property and needs to sell, call Left Coast Buyers at 925-434-5000. That's 925-434-5000.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accepts, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Ready for the party tonight?
Yep, thanks to the free storage upgrade from Samsung with my new Galaxy Z Flip 4.
Nice. Got the music?
Just downloaded everything from pop to punk.
Photo booth?
My phone folds into the perfect angle. Instant photo booth. Meet endless pics.
Can it make food too?
I ordered pizzas, so yes.
Pre-order Galaxy Z Flip 4 or Z Fold 4 at Samsung.com now to get a free storage upgrade and case. Valid 8/10 through 8/25/22. See terms and conditions that apply.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake and tire replacements, oil changes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
Realtors abide by a code of ethics. This is Article 9 in action. Beth, a first-time homebuyer, knew nothing about the home buying process, except that she wanted to buy a home. But her realtor had the expertise to make sure Beth understood every document, even giving her copies to review with her lawyer so Beth could close on her first home with confidence. Complicated things explained in simple terms. The difference between an agent and a realtor is real. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. That's who we are.
O'Reilly. Improve your vehicle's gas mileage and power with Royal Purple Fuel Injector Cleaner at O'Reilly Auto Parts. And right now, buy 1 6-ounce bottle and get one free, plus earn double O Rewards points with your purchase. Save money on gas and boost performance with Royal Purple Fuel Injector Cleaner at O'Reilly Auto Parts or O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
The Labor Day event from Dell Technologies is here. End the summer strong by starting up a new season of productivity. Your business upgrade begins with up to 48% off top-rated laptops, like Vostro, taking performance to the next level with 12th Gen Intel Core processors. It's time to push your growing business even further. What's next for you? Upgrade today by calling 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
Proven quality sleep is life-changing sleep. Now, during the biggest sale of the year, all smart beds are on sale. Save 50% on a limited edition smart bed, only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
In order for small businesses to thrive, they need to be smart, efficient, agile, staying ahead of the market at every turn, and finding ways to do more with less. That's never been more important than it is right now. So for a limited time, Comcast Business is introducing Small Business Savings, a deal for companies across the country. When you call in now, you can get powerful internet for just $39 a month for 12 months. $39 a month with no annual contract and a money-back guarantee. All on the largest, fastest, reliable network for small businesses with the company that powers more businesses than anyone else. So if you're a small business owner, don't wait. Call and get started today. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Offer ends 9/21/22. Restrictions apply. New Comcast Business 50 megabits per second internet customers only. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Call or go online for details. After promo, regular rates apply.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
We're sheep.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, let's welcome him in. Lorenzo Neal, one of the greatest fullbacks of all time. He's going to be joining us every Monday after those Sunday games. What's up, Lo? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, what's up, guys? Miss you, brothers. How you guys been?
We're doing
Miss
great.
you, baby.
And let's, if you're Kyle Shanahan, are you playing Trey Lance tonight?
You know what? I do. I know people say, "Oh, why play him?" Because let me tell you right now, because you want the game experience. I think you could let them have a series or at least the first quarter, and I'd like all the starters play for one quarter because you look at now, you're going to go have a play on this third. You play tonight, and then you know that you have still a whole another week to get guys healthy. You're not playing on Sunday. I can see if the game was on Saturday, maybe I wouldn't play him, but now you have a whole week. You still can prepare. You'll be off tomorrow. Guys get back in the rhythm. They get the rest off Saturday. Come back in Sunday, quick little run. Monday, back on a regular schedule. So I think get ahead of the game. They're already practicing and working on the first opponent. But yeah, I play him. I play it for this continuity. I play it to get everyone I play all the starters at least for a quarter or at least the first couple series.
Lo is back. Lo, I don't got to tell you the game is one in the trenches. You played, and the sizzle and pizzazz is Trey this, Trey that, and Debo. But the Niner offensive line was referred to by their coach a few weeks back as musical chairs. And Lo, all of a sudden, it's hit me like a bag of bricks upside the head. Outside of Trent Williams, what is the Niners O-line like? Because if it ain't up to par, that's going to affect how we look at Trey.
Yeah, I think it'll affect how you look at Trey, but also it affect how you look at the running game because this team is predicated on a run game. All the success this team's had, it's been predicated because of behind a good running game, and Mitchell and the rest of the guys, and we'll see how they fare this year. But I think that you have to look at this team and say, okay, we understand who Trent is. You're getting him back. You still have a tackle that you drafted first round 4 years ago. I know he was coming off an injury, so you do have two tackles that are starters in this league. But we know that Williams is definitely a prolific player. But you still have a good tackle, a right tackle, that's been in the league for some years. So I don't think your line is just ferocious, as I like to say, but your line, it's going to have to prove himself. And teams are going to try him. They're going to try to put, guys where you can't get a lot of double teams. And we know they're going to load up and play overs to whatever side that Williams is on because they want to make sure that they know the Niners are going to try to tend to run to that side.
Lorenzo Neal joining us on 95.7 The Game. Lo, what do you remember about preseason games in your career? Do you remember how much you played in them? Whether you played in all the games, or go ahead.
It's just different now, Steiny. When you it's a great question, but when you think about now, just how the game has changed. Only three preseason games. It's hard to make a ball club. It's really hard to make the ball club in preseason because the team knows. You know who your starters are. Usually. And you know who most of your backups are, and you think about, okay, what does the team looks like? What's going to be the biggest difference? Maybe 4, 5 to 6 guys different that you're going to actually have on your team. No more than like 10 from the year before, usually for good football teams. So when you look at that, you say, okay, so preseason is just about how is the timing, how is the guys looking, are they in shape, did they get their sea legs back underneath them? Because you have to realize when the game starts here next week, guys, and it's, we didn't play, guys. Well, you know what? Now they got to play 4 quarters. It's not about just one quarter. It's not just a half. So now mentally you got to be prepared to play a full game, and there's a lot that happens. You guys know that in a course of four quarters.
Lo, let me ask you this about Jimmy Garoppolo, because nobody cares about my sorrow and sympathy. But I told Steiny, and I mean it, I feel bad for how this has played out, and I know a lot of it is injury, but I was telling Steiny and the listeners that he could get cut and maybe come back to the Niners. Steiny wanted to throw me out the studio. What says you, and do you feel bad for Jimmy?
I'll answer the latter first. He gets cut, and he is not coming back to the Niners. There's no way he'll come back to the Niners, and there's no way the Niners can sign Jimmy G. This marriage is over, guys. You know, Guru, you look at it and say, oh, hey, look, well, man, you know what, then maybe they can get signing for less. No, you can't bring him back. That's like go home, Guru, and say, hey, you know what, tell your wife getting divorced, but you know what, after I want you after divorce, I want you to come live you can still live in the house with me and my new girlfriend. You know, that'll go over like a party church, Guru. It just doesn't happen, man. So This marriage is over between Jimmy G. Jimmy G is going to land on his feet, guys. I look at the Steelers, the Pittsburgh Steelers as a team. You look at Seattle. You can even look at Cleveland. You know, if the quarterback's out for 11 games, you look at Cleveland. Look, if you look around the league and you say, where can Jimmy play? If you're just talking about, do I feel sorry for Jimmy? No, Jimmy's a grown man playing a kid's game, getting a king's ransom. Guru, I'm going to tell you right now, this guy's still going to make over $10 million a year, no question.
All right.
He's going to make probably even more than that. I'm just going lowball at the minimum. At a backup, he's going to make $10 million a year. If you think about the league, the Commanders now, the Washington Football Club, you look around the league, you look at some teams. This guy can play. There are several teams, Seattle, that you could probably plug and play even right now. So Jimmy's going to be fine, guys. I think that's why a lot of teams are just waiting for them to cut him, where they can do a long term, and then they don't have to give up any stock. They don't have to give up any trade value. So that's what it is about Jimmy G, guys. Without a doubt, Jimmy G will be playing, and I think as a starter this year, but they're not going to. I think the Niners are just trying to make some trades. They would love to get some capital for this good quarterback, because he is a good quarterback.
Yeah, Lorenzo Neal joining us on 95.7 The Game. Lorenzo, a big part of our 49ers and NFL coverage. He'll be doing 49ers pregame with Larry Krueger. You can also hear him on the Football Hour with Sean Salisbury. That's Mondays at 6. Let me ask you this, Lorenzo. How do you think the 49ers, knowing what happened in the offseason with Deebo Samuel, how do you think they end up using him?
Well, you gave the keys to Deebo drove, and this team started and stopped with Deebo, especially when it comes to offense. I think they still use Deebo. I think you're going to have to use Deebo on jet sweeps. You're still going to use him out of the backfield. I don't think you use him as much as a dot in the eye, but the jet sweeps, the bubble screens, Deebo Samuel's guys, we understand Deebo is a physical, tough, in-between, can run over guys, run through guys. Deebo is going to be utilized. You just gave the guy the money. You just paid him, and Deebo's built that way. His name Deebo, and Guru, you love this guy, and Steiny, so do you, but you guys already know the mentality that he has. He is a football player. Deebo is going to play. He never is going to take a down off. He's never not going to try and give it that extra, because that's just who he is. Certain guys have it. The line's not the biggest and not the strongest and not the fastest in the jungle, but what is it? Why is he the king of the jungle? Because it's a mentality. Deebo has the mentality, guys, and they're going to continue to use him.
Lo, it's so hard watching preseason football because, and I'm not taking anything from any player, but a lot of these guys are jumping off the screen, and you're like, is it going to translate when it's go time? But how big of a year is this for Javon Kinlaw? Because, Lo, if you just go on looks and size, the dude has it all out of South Carolina. What do you expect from him this season?
I expect a lot. I watched him play last week. You watch it he had to, step to the outside and then ripped underneath. Very physical, very strong. Came back in better shape, a lot more stronger. Last year he was hurt. The year before he was a little overweight. They got, first round pick. Kinlaw underachieved his first year. Second year he was trying to get back, but his knee and his body just was kind of failing. This year he's in great shape. He looks a lot more flexible, looks a lot more leaner. Always thought he was a little stiff and round the hips, but I've seen this guy make tremendous strides. I'm going to tell you right now, Kinlaw will play, and he will play well, barring any injuries, because he's a lot faster, Guru, and I'll tell you what, he's gotten in a lot better shape, and you can tell this young man is going to play with the chip on his shoulder, and you're right. I know it's preseason, but Kinlaw has to play well, because he understands what he needs to do in order to keep the job in the National Football League, and he has the tangibles. He's big enough, he's physical enough, he's strong enough, and you watch him on some of those bull rushes, and you watch, the guy is power, low center of gravity. I think this guy's going to be okay player.
Lorenzo Neal joining us on 95.7 The Game. Hey, Lo, Guru and I were talking before you came on, and we have a bet.
Oh, yeah.
What did you drive last, a car or a tractor? Because you called us on the tractor last year.
You know what? I can't lie, guys. The last thing I drove was a car. It's a car.
Okay.
I love it. You know what, though, Goo? You know what? You know, on Saturday weekends or whatever it may be, Guru, I still give you the invitation. You and Steiny, come out to Leemore. Jump on the forum with me.
Oh, it's happening, Lo.
I got that old John Deere. Let you guys disc the field. Show you guys how to plant a little cotton and a little corn. Yeah, hell, guys, we can even put a little farm out here, guys, and you can plant your own garden food, guys, and you guys come down and get it anytime. You're going to need me later, guys. You're going to need me.
All right.
Hey, Lo, before you go, give us your Super Bowl pick. Like two teams that'll be in the Super Bowl.
Hey, let me tell you guys right now, I can give you these two games. I get 4 teams. I'm going to give you guys 4 teams, and you guys can have the field. The 2 teams in the AFC, give me the Buffalo Bills and give me the LA Chargers. And the NFC, give me the Rams and give me the 49ers. You guys can have the field. Guaranteed one of those are the 4 teams, in my opinion, that's going to be the Super Bowl.
I got Denver. Nobody asked. I got Denver Rams.
Do you?
Yeah.
You know what? I just don't think Denver has enough weapons. I do believe they're new and improved. Their defense was good last year. Just don't know about the offensive line. Don't know if the receivers. I know they got some guys. Just don't know. Russell was a little injured. I want to see this guy, how he's going to come back and how is he going to play. I got the Chargers being first place in that conference, and believe it or not, the Raiders are going to take second in that conference. And then I don't know between Denver and Kansas City. I'm telling you, that's what it's going to be, guys.
I love it.
Hey, Lo, have a good one, my man.
No worries. Cheers, guys.
All right, Lorenzo Neal.
Lemoore, Steiny, can we make it down
No.
there? Yeah, it's too hot.
We got to go to San Jose.
No, we got to
first.
get there, yeah. Carlos.
There's
Our guy
way
Carlos.
more. There's way more.
Santana Row.
Yeah, we're not going. We're going to St. Pedro Square. San Pedro Square.
Oh, you already booked it.
No, we've done the scouting report.
All right.
San Pedro Square.
Just tell
I
me
believe, is
where.
more,
I'll be there.
Authentic.
Yeah.
Than Santana Row. Maybe we make a little San Jose tour.
You think the Rams get back? I got them going back, Steiny. And unless Trey is everything and some, I know the Niners defense is there. They got the weapons, but can the quarterback get the ball to the weaponry? But Mr. Unlimited in Denver with that running game and Judy, they got weapons, man. I'm telling you, watch out for Denver, Steiny. Russell's a winner.
Russell's a winner.
Should have 2 rings.
Yeah, you're right about that.
That was the stupidest. The more I could do a 30 for 30 on.
Why don't you do it?
No, it's just.
Go ahead.
I think there was something about they didn't want Beast Mode to be the hero. And they wanted Mr. Curly Hair, Pretty Boy Floyd, Mr. Perfect to get to throw the touchdown to be the hero in that costume. There is no reason you didn't give the ball to Beast Mode. And the play before, they tackled him on the shoelace. Dumb stuff. I couldn't say another word. I need my man. I got to keep my job. Just dumb. You think the football guys weren't working then? That's why I'm telling Kyle, keep your boy, the rookie, on the sideline tonight. Don't be testing fate.
I just can't believe. Just think of it. All we do is complain about these NBA players who load manage, and now. This is a second-year quarterback.
Not the preseason, Steiny.
This is a second-year quarterback. Hasn't done a damn thing in this league. Not one thing in this league.
He started 2 games.
He won 1 game in this league. Barely played in college. Didn't even play Division I.
He's your future. What if I told you the season depended on him?
I mean, I could.
And it does.
Yeah, you know what? Here's my take.
Okay.
Here's my take.
Uh-oh.
The whole team knows that he's going to be up and down. They've seen it all training camp long. He's been pretty good, but he's been not so good.
Gotcha.
And they're watching him and saying, he's not playing?
But
he's not playing?
I don't know how to...
So he's the golden boy. So Trey Lance is now the golden boy. He didn't even have to play the preseason.
It's about starting the clock to me. Why not start the up and down clock, which I believe you're right, week 1 when it counts? That's because all this is about.
Because he needs as many reps as possible. He hasn't played football.
I mean, the last month he has. They've been having joint practices.
Now all of a sudden practices count.
Come on, Steiny.
Come on. Actually, Denver will finish 8-9.
Who's put that? Yeah, put a name to that one. Who you got right now in the AFC? Cincinnati? Nah, I don't think. And I love me some Burrow.
I like the Bills. I want to see the Bills win a Super Bowl. I do. I like Josh Allen.
We didn't.
I've always liked the
Josh is the man. He could be MVP, but we didn't call Lowe a homer. The only reason he said Chargers is because he's part of the family.
He's played for every team.
Well, the Chargers where he made his. You know what I mean?
Really?
Yeah.
I think he made it in Cincy.
LT. He was
blocking for
LT. LaDainian.
How many teams did he play for?
All right. Can we get some music, Spadone? Because I think I know. Tennessee.
Hold on. Let me get.
I got it.
Hold on.
I got it.
Hold on. Hold on. Bro.
And I won Jockberty while you were gone. I was going to text you.
Why did you even play? You guys played Jockberty without me?
Yeah, twice. Did Larry win one? JD won one. I forget who won the second one.
Wait, you guys played Jeopardy without me?
Yeah, twice.
It was not 8 teams.
This team.
Okay, Tennessee, correct.
Okay, Oakland.
Correct.
Cincinnati.
Correct.
New Orleans. They had his longest run of his career. And I'm going to...
Wait a minute.
What?
Longest team was with the Chargers.
buzzer?
Wait a minute. He
didn't play a regular season game for the Raiders.
No.
But he was on the Raiders.
No.
I went to a game in preseason. He was on the team.
He's not on the team. I'm looking at his stats. Never played for the Raiders.
I need a review, Spadone.
How many did you have so far?
I had 4.
Okay. Go ahead.
Well, there's still more, huh?
So
Tennessee.
Yes.
New Orleans.
Yep.
Baltimore.
Yep. San Diego.
Cincinnati. San Diego. That's 6.
One more.
And
two more.
Two more. I know this too.
Yeah, I don't think so.
The Titans.
You said the Titans.
Oh, all right. My mind playing tricks on me, ghetto boys. Last one is...
No, there's 2 more.
Oh, there's 2 more.
Yeah.
And they're AFC teams, I bet. I'm going
You're right
with...
about that.
Only one.
Oh, I'm sorry, one. My bad.
What do you got? You guys.
One AFC, one NFC.
Okay.
You're just guessing, which is what you do most of the time.
Give it to me, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you're just guessing.
Well, it kind of ruined the bit, but go.
New York Jets.
Oh, damn it.
And they had 2 fullbacks. Tampa Bay, didn't they?
Oh, Tampa.
All-star on that team? Or was he a halfback or a fullback?
Fullback.
Oh, God. You imagine a team with 2 fullbacks?
He got it more than your boy Kyle, though.
Yes, I agree with that. Let's go to Jeremy in Oakland. Hey, Jeremy, what's going on, man?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Good day. Happy Thursday.
Yeah.
I'd like to see Trey get out there and go through some reps and make some throws and even run a little bit with the slide, of course. No one wants to see him get hurt. But ultimately, there's pressure on Trey this year, but there's way more pressure on Kyle this year because get Trey ready.
No doubt.
He's the one who made the decision that we're gonna ditch Jimmy, we're gonna divorce him, and we're gonna go with the new girlfriend, metaphorically speaking. So I'm just excited for it, and I can't wait. Although I really do not like playing the 3 games this whole day, then we got to wait. I don't like that at all. But
I don't
it is what it is, and go Niners.
Appreciate the call. Yeah, I don't like it either.
Neither do I. And we already both said one thing we agree on. The pressure is all on Kyle. I got some information for you.
About?
Lowe was a Raider from May 2009 to August 2009.
He never drew a paycheck from the Raiders.
Now,
get Lowe on the phone, please.
Hey,
get Lorenzo Neal on the phone again, please, and ask him if he ever got a paycheck from the Oakland Raiders.
Low.
Leroy in Oakland.
Our guy.
What's going on, Leroy?
Hey, what's up, Steiny?
Hey.
Guru, man. You guys are ebony and ivory, man.
Look
awesome.
at it.
Listen to this. So, Steiny.
Yes, sir.
I would play Trey Lance if I was going to have him come out in the first regular season game and throw 33, 35 times like a Joe Burrow. But we know Shanahan is not going to do that. He's probably going to have him throw 25, 28 times. So I say, keep him on the bench tonight. Rest him up. It's not gonna make such a big difference from now to, September 11th or whenever we play our regular season game. He'll get some more throws in behind closed doors these next 2 weeks, and that'll bode well for him. But I can see if he was throwing, a lot of attempts, 30, 35, and he's only going to throw, 25, 28 attempts. You don't need him out there. And Steiny, if I may, I know it was a subject yesterday about Kuminga, and I tried to get in, but you guys are so busy. I just wanted to say this, man, kind of what I'm afraid of. And I hate to throw this out there, but I just hope that Kuminga is not another Jordan Bell. Same height, same weight. I see him chop his little steps, and I'm just hoping that he's not mentally that, because we know if you're going to be a Golden State Warrior, man, you got to buy in all the way. You got to be a world-class cheerleader for other people. You got to pick up things fast, and, you have to understand the Warrior way. And a big part of that way, man, is attitude. And so we'll see how that goes, but let's just hope he's not another Jordan Bell, man. God bless you guys.
Wow.
What do you think of that, Goo?
Man, the shoes fit, but I don't think he's another Jordan Bell. This was the OGs, and I was thinking about it going home. The OGs have tried to get to him already, and this was a shot.
And they failed.
This was a shot.
So what kind of leaders are they?
They're still leaders.
Oh, really? They can't get Jonathan Kuminga to practice hard, but they're leaders.
Now, we don't know that to be I know.
Kidding,
but
everybody.
the people out there, Steiny, you're being so negative.
I know. I'll tell you what. I'm not going to be negative next segment about the Warriors.
And before we get to next segment, I ain't bringing the party down, but we love our producer. But before our producer, we had another producer, and his name was the great John Curley. Okay. And he said, guys, I love this segment, but unfortunately, since May of 2021, my truck has been broken into 6 times and stolen twice in the city of SF. What are we? Give me a cape, Steiny. Give me something, man, and I can just hone down on these thieves.
I've noticed you're doing this more.
What?
Biting your lower lip and giving me that.
But I'm mad, man. I got this Ring app for the neighborhood, and everything is stolen this, stolen that, stolen this. I got to stay off of it. Put you in a bad
You're talking
mood.
about next door?
Yeah, dude.
It is unbelievable.
People are stealing all time on daytime, nighttime. I got to stay off it. But
in case you don't know what the hell we're talking about.
Help me out, man.
My sister's in town. She got in Wednesday. The car was window kicked in. Yeah. 3 computers stolen.
That's just.
I wish I could have. I should have told. Oh man.
And now they got the capability of knowing that those computers were in there.
Obviously. But hey.
Yeah. Sorry, Curly.
Yeah. Anyway, back to the Warriors and Kuminga. We're going to talk about the Warriors next segment. First of all, I don't think there are a lot of people out there that do think that I don't like the Warriors. But let me tell you something. They are Joe, like, whether it's by accident or design.
There you go, right.
The position these guys are in right now is unbelievable. They've created an atmosphere, right? Not an atmosphere. They've created a situation. Okay. A situation this upcoming season where it will dictate who they move forward with, and they don't have to worry about making the wrong decision. You're probably saying, what the hell are you talking about? I'm going to tell you what I'm talking about on the other side, because the Warriors are in a position that very, very few teams have ever been in, and certainly not a defending champion. We're streaming live on Twitch and YouTube Live. You can go to twitch.tv/957 The Game and youtube.com/957 The Game to subscribe to all the latest content, and you can check out Guru's nice shirt today.
Summer's in full swing. Are you making the most of it with backyard barbecues, pool parties, and s'mores by the fire pit? Or have you spent another season staring at the same crumbling patio or cracked driveway? You deserve better. The outdoor remodeling experts at System Pavers can help. Get the outdoor space you've always wanted. And for a limited time, System Pavers will demolish and remove your old hardscape for free. This unbeatable offer can save you hundreds or even thousands. Start by calling 800-PAVE-004 or visit systempavers.com. Plus, enjoy special financing to get the ball rolling today. With 30 years of experience and more than 75,000 projects completed, System Pavers delivers more than just beautiful outdoor remodels. You get peace of mind knowing the job's done right. Call System Pavers at 800-PAVE-004 today. That's 800-PAVE-004 or visit systempavers.com right now.
All orders must be placed by August 31st. Financing subject to credit approval. See website for full offer and demolition savings details. Contractor's license 661575.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
You put it in your mouth and you chew it up real good.
I know how to chew gum, Dad.
Hurry up, we got leaks to fix.
What are you two up to? We're fixing our leaky pipes.
Yeah.
With gum? Yeah, it's a hack, Mom.
A what?
A hack.
You know.
A do-it-yourself trick.
No, the trick to fixing leaks and low water pressure is calling repipe specialists.
You mean professionals?
I mean, repipe specialists can repipe our whole house in 1 to 2 days. Fix the leaks and low water pressure, repair the holes in the walls if we want, and they guarantee their work for life.
Got leaks or low water pressure? Call the professionals at Repipe Specialists, and in 1 to 2 days, they can repipe your whole house with new PEX tubing. With over 60,000 repipes completed, that's their specialty.
You really stepped in it.
I was just being...
The gum, Dad. You
What?
stepped in the gum.
Oh, great.
Call 800-217-1636 for a free in-home estimate and ask about their 0% financing options. That's 800-217-1636. Call today, 800-217-1636, or visit repipe.com.
Now with Xfinity, you'll get unlimited internet with gig speed and supersonic Wi-Fi. With a 2-year internet rate guarantee, no annual contract required, and no equipment fees. Talk about knock your socks off. Ooh, plus a free Flex 4K streaming box. It's like hitting the streaming jackpot. It's all just $50 a month when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data. $50 a month. A price that's truly jaw-dropping.
Oh, literally.
The speed you need at a price you want. Value that's simply bananas. That's the new Xfinity Supersonic Bundle. It's kind of a big deal. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store to learn more.
Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New gigabit internet customers only. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. After 24 months, regular rates apply to all services and devices.
The Labor Day event from Dell Technologies is here. End the summer strong by starting up a new season of productivity. Your business upgrade begins with up to 48% off top-rated laptops, like Vostro, taking performance to the next level with 12th Gen Intel Core processors. It's time to push your growing business even further. What's next for you? Upgrade today by calling 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
Kansas City Steak Company, another AmericanEagle.com success story. Started in 1932 as a family-owned butcher shop, today they're a leading distributor of superior all-American steaks delivered right to your door, ready for the grill and your taste buds. When it came to their website, an average site wouldn't do. They chose AmericanEagle.com to take their website to the next level. With a dramatic increase in competition and a softening market demand, they had 2 challenges: improve their brand presence and message, and produce a positive return. AmericanEagle.com got to work and executed usability usability studies, and detailed audits of site experience, digital assets, and marketing. The result? An integrated digital marketing and customer experience plan, organic traffic increase of 20%, and a long-term roadmap for success. If you love great steaks, go to kansascitysteaks.com for website design, development, and online solutions that bring efficiency and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. If you need a results-driven website, call the team at AmericanEagle.com at 877-WebNow1. That's 877-WebNow1.
And can somebody give Bob some credit?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Oof. You see this? See the fight between the Rams and the Cincinnati Bengals?
No.
Joint practice? Aaron Donald swinging a helmet.
No.
Serious. Just saw the video.
Oh. Because I was going to say football scuffles are, I'll get
No, this is different, I think.
Man.
He's swinging his helmet at somebody who looked like he didn't even have a helmet on.
Oh, well, then, yeah. Who did that? Our guy from Cleveland. What's the D lineman that went after?
Shaq Barrett?
No.
Miles Garrett?
Miles Garrett. He went after, who was the quarterback?
Mason Rudolph?
Yeah, look at my boy.
Yeah.
Well, look, Spadoni is coming to save us.
There is no Spadoni. He hasn't been here all day.
Okay.
So,
that's my dog, Kyle.
We were talking about Jonathan Kuminga yesterday. You know what? I'm going to pull a guru. You're going to love this. This is great. This is a great take by Matt Steinmetz. I dare anybody to tell me differently. The Golden State Warriors, Joe Lacob, has put the Warriors in an incredible position. You know what this year's like for the Warriors?
What?
It's tryouts. The Golden State Warriors this year are going to try to win a title and also have tryouts. What do I mean? Virtually every player on the roster has pressure on him or is playing for a contract. So, here's what I was thinking.
All right.
Let's take a look. There's only two players with no pressure on them. Steph Curry
Okay, I
and
agree.
Kevon Looney, because he just got a contract.
All right, I didn't have Looney. All
Think
right.
about this. Jonathan Kuminga. Well, apparently he's got a work ethic problem.
Everybody's watching now.
So now Jonathan Kuminga is going to be monitored. James Wiseman. Well, he's got a lot of pressure on him. If he doesn't stay healthy this year, they might have to move off.
Wow.
All right, so Wiseman's got responsibilities. Jordan Poole, he wants to get paid.
Yeah.
He didn't get paid last year.
No, he didn't. I thought he was.
Jordan Poole wants to get paid. How is he going to play in a contract year? Andrew Wiggins, he's a free agent at the end of the season.
Two-way win.
What do you do with Andrew Wiggins? All right, Moses Moody. Can he take a bigger role? He's got pressure. And then here are the last two. And these are the ones that are going to get people fired up. Draymond Green and Klay Thompson. They have pressure on them, and they have money at stake. If Draymond Green doesn't have a good year, he can forget about an extension at the end of this upcoming year. If he doesn't have a good year, he's done.
Right.
He's done with the Warriors if he does not have a good year. I firmly believe that. Klay Thompson. Can Klay Thompson be better than last year?
I believe he can.
Okay.
All right.
He kind of better be. Because if he's not, then you don't re-sign Klay Thompson in a year.
But you could see a scenario where Joe would do that to Klay?
Absolutely. Positively. Yes. The bottom line is they can just let everybody play and have the decision made all these decisions for them. Jordan Poole's really good. Let's extend him. Andrew Wiggins was really good. We'll extend him too. Draymond was hurt all year again, or most of the year again, and now this playoff, he missed games. Okay, well now he's got one more year left in his deal. You're not extending him. Same with Klay Thompson if he takes a step back this year. Hey, Joe Lacob You want to get paid? Everybody wants to get paid? Do something this year. Show me what you got this year.
So you're saying there's not enough pie for everybody, regardless.
There isn't enough pie. Joe Lacob essentially said it. Klay Thompson, Draymond Green, Jordan Poole, Andrew Wiggins. They all have contracts coming up.
Amazing,
they will not all be Warriors in 2 years.
Damn.
They just won't. Joe Lacob's already made it clear he cannot keep this up. So which of the four? Which of the four has the least encouraging year of those four? Because I think that person's not going to be around. I really do.
Well, when I look at it from a skill set standpoint, and I'm thinking Klay is going to be way better than he was, and there were nights I'm like, man, he's back. He has a repertoire I feel he could tap back into. My answer, and again, I'm not hating Steiny or people out there think I'm hating. It would be Draymond I would be worried about, but Dre already fired the first shot, letting you know what he thought he was worth and how much. I know it's just business, but if he doesn't go out here and for some reason or another, now we got to add this about Dre. Steiny, I thought when he got hurt, Defensive Player of the Year was in his. It was right there. He was
They won 9 in a row when he went down.
I do understand that, but he came back, did have the best finals and bench gate or whatever you want to call it. He did get back up. That's the one where I would be most worried about. And there's just something eating at me, and maybe it's just the relationship that he has with Clutch Sports, who is his representation, and LeBron. That it wouldn't be the end of the world to dip up out of here. Like that, you talk about challenges,
right?
And there's just something eating at me. But if you ain't asked me, confidence, I don't think he can get back into 16 Dre like Klay can revert back to, because he can still get you buckets. Wiggins is going to be Wiggins. Poole, I'm not even worried about JP. And who was the other one we had, Steiny? Wiseman.
Wiseman and Kuminga.
I just don't. Remember Joe fought anybody that would listen. The 37 games, I
Lacob
believe.
loves Wiseman.
Yeah, he said there was some positives. So I can't see a scenario. Klay Thompson's not a Warrior, Steiny. I used a word yesterday to you, and you kind of got depressed. A lifer. That's what I think Klay is. And the fact that he's come back from these 2 injuries, to me, that means something. And he was 50, 60, 70%, and he still got it done, and he was your starting 2 guard.
You know what?
You don't just say sayonara to that.
No, you don't, but I don't like it. Look at Klay. Klay's numbers actually were not bad last year. First of all, he averaged more points per minute than he's ever averaged in his career. All right?
Didn't know that.
Now, he shot a lot.
Right.
He averaged 24.9 a game per 36 minutes. Now, his shooting percentage was 43%, and he's a career 46%. So he went down 3 points.
Okay. We can work.
And then his 3-point percentage 2 years ago, or last he played, was 40.2.
Damn.
This year was 38.5. Like, I don't know how much better he can. What does Klay better look like? Like, to me, it's marginally better shooting. I thought his defense was pretty good at the end. Like, how can...
Okay, I got something for you.
Yeah.
So we saw Andrew Wiggins, to his credit, earn a all-star spot, and he did that because I believe Klay wasn't there. But now, if Klay is on point, he will be that all-star along with Steph Curry. I don't believe all 3 of them are going to the all-star game. The chef's in, that we know. But I think, just by happenstance, Steiny, the shots that Wiggins was accustomed to, some of those are going to go to the guy that, gets up out of bed letting them go. And that's Klay Thompson. And to hear those numbers, it felt like when he first came back, it was 23% from 3.
Yeah.
Would you say 38?
38.5.
Damn.
38.5.
And they won the finals.
Yep.
Went through the alls with that.
Let me see what he did. Let me see what he did in the playoffs.
I'm gonna try to guess.
No chance
from 3.
Wait a minute. I'm doing something wrong here. This can't be right. Never mind. I can't
get it.
I can't do it right now. Hold on a second. Playoffs. Klay Thompson, 22 games, Wait a minute, this can't be right. He had the exact same stats?
No way, Steiny.
So I've got Klay Thompson played 32 games in the... This can't be right. He played 32 games in the regular season, shot 42.9%. In the playoffs, he played 22 games and shot 42.9%. This cannot be right.
Now, wow.
It is.
Regular season.
No, he says it is.
Regular season. Klay Thompson, 32 games. He shot 38.5% from the three-point range. In the playoffs, 22 games. He shot 38.5% in the playoffs. His numbers were exactly the same.
Man.
They were exactly the same.
That's Steiny. I don't even think the Warriors know that.
I can't believe that. How did I miss that?
You got it to read. He said it's right.
That's incredible.
And you just came up with it.
No, I was looking at his stats because I was like, okay, how do you play in the playoffs, better or worse? And I think he was better in the playoffs than he was in the regular season because I thought his defense was better in the playoffs than it was in the regular season. But
you got to send that to Raymond. Do you think they know that?
Knows.
Okay.
That's a good question.
But I don't think
888-957-9570. Our Warrior fans, did you know that? Did you know that?
Don't lie either.
Come on now. Or did Steiny give you a little nugget?
I felt like I had
Klay
something to do
Thompson,
with it, too.
42.9% from the field.
That's a time.
38.5% from three.
Boy.
Exactly the same
that is
in the regular season and in the playoffs. I guess I got to look at his free throw shooting.
Please do.
This cannot be the same.
Steals, assists.
Why don't we?
Give us all
regular
of it.
season, Klay shot 90.2% from the foul line. In the playoffs, he was 86.7, so that doesn't really add up.
Right? 2 is enough already. Yeah. That's
man.
Hey, it's Rick. Who is it? That's crazy.
That is crazy.
Man, Steiny.
So, what do you think about my idea, though? That it's tryouts.
I almost forgot it. Oh, yeah. No, it's real.
Wow.
You were like you got upset, but you didn't. No, I get it. But I don't think Klay Thompson's on that tryout list. That's just me. I think for what he's done, what he's been through, he's the guy that's going to be the Brandon Belt, Crawford. He'll be here when this thing is we say by the step.
Well,
Dre,
what
I
about
don't think
this?
so.
What about who's got the worst contract in the Warriors?
Dre.
See, I think it's Klay. Especially if Dre's going to opt out that last year, like he's talking about. That's why I think Klay.
But he could come back and average 26 for you or 25. Nobody would fall out their chair, Klay Thompson, and shoot 38% from 38.5 from three. To me, that's living up to the contract. Because that's what you've been pretty much your whole, when you got it.
No, the most he's ever averaged in a season, 22.3. 22.3. Klay Thompson, and that was in 16-17.
Well, that's lowering it. Of course, he can get that.
No, that's his highest he's ever averaged.
My point to you was I need an offense to justify the contract, and I feel like Dre, there's a fall off.
Well, there's a big fall off.
Right. That's why he got the award for me.
For Dre.
Yeah. And I appreciate Dre for the haters out there.
So my point was this, Bay Area, is I'm starting to realize that the Warriors were so... Oh, I know.
You got it.
Here it is. Who was I in the car with the other day? And I heard this word.
It wasn't me.
This is the new word. Everybody's using this new word. God, who was I with?
Swag.
No. I know the word. I'm trying to think who I was with. It's a big word now in the corporate world. You're trying to be intentional about something.
I've never heard that.
Yeah, it's annoying. It's corporate speak, and what it is I'm trying to be intentional about my what I want to accomplish here at 95.7 The Game. I want to go down as one of the greatest radio guys ever. I'm trying to be intentional. Anyway,
off to a great start.
No, and now I forgot how I was going to use intentional. Well, the Warriors were intentional this offseason, letting it ride.
Yeah.
They did that on purpose.
I thought Wiggins and your boy were going to get the bag.
I thought one of them might. One of them might.
No.
But now, like, I really do think it's not this cut and dry. But I do think it's like you might have to make a decision between Poole and Wiggins. And if you like them both, or they both have really good years, then maybe you have to make a decision on Clay or Draymond.
See, I just don't think the love is that strong for both Poole and Wiggins to say. See, there's also
who's more important, Poole or Wiggins?
Wiggins right now.
I kind of think so too.
I got it, man. That's a hell of a it's Wiggins. But Steiny, I feel like you're missing the other political aspect of this. Is the love for Poole and Wiggins to the point to where you would like to say bye, and the fans say bye to Clay?
Yeah, I mean, like that's
if you do that, then you are Suge Knight, Joe Knight. That's cutthroat. Because there's that part of it. We drafted you. You've been to the darkest. You've been to the abyss and back. We're going to say bye?
Yes. If they're not productive.
Oh, well, I'm assuming, like you said, 22, he can get that.
How is Klay Thompson, like,
how many minutes
what's he going to be worth 2 years from now? How many minutes did he play? Played 30.
Yeah, see, I think that could go up. Like, I think he's on the right track. Man, Steiny, I really do.
Well, I don't know. Honestly, I thought he looked pretty good last year. But by the end of the year, he was really like...
He started dunking the balls, Steiny. He was going to the rack dipping.
I mean, I don't mean this in a bad way, but like, he can't be noticeably better than he was in the postseason. You know what I mean? I mean, that was basically
he hate his numbers.
Klay Thompson, right?
Yeah.
So...
He probably is listening on the boat like, Steiny, I'm untouchable, baby.
Well, then why am I reading a story that Klay Thompson could be a bull?
Well, Giannis said he could be one too, but where's that from?
Hey, by the way, I was talking to, I got a source in the community.
You'll tell me
in Chicago.
Yeah.
No. Apparently Chicago's got the biggest Greek population of any city in the country. Chicago. And, of course, he's Greek.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Well, he's a Buck now.
Yes, he is. Yeah. Chicago, it's only an hour and a half up the road.
Yeah.
I should say down the road. But anyway, we got a lot of time to talk about the Golden State Warriors. But to me, it's becoming pretty clear that this year is going to dictate who gets paid and who doesn't get paid. And who's a Warrior.
Yeah.
Who's a Warrior for
the
life.
lines are going to blow up now.
And what do you mean?
Like, because I thought you were throwing this to the, like, how would you do it if you were Joe Lacob? Well, to the fans.
But see, that's the point. Like, I don't think Joe Lacob knows that. He doesn't know. No, he does not. He does not. They do not know what they're going to look like next year.
So Poole could let's say Poole had a bad season.
Right.
You played your way off the team.
Maybe.
Essentially. I mean, we know you didn't do it on purpose, but that's what the stakes are to you.
Well, he'll be a restricted free agent, so you'll still be able to match. But here's the other thing. If a team comes out of nowhere, Orlando, that's the team that's been mentioned, and says, we'll give Jordan Poole $25 million a year, Warriors are going to have to match that to keep
And he's going to get
match it.
Oh, he'll have some suitors. Kings on line one with Mike Brown.
So if they match that, how are they going to re-sign Wiggins?
Hey, I get it. It's a puzzle.
It's hard, but again, I want to get back to what I said at the start of this segment, which is this is perfect. To me, it's set up perfectly.
Because everybody's hungry.
Yes, essentially. I love where they're at right now. Here's the other thing: they don't have
pressure on Moody.
Any long-term contracts right now. Essentially, except Steph, but Steph's the outlier. He's the one who doesn't fit into this equation. Let's go to Spaz. Spaz is in the city. He says, I'm killing him even though I'm loving where the Warriors are at. What's up, man?
What's up with my guys? How y'all been?
You're all right, man.
All right, that's good. Look, Steiny, I don't normally disagree with too much of what you're saying. I might disagree with how you say it sometimes, but I don't really speak on it. But this is crazy. Like, Steph and Clay are together. I know they didn't come in at the same time, but to get rid of Clay, I I can't imagine that. You know what I mean? Like, it's not imaginable.
Right.
You know what I mean?
What about Draymond? What about Dre?
Draymond, I don't think so neither because, people try to, get on him about his scoring, but he do everything else.
So
Literally
Spaz, what you're saying?
else.
What you're saying is you believe Curry, Draymond, and Clay will all retire Golden State Warriors.
I believe they will if Draymond just take a pay cut next year.
All right. Thanks, Spaz.
Wow.
I don't.
Oh, he's not. He told you he's not.
What?
Draymond taking a pay cut.
Oh, no.
Oh.
I'm saying I do not believe the big three that all of them will retire Warriors. My inclination is Draymond Green will not retire a Warrior. But I also think there's a chance neither will Klay Thompson.
I think he's a lifer.
Maybe. I might be wrong there. I might be wrong. I'm wondering what Warrior fans think about that. And here's the other thing. Everybody is so reluctant to trade either Draymond, Klay, or Steph, and I get that. But what about the old Bill Walsh? I'd rather get rid of a guy a year early than a year late. Do we like that or do we not like that?
We do, but when I look at Klay, I see a lot of chicken left on the bone. It will never be as difficult for him to overcome and come back and know what it feels like to play every other night like we just seen, and yet his numbers on the biggest stage didn't dip. So I got to believe there's a lot left on the bone. So, and now, Steiny, if you were to dangle Klay, remember I was like, oh, his value's down right now. You were to get on the phone, it would be some suitors for him almost before.
For Klay?
Yeah, almost like before he got hurt. Dude, he was dunking the basketball on drives. It's all coming to me now, and I'm like, science is amazing.
See, I wonder how much value Klay and Draymond have to other teams. I really do. I'm not saying they don't have any value.
If the Lakers or the Bucks could, even Boston, they got Williams, but could have a Dre, you could have both. Come on, Steiny. So I'm giving Dre his flowers. All winners. It would be all the winning teams, 6 or 7 of them lined up for a dude like Draymond Green.
I don't know about 6 or 7.
And I think he knows this.
Who?
Draymond. And he's probably sipped champagne. Whose wedding were they at? His own wedding. Draymond talking to LeBron about possibly playing together. The dude knows his worth.
Klay's contract's worse than Draymond's,
and that's why he ain't going nowhere.
Clay's making $40 million this year and then $43 million.
Has he earned it?
Yes.
Yeah, that's up.
He's got it.
Yeah.
Yes, he's.
No doubt.
They've paid him $70 million for 2 years of not playing.
Yeah.
So I think everything's fair.
And 4 chips.
Julio is in Redwood City. Hey, Julio, how you doing, man?
Hey, I'm doing great, guys. Thank you so much for having me on. It's funny that you guys were talking about Klay Thompson today because last night I was watching the replay of Game 4 of the NBA Finals in Boston, the Steph Curry Legacy game.
Okay.
And, man, I just got so much anxiety watching Klay Thompson. He was chucking up so many shots. If you guys rewatch it, even after, we know the results, I'm watching yesterday, I'm like, Klay, why are you taking that shot? He's taking a turnaround jumper, 17 seconds left on the shot clock, and he's taking an ill-advised turnaround jumper and missed it. And, quite a few of them, and I don't know the exact stats, but I felt like that. And I was thinking, why is Klay doing that? Because, Klay, before the injury, he was not like that. Yeah, he used to, chuck up some shots, but not like that. So
no, he shot at a higher rate for sure. He shot more times.
He was trying to get back. He ain't bashful.
You know what he was?
Yeah.
Game 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Game 4, he had 18 on 7 for 17.
How about Game 1?
4 for 10.
How about Game 1, though, Steiny? That's when they...
Game 1, 6 for 14, 3 for 7, 15 points in 39 minutes.
Damn.
Game 2, that was 4 for 19.
Yeah.
But they won that one. They won by 20. They won by 20. Then he had 2 7 for 17s and a 7 for 14 in Game 6, which they won. And then Game 6, the clincher, Game 5. And then he was 5 for 20. 5 for 20. He had to miss 15 shots to get that percentage exactly like it was in the regular season.
That's amazing.
It is pretty amazing. All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're going to get back to the 49ers on the other side. Trey Lance, yes or no? Should he play tonight? If you were Kyle Shanahan, what are you doing? 888-957-9570. Hey, in case you miss any of today's show, download and subscribe to Steiny and Guru on the Odyssey app. You can listen anytime, any day, all in a single tap. Find Steiny and Guru plus all content from 95.7 The Game on the Odyssey app today.
At Left Coast Buyers, we buy properties all over California. If you own a house or an apartment building and want to sell it fast at a great price, call us at 925-434-5000. We can pay cash and close in as little as 7 days. We buy properties in any condition, any price range. Do you own a property that is run down and needs thousands of dollars in repairs? Are you out of time, money, and energy? Are you looking for an easy way to get top dollar for your property and sell on your terms and timeline? Well, call Left Coast Buyers now at 925-434-5000. We buy divorce houses, inherited houses. We even buy vacant houses and abandoned houses. Do you have a tenant who hasn't paid? Are you behind on property taxes, mortgage payments, or even facing a foreclosure? Even if you're just nervous about capital gains or an upcoming recession, we've seen it all. So if you or someone you know owns a property and needs to sell, call Left Coast Buyers at 925-434-5000. That's 925-434-5000.
In order for small businesses to thrive, they need to be smart, efficient, agile, staying ahead of the market at every turn, and finding ways to do more with less. That's never been more important than it is right now. So for a limited time, Comcast Business is introducing Small Business Savings, a deal for companies across the country. When you call in now, you can get powerful internet for just $39 a month for 12 months. $39 a month with no annual contract and a money-back guarantee. All on the largest, fastest, reliable network for small businesses with the company that powers more businesses than anyone else. So if you're a small business owner, don't wait. Call and get started today. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Offer ends 9/21/22. Restrictions apply. New Comcast Business 50 megabits per second internet customers only. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Call or go online for details. After promo, regular rates apply.
Everyone knows how beneficial therapy can be, but traditional therapy can be overwhelming, confusing, and inconvenient. When scheduling in-person therapy, it can be difficult to find the right therapist near you, and it can take weeks to get on their calendar. We knew there had to be a better way. And that's where BetterHelp began. I'm Danny, co-founder of BetterHelp Online Therapy. When Alana and I started BetterHelp in 2013, our mission was simple. Find a way to make professional therapy accessible, affordable, and convenient for everyone. BetterHelp works around your schedule and lifestyle. You can connect to a therapist by phone, video call, or even text message. You don't even have to turn on your camera if you don't feel comfortable. And if your therapist isn't the right fit, you can switch anytime with a click of a button because BetterHelp is designed with you in mind. See why over 2 million members have trusted BetterHelp for online therapy. Go to betterhelp.com/youfirst and get 10% off your first month. That's betterhelp.com/youfirst for 10% off your first month.
Attention veterans. If you were stationed at Camp Lejeune between 1953 and 1987, you and your family may be victims of toxic water poisoning. Cancers, birth defects, deadly illnesses have all been linked to the contaminated water. Congress is now holding the government accountable. You could be awarded financial compensation for your suffering, but you must act now. Get your free case review. Call True Law at 877-560-8555, 877-560-8555, or visit sickvets.com. That's sickvets.com.
Okay, so how crazy high are these gas prices right now, right? I mean, I filled up my car the other day, and I thought for that price, I could buy a couple of pairs of Skechers and pretty much walk everywhere. Plus, unlike gas, not only is Skechers affordable, they also last a really long time. Skechers are extremely durable, and many are machine washable. And they're so comfortable. With comfort features like Skechers' famous air-cooled memory foam, Relax Fit, Wide Fit, Arch Fit, plus so many other fits and features. Find your perfect pair of Skechers at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Long weekends are all about getting a little you time. And at the Home Depot, you time starts with you saving. Saving space with an HDX 27-gallon Tough Tote for only $13.98. saving time with a free and fast-charging 18-volt battery when you buy select Milwaukee Power Toolkits. And saving you a trip with free delivery on over 1 million items. Do Labor Day your way with savings right now at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
It's time to say goodnight to that check engine light with the free AutoZone Fix Finder service. It'll help troubleshoot the likely cause of your light for free, so you can drive with peace of mind. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Sammy Hagar and the Circle's Crazy Time Tour is rocking Shoreline September 9th with special guests George Thorogood and the Destroyers. For your shot at tickets, head to 957thegame.com.
Ready for the party tonight?
Yep, thanks to the free storage upgrade from Samsung with my new Galaxy Z Flip 4.
Nice. Got the music?
Just downloaded everything from pop to punk.
Photo booth?
My phone folds into the perfect angle. Instant photo booth. Meet endless pics.
Can it make food too?
I ordered pizzas, so yes.
Pre-order Galaxy Z Flip 4 or Z Fold 4 at Samsung.com now to get a free storage upgrade and case. Valid 8/10 through 8/25/22. See terms and conditions that apply.
Breathe new life into life at home with IKEA Festival. 10 topics, one purpose. To get more out of the homes we love. What are you passionate about? Art, dance, music, food, fur babies. Get inspired, create, and share with us. With celebrations, giveaways, IKEA family offers, and live streams with expert advice. It's all happening at IKEA Festival. Join us from August 26th through September 10th online or at your local IKEA store. Learn more at IKEA-USA.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC-FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
I got 3 kids and a bunch of problems.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, 49ers conclude the preseason tonight against the Houston Texans. Kyle Shanahan, their head coach, says Trey Lance is going to play. The most he'll play is a half. We don't know the least he'll play. And we're just debating whether that's smart or not. I think there's a sentiment out there to keep this guy off the field. Nothing good can happen. It's the last game of the preseason. On the other hand, man, you look at his resume, it's very thin. And he needs reps. Good 2 ways of looking at it. We're talking about Klay Thompson on the other side. Let's finish up with him and get Jay in here, and then we'll get back to the Niners. What's up, Jay? How you doing? Back to the Niners.
Hey, what's up, fellas?
Hey.
Man, so look, man, I know a lot of Warrior fans are going to hate me for saying this, man, but honestly, I think Klay Thompson's damaged goods, bro. I don't think he'll ever be the same again. I'll tell you why. Did you guys see the Netflix special about Manti Te'o?
Not yet.
I've been hearing about it.
Oh my God, Guru, you have to watch it, man. It's probably it's a good documentary. So, Thompson, bro, post injury, I think he set these unrealistic standards for himself, and team that with fan expectations, man. And I think you have a recipe for disaster, man. I think he's too much in his head. I don't think he'll ever be able to escape it, honestly.
Thanks for the call, Jay. Appreciate it.
But you just gave the people and Jay the numbers. I feel like he's escaped it. He's on his way back. Now he has a full off season, and we'll see him in a few months. So if those numbers were so drastically different, I'd be like, yeah, Jay, you're onto something. But you think Jay is like Clay's had some bad chucking games, and we came in here and had fun early on.
Right,
like Stein.
right.
But the numbers, he was.
I do think his defense got better from the first game back to the last game of the regular season. Yeah. I don't know if he's still the exact same defensive player he was. I do know he's still above average. And to me, the offensive game. Yeah. He's gonna start shooting a lower percentage, probably just because he's getting older. Can he get back above 40? I don't know. He's at 38.5 now.
Which is minute. But how many games did we watch or did we get on this station and discuss and say, Steiny, Boston just win at Clay? Not many. Okay, he may not make all-league NBA defense, but how many games did we say, man, Brown, they were just going at Clay. Memphis was just going at Clay. Not many.
Yeah.
I could say that for anybody else on the team. So to that, I'm like, man, it was good enough.
Hey, when do the 49ers, and is Kyle still back there? He probably knows this off the top of
I'm
his
looking
head.
at you, so I can't see.
Can you move over a little?
Yeah.
Hey, Kyle, when do the
that's never been said. It's like, wow.
When do the 49ers play the Rams? First time.
Week 4, Monday Night Football.
Ooh,
Look
you
at
think
Kyle.
Aaron Donald to be playing?
No, probably sit that one. Don't want him to get hurt.
That's a 4.
Oh, that's not bad.
Or his incoming suspension
Kyle.
will be up just by
Yeah,
then.
did you see this practice? He's going to get suspended. I'm telling you,
Is that bad?
Yeah, if Cakes are just joining
I got
us.
a computer in front of me. You think I'll
Cincinnati
bring
and
it
the
up.
Rams were practicing, and they got into a fight, and there was a lot of.
If he did that,
it was a brouhaha.
Well, then he's
and
a
they have
fool
Aaron
then.
Donald.
Because if he gets suspended, he'll. Well,
I think he's got to. I mean, he was swinging a helmet,
dude. You may be out week 1. He'll be on the field by the time they play, regardless. But talk about losing your composure. My wife's really hot on him.
Why?
She thinks he's hot.
Aaron Donald?
Yeah.
I've never heard that before. He's about 6'6", isn't he?
Big dude.
No?
No, that's kind of the whole thing. He's like a 6'1", 6'2".
Oh, please.
He got nice hair though. She likes his hair.
He's 6'6".
Yeah, he's a big dude.
But he's got the ab gut
Yeah,
where he's got a gut, but there's abs on it.
Zeke Elliott,
Crazy.
right?
Yeah, anyway. So Guru's soft. He doesn't want to play Trey Lance
Willard
tonight.
2. Bonte
He's not
2.
part of our show. I'm not going to take
They're
shots
our
at guys that I don't
teammates.
work with
Oh, that wasn't a
on
shot.
a regular basis.
Well, you see him every day.
So what? I'm right now. I'm just aligned with Dibs.
Yeah, Dibs.
You know what?
It's Shasky.
I think they should rest him tonight.
I don't know what
Shasky and Dibs. I'm on their side.
Yeah, Shasky
You know
wanted to
what?
see him play.
Maybe he should not play tonight.
But what about what you said? The initial thought when they should get rid of this junk.
Well,
That's
they
what they
should.
should do.
Hey, Evan and Kyle, where do you come down on Trey Lance? Yes or no?
Be honest.
Oh, entire half.
That's because he's a Chargers fan.
No,
he wants
I want him to play as much as possible.
Kyle?
Yeah, play him a couple series. Keep stacking reps.
There you go.
Kyle's right.
Wow, look at this chiming in.
Myles Garrett was suspended for what ended up being the rest of the season for swinging a helmet once during the Week 11 game. Donald swung it multiple times today. He'll be out 4 weeks for sure.
Oh, no
I don't
way,
know about
Steiny.
that. I think there's going to be a differentiation between a practice and a game.
All right, I'm bringing
But
it
in
up
case
now.
you're just joining us, there's a fight at the Rams.
Now this is
Bengals
football. They are
joint
football
practice.
players. Yeah.
They got into a fight, but there was only one guy swinging a helmet.
I'm watching it now, Steiny.
You watching it?
Yeah, I'm Goodell. I'll tell you what.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, we seen it. Okay. Guys going on the
Guru
ground.
in real time watching.
Still nothing, out
What are you
the
talking
ordinary.
about? You didn't see him swing it yet?
No, he hadn't swung it yet.
Holy mackerel.
There's a brouhaha. Maybe. Well, he swung it. Are you watching it?
Yeah, I'm watching.
Well,
36
can you
seconds
comment,
long.
please?
Yeah. Nothing jumps out to me from this video.
Okay, so that's
I
a bad
saw
video. I saw a video and it was obvious.
All right.
Pretty obvious. So we'll see. We'll see. Trey Lance tonight.
Make him dance.
Okay, why don't we do this? Let's make a prediction. How many plays for Trey Lance?
Well, I'll tell you what. I'll go off his last preseason game when we thought he was only going to play 10 or 11 plays, and he got longer. So tonight, I'm going one series, and that's it.
I think he's going 2. He's going 2 series, and one will be 3 and out. What if he? Nah, I'm not gonna say it.
I'm kind of excited just to see how long he's going to play, but get him in, get him out.
Well, I'm kind of excited just to see him play. We've talked enough about him now. I want to see him play.
What did you make? Well, we didn't talk against Green Bay. What did you think of?
He was
not just
okay.
a throw, but he ran with the ball, tucked it, he slid.
You know what's funny is watch that game and then go to Twitter, and half the people are saying he was good, half the people were saying he wasn't that good. The people that saying he wasn't that good were saying, well, you take the long pass out, he wasn't very good.
See,
Well,
but you
that's true.
can't. I hate that part of it.
No, I hear.
Yeah.
I hear you.
I don't like that.
So,
and those people probably are still Jimmy stands and some that want him to fail. But if you're a true fan, I don't care if Elmer Fudd is your quarterback. You're rooting for him.
This is kind of the same thing somebody said the only I'm looking at okay, this is what I was getting at. Nobody knows what I'm talking about. I'm sorry. I was looking for a text and I couldn't find it. But we were talking about Clay, Steph, and Draymond in the first segment, and someone was basically saying, the minute they trade Trey, he said he'd rather see the Warriors lose with those three guys.
That's real talk, man.
No, it's not. No, and you know what? No, he wouldn't.
What did I tell you when we were talking about, and you came down my road?
I think you're wrong.
When Steph and Dre said they'd rather lose with Clay than do it with somebody else. Like, that's the brotherhood. And I think that happens upstairs too.
Did someone say that?
I said it to you.
Right.
And you were like, dude, you don't believe that.
But you're saying Curry and Draymond said it?
No, they feel that way.
Oh, well, you don't know. I thought you said they came out and said it.
But yeah. And I
don't believe you. I don't believe
a
fans.
diehard fan thinks like that.
You know what?
We're watching the Giants do that, and it ain't working out too well.
Exactly.
But who's to say they're Crawford and Belt and they're going to get?
They will because they're getting older. It might not be this year, it might not be next, but they're going to retire at some point.
Right. But then you can have Jordan Poole go Chet Holmgren. We can't predict when it's going to happen and whom it's going to happen to at what age. Steph had his early on. His issues, and he battled them. He won. Not many wins, Steiny.
Well, I'm just all I'm saying is I don't believe fans would actually rather watch their team lose than win. Like, you're not a fan then. You're just not. And look, the bottom line is this. If the Warriors theoretically traded Draymond Green, and it's a good deal, nobody's going to care that Draymond's not here anymore.
That's different.
What do you mean? You think Dre's different than Clay and Steph?
There's no doubt. He's a splash brother, and it's offense.
Well, so's Draymond.
Over all the things and the intangibles that Dre bring it up. And you do give Dre credit for this, and I don't as much. Used to make my skin crawl. Oh, he passes to Steph. Well, I can pass to Steph, but I understand it's an art. But you take him out the equation, as long as you got a dude draining threes at the Clay can, Steiny, that's when it's different. And you know it's different. Offense sells, defense wins championships, but the way Dre plays and the way Clay does when he's on fire, i.e. Sacramento in one quarter, 37 points, I mean, we're talking about two different things. The fans would be like, we can replace Dre. We can't replace Clay.
What video did you watch?
And you know what?
You must have watched the wrong video.
No, and I'm watching, listen.
Because I see a guy falling down with a helmet on him, basically.
Right, but he swung the other guy's helmet. He didn't swing his own. I thought he took it off as a weapon.
He ripped it off the other guy's head.
But Steiny.
Wait a minute, what?
That's wrestling.
Worse.
We're wrestling first.
So hold on a second. Hold on.
Yeah.
So you and I both have helmets on.
Okay.
I take my helmet off.
But how did you take it off?
I ripped it off my own head like you take a normal helmet off.
This one I'm watching, he has the Bengals helmet. It's not his helmet he's swinging.
Who cares what helmet he's swinging if he's swinging a helmet?
The way you sold it to me was like, I'm taking my, like when girls fighting, they take, I'm about to take my earrings off. The helmet came from them tussling, so there's no honor amongst thieves and fighters. So I got your helmet, and then I kind of lose composure and swing it in real time. It wasn't what I thought. He took his helmet off. I'm going to use it as a weapon, and I'm going to try to knock your login out. That's what I thought I was going to see. No, it's bad, but he ain't getting suspended, man. He'll get fined.
But he ripped off another guy's helmet and swung that helmet at the other guy who didn't have a helmet on at that point.
Yeah.
We're talking about a fight at Rams camp.
You really think a suspension's coming?
Yes. I do. I mean, I don't know how long.
I think a hefty fine.
But that was a big-time fight.
Yeah.
And go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, it was a fight too, but Donald got the helmet off during the tussle. So nobody is victim yet during the tussle. Donald got the helmet, and he was wrong swinging it.
So wait a minute. Hey, wait a minute. So I didn't know this, but apparently the Bengals helmets are softer than the Rams helmets.
No, I'm not saying that.
What the hell difference does it matter what helmet was swung, whether it was a Bengals?
Because we were tussling. So it wasn't him just coming out the woodworks, with his own helmet trying to knock somebody upside the head. This is dude full of who knows what, got the helmet, and he's wrong for swinging it. And I could see a game, but I doubt it. I doubt it.
Let's go to Burns. Burnsy's in Berkeley. What's up, Burnsy? How you doing, man? What do you got?
Hello?
Yeah, what's up, Burnsy? All right, forget it. Come on, man.
I hear you. Sound like he was outside.
Look, fellas, I apologize.
Steiny, he was hitting another dude in the helmet. He didn't hit the same guy with no helmet. Well, somebody fell with no helmet and then landed with a helmet like in his breadbasket.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Hefty fine.
Week 4. San Francisco 49ers, LA Rams.
That's good.
We'll find out if Aaron Donald's going to play. You know what I was thinking about, though, and Tuesday's going to be the day. Jimmy Garoppolo won't be on the 49ers.
So we think.
You want to bet?
Nah.
Don't bring it up unless you're going to back it up.
Well, damn.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, let's bet a soda then.
What?
On the first. You know what? You got one with a Banez. I ain't going to come in fourth quarter and bet. No, I ain't betting.
Of course you're not.
With you.
Because it would be a dumb bet by you. And every fan in the Bay would say, don't do it, Darryl.
Yeah.
They would say, don't do it. So what happens if Jimmy Garoppolo goes to the Rams?
That's when I would be like, oh, holy mackerel. This is not good. Because that's
why
they're Super Bowl
might
champs.
Not take a snap on the Rams.
Okay, but what if he does?
Well, he won't be as good as Stafford.
He's got an old line. He's got something to work with. He's in a good situation, just like this one he's in San Francisco. So, I mean, you're telling me the Rams have to deal with oh, my God, Stafford's out, but we got a guy that's played in big-time games, and that's Jimmy G. I wouldn't want that. I get that. But him in Seattle, please.
Does Jimmy Garoppolo on the Rams worry anybody? You're a yes.
Oh, hell yeah.
You're a yes.
Yeah, I'm a hell yes. But the Seattle is laughable.
What do you mean?
You're a product of your environment. Seattle's got major issues. They're not he won't take them over the top. I'm expecting 4 or 5 wins from Seattle with or without Jimmy. So he could go there. We play him twice. We'd knock him upside the head. And I said, we, the Niners.
888-957-9570. Do you care where Jimmy Garoppolo goes? Or I find it a little bit interesting that 2 of the big name teams we're hearing are both in the division.
Yeah.
Are both in the division.
That you're right about. I'm watching the video again.
What's happening?
He swung the helmet, but Steiny, you really can't get a close-up.
Well, they will. There'll be all kinds of investigations there.
Enemy of the state type of video, but right now, he's all right.
So here's the other thing, and I just don't. Why would he? Kyle and Evan, if you're Garoppolo, would you rather be on the Rams or Seahawks? See, to me, I'd rather play for the Seahawks.
Why?
Because he's going to start. He's going to play. He's going to play until he gets hurt.
But what if they lose? Wouldn't you be like, oh, just the same Jimmy we thought? Yeah, well, no big deal. You're starting. But it would be like you brought nothing to the table, and the Niners. This is why they went and got Lance. You're quarterbacking a losing team. That if I was Jimmy,
he needs a contract again, Kyle.
Jimmy Garoppolo's value next offseason is never going to be higher. It's going to peak.
Yeah.
In his NFL career next offseason. Look at what Mitchell Trubisky did. He was a backup for Josh Allen and got paid by the Steelers this offseason.
Why?
If you're Jimmy Garoppolo, you go back up Matthew Stafford, whose arm may or may not be falling off. So you may get in anyways. Plus, you're backing up on a Sean McVay team. People are going to want him next offseason, even if he is a backup.
That's 100, Kyle.
And the other question is, how petty is Jimmy Garoppolo? Because if he's petty, I think he'd want to go to Seattle where he could play and potentially beat the Niners. But, if he's as smart as Kyle says he is, then maybe he'll go to LA.
You know what I think? I think Garoppolo and Kyle, tell me if you agree with this. I think Garoppolo he's going to be told what Stafford's arm condition is. The real, or, we could look at it if the Rams go get Garoppolo, does that mean Stafford's arm is problematic.
I would be leading towards that.
So.
But I don't believe to E's point, I don't think he's petty. And again, we put this
I think he's sick of this crap, though.
See it.
Well, he's the one that's on him. Not, if I could tell the Niners didn't do, he got hurt. And that just threw a monkey wrench in everything. But I'm with Kyle. This is about the future. And if I can be a backup to a guy whose arm is dangling and may not last, and then I can get in there maybe after Thanksgiving and guide him down the line, the finish line, I would do that rather than go to Seattle in those ugly ass uniforms, play the Niners and get beat 38-7, throw 2 picks. We'll be like, that's why we got rid of your ass. That's how I'd be looking at it, Steiny. You're looking at it like, I need to play. That's the best cracker I ever had. I need to play.
Well, this is you again. This is vintage you right now. We're talking about athletes, and you want them not to be athletes.
I want his star to shine. You go to Seattle, it's over. So
there's no right or wrong. I get that. But I'm sorry, you're giving me an opportunity to why would you not take an opportunity to start in Seattle and I'm going to use it? Shock the world. Like you love to say. Why do you want to rob?
I'll give you that.
Why do you want to rob Jimmy Garoppolo of turning the Seahawks into a winner this year?
Well, see, I'm not stupid. I ain't took that stupid pill you think I thought I took, Steiny. I don't think he's capable of doing that in Seattle. I don't think nobody is.
All right.
But you come on that white horse if Stafford were to get hurt or that arm were to flare up and you quarterback in the Rams and we give Kyle all this love, but McVay, he can design some plays and keep you out of harm. He had Jared Goff in the Super Bowl. He can work with something less. I'm just saying, if I'm Jimmy, hey, man, I might do that backup thing in L.A. because pretty soon I might be a starter.
Doug's in Berkeley. Hey, Doug, what's going on?
Hey, guys. Hey, thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So Kyle Shanahan's got a Super Bowl-ready team. The only question mark that keeps coming up is quarterback. Trey Lance has a lot of potential, and he may be very good, or he may be average, or he may get hurt. Why? Just from a practical standpoint, emotion aside, you got a Super Bowl-ready team. Why would you trade Jimmy or release Jimmy Garoppolo?
Because, Doug, clearly the San Francisco 49ers believe Trey Lance is as good as Garoppolo right now or will be better than Garoppolo by the end of the season. That's it.
And that's fine.
That's it.
But that's not your job. It doesn't stop there. What about, Steiny, if something were to happen to Trey? You're sold on Nate and Brock?
I don't care about, you know what? I don't care about a backup.
Are the Packers sold on Jordan Love?
Well, I was going to say
Thank
this,
you,
Kyle.
Kyle.
Who's the Bills backup?
But hey, you know what, Kyle? You got me, but I just want to say this about that.
I said the same thing yesterday. You didn't give me any credit.
Finished. Jordan Love looks like there's a light on. Like he's got something. And I'm not saying go start him over Rodgers, Kyle. I've been watching Love. I could be wrong, but now I'm like, oh, this kid's got something. So when you say Love is a backup, I don't think it's over like you were like Guru. If Trey goes down, it's a wrap. And that's across the board. A lot of NFL cities, your starter goes down, it's over.
Right.
But you got a situation that's so uncanny that I feel like you can parlay Jimmy getting cut and bringing him back.
See, this is like
where your ass is covered.
And Evan, I'm not skipping you. I just asked you this yesterday. Like, here's my problem with, like, we're talking about Jimmy being a backup when we know he's not going to be a backup. We know they're going to release him. Okay. So if you call in and say, I think the 49, why don't they just keep him as a backup? And I'm being dead serious here. Part of me's like, we shouldn't even talk about that because it's not happening. Then again, if people want to talk about it because they think it makes sense, we can do that. But is there anybody out there that truly believes the ship has not sailed with Garoppolo?
Well, and on top of that, maybe heading into the next segment, which teams could he help the most when he eventually gets released? I mean, what teams benefit him? Which teams benefit the most from having him? Which teams could win the most? I don't know.
I will say this. There is something to the fact, like, I get it. If a starting quarterback goes down, I'm going to give you something. I'm going to meet you halfway here, believe it or not. A lot of cities, obviously, if a quarterback goes down, they're done. There is something appealing about, well, if we lost Trey Lance, we got Garoppolo.
Hello?
But then you're ignoring the fact that you got rid of Garoppolo because you didn't think he could get to the prize, which will still be the goal. In other words, all you're doing is seeing Garoppolo again, and you know they're going down in the playoffs at some point.
See, I think you're robbing Jimmy.
Right.
He didn't cost him the Super Bowl, and he damn sure didn't cost him the Ram game. He gave you a 10-point lead in both.
Certainly, he's not an elite quarterback, though. No, we got a break. 888-957-9570 is the number. And we'll be right back to talk about Jimmy Garoppolo and Trey Lance right after this.
This advertisement is paid for by Lacuna Ventures, LLC. For terms and conditions, visit yourrights.legal. Attention. If you or someone you know spent time at Camp Lejeune, North Carolina prior to 1988 and developed serious health conditions such as non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, lung cancer, bladder, breast, or kidney cancer, you may be eligible for significant financial compensation. Call Camp Lejeune victims to discuss your case now at 800-813-9968. Leaking underground tanks contaminated the drinking water with benzene and other highly carcinogenic chemicals, up to 280 times acceptable levels. Marines, their families, contractors, or employees who spent at least 30 days at Marine Corps Base Camp Lejeune prior to 1988 and developed a serious health condition, called to determine your eligibility for financial compensation. If you don't win, you pay nothing. It's critical to take action and call now. 800-813-9968. That's 800-813-9968. Again, 800-813-9968.
Now with Xfinity, you'll get unlimited internet with gig speed and supersonic Wi-Fi. With a 2-year internet rate guarantee, no annual contract required, and no equipment fees. Talk about knock your socks off. Ooh, plus a free Flex 4K streaming box. It's like hitting the streaming jackpot. It's all just $50 a month when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data. $50 a month. A price that's truly jaw-dropping.
Oh, literally.
The speed you need at a price you want. Value that's simply bananas. That's the new Xfinity Supersonic Bundle. It's kind of a big deal. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store to learn more.
Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New gigabit internet customers only. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. After 24 months, regular rates apply to all services and devices.
O'Reilly. Don't risk getting stranded with a bad battery. Our professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts will test your battery for free. If your battery does need to be replaced, we'll help you find the best battery for your vehicle and your budget. Don't wait until your battery is dead. Get it tested for free today at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts store.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hey, Jim! Thanks for coming.
Are you kidding? I never miss one of your dinner parties. How's the new job?
Somehow we're doing great, and I stopped working weekends, thanks to how smooth everything runs on NetSuite by Oracle.
Fantastic. We're still using QuickBooks.
Why haven't you upgraded to NetSuite?
We're making QuickBooks work, sort of.
Shh, watch your language. The kids are right there. Sorry, Amy. NetSuite gives you visibility and control of your financials, inventory, HR, planning, budgeting, and more. NetSuite is everything you need to grow, all in one place. And 93% of surveyed businesses increase their visibility and control since upgrading from QuickBooks to NetSuite.
Yeah, sounds like it's time for me to switch to NetSuite.
Over 31,000 businesses already use NetSuite. And for a limited time, NetSuite has extended their one-of-a-kind financing program offer to those ready to upgrade at netsuite.com/radar. Head to netsuite.com/radar for this extended special financing offer on the #1 financial system for growing businesses. netsuite.com/radar.
From carriage house to glass aluminum doors, R&S Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
The Labor Day event from Dell Technologies is here. End the summer strong by starting up a new season of productivity. Your business upgrade begins with up to 48% off top-rated laptops, like Vostro, taking performance to the next level with 12th Gen Intel Core processors. It's time to push your growing business even further. What's next for you? Upgrade today by calling 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
Are you kidding me? Gas prices are up again? Somebody has to do something.
Well, someone did. That's why I use Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that pays you back real money for every gallon of gas or diesel you buy. I just earned 25 cents back on every gallon of this tank.
Hold on. So the Upside app is free and you actually get cash back every time you use it? No strings attached?
Yep, it's awesome. Check it out. It only takes a couple of minutes to sign up.
Instead of just watching your dollars go into your tank, start putting money back into your wallet with the free app from Upside. With the price of gas today, it's big news and big money. To cash out of your Upside cash, just transfer it to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card. Upside users have already earned over $200 million. Now it's your turn. Download the free Upside app and get cash back on every gallon of gas. Use promo code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. That's code GOLF. Use code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon back in your first fill-up. Cashback's not available in gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Mostly sunny in Santa Clara. Highs near 82 today.
Weather brought to you by the Odyssey app.
Did you know you can get your local news, traffic, and weather for free on the Odyssey app? Download the Odyssey app so you're always a tap away from the news you need to keep you moving throughout your day.
Listen to Bonte and Shasky each day this week, around 7:30 for your chance to win a $100 gift card to Kirby. Kirby is your driveway mechanic. Brakes, tires, oil changes, and more. Get all the info on our contest page at 957thegame.com.
I got caught up in Garoppolo mania.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, Steiny and Guru with you. We'll be here till 3. We turn it over to Damon, Bruce, and Ray Ratto. And I think I got this one right. Sean Salisbury at 4:15. 4:15.
Out of H-Town.
Yes,
that's
absolutely.
Houston,
49ers conclude their preseason tonight in Houston. They play the Texans, and Trey Lance will play, according to Kyle Shanahan. And the 510 is texted in, Guru, please do not refer to Russell Wilson as Mr. Unlimited. We don't like him. Thank you.
Mr. Unlimited. Yeah. I just can't believe he's in another uniform, man.
Well,
things happen,
he's gonna
right?
be, he's a Denver Bronco, that's for sure. Hey, I'm telling you, I'm going to go. That's right. We got a meeting today with the boss.
I'm not too excited about this one.
I normally am excited. My second meeting this week. Second meeting this week.
Is it going to be 40 minutes? I don't know.
I don't know either. But I am going to ask him about this, and I'll just be honest with our listeners. Like, there are a lot of people that are saying, why Jimmy, just make Jimmy the backup.
Like, what?
But, like, that's not going to happen. So, like, we shouldn't even talk about it. You know what I mean? We can't, like, it's not going to happen.
Well, you keep saying that unless
as Kyle would say, he hasn't even met the quarterback coach. He hasn't even been around the team.
Well,
he doesn't have a playbook.
Yeah, well, he knows what's going on and what they're trying to run. Hey, I give you that. But before he gets on that real bird up out of town, and he's gone, I would see if he wants to be our backup quarterback at the minimum, okay? And he could scoff at that double bird. But until that day comes,
I think they know he doesn't want to be there.
Okay, you very well may be right. But, Steiny, what's killing me is you and other people acting, and I'm not saying maybe you're going to shock me, that you have sources in Seattle that as soon as he's cut, Seattle's calling the bat phone.
That was Matt Mayoko's reporting.
Okay, but
Matt Mayoko, NBC Sports Bay Area, said the 49ers believe, their front office believes, that Jimmy Garoppolo will end up a Seahawk. That's what they think.
All right.
So,
and that Mayoko may be right. But like I told you, man, I mean, this is buzzard luck in regard to Jimmy and his new team, whichever one it will be. I mean, we just knew he was going to be signed, sealed, and delivered as a starter, and not for, if it's Seattle, a bottom feeder team. And maybe I'm selling them short, and Jimmy could get them to 10-7. Seattle, I think they got major issues outside of DK Metcalf.
But here's the other thing: if they waive him on Tuesday, there could be, and I'm using this a little bit in quotes, there could be a bidding war for him. I mean, if the Seahawks say we'll give you $7 million, and then the Cleveland Browns say we'll give you $9 million, and then the Rams say we'll give you $12 million. I mean, I didn't stop Lorenzo Neal, but he seemed to think somebody's going to pay Garoppolo $10 million this year.
He did say that.
So, yeah. I guess he thinks $10 million for a backup is doable. John McClain, longtime writer at the Houston Chronicle, he's a Hall of Fame voter. He's just been covering the NFL for a long time. He was on the morning show today. And the Houston Texans, who've got Davis Mills at quarterback, they were a team that at times had been linked to Garoppolo. But listen to what McClain says. This guy knows his football. He's talking about Texas, but he's also talking about the Niners. Take a listen. Go ahead, Kyle. You got to do it.
First of all, Jimmy Garoppolo was never coming here, ever. And those reports, national reports, were wrong. And the only way they would be interested in him here if, say, Davis Mills suffered a season-ending injury. And because if you had Jimmy G here, first time Mills throws an interception, a lot of fans would be saying, well, Garoppolo led the 49ers to the Super Bowl, which, as you guys know, is not exactly the case. And it's not what you need for a young quarterback trying to develop. You need clear lines drawn between first and second.
Clear lines drawn between first and second. If you buy that, you know why Jimmy Garoppolo can't be on this team.
And look, I'm going to shoot my own self in the foot, but I said that last year. When you got him, you should have started him because two can't coexist. I do understand that, but man, Steiny, if it's bigger than Trey Lance looking over and maybe not getting the best of himself because the silhouette of Jimmy Garoppolo on the sideline is doing something to him, to his mind, I get that. But from a football standpoint, if you want to double down, what's best for the team is, okay, I got the guy I think is ready, but if somehow he gets injured or, Lord help us, he's not ready, I got something we didn't throw away. And that's number 10 in the success that they've had winning ball games. And at the end of the day, I thought that's what it was about, winning ball games. Forget who's uncomfortable and, he threw that interception because Steiny's on the sideline. I get it, but I hate it.
Do you think that let's say you have a quarterback issue. Yeah. Let's just say you have a quarterback issue.
Bunch of teams.
Do you think the issue is the locker room or the fans? And what I mean by that is, if let's just, I'll meet you halfway. Right. And okay, we're going to keep Garoppolo as a backup.
Right.
Okay. Now Trey Lance starts quarterbacking, and he's okay. And the fans start saying, Jimmy's better. Jimmy was better. We're better with Jimmy. So now the fan base, half of them want Garoppolo, half of them want Lance. Is that the problem for a team, or is it something internal in the locker room that they want to avoid? Because why should the locker room care? Lance is the starter, and they'll play hard for Garoppolo if he has to come off the bench.
Interesting.
Who cares what the fans think?
Right, I was just like, and I think that's how they roll, and they showed us that. But damn, Steiny, I would give you my all, and if Kyle Madsen or Evan Giddings is over there on the mic, I would give them that same all. So I don't know how 5 years, however long Jimmy's tenure here has been, with the ups and downs and much more of the success, how you could disrespect him or have so much disdain that if he were to come back in because Trey was struggling, there would be problems in the locker room. Like, to me, that's off the table.
Yeah, it is kind of with me, too. So that's why I do think in football, this quarterback stuff matters when it comes to the fans. I really do, because I'm with you. Like, these guys are professionals.
Right.
Garoppolo was a backup, and Trey Lance was struggling, and they went to Garoppolo. Nobody would quit on the team, or I mean, those guys are professional. But what we do know is that this fan base right now, a lot of people are excited about Trey Lance, and a lot of people don't understand why Jimmy's not here anymore.
And Brett Favre is one of them.
Well,
hey, I'm just throwing. Of course, we're burying the lead. When this all jumped off, we thought Jimmy was going to be prom king somewhere else, and nobody would have been flabbergasted had that happened. What happened in the monkey wrench and all this, Steiny, is the shoulder surgery. He went under the knife. So no Niner fan in their right mind thought Jimmy as a backup was even on the table.
I don't know about that.
I believe Jimmy has to be telling his neighbors, his mom, hey, I ain't getting the bag. I understand why I'm not getting the bag. I ain't getting the $25 million anywhere. So once you accept that, that's why I'm saying, okay, could he possibly remain in the red and gold and back this kid up if he's the mature dude in the room? I just don't find that to be a stretch like it once was back in before we found out he was going to have surgery, because we thought he was going to be the man somewhere else, and he earned that.
See, I got to take exception to that. I think when we were talking about what can the Niners get for Garoppolo, I thought there was a wide variety. I think I heard Peter King early say a second.
You're right, he did.
As it went on, I want to almost say Madsen was saying, you get lucky if you get a 6th or 7th.
Okay.
So people didn't know where he was going to land. He still may end up being a starter for the Seahawks. I mean, he might. Let's go to Dale. Dale's in Walnut Creek, wants to get in here. What's up, Dale? How you doing?
I'm doing good, thanks, guys.
Yeah.
I just got a short thing to say. It's all about wins and losses. If Trey plays average, but we're winning, fans are going to be happy.
Yep.
So I don't think there's any dissension in the locker room.
Agree.
It's about winning and getting to the playoffs and getting to the Super Bowl, and that I think that. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, thanks, Dale. Here's the other thing. Here's why he's not going to be a backup. You got to move on. I mean, you just have to move on from him. That's every sign and signal you've given is you're moving off Jimmy Garoppolo. If you're moving off Jimmy Garoppolo, move off him, damn it.
I get that. And how about this? Kyle wants to be more dynamic. And I'm not saying that's going to happen week 1 in Chicago, but I believe he wants a more dynamic offense.
Yeah, I don't. I think he wants a more dynamic quarterback.
But what's that mean? If you're not going to let him be Matt Ryan when they went to the Super Bowl and design routes to where a lot of them are outside the hashes and stretching the defense and putting the stress on the defense as opposed to, teams lined up in the box knowing Jimmy ain't going to beat us over the top. Like, that's got to manifest at some point this season.
How many passes do you think Lance is going to throw per game over 30 yards? 30 yards is a pretty long pass. 4 tops?
I was going to say 5.
Okay. And what'd they do under Jimmy? 1 or 2 maybe? Is that a big difference?
Minimum.
See, I think Kyle Shanahan thinks his offense is dynamic. What he wants out of a quarterback is somebody who can run his dynamic offense.
Okay.
And then when a play breaks down, we've got a guy who can improvise, which was not Garoppolo. Yeah. I don't think it's going to look much different at all.
Wow.
I mean, they'll probably take.
I'm hoping.
They'll probably take a couple. You're hoping what?
That we see a more dynamic aerial attack from the red and gold.
They don't like to throw. Kyle wants to run the football.
Okay, they didn't. And you can do that and still run the football like he did when he had Matt Ryan, who is not Trey Lance, but he had a great running game and he had a great
What's the strength of the Niners? You think they'll be able to run the football this year?
I don't know, though. I asked Lowe, the O-line. I want to say hell yes, but that's up in the air, too.
See, I just think I think we've seen who Kyle Shanahan is. It's been 5 years now. He likes to run. He loves to run the football. He's done it consistently his whole time here. They're using a quarterback now who's played 2 pro games.
Right.
They're going to run it. They're going to run it to protect this kid, period.
And when you say protect, what do you mean? Not by learning from making a mistake, just protect him.
What are you going to do? Hey, we got Trey Lance. He's played 2 NFL games. We're going to throw it 45 times.
Okay, but
they're not throwing it 45 times.
Okay, I get that. But what if you're down 17? What if you fumble, the defense having a bad game, you're down 21-3 at half?
Okay.
Guess what? You ain't running the ball. The kid's got to, you know what? We're going to drop back and go get him.
All right, and once a season, he'll come back from 21-3 and they lose the other 4 games that they're down 20. Right, okay, yeah. If they get down 21-3, they'll throw it more. I'm not going to argue with that.
But do you think Kyle's, is there any thought in his mind that he's afraid to unleash?
Yes.
See, I don't.
What if Kyle's like, this guy's more mistake prone than Garoppolo? Right. We're going to have to be more conservative than we've been. It's not outside the question. It's not outside the realm of possibility. That's kind of where I'm at. Kyle, how many, and you can jump in, how many passes did the 49ers average per game last year?
I don't know, probably like 30.
Yeah, I think it'll be 30 this year.
Well, that's
right, 29, 28, 29.
But my point is, it's not going to drastically rise, I don't think. Go ahead, Kyle.
Were the 49ers conservative because Jimmy Garoppolo was mistake-prone or because he was limited?
I believe the latter,
because
he was limited.
Too.
Yeah, so we agree.
Yeah, I think the second. What do you think? The same thing?
Yeah, that's what I was going to, yeah.
Okay, so you're going to run a lot because you have a quarterback with no experience.
And I'm not shying away from that. My question to you, my thing to you, Steiny, is 30 passes. If you got a dude, let's just say on a good day, and you dial up some big pass plays, you could hit 5 or 6 a game. You don't have to go 50 to get, what you think I'm trying to convey to you. I'm like, man, if we see what he did against Green Bay, I know it was 74 yards, however long it was. We saw it against Sherfield. If they have that in their back pocket, I mean, that just changes everything, and to me opens up other stuff, dink, dunk, whatever you want to do, even the run game. That's why he's the quarterback. So can he live up to that? We'll see. But I do expect to see some, like you said, pocket collapsing, roll out to the right, stop on a laser. Here comes Debo or Kittle. More of that
right
than
through
we
their
see on
hands.
the gym. Well, let's hope not.
122 miles an hour.
I got Ayuk on my fantasy.
Everybody thinks he's going to have a big year.
It's going to be exciting to see who his go-to guy is. Does he have one? Is he going to be erratic back there? Because accuracy, you can't go to Walgreens and buy that, Steiny. I think people think you can.
I think that the San Francisco 49ers are going to be pretty good this year. What do you think about that?
People picking them to go to the bowl. And
have you made
way to go out on a limb. They just went to the NFC Championship game.
First of all, I could totally right, but they had a seasoned quarterback.
But by all accounts, they got something better.
Well, we'll see.
Yeah, it's how you season it.
We'll see.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to look much different.
I cannot.
I really don't.
Man.
Well, let me be clear on different. I think there's going to be a couple plays that Trey Lance makes on his own where we're like, wow, Jimmy could have never made those plays. And they're going to throw it deep a little more.
All right.
A little more. And that's it.
But
to me,
you can, and I'm not mad at you.
I know, like here's I don't.
Yeah.
This is like I get mad at you for wanting them to throw 45 times.
But then I'm going to ask you, why did they go get something and go away from something that wasn't 6 and 11?
He doesn't throw the bomb.
Something that was working. So to me, there's an itch, a scratch Kyle wants. He wants it to be more dynamic. And I get you thinking it's just going to be the same. No, it's not. It better not be.
It's going to be the exact same. I hope it's the exact same.
No, it can't. It won't
I hope
be.
we can't tell the difference.
Yeah.
I hope we can't tell the difference.
Yeah.
And I hope week 4 the Niners are like 3-1, maybe 4-0, but you're miserable because they're averaging 275 yards.
Giants is boring, but still.
See, I mean, that's true.
But that won't be the lead.
You'd
the
rather
lead will
have
be
the-
their 3-1. Who cares how you skin it? As long as you got the cat, who cares how it gets skinned?
We'll see.
Yeah,
we'll see. 49ers start out 4-1.
They got too many
and
bad
they
boys
are,
on the
and they
outside.
are,
and Kittle.
If they start out 4-1, and they lead the league in rushing by a lot,
Now this
you're
going
to be pissed.
Oh, see, that hurts.
I'm
me.
sorry, you
See
will
that?
be.
I'm not that fantasy
Yes, you
guy.
are.
That,
Yes, you said Ayuk,
I
so you're going to be miserable on Mondays.
Well, but still, Steiny, I understand it's about wins, man. But this is incredible. It's movie-like. You replaced the winner.
You know
a
what
guy
I hope?
did, for whatever reason,
I
with
hope-
all his warts, won you a lot
How many
of games.
passes did Garoppolo throw in that game where everybody says Shanahan was it Minnesota or Green Bay?
yeah,
Was it 8? I hope Trey Lance starts. I hope he plays every down of the season opener. And I hope he throws 4 times.
Yeah, that ain't gonna happen.
I hope he throws 4
But I would never be mad.
times.
Yeah. You got too much weaponry, man. Kittle, Ayuk, and Debo to me, Steiny, and I'll put that up against any other 3 out there. And it was what? ESPN had them 3rd when they were just weapons, just including the receivers and, and the tight end.
To me, Kittle's more of a weapon as a blocker.
See, I think I want that to check because that bothers me.
I know
get
it.
it.
Well,
because that's an indictment on your old line when you're tight
this
end
is,
who could lead the league in receptions.
This
if
is
he
where
were
you got to
used that
understand
way.
nuance.
Okay.
I keep hearing that George Kittle may be the greatest blocking tight end in the game today.
Okay, yeah.
So then blocking's his strength, not catching the ball. That's all.
No, he can do a lot of things.
Dave's in
Yeah.
Pleasanton.
Oh,
What's up, Dave? How you doing, man?
What's going on, fellas? I just wanted to talk about. We're talking about what potential does Trey have to, or what does he have to live up to this season?
Yep.
Honestly, if we strictly talk about on the field play, let's exclude the leadership. He has to throw. If he has to do what Jimmy did, 2/3 of his touchdowns have to be interceptions. That's not very hard. That's what Jimmy had in the regular season, 18 and 12.
Okay.
What we're going to see is somebody who works in the offseason and cleans up his mistakes, which we never saw Jimmy do. I am excited about the unknown of what this kid is going to do because we know the ending with Jimmy. That's why I don't want to keep him, because we know he's going to look good in the regular season. He's going to fall apart in the fourth quarter in the playoffs, like he always does.
All right. I think that's a little harsh, but he's got to go. You got to put him out. Can somebody put out Jimmy Garoppolo right now?
By
Jimmy
listening to
Garoppolo's
you,
got
you
to
think
fall
he's
off.
already done.
He fell off, man. He is already done.
Yeah.
He's been done. He's just still
Give me
on-
this, Steiny. The 5 games, Jimmy quarterbacked. He got the contract. He was the starter. The excitement level for that season, the first after the 5, his first full season of starting, and this.
Yep.
It's this, right? It's this.
No.
It's this to me. This
Listen, see, this is... And
Go ahead. Yeah, this
I guess
guy.
Mike Florio said that, although I disagree with him.
What's he saying?
Yeah, people forget the quarterback position was in disarray.
Got it.
Disarray. Disarray.
Got about 20 seconds
Oh,
here, guys.
okay.
Damon Ratto coming up next. Sean Salisbury, 4:15,
I said that.
co-host of the Football Era with Lorenzo Neal, who was on earlier with us today.
Oh, I get it. That's why we did that. All right, let's all watch Trey Lance tomorrow. Come in. See what? Here's what we're going to do. We're going to watch him tonight.
Are you making the most of it with backyard barbecues, pool parties, and s'mores by the fire pit? Or have you spent another season staring at the same crumbling patio or cracked driveway? You deserve better. The outdoor remodeling experts at System Pavers can help. Get the outdoor space you've always wanted. And for a limited time, System Pavers will demolish and remove your old hardscape for free. This unbeatable offer can save you hundreds or even thousands. Start by calling 800-PAVE-004 or visit SystemPavers.com. Plus, enjoy special financing to get the ball rolling today. With 30 years of experience and more than 75,000 projects completed, System Pavers delivers more than just beautiful outdoor remodels. You get peace of mind knowing the job's done right. Call System Pavers at 800-PAVE-004 today. That's 800-PAVE-004. Or visit SystemPavers.com right now.
All orders must be placed by August 31st. Financing subject to credit approval. See website for full offer and demolition savings details. Contractor's license 661575.
Don't waste your time trying to sell your old car. Donate it to Cars for Kids. It's the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Donate online at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your car today.
You put it in your mouth and you chew it up real good.
I know how to chew gum, Dad.
Hurry up, we got leaks to fix.
What are you two up to? We're fixing our leaky pipes.
Yeah.
With gum? Yeah, it's a hack, Mom.
A what?
A hack.
You know.
A do-it-yourself trick.
No, the trick to fixing leaks and low water pressure is calling repipe specialists.
You mean professionals?
I mean, repipe specialists can repipe our whole house in 1 to 2 days. Fix the leaks and low water pressure, repair the holes in the walls if we want, and they guarantee their work for life.
Got leaks or low water pressure? Call the professionals at Repipe Specialists, and in 1 to 2 days, they can repipe your whole house with new PEX tubing. With over 60,000 repipes completed, that's their specialty.
You really stepped in it.
I was just being...
Gum, Dad. You stepped in the gum.
Oh, great.
Call 800-217-1636 for a free in-home estimate. And ask about their 0% financing options. That's 800-217-1636. Call today, 800-217-1636, or visit repipe.com.
Ceremony Ford is your Bay Area pre-order headquarters for your next Ford. Customize your Ford today and take delivery later. No markups, no additional fees. Pre-order the 2023 Ford F-150 through July 31st and save $1,000 off MSRP. Only at Ceremony Ford. Expect delivery fourth quarter 2022 to 2023.
Everyone knows how beneficial therapy can be, but traditional therapy can be overwhelming, confusing, and inconvenient. When scheduling in-person therapy, it can be difficult to find the right therapist near you, and it can take weeks to get on their calendar. We knew there had to be a better way, and that's where BetterHelp began. I'm Danny, co-founder of BetterHelp Online Therapy. When Alana and I started BetterHelp in 2013, our mission was simple: find a way to make professional therapy accessible, affordable, and convenient for everyone. BetterHelp works around your schedule and lifestyle. You can connect to a therapist by phone, video call, or even text message. You don't even have to turn on your camera if you don't feel comfortable. And if your therapist isn't the right fit, you can switch anytime with the click of a button, because BetterHelp is designed with you in mind. See why over 2 million members have trusted BetterHelp for online therapy. Go to betterhelp.com/youfirst and get 10% off your first month. That's betterhelp.com/youfirst for 10% off your first month.
Synanon was the world's first drug rehab. People called it the miracle on the beach. But soon, people were calling it something else. They were saying it was a violent cult. Listen to The Sunshine Place, a creation and presentation of C13 Originals, a Cadence 13 studio. Executive produced with Susan Downey and Robert Downey Jr. Available for free on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hon, look, it's heartburn. How did he know we were at the beach?
No clue, but he's not ruining our vacation. I packed Prilosec OTC. With just one pill in the morning, Prilosec OTC prevents excess acid production that can cause frequent heartburn, so we can enjoy ourselves.
Speaking of, time for our luau.
Aloha heartburn.
One pill, 24 hours, zero heartburn with Prilosec OTC. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
The Labor Day event from Dell Technologies is here. End the summer strong by starting up a new season of productivity. Your business upgrade begins with up to 48% off top-rated laptops, like Vostro, taking performance to the next level with 12th Gen Intel Core processors. It's time to push your growing business even further. What's next for you? Upgrade today by calling 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for Business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Live from the corner of Broadway and Battery, you're listening to Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield.
I mean, I think what's maybe the most impressive thing about this show is that its producer, Lucas, gets more vacation time than anyone else involved with the program. I mean, he said he had COVID a few weeks ago. He was gone for, 10 days? No one saw a positive test. We cannot confirm this. I don't know. Now he's off. What, some bachelor party for a buddy of his? He's going to Nashville, which is such a bachelorette party thing to do, to be totally honest with you. But you can have fun, a good time in Nashville. Why does our producer, Ray, live a better, more fulfilling life than anyone else associated with this program?
Unmarried, controls the vacation schedule,
that's right,
and answers to no one.
You're right. It's all coming into focus now. He has no responsibilities. He's officially on getting away with murder status here at work, and he does the schedules.
Yeah, I mean, how hard is that?
I mean,
that's how Stalin got into power. He didn't get to lead the party. He got to be the guy who ran the administrative stuff. When you control who gets in and who gets out and where they go, you win.
Lucas Stalin.
Yep.
Sterling, thanks for filling in today. Obviously, you're not playing hooky. We appreciate that. And Mark Grandy, you have tethered yourself to this program. I don't even think you've taken 3 days off since you started working here. So that's the way you should behave in the first year of employment anyway. No, it's over a year now, right?
Over a year now, and now we get to see the real me.
Oh,
yeah.
Great.
Oh, good. No pants at work.
Fantastic. Well, Lucas hardly wears pants. So, look, it is really good to have you here today. It is the final tune-up for your 2022 San Francisco 49ers. And we have been told, we have been guaranteed starters are getting run tonight, even though it feels like a bad idea. That's the idea that they're going to go ahead and deploy in Houston. So we got a little to talk about. We have a tale of two Treys. One is 100% on the team. I mean, Trey Lance is your starting quarterback. The other, he maintains a level of Shanahan's good public graces, but Trey Sermon, I think, needs to do a little something to make everyone, and even himself, feel really good about being on this team, because he has not had much of a preseason. He's not had much of a 49ers career so far. And there is a talented backfield, and I don't know if he's really got a spot in it, other than he was drafted to have a spot in it, and Shanahan, just for whatever reason, keeps on singing praises of a guy who I don't think necessarily has played himself into Shanahan's praises.
He might have him sort of penciled as a special teams guy who's invaluable, because he hasn't said anything specific about, boy, he's running the ball well. I think and then again, when does Shanahan turn on a guy? When he either doesn't know the playbook or he thinks he's made the team already.
Or is Dante Pettis.
Well, that's
right.
I think I covered that in my previous utterance.
So it should be as, let's paint in the realm of hopeful here. It should be an interesting preseason game. It should be interesting early on. And what is probably the most interesting thing is among the least interesting things to most of our audience, because the biggest positional battle to be decided, that there could be a deciding vote cast tonight, is at guard. Jason Poe and Aaron Banks are duking out over that left guard spot. Spencer Burford seems to have that right guard spot locked up, if not through his own skill, but Daniel Brunskill's injury. And Jake Brindle is your center. And then when Brunskill comes on back, here's a guy who can play either guard spot or center, so he is going to play an important role on this team because there's no such thing as nobody got hurt. So, speaking of which, did you see that the Dallas Cowboys have lost their left tackle through at least December, they're saying, with a pulled hamstring and a little bit of a broken bone, too. So he's one of the premier tackles in all football, and that's going to make their season a little bit more interesting than they wanted it to be.
Yeah, that's one more brick that Mike McCarthy gets to carry around this year. As Jerry Jones keeps saying, his job is safe. Well, it's clear his job is not safe.
Nothing worse than an early season job safety endorsement. That's a kiss of death right there.
And one that he repeats. I mean, he can't say it enough. I mean, if he likes him that much, why not just give him an extension?
Well, he also, he was on a Dallas radio station today saying how it doesn't really matter. This is Ezekiel Elliott's team anyways, and Ezekiel drives the bus. That just shows you how close Jerry Jones is becoming to, a little
his
bit.
favorite players.
Well, no, I'm not his favorite players. I was going to say Al Davis at the end. When you're hanging on to old football thoughts a little too long and you got a little bit too much power, anyone who is building their offense around a declining running back has not gotten the memo of the generational shift of offense to quarterbacks and wide receivers, and you are playing a style of football that almost doesn't even exist anymore.
That may be it, but Jerry Jones is also like Al Davis in that he openly plays favorites, and Dak Prescott is not one of his favorites, as near as I can tell, because of the noisome holdout, ended up with a huge contract for him that Jerry didn't really want to pay. So I think Jerry Jones is what you say, but not for reasons of football as much as reasons of, I like him.
You know a guy we like? Sean Salisbury. And he's joining us today in about an hour from now. He's going to stop on by at 4:15 as we get you ready for a little 49ers-Texans tonight. Obviously, Sean does a show here on 95.7 The Game on Monday nights with Lorenzo Neal. It's the football hour. He is, of course, though, based in Houston. He knows the Texans very well, and since it's 49ers and Texans, and we like Sean, and we're talking quarterbacks, and we're talking how quarterbacks should be used in preseason games, he's the guy. So we're going to have him on a little bit later on. It's always great to catch up with him. We got Aaron Donald swinging helmets at Cincinnati Bengals. Not just Rams helmets, Bengals helmets. Like whatever helmet was on the ground, Aaron Donald was ready to pick it up and swing it at somebody. When two teams meet in a Super Bowl, then get together for joint practices, there is going to be a boil over. It just happens. And Sean McVay says, I don't want any boil over. I don't want any boil over. We got no room for any kind of tomfoolery around here. And
we have no place for fighting. We have to be able to get 2 good days of work, and these opportunities really matter, and we can't afford to miss it for, dumb and we won't have it. I don't expect that. And I know Zach and I are very much in aligned, as well as, Cincinnati's coordinators and our guys.
There you go. That was Sean McVay on Monday. Well, they did get together. They had their 2 days of workout. And in the final hour of the workout, both teams were like, we good? Did everyone get their work in? All right, let's fight.
Yeah, I don't believe that coaches mind them fighting that much.
A little bit. That's the thing. They don't mind the effort and the symbolism that goes into fighting. They just don't like time wasted.
Well, but if guys are going to fight, they're not going to stop just because you said, okay, we got to go over and do the tackling dummies now. They're going to fight because they're pissed. I mean, it's an awful life in training camp. Every day is 150 degrees, and you're running into people at top speed, essentially for free. What's fun about that?
Well,
so, of course, they're going to be
If you're a football player, there's a lot fun about that. But after a while...
Not in August.
Yeah, it does start to weigh on you when you know you're at the end of the preseason. And thank God we are. So like we already told you, Sean Salisbury is going to join us today. A few things from basketball to talk about. One of the most interesting draft picks in a real long time will not be on display his rookie season. Chet Holmgren is about to miss his entire rookie season with a foot injury. That is bad news. There is no real way to spin that as good news, but I have found a couple of silver linings, and we're going to get into those. By the way, those of you who are claiming that it's time for all charity pro-ams and everything like that to die need to calm down. Players play. Players play. And you want basketball players playing pickup games, playing pro-am tournaments. You want basketball players playing basketball. It's kind of what they do. It's how they got to the NBA in the first place. So you can't take that out of them, and you shouldn't try to subtract it from them. We need to get everybody's sports thermostats readjusted. Pat Beverly, back in California, back in Los Angeles, as a matter of fact, but not with the Clippers. No, not this time around. He gonna be a Laker, and we're going to talk about what that means for Russell Westbrook and the static that Russell Westbrook was throwing at Pat Bev just a little while ago. So we
need Beverly to start over Westbrook.
Oh, I think that's probably going to happen.
If it does, that's going to be a fun room.
Oh, it's look, there's a trade coming. I don't think there's any doubt about that. They're going to figure it out.
Who's taking Westbrook after all this time?
Somebody's going to make a bad choice. It's the NBA. Bad choices are what we do. Seriously, somebody's going to make a bad choice. Somebody's going to talk themselves into, all right, we'll do it. Somebody's going to do it.
I think people have been able to avoid that so far because it's so profoundly not in anyone's interest.
It feels like a bad idea. The interest in Jimmy Garoppolo. We might have talked about it once or twice. We'll probably get into it again today, and I think we're officially on to something here. There's one element left of Garoppolo's life, career, that the 49ers can control, and they seem to be dedicated to controlling it. So we're just underway. Are you ready to go? I hope you are. It's a beautiful day outside. We're brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Since opening their doors in July of 2021, BMW Fairfield's become the top-rated BMW dealer in the Bay Area. Take that, other BMW dealer pigs. BMW Fairfield. That's all that matters. No other BMW dealers. Don't even look at them. Don't even think about giving them their business. You go to BMW Fairfield.
I can't wait for you to walk this back when they get another BMW dealership campaign.
Come on to BMW Marin, everybody. Yep. No, BMW Fairfield. Drive right past BMW Marin. I don't even know if there is a BMW Marin. Probably. It feels like a Marin.
In Marin?
Yeah.
BMW outlet? Nah. They got Oldsmobiles and DeSotos. They're not doing anything.
We are also brought to you by On Deck Small Business Loans.
Brought to you by On Deck Small Business Loans.
When you own a small business, sometimes you need funds fast. So go to OnDeck.com, America's largest online small business lender. OnDeck makes it easy to apply in minutes. Apply for your loan today at OnDeck.com.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
This week at Big O Tires, get up to $140 in rebate savings on select Michelin and BF Goodrich tires and up to $80 on select Uniroyal tires. Visit your participating Big O Tires for details. Ends September 18th. Great deals on great brands. Big O Tires, the team you trust.
In order for small businesses to thrive, they need to be smart, efficient, agile, staying ahead of the market at every turn, and finding ways to do more with less. That's never been more important than it is right now. So for a limited time, Comcast Business is introducing Small Business Savings, a deal for companies across the country. When you call in now, you can get powerful internet for just $39 a month for 12 months. $39 a month, with no annual contract and a money-back guarantee. All on the largest, fastest, reliable network for small businesses, with the company that powers more businesses than anyone else. So if you're a small business owner, don't wait. Call and get started today. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Offer ends 9/21/22. Restrictions apply. New Comcast Business 50 megabits per second internet customers only. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Call or go online for details. After promo, regular rates apply.
T-Mobile believes customers deserve to get more without paying more. Everything from entertainment benefits like Netflix on Us to travel benefits to scam shield protection, all with taxes and fees included. So the price you see is the price you pay. When you're a T-Mobile customer, you get over $225 in value every month in benefits with our Max Family Plan.
That's like paying for nosebleed seats and getting to sit in the front row.
That's right. At T-Mobile, your family gets over $225 worth of value and benefits with our Max Plan each and every month. Plus, with our Price Lock Guarantee, we won't raise your rate plan price for talk, text, and data ever.
That's like paying for a cab and getting a stretch limo.
At T-Mobile, you get value beyond the expected.
Qualifying service required. Value based on included monthly benefits. Sales tax and regulatory fees included in Max's monthly price. Price Lock guarantees rate price of talk, text, and data for new accounts with qualifying service. Exclusions apply. See details at T-Mobile.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or go online at carsforkids.org to donate today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive save over $700 on average, and those savings add up. Imagine what you could buy in the future.
Remember how 15 years ago I switched to Progressive? Well, I used all those savings to buy that golf club that swings for you. But now everyone who plays golf is really good because, the club swings for you. In the future, which is now.
So switch to Progressive and save big because those savings can add up in the future. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. National annual average insurance savings by new customers surveyed who saved with Progressive in 2020. Potential savings will vary.
Count on Lowe's for Labor Day savings to kick off your fall. Tidy up your yard with an Ego leaf blower starting at $199. These battery-powered blowers provide power and performance, clearing leaves and debris with ease. Plus, save $50 on a Charbroil Performance Series 4-burner gas grill, now $299. This Lowe's exclusive can fit up to 30 burgers. Shop Labor Day savings now at Lowe's. Grill offer valid through 9/7 while supplies last.
Imagine a world with endless possibilities. I'm talking endless saving and endless hot showers. Yeah, you heard me right. Endless hot showers. With Navien, that dream is now a reality. Navien tankless water heaters deliver a continuous flow of hot water for as long as you need it. No waiting for a tank to reheat more water, wasting time and energy. The compact design saves you space and money in comparison to traditional tank water heaters. It's time to make the switch and make your hot water dreams come true. Visit tanklessmadesimple.com.
You might not have the biggest garage on the block, but with eBay Motors, there's 122 million parts right at your fingertips. Whatever you need, there's something that fits your vehicle. Air filters, tires, seat covers, and more. Get the right parts at the right prices. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield. Now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit bmwfairfield.com today to book your visit.
It's good to have you here today. Thanks so much for stopping on by. We got a whole bunch of people who are watching on the Twitch, watching on the YouTube, enjoying themselves. Otis, thank you. Danny G. Look at this guy. He's home with COVID today. Danny G, get better. Get better.
Watching Twitch and YouTube gave him COVID.
Probably. It's a good way to pick it up. It is really good to have you here today. You can behold all that we do on Twitch or YouTube. You're, of course, always invited. As a matter of fact, we demand of you to download the Odyssey app. It is free. You can enjoy it today, and that way you can take Ray Ratto with you wherever you go. We have, like I said, we got Sean Salisbury coming up in less than an hour from right now. We're going to be talking a ton of football with him. We got the Yankees in town, the Oaktown. What was it? Jameson Taillon going tonight? Taillon. And James Caprillion going tonight. The A's avoided a 3-game losing streak by taking the series finale against Miami yesterday afternoon. The Yankees are looking for their 4th straight win now. Despite their post-All-Star struggles, they've still got the 4th best winning percentage in the major league, so the demise of the Yankees has been much over-reported. It's their 4th meeting this season. The Yankees have picked up every game so far. And Aaron Judge is here. And, you know, he's so excited, I'm sure, about joining the Giants this offseason. He's probably, you know, somewhere in the city right now looking at houses and real estate and just dying for the mega offer that the Giants are sure to offer him.
Yeah.
Do you hear the sarcasm? Is it actually coming through?
It's actually all over your shirt.
That's what the S stands for.
Sarcasm?
Yes.
Or spittle.
No, did I get that too? Look, Aaron Judge, 48 home runs, 105 RBI already. He's hitting .297. He's got 69 walks. He's a monster, and he's looking to tune up the Oakland A's tonight. Keeping him in the yard is job one for James Caprillion. Giants and Twins, that's going to happen tomorrow. 5.5 back. Anything could happen.
Stop it.
Yeah.
They were 5.5 back yesterday, and you thought they should be disbanded.
No, because that was 5.5 back with results. Whenever you can be 5.5 back without results, that's progress.
Oh, I see. So
in other words, they haven't lost any
Giants are
ground.
a much better team when they don't play at all.
Exactly.
Okay.
It's like this show. It's better when it's not on.
Yeah, we are great on Saturday and Sunday.
Padres and Brewers are doing more to keep the Giants in the mix right now than the Giants, because both San Diego and Milwaukee are 4-6 in their last 10 games. The Giants are a thrilling 5-5. So that's how they picked up a game, Ray. I've done the math on that. Twins, meanwhile, 4 games behind the American League wildcard conversation, but they've lost 5 straights. They finish off a series in Houston tonight, so we'll see if they come home with a win or if they come home limping. Either way, that is billed as enough of a 2 teams trying to fight their way into the postseason that's actually a Saturday night game on Fox. Giants Twins, Saturday night on Fox.
Something must be opposite them that can win.
There's also it's Cardinal somebody, but
PBS Fun Drive.
No, I don't know. It's somewhere they're just going to play. Would you like Jerry Lewis's greatest hits? Which the answer is yes. I would love Jerry Lewis's greatest hits. The man was a genius, brilliant comedian.
Right up until the moment that he left Dean Martin. After that, he became a fraud.
Oh, he's got some good movies, Ray.
Really?
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. Oh, we'll have to get into the Jerry Lewis segment a little bit later on.
You know what a good time would be? Friday at 5:55.
See, you just turned into a big movie aficionado. You're hosting film festivals. The Ray Ratto Film Festival just went down.
Yep. And people swore as they left the theater they would never watch film again.
So look, bad news for Chet Holmgren. I mean, really bad news. He's going to miss his rookie season. There's no way to really spin this as that's good, because it's not good. I wanted to see him play. To me, the Oklahoma City Thunder and Chet Holmgren were honestly one of the reasons why, I'm thinking, I'm picking up League Pass again this year. I know that the Thunder aren't going to be on TV very often, but I really want to see him play. I just want to see that body type, and if he belongs on an NBA court, because I think there are so many reasons to say he will. I think there are plenty of arguments that he might not. But it's, the body type crowd today, Ray, that, wanted to be the first to go on the internet and tell you, like, I told you it wasn't going to work out for Chet Holmgren. He's way too skinny. He's way too tall. Blah, da, 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 da. Like the amount of glee absolute losers on the internet are taking in this injury, which, I also see the injury is being blamed on a gym that was too humid. A slippery floor argument all over the internet today. And look, the game did get canceled in the second quarter because of the condition on the court. An unusually humid day in Seattle with a full crowd caused repeated wet spots and condensation. But look, several NBA players, including the king himself, LeBron, were comfortable enough with that court to start the game. I mean, LeBron probably, has a better judge of should I play on this court or not than anyone who's ever played. I mean, that guy is logged an ungodly amount of minutes on basketball courts just in his life. But he played more basketball than him.
Yeah, but it could have very well been that it got more humid and wetter as the game progressed. Nothing stays constant in any gym.
Right, but it was like a high school gym. It wasn't like a gym that was over a hockey rink or anything like that.
No, but you can still, if you don't have enough ventilation.
Sure.
We don't know what condition the gym was in.
Hey, look, it was bad enough to where this injury occurred. They said, let's just scrap the game. And, there's an awful lot of talk of lawyers are coming and this, that, the other thing. Look, people need to get out of the habit of trying to cancel or shut something down like the minute something goes the way that you don't want it to go. This was an NBA-approved tournament. The NBA has allowed their players to play in the Drew League and was this Jamal Crawford's charity event, and a lot of these pro-ams have been approved by the NBA as a place to play. And look, this was more of an on-the-clock NBA approval than whatever gym Klay Thompson was playing in when he tore his Achilles.
No, bad luck happens.
Exactly.
There's nothing about playing in the summer that's wrong. Stuff often happens. That said, nothing says fun in the internet age quite like something weird happened, we have to stop that. And it's not just sports related, it's show me something that goes goofy and this must be eradicated. Without ever looking at the circumstances behind it, because sometimes the circumstances do require that something be ended. But this is not one of those times.
Right. An overwhelming amount of negligence would maybe bring in a reason to rethink everything. I don't think this is an overwhelming amount of negligence. As a matter of fact, they even went as far as to say we shouldn't continue, which is the opposite of negligence. But injuries do happen. Injuries happen to basketball players, and as we were saying earlier, this should not be much news to anybody, but basketball players play basketball, and you want them to. It's a sport that begs you to get to the gym with some friends and go. Amateurs do that. Armchair warriors do that. And, of course, NBA players do that too. Now, NBA players owe it to themselves to make sure that they're not sharing the court with a whole bunch of amateurs who could hurt them. But these guys who play in pro-ams, first of all, there's not a lot of defense being played, obviously. So it's not like anyone's really banging against you. And the guys who are on the fringe of the NBA, like if you're good enough to play in a pro-am tournament, you destroy a gym full of normals. Completely destroy a gym full. If you are a civilian who has a normal job, yet can still step on a basketball court and hold your own with NBA players, you are a hell of a basketball player. So there was no negligence on anyone. It's not like Chet Holmgren hurt himself defending some schmuck. He was defending LeBron James. And I've seen the video. I'm guessing a lot of you have too, right? There is nothing extreme that happened. There was no big slip that happened. Maybe LeBron came down on his foot. I couldn't even really tell because it wasn't great video that I saw. But it's just the amount of people who want to just blame and cancel is nuts. It's absolutely nuts. And the amount of people who gleefully celebrate the injury to a kid who's trying to make it in the NBA, like, what's wrong with you? What is wrong with sports fans? I don't understand it.
I don't know.
How could anyone ever, I'm sorry, but how could anyone ever be happy Someone got hurt.
I don't know how many people actually were happy about this, but they do like to say, aha, I know the cause. Well, no, you don't most of the time. And if there is a cause, someone else will find it. Someone who's far more trained than you are. I mean, I didn't see anybody going, oh, good, he got hurt. But there is a I told you so element that exists everywhere.
I knew it wasn't going to happen. I knew that his body type couldn't happen. I knew that there was just a guaranteed injury. He wasn't going to make it through December anyways. It's just obnoxious. The people who play doctors and general managers and then put them together and play both on the internet. I wish there was a way to mute that conversation before it even reached my timeline.
Oh, you can block, you can mute.
I want it gone before it even gets there. I don't even want it in the first place. We're brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. As we were saying earlier, all it is the greatest BMW dealership ever. And if not forever, ever, it's certainly the best in the Bay Area. And that's not me telling you. That's your own Google reviews telling you. It's the #1 rated BMW dealership in the Bay Area since they opened their doors last summer. So go ahead and check them out for yourself. Visit bmwfairfield.com today to book your visit. So anyways, Ray, I got silver linings because let's face it, Chet Holmgren is no longer playing basketball for fun. He's doing it as a profession. And if you're doing something as a profession, how much money that you're going to make is eventually a question you're going to ask aloud. Well, here's what I would like Chet Holmgren to know. If he were sitting here today, big beanpole that he is, 7'1", 195 pounds, I would tell him this. Zion Williamson inked a $192 million contract after playing 82 games in his first 3 years. Michael Porter Jr. played 116 games over his first 3 years and still agreed to a $172 million contract. And in maybe one of the more shocking contracts ever given out because they still believed in him, Joel Embiid, who just, had MVP considerations attached to the year that he had. Do you realize that in his first 3 years, Ray, he only played 31 games? Joel Embiid. And he inked a 4-year, $148 million contract. So there have been plenty of guys, one of them even a big man, who, and I guess Zion is technically a big man, but he's a power forward, but he's not a center. Joel Embiid is. Guys have had bad injuries in their careers that have turned into good careers and certainly well-paying careers. So I would, if Chet Holmgren were all Dauber Downing, and he has to be, he is Dauber Down, I would say that there's plenty of reason to be hopeful that everything can work out here. And then secondly, and this is, the thing that the Oklahoma City Thunder really need to sell him is this is your redshirt year. This is your redshirt year, and like in every redshirt year, what's the best thing you can do? Learn how to eat and learn how to weight train. This guy needs to put on 25 pounds in the next 12 months. Well, here's the thing. It could be a fat. It could be I don't care what it is, but he needs to put on weight, and he now has a year to just eat right and have all the nutritionists in the world plan the perfect meals that is going to add the poundage, the muscle, the frame to him that definitely needs to, be worked on. It's a terrible way to start, but it's not the harbinger of total bust, which again is all over the internet today. The told you he was too thin crowd, just taking victory laps. Now, somebody said here, you didn't say that about Wiseman. Yes, I have. I have constantly reassured that James Wiseman is still got a very long and hopefully bright NBA career in him. But as I said, just watching the little bit of Summer League that we've seen from James Wiseman and the very little bit of Summer League that we saw from Chet Holmgren is, I wonder if James Wiseman really wants to be a great NBA player. I don't know. And when we were talking to a guest earlier this week from Memphis, he said the exact same thing. I don't know if that guy lives, eats, sleeps, breathes basketball. I don't know. I don't know. I hope it all works out. I totally do. I have told you time and time again that there is still plenty of time for him to turn into something. But I do, you got to be worried when there's repeating injuries in lower extremities on men that big.
Yeah, I mean, every injury creates the possibility for another injury nearby. But nobody's got this scripted out. It's just, nobody. If the Thunder knew, they wouldn't have drafted him. They rolled the dice. And his career is essentially just stalled. That's all.
Yeah, it's not going to come into the starting blocks.
Yeah, I will just say this. It took several years of foot injuries and relapses to drive Yao Ming or Bill Walton or Greg Oden out of basketball. This is just a thing. And if the only thing that happened was he stepped on LeBron's foot and caused it, then that's not about his frame. It's about his landing spot. And landing spots happen all the time. Ask Kawhi Leonard.
Somebody said, he planted his foot trying to body up LeBron. He didn't slip on the floor. I saw the video today. I didn't see him slip either. So I didn't see anybody out there slipping on the floor. It wasn't until I read about how wet the gym floor was that that it was brought to my attention. You couldn't really see it in the video. So anyways, some people out there just taking glee in the misery of others. I don't get it. I just don't get it. How can you claim to like sports and laugh when there is a sports injury? I don't understand how you can be the same person. The Lakers, Ray, since we're talking a little basketball right here and now, kind of made an interesting trade, right? They traded for Patrick Beverley. Talon Horton-Tucker and Stanley Johnson are headed to Utah. Beverley, who never played a game for the Jazz, now heads to the Lakers. Beverley was part of the haul that the Utah Jazz got for Rudy Gobert. He's 34 years old. He's back in L.A. He made a name for himself with the Clippers. Over the past 5 seasons, he's held opponents to 41.9% shooting as the closest defender. That is the second best among players defending 2,000 or more shots, according to ESPN Stats and Info. Patrick Beverley thrilled to be back in Los Angeles when his choices were just, think about it, he was in Minnesota, which is a cool town. Nothing wrong with Minnesota. Utah? You don't want to be in Utah. No one wants to be in Utah. No one wants. I'm sorry, Utah. Everyone that I know from Utah isn't moving back there anytime soon. Hip, cool, not these things. Patrick Beverley, definitely going to be a bit happier. Too bad for Talon Horton-Tucker and Stanley Johnson. You guys are going to a team that is built to be terrible.
Weirdly enough, they left a team that was built to be terrible, though.
Well, but there's a big difference, though. Built to be terrible with some hope and built to be terrible with absolutely no hope are different things. And you can't tell me that the Lakers are totally hopeless. Are they built?
Absolutely can't.
No. Are they built to be a champion? No, they're not. But they're not a hopeless basketball team. They're not a hopeless basketball team. They have 2 of the best basketball players ever born on their team, Ray.
And remarkably, they got nothing done.
Well, they were hurt last year. They
were not just hurt. That's a badly constructed roster.
We know that.
Well, this is why I'm not talking about those 2 guys. They're great players. But that's been a bad operation for a decade now. This didn't just happen to them.
Right. Well, look, I mean, I'm not here to argue with you about the Lakers' prowess or anything like that, but most bad operations don't also win a title in a decade. They did that. So, even the Lakers' down point comes with an NBA championship, which is a very Laker way to be a down time. So I think that Patrick Beverley provides a little bit more of the dog to stoke the fires in LeBron and AD than a guy like Russell Westbrook will. Now, Russell Westbrook is still there, but this is not a hopeless team. I mean, I'd say that the Lakers got a shot at the play-in for sure. We're going to see them. They're not going to be the worst team in the Western Conference.
No, but I don't think they're a play-in team. I mean, I don't look at that team. I don't look the way they operate. Coach is a short timer almost for sure, just because Darvin Ham is exactly the guy that they'll turn on if they start 10-20.
Maybe he's, Ime Udoka. Maybe he is the guy who actually figures it out and has them playing. I'm not going to dismiss the team before they played a game yet.
I'm comfortable doing that.
Patrick Beverley said, had he been on the Lakers last year, they're in the Western Conference Finals. What are you talking about?
If I was a free agent and I played for the Lakers, I'm going to the playoffs. I'm going to the Western Conference Finals.
So you believe if you were a member of the Lakers, they'd go to the Western Conference Finals? As presently constructed? Or with the team as presently constructed? Or would somebody have to go?
No, nobody goes. Exact same team. Western Conference Finals. Because they have no one that's in no discredit to LeBron James. But he's doing so much. Who's the leader? They had success because there was a leader there. Rondo was there. At the time, he was the leader. Who's the leader? Who's telling LeBron, hey, LeBron, you got to be low man, bro. That ain't your help out. You got to X out. No one's telling them that. Not on a consistent basis.
And Patrick Beverley's going to tell them that?
I'm going to tell everyone that.
Okay.
Because I want to win. Because it's not about me scoring 20. It's not about me having 15 dimes. I want to win. I want to beat everyone I play. If you playing cards right now, I want to win. Mm-hmm. That's it.
It's from Stephen A's World on ESPN. That was from back in May of 2022. So, which is also this year, by the way. It's back in May. But look, he's right. And before you get into no one tells LeBron what to do, that's not what LeBron wants. LeBron wants someone out there who understands when you're playing basketball, there's only one way to do it, and that's the right way. And everyone sometimes needs to be told where to go to be in the right situation. LeBron is looking for someone to help run that team. He didn't really find it in Anthony Davis. I think he's going to have a volunteer in Patrick Beverley, man. I really do. They just got 5 wins better. I'm going to say Patrick Beverley puts 5 wins on whatever that total was before he showed up. So they're at least at 22 wins now, Ray. Nowhere else to go but up.
I think they had more than 22 wins last year. So what you're saying is at 22, they actually got worse.
Again, I was just joking.
I'm going with this.
When we come on back, we will find out what 5 more wins gives the Lakers. And, oh, by the way, you want a little static? Russell Westbrook apparently has some with Pat Bev, and we got the sound. So stick around. Our good friend Sean Salisbury, as our focus turns to 49er preseason tune-up against the Houston Texans. He's going to join us at 4:15. You can join us right now at 888-957-9570. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises.
Stay up late for the Week 0 nightcap. Hey everyone, I'm Erin Hawksworth here to help you beat the books with BetQL. Hawaii closes out college football's Week 0 with a 10:30 p.m. kickoff against Vanderbilt. Hawaii is an 8.5 underdog, but BetQL is looking at the money line. They have Hawaii plus 250 on the money line as a 5-star best bet. I'm Erin Hawksworth. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetQL app today.
Staples has everything for school at great prices. So this year you won't go back to school. You'll be ready to move forward and master 5th grade math.
I can't do this. It's impossible.
Not you, Dad, your daughter. Staples will help her move forward.
Right.
Right now, Staples comp books and number 2 pencils are just 50 cents each. Plus, 2 pocket paper folders are only 25 cents each. Everything on your list at amazing prices. Staples, we're not going back. We're going forward to school. Ends 8/27 in store only, limit 30.
Live on DAZN pay-per-view, September 17th, Part 3. Canelo versus Triple G. To take the trilogy, Bad Blood, a score to settle, controversy, brutality, pure hostility. For victory, for history, for the trilogy, Canelo Alvarez versus Gennady Golovkin. September 17th, live on DAZN pay-per-view. Visit DAZN.com.
Start your next summer adventure at Hotel Via, located steps from San Francisco's most exciting pro basketball, baseball, and concert venues. There's no better place to stay to get in on all the action than Hotel Via. Hear the roar of the crowd from the ballpark on our rooftop bar on King Street. Plus, 95.7 The Game listeners receive a 20% discount at HotelViaSF.com using promo code CHAMPS. That's HotelViaSF.com, promo code CHAMPS. Hotel Via, at the intersection of sports, entertainment, and technology.
Life is hard enough, but BMW ownership shouldn't be.
BMW of Fairfield understands that time is your most precious resource, and making time for automotive service can be challenging. So we offer a team of mobile service technicians who will come to you when you need maintenance on your BMW. Contact the BMW of Fairfield Mobile Service Concierge to schedule your appointment. There is a better way to service BMW. Visit bmwfairfield.com/mobile service to book your appointment.
Why do we find popping bubble wrap so satisfying? Why do we say boop when we touch somebody's nose? Boop? Why do we turn anything and everything into drums?
Honey, I need those pots to start dinner.
Why do we sing in the shower?
I'm taking a shower.
And outside the shower.
This conference call is boring.
Rick, you are not on mute.
Why? For the same reason we play Scratchers from the California Lottery. Because a little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
Now with Xfinity, you'll get unlimited internet with gig speed and supersonic Wi-Fi. With a 2-year internet rate guarantee, no annual contract required, and no equipment fees. Talk about knock your socks off. Ooh, plus a free Flex 4K streaming box. It's like hitting the streaming jackpot. It's all just $50 a month when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data. $50 a month. A price that's truly jaw-dropping.
Oh, literally.
The speed you need at a price you want. Value that's simply bananas. That's the new Xfinity Supersonic Bundle. It's kind of a big deal. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store to learn more.
Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New gigabit internet customers only. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity Internet. After 24 months, regular rates apply to all services and devices.
O'Reilly. Stay cool this summer with AC Pro and O'Reilly Auto Parts. Right now, get a $15 O'Reilly Auto Parts gift card after mail-in rebate with the purchase of select AC Pro ready-to-use refrigerant products that include a hose and gauge. Beat the heat before you hit the road with AC Pro at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts store.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
A bad team facing a good team is never completely out of it.
Nick Costos, co-host of You Better You Bet, 3 to 7 p.m. Eastern on the BetQL network.
There's 162 games in the season. The best teams are going to lose 60-plus times, and the worst teams are going to win 60-plus times. Each night is its own individual entity. That's what makes betting on the baseball regular season so much fun.
All the insight you need to bet smarter is at BetQL.com. And listen to You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and Ken Barkley, streaming weekdays from 3 to 7 p.m. Eastern on Odyssey.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
It is fantastic having you here today. Sean Salisbury is going to join us at 4:15. We've obviously got an awful lot of football to talk about. A tale of two Treys will kind of reveal itself. Trey Lance, Trey Sermon. We're going to get ready to say Trey area before the end of the football season. We're going to sneak it up on you. Turn your mic on.
God. I'll keep it off, just so I don't have to say that.
By the way, I am looking at this Lakers roster since we were just talking about, is Patrick Beverly a difference? And I do think he's a little bit of a difference for them. It's not a very good roster, that's for sure. But, I mean, you do have, it's as top-heavy as it gets with LeBron James and Anthony Davis. And if those two guys can stay healthy enough to play 70 games together, those two guys can win about half those 70 games. I mean, that's who they are. That's kind of what they do. Don't sleep on Austin Reeves. Don't sleep on Juan Toscano-Anderson. Max Christie, rookie, Michigan State, could have a big year, Ray. Could have a big year. Lonnie Walker, the fourth. Probably don't understand Lonnie Walker, the fourth, if you haven't seen the first three Lonnie Walkers. Thomas Bryant.
You're not even trying to convince yourself. You're just blurting out names.
Thomas Bryant went to Indiana.
Well, case closed there.
Damian Jones. Who doesn't want him? Scottie Pippen Jr., two-way contract. Look, they're not a good basketball team. But Patrick Beverley could give them a little bit of scrap, and who knows, well coached, stay healthy, things can happen. Russell Westbrook, we all know who he is at this point in time. We all know that he has an unmovable contract. Did you know that he had this to say about his new teammate, Patrick Beverley?
Pat Bev trick y'all, man. Like, he play defense. He don't guard nobody, man. Just running around, doing nothing. As you seen, what happened, 47. All that commotion to get 47.
James Harden did put it on Patrick Beverley that night. That is from a post-game just last year from 2019. Post-game from 2019. Yeah, not last year.
Just the other day.
Yeah. But there you go. So we already have a blatant Russell Westbrook, Patrick Beverley disrespect. Sounds like a fight in practice to me.
There's several.
Yeah. And hey, you know what?
Maybe some in a huddle during games.
If I'm Darvin Ham, I want to see it. I want to see some life. I want to see people who care.
Then he should go to an NFL practice.
Oh, today, swinging helmets, Rams and Bengals. Sean McVay saying, I don't want any fighting. He got a lot of practice out there before the fighting started. The fighting ended it, though, today. How much fighting was there? Adam Schefter.
Adam, what's going on out there?
Assault. Assault.
Assault. Adam painting in the color of drama. No, but it was an actual, that's a football dust-up. There were helmets being swung. Aaron Donald got pushed over. He had to pick himself up from the ground. That's no easy task. So, little heat. Hey, hopefully things get a little chippy between the 49ers and Texans tonight. Just nobody get hurt. That's it. There's only one way to play this game well. Starters stay healthy. You do that, and you've all had a great game. Like, Trey Lance could somehow become the first person to ever throw 3 interceptions in only 2 series, and as long as he doesn't get hurt, great game. Great game. Just don't get hurt. No one's allowed to get hurt tonight in Houston. And when that's a mandate on a football field, that's tough. Again,
I'm still trying to work out the 3 interceptions in 2 possessions.
I'm saying it would have to be a spectacular thing to accomplish. But look, this is just the only way this game goes well is if at the end of it, Trey Lance only needs a shower. That's it. Same thing for so many other guys. I mean, they definitely can't be playing Bosa tonight, right? They can't be playing Bosa. That'd be nuts. That guy needs 0 tune-up. None. He's ready to go. He showed up day 1 of camp ready to go. Did you see his abs?
Absolutely not.
Those are. What do you mean absolutely not? Have you watched a minute of practice footage?
Wow, no.
Oh, dude, you're missing.
I'm missing nothing.
Washboards, Ray. You could do your laundry on those bad boys.
I don't doubt that, but that's not an interest of mine. I don't want to do my laundry on another human being.
But you could. How many? I'm looking at it this way. Doing laundry on us leaves you with dirtier clothes. Doing laundry on him actually, there's friction there. You could play the washboard on his stomach. If each ab represented a sack, it's 12 sacks easy. Like rolling out of bed, he's got 12 because he's got the full 6-pack. Don't pretend you're not impressed.
I'm baffled by your absolute delight.
Absolute?
No, I was not intentional. I apologize. I won't speak again today.
Look, man, he's ready to go. Don't need to see anything out of him. I wouldn't play Eric Armstead. I wouldn't even play Javon Kinlaw.
I wouldn't play any of them.
I wouldn't play any of them either. I think it's nuts that somehow Kyle Shanahan is committed to playing starters in this game. I think it's crazy.
If I were him, and I'm not, and I think we're both thankful of that.
Don't have the abs.
I'd send them out for one play and then send them off the field, send them home, put them right on the bus. You said, there, you got your workout. And then just wave across the field. Do what you want. Davis Mills throws for 580. We're good.
I'd be like, look, guys, I heard there are fantastic gentlemen's clubs in Houston, good barbecue. Go enjoy yourselves. Just everybody be at the airport around, I don't know, we'll probably wrap this up. Game starts at 5:15. We'll be totally out of the locker room by 11:30. Probably got a flight back around midnight. Just be at the Houston airport at midnight. We'll see you there.
If they're going to be out of there like in 15 minutes. They're not waiting around. They'll be on the bus at 9. They'll be at the air. Well, the Houston airport is probably 2.5 hours. You're right. Those are the two worst situated airports in America.
Well, you only said one. What's the other?
No, Houston has 2 airports.
Oh, they are? Okay.
Yes, and they're both one's in Oklahoma and one's in the Mexican border.
Okay. It's like flying into Colorado then. This is like a Nuggets game. The two airports in Houston are miles out of town. By the way, Jennifer Lee Chan just forwarded who is in not playing tonight. And here we go. Obviously, no Jimmy Garoppolo tonight. Elijah Mitchell, Daniel Brunskill, Mike McGlinchey, Trent Williams. Again, what are you playing Trey Lance for if you're not playing Trent Williams? Nick Bosa, Eric Armstead, Javon Kinlaw. I told you I wouldn't even play Kinlaw. I'm glad they're not. Azeez Al-Shaair, Fred Warner, Dre Greenlaw, Emmanuel. Basically the entire starting defense. They're not playing their defensive starters. Bosa, Armstead, Kinlaw, Azeez Al-Shaair, Fred Warner, Dre Greenlaw, Emmanuel Mosley, Ambry Thomas, Chavarius Ward, Jimmy Ward, Dante Johnson. None of them are playing tonight. I would not play my starting quarterback without my starting left tackle. But they're going to do it. Starting right tackle's not going either. So just,
one possession max.
Yeah. Well, I mean, but he has been saying, we're maybe a quarter, maybe a half. I don't know.
Not playing his defense means he wants Houston to have the ball for most of the quarter. So maybe that's the plan.
Yeah. I mean, if they win the kickoff, you probably take the ball though, right? You just want to get our guys in here and out of there as fast as possible.
Defer for the opening kickoff in Chicago. No. We'll defer till the 11th.
Yeah, we're deferring until the second week of September. Somebody in the 510 Comcast Business Text line says, Damon, it's just a coaching philosophy. Andy Reid plays his starters an awful lot. Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with that. Right up until Patrick Mahomes get hurt. And then Andy Reid is persona non grata in Kansas City. Why are you playing a guy who's got a $500 million contract in a meaningless football game? Why? That would be the very legitimate question. How could he possibly answer that? This isn't one of those what I was saying about Chet Holmgren's like basketball players play basketball. We were just talking about this yesterday. Basketball is a benevolent sport compared to football.
Well, bar fights are benevolent compared to football.
Exactly.
But the truth is, he's not going to run anything exotic. And I'm not, I still don't think he should play either. But, Kyle Shanahan's not a dope. He won't let him. We don't want you running outside the pocket. We don't need that extra yard. Hit the ground immediately.
Right. Slide. Get out of bounds. Slide.
Slide as you're dropping back to pass.
Just take a knee. The one guy that I would have played tonight is Jimmy Garoppolo. If only to show the rest of the NFL he's not the damaged goods that you might think he is. By the way, John McClain, who's covered Houston Texans football since the Houston Texans were a glimmer in their daddy's eye.
He was covering the Oilers. That's how long he's been doing this.
He used to tape Earl Campbell's ankles, for goodness sakes. John McClain, truly, he really is one of the great NFL beat writers of all time. He's retired, but that didn't mean that we wouldn't pull him out of retirement. He was on with Willard and Dibs today, and he talked about how the 49ers probably should have played Jimmy Garoppolo. Maybe not tonight, but in the preseason, just to show everyone that he can still do it.
And I'd be leery of trading Garoppolo unless I saw him play in preseason. He could throw the ball. I don't care what the Niners say. Oh, yeah, his arm's great. He can throw. When you have surgery like he did, you're not going to make a trade for him without being able to see him throw the ball. And they don't let veterans go around the country doing tryouts at this time of the year. So all I can think of, if he's cut, then he'll have to go work out and prove that he can throw the way he did before the surgery.
Yeah, nobody's going to take the 49ers footage or word for it, that's for sure. By the way, boys and girls, children of all ages, welcome to your 4 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free.
Somebody here brings up a very good point. If Jimmy gets hurt, that contract becomes guaranteed. All right, and that is true, and probably a reason to not play him. But at the same time, what they are going to do now is just let this guy, who they once deemed an incredibly valuable asset and trade piece, just walk for free. And look, there's really only one main reason why Jimmy is still on the roster. Did the 49ers originally plan, Ray, to do Garoppolo right? Yeah, I think in a perfect world they would have loved to have done Garoppolo right. They would have loved to have accommodated whatever trade request came in that he really liked. I think they wanted him to end up in a good situation. I really believe that. I do. Everyone involved, from Garoppolo to Kyle Shanahan to John Lynch to Parag, Don Yee, all these guys are professionals. And they've maintained a level of professionalism through some awkward times here that I think defines them now. So I'm not worried about their level of professionalism, nor am I worried about them wanting to do right by the players who did right by them. But more than anything else, they need to protect their own interest. And the one team that is still out there that might be interested in Jimmy Garoppolo is the team that they play week 2. And it's the team that they open their home schedule with. Could you imagine Jimmy Garoppolo and the Seahawks rolling in here in week 2 and beating Trey Lance and the Niners? How much egg is on everyone's face if that happens? How much egg? All the egg?
A full hen house.
Yeah, a full hen house worth of eggs, exactly.
That said, if they are that worried about the Seahawks, as the Seahawks march desperately back to the top of the draft, they should be confident that Jimmy Garoppolo can't save them. Not against the team that is as good as the team they believe they have. So I don't think that's an issue at all. I think at this point, they're just sitting quietly waiting for the day they can cut him.
Theoretically, I think you're right, but there might be a little bit more to worry about than you'd actually think when it comes to the Seahawks. And John McClain kind of broke down what Jimmy would be looking at should he be the next quarterback of the Seattle Seahawks.
Even though they got Metcalf and Lockett at wide receiver, Fant at tight end, those guys are good. They've got 2 running backs, Rashad Penny. He was second rushing over the last 6 games to Jonathan Taylor. They draft Kenneth Walker III. They draft Charles Cross to play left tackle. Then they drafted another tackle in the 3rd round. Let Dwayne Brown go. Their skill position players are really good, except for one glaring weakness. And maybe Pete Carroll is seeing what Dick Vermeil saw when he didn't replace Trent Green with a guy on a trade. He elevated this nobody named Kurt Warner. So maybe that's what Pete Carroll thinks he's going to do. But does anybody think Geno Smith or Drew Lock are good enough to take advantage of all the talent they got at the skill positions?
And there is talent there. What they aren't is very good up front, and that defense is going to be challenged. So what's the last thing that the 49ers control? Because, look, quarterbacks, it's a game of musical chairs. And if Seattle really does want to tank, there won't even be a chair for Jimmy. If Seattle's true intention is we don't want to have a successful football season, there is no reason for them to think about adding Garoppolo.
No, I mean, no, that's exactly the point, and that's why I don't think this is going to happen. If Pete Carroll was trying to make a stand, he'd have been flirting with the idea of getting a trade, and the 49ers would have listened. They absolutely would have listened. That whole idea of we don't want to give up our secrets. Please, there aren't any secrets. I got players, you got players. You know, we see your players on tape all the time or on video all the time. You see ours. You see all our plays, we see all of yours. You got nothing. We got nothing. So I don't think Seattle's interested. Just because what is the point of going into the season with those two quarterbacks and then saying, oh, wait a minute, I just changed my mind. I want to be good. It makes no sense.
And you're right. But it's still football. Everyone's trying to win. I mean, that's what you do. That is what you do. And it's certainly what Pete Carroll might know he has a bad team, but he can't be comfortable with that. And there's no way that he just wants to lay there and take it from the rest of the NFL all year. So Garoppolo could maybe look. There's only one reason why Jimmy is still on this team's roster right now. It's because the last thing that they control is his timeline. How much time he would have should he get to Seattle. And if he is to be a Seattle Seahawk, if you think that rumor will materialize into truth, then what time's cut on Tuesday? 3 o'clock, 6 o'clock Eastern, 3 o'clock our time?
1 o'clock Pacific.
1 o'clock Pacific, okay. If Jimmy is going to be a Seahawk, he's on the 12:30 flight out of here to Seattle, so when he lands, he's signing a contract, and he is getting up to speed as fast as possible. And that still might not be enough to have him start week 2. And every single coach, Ray, every single coach in the NFL is also a paranoid control freak. And
you forgot weirdo.
The paranoid control freak weirdo. There we go. Now we get the full triumvirate. I really think that the thought of Jimmy rolling in here with Seattle and getting a win in week 2 makes Kyle Shanahan want to throw up in a toilet bowl. I think that they actually, whether they should be or not, they're worried about that. They're worried about that. Like we already agreed, it would only be worth a hen house full of egg yolk on their face should that have happened. It would be like slipping an atom bomb into the good feeling of whatever this season is supposed to take place. Because you're going to win in Chicago. The Bears are the most dead-on-arrival football team you could think of. You can win in Chicago with Nate Sudfeld. I truly believe that. Seattle, and maybe this is all Russell Wilson, and that's how great he really was, but Seattle is just one of those teams that as soon as those jerseys are on the field with Niner jerseys, it's like the Niners take we're not as good as we used to be pills. And they just, instead of reaching 4th gear, they can't get out of 3rd gear against the Seahawks. Explain it. I can't. Seattle was not great last year.
Russell Wilson. I think you're on it. It's Russell Wilson. He was a guy that a team with a great pass rush has a hard time corralling. And granted, he took a lot of sacks, but he escaped tons more. And he was hard for the 49ers to play. Drew Lock isn't very mobile. Geno Smith might have been mobile at some point in his career, but he's got miles on him now. Those are stationary targets for this team. And I don't remember anybody saying that Jimmy Garoppolo was particularly elegant in the pocket either. So I don't see how Seattle's a worry. The theory about the hen house notwithstanding.
Right, but
I just don't. I think Kyle Shanahan is a pragmatist, and he's also got a level of confidence, A, in his own ability, and B, in his own ability to construct a roster, that he doesn't look at Seattle as that's not a team they should lose to. They have to turn the ball over 5 times for that to happen. I think he believes that, and whether they have Jimmy Garoppolo or not is of no consequence to him.
I think you're 25% right and 75% wrong, because if there's one thing that we both know, and this is not, I know we don't have to debate this. This is the ultimate any given Sunday league. Like, no matter how bad you think this team is compared to that team, they're still closer in actual competitive, elements than in any other sport. Like, the best team in the NBA dwarfs the worst team in the NBA. The best team in baseball should be able to dwarf the worst team in baseball. The best team in football absolutely gets their ass kicked by the worst team in football because that's just what football is. It happens all the time. Had a bad week, had that turnover. All of a sudden, Robbie Gould missed that field goal that you thought, there's no way he's going to miss this. Now you're dropping a couple passes in the end zone. You're settling for more field goals. And one special teams play. And now it's 7-3 Seattle midway through the third quarter. And what the hell's going on here? Like, that happens. It happens every week in this sport. So to say that there is no reason to ever worry about the Seattle Seahawks is just, I can't meet you there. Well, I understand. Are the Niners vastly more talented? Of course they are. I don't think there's ever a team you don't have to worry about in the NFL. That's what makes the sport great.
I think there are some teams you don't have to worry about. The Jets come immediately to mind. The Jaguars come immediately to mind. And the current state of the Seahawks makes them come to mind. The Bears come to mind. The fact is, Jimmy Garoppolo, with 2 weeks, or really actually like a week and a half, is not suddenly going to become more fearsome than Drew Lock and Geno Smith.
No,
maybe later in the year.
But he might know just enough about 49er weak points to exploit them. He might. He might. He was on the roster for how many years? He knows this team like the back of his hand. He knows their tendencies all over. And I think that there is a reason to be worried about it. Yeah, I wish that you could live in the Niners are so set up to be so awesome that you don't even have to worry about that guy ever again. That guy on a team that always shows up to bugaboo you, there's a reason why that the Niners still have him on the roster, that they haven't done totally right by him, because the most logical landing spot for him is Seattle. And I think that's the one place where you can say, you don't need to worry about them going there. But I think deep down, Kyle Shanahan, control freak, is a little worried.
Well, then he's going to keep him. He's going to spend $24 million just to keep him away from Seattle?
No,
he's going to cut him
at the last possible minute. So he's got the least run-up time to week 2. And I do think that's the way Kyle thinks. You know what? We should ask this of Sean Salisbury.
Nah.
Who's joining us next here on 95.7 The Game. So stick around. We're looking forward to saying hello to Sean. We're going to talk to you later as well. 888-957-9570. In the meantime, Damon and Ratto, we are brought to you by the Santa Clara Valley Transportation Authority.
Looking for a fulfilling career with opportunities for job growth? Is paid training, excellent medical and dental benefits, and a pension important to you? Then apply to become a VTA bus operator, providing VTA customers with a great transit experience. Visit VTA.org/point-A and apply.
Wake up with the morning roast.
For all the games that Donnie and Jimmy has quote-unquote played, I almost feel like the Niners are sticking it to him, saying, we're not allowing you to go to a team until the season starts. In spite, we're going to just keep you on the team.
And drive home with Damon and Ratto.
We are riding the USS Trey Lance. But should the SS Trey Lance hit an iceberg, Jimmy Garoppolo is the best lifeboat that this entire team could hop into.
This is the Bay Area's sports station. 95.7 The Game.
The following is a commercial announcement.
Your local radio stations are here for you. No subscriptions or monthly fees necessary. We're here to give you the news, weather, and traffic you need, and the music you love. But if the foreign-owned record labels get their way, it could stop the music. They want Congress to force radio stations to pay them more money, simply to play their music. Don't let radio go silent. Text LOCAL to 52886 and tell Congress to protect local radio stations. This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Are you ready for your palm reading, my dear?
Yeah, let's do this.
I sense that you crave something.
More reliable.
Right. You know you deserve better and want out of a relationship.
Yes, with my big name wireless carrier.
You're who now?
My big name wireless carrier. That's why I switched to Xfinity Mobile. Now I get unlimited with 5G for $30 per month on the most reliable 5G network.
Let's talk about your aura. It's so...
And get this. They can even save you hundreds a year on your wireless bill over T-Mobile, AT&T, and Verizon.
Wow, that's actually really impressive.
Yep, but you already knew that, didn't you?
Oh yeah, I definitely saw this coming.
Start seeing savings today. Switch to the fastest mobile service, Xfinity Mobile. Now with the best price on 2 lines of unlimited, just $30 a line per month. Switch today. Xfinity Internet required. Price comparison for 2 unlimited lines under available 5G pricing plans of top 3 carriers. Taxes and fees extra. Reduced speeds up to 20 gigabytes of usage per line. Most reliable based on root metrics. US report. Comcast analysis of mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data from Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Q2 2022.
Ready for the party tonight?
Yep. Thanks to the free storage upgrade from Samsung with my new Galaxy Z Flip 4.
Nice. Got the music?
Just downloaded everything from pop to punk.
Photo booth?
My phone folds into the perfect angle. Instant photo booth. Meet endless pics.
Can it make food too?
I ordered pizzas, so yes.
Pre-order Galaxy Z Flip 4 or Z Fold 4 at Samsung.com now to get a free storage upgrade and case. Valid 8/10 through 8/25/22. See terms and conditions that apply.
The Labor Day event from Dell Technologies is here. End the summer strong by starting up a new season of productivity. Your business upgrade begins with up to 48% off top-rated laptops, like Vostro, taking performance to the next level with 12th Gen Intel Core processors. It's time to push your growing business even further. What's next for you? Upgrade today by calling 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
If this were a Reese's TV ad, you'd be staring at a Reese's peanut butter cup. And sure, my voice is peanut buttery smooth, but still, you need to see the peanut butter cups, right? No? I can really just say Reese's and you'll go get some? Okay. Reese's. 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 Really working, actually. Reese's. Reese's. I'm on to something. Reese's. 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 Reese's.
O'Reilly. Don't risk getting stranded with a bad battery. Our professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts will test your battery for free. If your battery does need to be replaced, we'll help you find the best battery for your vehicle and your budget. Don't wait until your battery is dead. Get it tested for free today at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts store.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
In Sunnyvale, partly cloudy overnight, lows near 60 degrees.
Weather brought to you by the Odyssey app.
Get your favorites on the free Odyssey app. Listen to local and national news stations, plus your music, sports, and podcasts for free wherever you are on the Odyssey app.
Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
You know, as soon as week 1 gets into the books, Monday nights here on 95.7 The Game, you're going to be hearing our friend Sean Salisbury and Lorenzo Neal host the Football Hour right after this program. We're very happy to welcome in our pal Sean Salisbury to this program here on 95.7 The Game. By the way, your best 49ers preseason coverage available on that Odyssey app, which is free. You should download it today. And today, thank God, is our preseason finale. We're almost done. Sean, thank you for joining us. How are you, pal?
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm glad to be on with you guys. Thank you.
It is good to have you here. It's great to have you back with the station for another season, man. This is a beautiful relationship we've got with you. So I'm glad that it continues. And
the same way.
Yeah, man, it's really good to have you on the team. There is no doubt. You make us better. You make all of us smarter. And I wanted to ask you about how much preseason has changed from the days of your days to now, because it feels like it's almost two different languages and at different expectations. And the way that head coaches now shut down starters, sometimes throughout the entirety of a preseason, is just so foreign to the world that you lived in.
Yeah, it is. It's 180 degrees different. Now, it's, for coaches, it hasn't changed, guys, because, if they had their way without the CBA, we'd have 5 weeks of training camp, and you'd put on pads and hit 2 a days for 2 days in a row, take a day off, and then go at it again, because they want all the practice time they can get, and I understand it. But, we don't have to document what the CBA's done. You get paid more, you work less, and sometimes it's sloppy, and you're trying to preserve guys. We're playing less games and playing our guys less. I have changed over the years, too. I remember my rookie year heading into the 4th preseason game that David Craig, who was our starter in Seattle, and I had fortunately had a great preseason, so we had 6 quarterbacks. I was the 6th one and had one of those preseasons that I needed to make the team. And the final preseason game at Candlestick Park for us was David Craig and I split time in the 4th preseason game, 2 quarters each. And that was the last. I mean, who would do that now? I mean, with a veteran like David Craig, right? I could see giving me a whole game, but David Craig, and we saw Largent play. I mean, we were into it. So it's changed now, and I have too. I prefer joint practice as long as Aaron Donald's not swinging a helmet trying to kill somebody. But I love joint practices because I can control, like the Zach Wilson out of the pocket like he ran in the game. I can go full speed, but once he crossed the line of scrimmage, I hit that whistle so he doesn't take that hit trying to be a hero in a preseason game that's useless when it comes to record during the season. Preseason's now it should be for a bubble guy, maybe a new coach and a new player, even a Trey Lance or a Davis Mills, who got some experience last year, not a lot of it for Trey. I don't need much once I know that they're going to be my guys. So I've changed, too. I would prefer to have joint practices and a lot of practice, eliminate another preseason game, and add another regular season game. And quite frankly, we may even get to the point where it's like college one day, Damon, is that we get to the point where it's like, you know what, let's just have scrimmages with other teams, and let's practice, and we'll do what college does. We'll hit the ground running, so we save these injuries and losing guys like Teron Smith. They're going to happen, but I'm with them now. But it's changed because we'd go practice, and we'd practice 2.5 hours in pads 2-3 days in a row. Now you're not even allowed to do it. So we may have been more prepared because we were in it longer, but we were sure as hell you'd wear out, but you were ready for it to go and beat on somebody else. So I get it. I understand the sloppy play, but I would not let my starters, for the most part, I wouldn't play them 5 snaps in the preseason anymore. And I used to think you should play them a lot. I don't believe in it anymore.
What was the tipping point for you on that? Was it the first time Sean McVay said, I'm not going to do it? Or did you need some time to sort of get used to thinking about training camp differently?
When they, like at certain positions, Ray, like when LaDainian Tomlinson, the Chargers just never played him in a game. And I watched when I was a rookie, even though it was back then, like Kenny Easley, whose legs, his feet, we needed to rest. He's had some knees, Kenny did, but boy, we needed him on Sunday. And I thought, I don't care if he ever plays it down. He's veteran enough. He's in shape. Kind of walk through in sweats, but when the game flew, he was flying around and fresh. I'd rather have him for the season. So I think the full tipping point for me, and it's not the soft thing, well, I don't want a guy to get hurt. I know guys get hurt. It's a violent game, but I can sure as heck limit it as much as possible. I know how I made the team, Ray, when I played, and I think that is going in, we know if they pick in 53 to 60 guys, they know 85% to 90% of them. It's the one guy like me who had to have the preseason game, that's ironic that I'm saying, because I needed games. But in truth, had I have played poorly in practice, in 7-on-7 and blitz pickup, I'd have never got that time in a game. I'd have got a little bit and I'd have been cut. So practice is where you make the teams, and I can specify certain drills, but the tipping point for me is, in truth, unless it's a bubble guy or a young guy who needs work, and I get it, what am I going to learn about Trey Lance tonight? That September is going to tell me. We play about 3 or 4 coverages in the preseason. We may blitz a little bit, but you're not going to see a steady diet of what teams do to confuse you. You're not, and what's 8-10 plays going to do for Aaron Rodgers in the preseason? What is 10 plays in tonight's game, or even a half, if he plays half, do for Davis Mills? Get him a little confident, take 2.5 more weeks off, and tee it up against the Colts in game 1. So for me, I really don't know what we're accomplishing other than risk. What's bigger, the reward or the risk? Every now and then you'll see the 5th-round pick flying around, and you realize, or the bubble veteran who, is 8 years in, makes a lot of money, but maybe isn't come prepared enough in camp. You'll see that on the practice field. All the games are is a validation. And the truth is, the intensity, some of these young players are not going to have any idea. It's more intense on the practice field for some. They're not going to have any idea when they open up in September just how fast it's going to go from the 3rd preseason game to the opening game of the regular season. So I just try to figure out, what am I going to learn? That a guy knew how to run a 12-yard curl and get out of the huddle? I should know that in the practice field because I put him under duress in the practice field. So I'm not putting Matt Stafford at risk for a stupid 4 throws in a preseason game. I can do that on the practice field. I think it's overrated now. I really do.
Our friend Sean Salisbury here on 95.7 The Game. So we are going to get some Trey Lance, a series or 2 tonight. Kyle Shanahan, obviously more than anything else, wants to see him end the game on a healthy note and a little consistency on any and all passing plays. But other than that, what is to be gleaned? What is a coach looking for in a completely entrenched starting quarterback in a meaningless couple of series? I mean, you just kind of talked us through it. I can't believe Shanahan's doing it either. They're not playing Trent Williams tonight. You would never see my starting quarterback without my starting left tackle.
I wouldn't do it, Ray. The second Trent goes out and George Kittle or anybody's playing, I'm not. That's my thing. If I had questions, let's say you're in Seattle, okay, right tonight, right, guys, with Drew Lock and that situation. Right, I still am trying to find out, even though they know, and you and I both know they know, and Ray, they know who they want to play and who they're going to start unless that guy gets hurt. And the only way he gets hurt is by running him out there. So when so we give 2 series. I'm going to tell you what it's for, Damon, it's for the feel-good feeling. So he comes off the field, you give him a bubble screen, you run a little naked boot and hit the guy on the flat, maybe take a shot down the field, and then, okay, we took it down there, drove down, got a field goal, got a touchdown, had 10 to get him out. Okay, so let's say that happens and he goes 9 for 9 in one series. They just decide to throw and get it out, and he did.
We'll see you in the Super Bowl, everybody. Are you kidding?
Right. What am I going to learn tonight if he goes 9 for 9 or if he goes 3 for 17? Are we all of a sudden going to go with the overreaction stupidity that says, the guy can't play? He was 4 out of 15 in a preseason game. What's going to happen when it goes? Or, yep, we're going to the Super Bowl. He was 12 out of. If that's the case, then let's cancel the season because Kenny Pickett's winning the MVP in Pittsburgh, right? Hey, he's had a hell of a preseason. But my point, the risk doesn't have the reward. And if I'm running my starter who's entrenched, what the hell am I going to learn? And why would I do that with somebody else? It is a feeling, and it goes all over the league. But if I was coaching a team and I knew a guy was entrenched, I'd rather keep him fresh. Now, the other thing is with 2.5 weeks before a game, that's a long time without competitive. That's why on the practice field, I am committed to putting my players under duress without taking them to the ground so we can at least get as close to simulation as possible. I don't think we learn very much at all other than a staff and fans feeling good about your players because no matter what happens, Trey Lance is starting unless he gets hurt. Trey Lance is starting, and he'll never look back and say, you know what, my game against the Texans in the preseason, boy, that screwed me for the 3rd game of the season. You'll never go back and look at this tape again, and neither will the coaches once tonight's over. They're moving on.
I want to turn this a little bit because there's talk among the bonehead crew that, not you, Damon, I'm talking about rumor mongers.
Thank you.
That Jimmy Garoppolo might end up in Seattle. If so, what can he tell the Seahawks about the 49ers that the Seahawks coaches can't already see on video? Is there a huge advantage anymore in picking up a guy from somebody else in your division, or is that faded as well?
Faded. Ray, the only time for me is, and people change, like when you play a team twice a year back in the day when we'd wig-wag signals in, if you were like the backup quarterback, you'd look over there seeing if you could pick tendencies up like, okay, but by the time you get it, that the quarterback gets to the line of scrimmage, and you tell your defensive coach, and he gets it to the coordinator, puts it in, the clock's running out. Hey, cover two. Hey, look, be alert for the slot. Okay, it may make a difference once in a while. That was so few and far between. Now, you go in if you're Jimmy, and you sit in and say, okay, here's their audible checks. Well, Kyle's not an idiot. Of course they changed the color or the number, the live color, the dummy color or number we use, and you go to it. And you get so caught up in game planning, you're not even thinking about, hey, Jimmy, there may be a few tendencies like Jimmy could say, Kyle loves Trey Lance on the edge on 3rd and 4 or less once you cross midfield. Maybe something like that, but, Ray, you hit it. The tape's going to tell you everything you need to know. So, to me, it is probably as overrated as anything on the planet of, we got a linebacker from the division. Look out. Really? Okay. He's still worried about the crap he's got to do. He's focused on his job. So you'll have a few conversations. Hey, man, do they like this route combo on the curl flat combo? Do they ever run curl flat and then run the wheel route off it? Yeah, you may see it. We ran it twice in practice, but you never saw it in a game. But they do have it in their playbook. That's it. That is it. And so to me, it's overrated. Now, just for the sheer fact that Jimmy himself knows the tendencies and weaknesses that he's seen on his own defense, maybe that helps, and he's a better player than either quarterback they got in Seattle now, Geno or Drew Lock. But the advantage of, this is what I don't care if it's Tom Brady going in the division to the New Orleans Saints. They're not getting a great advantage because players still got to do it. And I learned so much on tape, and it's so instantaneous now, Ray, with video and on the sidelines. There's nothing Jimmy's going to tell him about the 49ers that the Seahawks don't already know if he goes there. Although for the Seahawks, it's an upgrade. They got a better chance to win if Jimmy's playing for him. But if I wouldn't trade him there unless I got a deal I couldn't resist. But just for that sheer superstitious part of it, but it sure as hell ain't because he's going to pick up on game planning. If he does that, then we're an awfully stupid franchise if we allow a player to waltz into a building and pick apart our game plan, and we haven't changed.
Davis Mills was hidden in plain sight down on the farm, Sean. I mean, we knew about him. We saw him play. Stanford didn't necessarily have any impressive amount of success under his watch. He looked like he had an NFL body, maybe even an NFL arm, probably an NFL career. But as a starter, as someone who, a franchise turned to and then remained on his page thinking this could be the right page for us to read, I don't think any of us saw that. How surprised are you to see Davis Mills really find favor in the Houston organization?
I may be in a little bit of minority, and Kirk Herbstreit came on today, was calling the games now with Al on Amazon, and he said what I've been saying for when Davis for a long time. I coached Davis Mills when he was in high school. Now that's a long way removed from the NFL and Stanford University, but I got him as a freshman going into his freshman year, and they sent him up to me at an all-star camp in Virginia. And the coach said, we'd like to send him up to you so you get eyes on him. Tell me what you think. And his private trainer was also coaching at this 500-kid camp. I said, okay, send him up to me. And he was better than anybody I had, and I had about 10 Division I players on up with me with the juniors and seniors, sophomores, juniors I was coaching. At the end of one practice, I went to the coach and the director of the camp. I said, this guy's the best guy I got. I got to keep an eye on him. And I told his private quarterback trainer, I said, they're special about him. When he drops back, you can't hear his feet clunk against the ground. And there was a calmness about him. And so that's a freshman. I think, okay, what happens? Doesn't play much at Stanford, gets hurt, plays 11 games, starts 11 games. Damon, I actually tell you this, I think at the end of this year, and Kirk Herbstreit echoed it today, A team's not very good, so how do you quantify, well, is wins and losses his success? I think he's got a chance to prove that you're not going to need to draft somebody in the first round. Had he been picked this year, and I've talked about 4 or 5 other guys that study it, like I do and are experts at studying it, they think that had he come out this year, he's drafted ahead of Kenny Pickett.
Wow.
And because he's a big body, I saw him last year. Guys, he got abused after the Buffalo game. He looked like a quarterback. You're like, gosh, dang, it was embarrassing. But you never heard him change, and he's not changed. So I understand their commitment, and I'm going to tell you right now, after his last 6 games last year, think about how the narrative, Damon and Ray, would change if he had the first-round draft label on him. Think about Fields and Zach Wilson and Mac Jones and Trevor Lawrence. He outplayed every one of them. He was the best of all of them the last 6 games. Mac Jones, the only one really even close. If he was a first-round pick, you know what we'd be saying, Damon? We'd be saying, man, I can't wait to see a full season of this guy. That's what we'd be saying. But he's a third-rounder, so there's a stigma. Well, he's not a franchise guy. And I can tell you this, anybody that thinks after one season and not even a full season, whether it's Trey Lance or Fields or Davis Mills, that we can look at and say he's going to be a franchise guy or he's going to be a bust, then I want to, whatever you're drinking and smoking, because I don't know many experts that can judge a guy on bad football teams and say he's going to be that after, 12 games.
You know what I think happened?
So I think he's got a chance to be really good. I don't know how special yet, but he's got every quality you want. He may not be the best at any of them, but he's really good at all of them. So I'm anxious to see. If he has a good season, it will not shock me if they don't have to draft a quarterback in the first round. I hold him in high regard.
I think Patrick Mahomes ruined us all.
Yeah, that was his second year, though, too.
Right.
Damon, remember.
Yeah.
It was his second year, and that's the problem. What we see with Zach Wilson and these guys, that should be the norm. Struggle. Peyton Manning throw 28 picks as a rookie. John Elway struggle with accuracy. Troy Aikman 1-11, and they line up Hall of Fame and make adjustments. But Mahomes comes in, throwing off schedule, throwing it behind his back, doing all this. Even Josh Allen, who's marvelous, wasn't real good his rookie year. We saw flashes. And so now every guy that comes out, well, he's not Mahomes after 9 games, get him out, got to go, which is unfair. But I'll be able to tell you in December of this year what you got moving forward. It's unfair to him or anybody else to label him that. But, guys, I'm going to tell you, if they give him some time and Pep Hamilton does what he knows how to do, and they play smart, you're going to find the kid can play, and the stigma would be different. If you flip-flop Matt Ryan, let's say Ryan Tannehill and Davis Mills today, and I respect Ryan Tannehill, and switch teams, that team in Tennessee will play every bit as good with Davis Mills in his second year as Ryan Tannehill is now. You don't lose anything, and you'd still be one of the favorites in the division if you flip-flop the two.
Real quick, how did the end of the Deshaun Watson story play in Houston? I mean, I know how it played nationally. Right. I know how it played here. How did it play in Houston?
Majority of people, Ray, it was like the transformation of, well, what's over the last year and a half, when it first started, this is ridiculous, he's our franchise guy. You started to see the slow burn, and then it got to get him out. That was the majority of, I've had enough, get him out. And not even just the stuff off the field, Ray, the fact that even before that, he didn't want to be there. And you know how fans take that personal. He wanted out even before the legal stuff. But it got to the point that people were calling his bluff of, the lack of remorse, in their opinion, whatever their moral compass is. They knew they were losing a great player, but were so tired and exhausted and fatigued over it. The majority, I'd say 85% of the people I dealt with, or the buzz was, let's move on. There's some enthusiasm about Davis Mills and Nick Casario's draft. They were tired of it. Now, there was a small percentage that said, this is still stupid, you should have never traded him, all that. But the majority of fans in here were tired of it. And when the Astros are winning, it makes it easy on them. And I think most of us, you know what, it became Cleveland's issue now, and that we get good players. And they were bummed that he's getting to play some this year because they wanted a higher draft pick, and he's a great player. But most of them were done with him, Ray, and done with him in the city, and still are. Now Davis Mills has an opportunity without that hovering over him to see what he can do.
So, Sean, as you know, I went to a Big Ten school, and in a year from now, you will have gone to one too. Can you believe that USC and UCLA are joining the Big Ten? I mean, money aside, and we understand the money's significant.
Right.
And I love it, and I also am nauseated by it.
Agreed. That was me. My initial thought was, when you get over that emotional tie, we've had is Big Ten. And Herb Street was talking about it today. I said, when I say name, image, and likeness or transfer portal, what's the first thing you think about? And it was like, whoa. Because he's a little more traditionalist with that. You knew when you're playing Ohio State, it was in the Rose Bowl. Competition-wise, after I set back money and competition, it's better. The Big Ten, the depth of the Big Ten right now is better than the Pac-12, and we know that for all those reasons. But the sentimental side at first bothered me, but then I realized, okay, you could be waking up playing Ohio State in September and not have to wait till January, then follow that up with a game against Michigan, then Penn State. The travel's a pain in the rear end, but I don't have a problem with it because I like playing the best, but the sentimental part's really the only part that bugs me. It's just going to look different, but as you guys know, there ain't anything about college football that's going to be noticeable for us when we were growing up, and now it's changing, and some for the better, and some a very slippery slope to put us in a very, very unique and different position in college football.
I can't help but notice you didn't say you were worried about that trip to Bloomington. Thank you so much for joining us. Again, it's great to have you on the show. It's great to have you on the station. We look forward to the football hour again Monday nights, starting when the year gets underway here on 95.7 The Game for an hour with our pal Lorenzo Neal. Thank you so much, Sean.
Always an honor to be on with you guys. Thanks, bud.
There he is, Sean Salisbury, one of the good guys. Truly one of the good guys, and a guy who he loves the sport of football, man. It's not just a sport of football. He loves sports. Like, he was a hell of a basketball player. Coming out of high school. Chose to, be a quarterback at USC, which probably got him a tour of the Playboy Mansion.
Probably.
Yeah, probably.
Yes.
So,
by the way, speaking of Indiana.
Yes.
Tom Allen has the second best odds of being the first Big Ten coach to be fired this year.
That feels about right. Feels about right. I just don't think they're going to do him dirty like that. So I would fade those odds. Who is number one, if you don't mind me asking?
Oh, you don't need to ask. Scott Frost.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah. Again, alumni, though. He's not going to get an in-season bullet. They'll let him go at the end of the year.
Although, you'll like this. Brian Harsin at Auburn.
Yes.
1 to 10 to get fired first. That means if you bet $10, you get $1 back.
You win $1.
That's how sure they are that he's going to get gassed first.
So you really like Alabama in this year's Iron Bowl, is what you're telling me.
Well, we'll see how the interim coach does.
Man, that's rough. But yeah, thanks for bringing up Tom Allen on the show today.
You brought up Indiana football.
No, but then you brought up Tom Allen. So
you opened the door.
How about someone in our audience who's betting on the show actively, like live betting of Damon and Ratto today? What kind of odds would you have gotten that Ray would have name-checked IU's football coach before I did? What kind of odds? 500 to 1?
I wasn't going to say it, but I had looked at this earlier in the day.
You just
I was talking to Grandy about it.
You wanted to hurt me.
No.
I wanted to hurt me, Ray.
Well, I do now, but when I looked at this, I was talking to Mark Grandy about it. And I wasn't going to say a word until you talked about it. You brought up IU football. I said, that's the opening.
It sure was.
By the way, David Shaw is the second most likely to get fired according to this website.
Wow. Okay, well.
Which I find
I'm fading
preposterous.
Fading that too. Yeah. We got to take a real fast break, and when we come on back, it is our longest commercial-free segment of the entire day. How can you say no to that? Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here with the Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by Bet River Sportsbook, your hometown sportsbook.
Ken Barkley for Nick Costos. Let's take a look at some pro football win totals, and specifically Buffalo. I like under 11.5 wins. Yes, they're good, but this might be a historically good conference. The division is better. They won 11 games last year, and their margin for error with a win total this high is very small.
That's it for this Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by Bet River Sportsbook, your hometown sportsbook. Check out the latest lines at betrivers.com. I'm Nick Costos. Keep it locked here for more throughout the day.
Is online casino and sports betting not yet legal in your state? BetRivers.net offers all of your favorite casino games and sportsbook free. Visit BetRivers.net and create your account today. It's 100% free to sign up and play. BetRivers.net offers a variety of games like slots, table games with live dealers, and so much more. You can share the excitement with other players online anywhere, anytime from your desktop or mobile device. Don't miss out on the fun. Create your free account at BetRivers.net today. BetRivers.net is is a play-for-fun site for entertainment only. Must be 21 or older.
T-Mobile believes customers deserve to get more without paying more. Everything from entertainment benefits like Netflix on Us to travel benefits to Scam Shield protection, all with taxes and fees included. So the price you see is the price you pay. When you're a T-Mobile customer, you get over $225 in value every month in benefits with our Max Family Plan.
That's like paying for nosebleed seats and getting to sit in the front row.
That's right. At T-Mobile, your family gets over $225 worth of value and benefits with our Max Plan each and every month. Plus, with our Price Lock Guarantee, we won't raise your rate plan price for talk, text, and data ever.
That's like paying for a cab and getting a stretch limo.
At T-Mobile, you get value beyond the expected.
Qualifying service required. Value based on included monthly benefits. Sales tax and regulatory fees included in Max's monthly price. Price Lock guarantees rate price of talk, text, and data for new accounts with qualifying service. Exclusions apply. See details at T-Mobile.com.
Breathe new life into life at home with IKEA Festival. 10 topics, one purpose. To get more out of the homes we love. What are you passionate about? Art, dance, music, food, fur babies. Get inspired, create, and share with us. With celebrations, giveaways, IKEA family offers, and live streams with expert advice. It's all happening at IKEA Festival. Join us from August 26th through September 10th online or at your local IKEA store. Learn more at IKEA-USA.com.
Okay, you know those amazing spots only the true San Francisco locals are in on? Like that place with the square pizzas? Or Mama Hoo Hoo? The spot for sweet and sour chicken that's anything but so-so. Order up! You know, with the Granch dressing. And all the other spots the real SF locals know without us even saying them. Yeah, they're on DoorDash. San Francisco gets it. DoorDash has it.
In order for small businesses to thrive, they need to be smart, efficient, agile, staying ahead of the market at every turn, and finding ways to do more with less. That's never been more important than it is right now. So for a limited time, Comcast Business is introducing Small Business Savings, a deal for companies across the country. When you call in now, you can get powerful internet for just $39 a month for 12 months. $39 a month with no annual contract and a money-back guarantee. All on the largest, fastest, reliable network for small businesses with the company that powers more businesses than anyone else. So if you're a small business owner, don't wait. Call and get started today. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Offer ends 9/21/22. Restrictions apply. New Comcast Business 50 megabits per second internet customers only. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Call or go online for details. After promo, regular rates apply.
Life is hard enough, but BMW ownership shouldn't be. BMW of Fairfield understands that time is your most precious resource, and making time for automotive service can be challenging. So we offer a team of mobile service technicians who will come to you when you need maintenance on your BMW. Contact the BMW of Fairfield Mobile Service Concierge to schedule your appointment. There is a better way to service BMW. Visit bmwfairfield.com/mobile service to book your appointment.
Experience the crown jewel of Hot Run with family and friends at America's favorite car show. It's the Good Guys 35th Race Deck West Coast Nationals this weekend at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. Explore over 3,500 hot rods, muscle cars, and trucks through 1997. Plus, don't miss the Good Guys CPP Autocross Series racing action featuring the FiTech West Coast Shootout. And see who takes home the Good Guys 2022 BASF America's Most Beautiful Award. It's all this weekend at the Alameda County Fairgrounds. Details at good-guys.com.
Why choose proven quality sleep from Sleep Number? Because our Sleep Number 360 smart bed is really smart. It senses your movement and automatically adjusts to help keep you both comfortable. Plus, it's temperature balancing so you stay cool. It's even smart enough to know exactly how long, how well, and when you slept. Our smart sleepers get 28 minutes more restful sleep per night. Sleep Number takes care of the science. All you have to do is sleep. Don't miss our weekend special. Save 50% on the Sleep Number 360 limited edition smart bed plus special financing. Ends Monday. To learn more, go to sleepnumber.com. Special financing subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store for details.
How do you make the most of your land? Shaw does it behind the wheel of a John Deere 1025R compact tractor.
Shaw stands for skilled hands at work.
And he lives up to the name as he uses his versatile tractor to make
the earth take the shape that I wanted to take.
And the Allens fire up their John Deere 3032E compact tractor to
grow about 9 acres of flowers.
Because the beauty of having land is deciding how to make it yours. There are millions of ways to make the most of your land. Learn how to make the most of yours at Deere.com. Nothing runs like a Deere.
Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
All the shows that you like, all the hosts that you like, all the shows that you don't like, and all the hosts that you can't stand. You can find them all on the Odyssey app. We're all there just waiting for you. New podcasts. There's one right now. Ron Darling and Jimmy Rollins are talking about the unwritten rules of baseball. So all kinds of stuff. Great time to be releasing a baseball podcast with football right around the corner.
That's been out for a while, though, hasn't it?
I don't know.
I've heard it advertised, so that's the only reason I know.
Well, you're such a company guy.
Oh, I'm a total whore.
MercuryNews.com just had a little something that I clicked on, so they got me, clickbait, saying that just Richard Sherman was just ranting about Jimmy Garoppolo and Trey Lance on the Amazon Prime pregame show for tonight's 49ers-Texans game. And so Richard Sherman said, quote, "It's the most awkward situation I've heard of," Sherman said on the Prime Video pregame show. It's like a couple being divorced and then the divorce wife staying in the house while the husband gets remarried. It's not fair to Jimmy. He was a great teammate. He's being a great teammate right now. Sherman added, he's such a selfless human being. He doesn't want to be a distraction. He works out, doesn't say nothing. He's just being a great teammate. Sherman, who's, of course, a Stanford graduate, has gone from 49ers arch nemesis with the Seahawks to one of the team captains from 2018 to 2020. But then, after saying that it's just one big scoop of awkward, which, look, it has been. There's no doubt about it. It has been. He immediately endorsed the decision that Kyle Shanahan has made to go to to go to Trey Lance. Said it's the right move for Kyle Shanahan, and that's what matters. He's looking for a quarterback with mobility, a big arm who can direct this offense. There are certain traits that Trey Lance has that Jimmy just didn't have. There are certain plays that he can make that Jimmy G just couldn't make. Now, Jimmy G did a phenomenal job, took them to 2 NFC championship games in the last 3 years, took them to a Super Bowl, and almost won it. Their expectation for this kid are through the roof. Yeah, there's certainly no doubt about that. And that's something that when Trey Lance says he's not paying attention to the noise around this team, I'm rooting for that as much as I'm rooting for him in any game, because the noise, the minute he has a rough patch, and the rough patch is the only thing I can promise you about this season. It's coming. It's 100% coming.
It's 100% coming, and he is going to hear it, because you can't tune it out. Because even if you aren't on the internet and you're not listening or watching or reading, you got friends who are, and they're going to say, "Did you hear what so-and-so said?" It's unavoidable.
Yeah,
and he could say, "No, I don't want to know," but he's going to know.
It's how half the journalists who cover the team are going to craft their questions to him throughout the week. Did you hear what this? Did you know that this? Did you see that this?
Yeah, and he'll be lying when he says, "No, I don't pay attention to it." But if it's a lie, he's going to have to tell.
If it's not lying, it's an absolute blessing to his career. I mean, good luck.
But I don't believe it's possible. That's my point.
Right.
He can try that, and he could try very hard to do that. But the only way that ever goes away is when you put up a resume. And he is at least 5 years from that.
Well, again, one NFC title game's not enough, right? Because Jimmy at least got 2.
Well, I mean, he'll be compared to Garoppolo. He'll be compared to
Joe Montana.
I was going to say he'll be compared to early Kaepernick. I mean, there's a long list of guys that they will try to fit him in. Where is he in the continuum? You know, he will hear his name bandied about with Jeff Garcia's. He will hear his name bandied about with John Brody. I mean, just Frankie Albert. Anybody who ever wore the jersey, he's going to be compared to. That's the deal, because that's how psychotic this area is about its quarterbacks.
And remember, there's an awful lot of history that actually happened. Then there's reimagined history. There's revisionist history. There's now the history of the multiverse, which, thanks to Marvel movies, I guess we need to consider. Mike Florio talking about what the Niners could have done in their multiverse with another quarterback.
For as good as they've been, I mean, they would have won 2 or 3 Super Bowls by now if they had the quarterback position under control. And I just think this is the latest effort for them to clean up this mess they've made the past 5 years in how they've handled the quarterback situation. And at some point, you just have to move on from Jimmy Garoppolo. Now, to Kyle Shanahan's credit, he has moved on from it. But they're still holding out hope for the possibility that lightning strikes somewhere and another team loses a starting quarterback, and they're going to suddenly be ready to give the 49ers what they want for Jimmy Garoppolo, and also Garoppolo gets paid a lot more than what he would get if he eventually gets cut. That's why he's still on the roster.
Mike Florio yesterday with Bonte and Butcher. So, you know, had the 49ers had a more dynamic quarterback, are they winning one of those Super Bowls? Maybe. I mean, I think it's very strong maybe. You can even round it up to a yes if it makes you feel comfortable. But the notion that there was a quarterback mess is the wrong way to describe it. Jimmy was not a mess. Jimmy left you wanting more. Jimmy had you dreaming of bigger things than were actually delivered. Jimmy might have spent more time in the sidecar that got to the Super Bowl than the actual driver's seat of the car that got to the Super Bowl. But it was not a mess with Garoppolo. It was an injury that I think just kind of changed, more than one injury, their love affair with him. And they really did do the math and say, okay, I think we've peaked. So it's time, like the great Bill Walsh said, better move on a year too early than a year too late.
Yeah, I mean, look, the fact is, it was a mess before Shanahan got here. And
Shanahan and Garoppolo actually were the steadiest rudder that the Niners have given us since Jim Harbaugh and Smith to Kaepernick.
Now, unless Florio is trying to say that the position has been a mess, in which case that's legitimate, because the year Garoppolo went out, the 49ers had 2 awful quarterbacks on awful teams, in fairness. I mean, Nick Mullins put up numbers, but that was a team that was incapable of winning. And that was after Kyle Shanahan had shoveled out the stable from the previous regimes. But he got 2 years out of 3 in which they were profoundly competitive at an elite level. So Garoppolo wasn't a mess. Maybe the position was, but Garoppolo clearly wasn't. And the fact that so many people want this era to end is mostly them wanting to apply revisionist history that doesn't actually exist.
Mike Florio, again, on the morning roast, kept on talking about Jimmy Garoppolo and what he thinks the Niners ultimately end up doing. And look, I think we all know what they ultimately end up doing, probably cutting him on Tuesday.
Deep into camp, we've got 1 preseason game left. What do you give the 49ers at this point for Jimmy Garoppolo? What do you pay Garoppolo to get him to join your team? He's going to make $24.2 million if the 49ers really are dumb enough to not cut him by September the 10th, and his salary as a practical matter becomes guaranteed for 2022. I still think they'll cut him by then, but who knows? Who knows what they'll do?
As we were talking about earlier, the last thing that they control with Jimmy is the timeline of him ending up with whatever team wants to come for him. And if that team were Seattle, and look, I'm glad that Sean Salisbury completely debunked the whole, is there really anything that Jimmy could tell Pete Carroll that Pete Carroll wouldn't already know? And but for a few tendencies that he might have gleaned, there really isn't much. There isn't much transfer of information. There isn't much of an interrogation that Pete Carroll could get out of Jimmy Garoppolo, which would dramatically affect a chance to then beat the 49ers. But maybe Jimmy on the field changes that for the Seahawks. And the Seahawks are going to be here week 2. The home opener is against the Seattle Seahawks. And if you really want to talk about awkward situations, find me. What's a more awkward situation than Jimmy having Trey Lance, the incumbent, in his rearview mirror all of last year? Would be for the incumbent to be installed as the incumbent. The incumbent is the guy who's got it. So the heir presumptive finally shows up, and you are now king.
There, you're better now.
Thank you very much.
Although incumbent, I'm gonna see if that could be a word somewhere.
Incumbent bund, like in a tuxedo.
Yeah, that's the right.
It's what's the most awkward thing that ever happened in the history of 49ers quarterbacking? I'll tell you what it would be. Would be Jimmy Garoppolo showing up and winning the home opener right there on the turkey on the 50 field with the Seahawks.
I'll be honest with you. I don't know that Jimmy Garoppolo won more than 3 games his entire time here. I think for the most part, he was on teams that won.
Yeah.
And Kyle Shanahan's whole thing has been, is, and will always be, we're not going to be governed by our quarterback. We'd like the best quarterback we can have, but we're not going to lean on him as our only way toward success.
No, but the minute he's got a guy who can spin it, they're going to spin it more.
Well, they go. No, I'm not saying that they won't do that, but his philosophy, it's very clear. We win with defense. That's how we do this.
Defense, ball control, all those things that your grandpappy told you about, they still do apply to this league.
Yeah.
We were just talking with Trey Wengo just yesterday, and he said what has always mattered about the Niners is what's around the quarterback.
It is a quarterback-driven league, there's no question. But the way Kyle Shanahan operates, and especially the way he's operated since he's been in San Francisco, is what matters most is around the quarterback. Jimmy Garoppolo is the ultimate, swing state in an election when it comes to this. For example, if you go strictly by the numbers, as a starter, Jimmy Garoppolo's teams are 33-14, which is really, really good, right? He's one of only 9 quarterbacks since 1950 to have a winning percentage of over 700, minimum 30 games. So that sounds wonderful for Jimmy Garoppolo. But here's the part where I tell you he's averaged 1.5 touchdown passes per game, and he's had more 0 touchdown pass games, 8, than 3 touchdown pass games, 6. San Francisco is about what's around the quarterback, perhaps more than any other team in the NFL.
And thank goodness we are right around the end of the preseason, and that's good news. By the way, welcome everybody to your 5 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free.
Comcast Business Text Line. Blocking and tackling, Damon. Anything else just sells tickets. The old guy at my practice, he was right. He was right every single time he said it. That's all he said, and he was right every time. Somebody says, hypothetical, multiple championships, please. Look, I don't think it's out of the question. I mean, it's a total hypothetical. But they were this close, and for those who are not watching on Twitch or YouTube, I am holding my fingers very close to each other. They were this close to winning a Super Bowl, and then they were this close to appearing in another one. So it's not totally out of the realm of possibility that it could have happened. It isn't. And I really think, you know what I would have loved to? Like, if you could go back and change something in the timeline, what would you change? Well, it's easily, you could easily say, well, the thing that I would change about Jimmy Garoppolo would have been him hitting that pass to Emmanuel Sanders and them winning that Super Bowl. That'd be easy. You know what I would do, though? I would go back to the game where he tore his ACL in Kansas City. I would love to have seen what might have happened had that not happened, which completely dashed not only that year, but I think the overall concern about, is Garoppolo really cut out to be a 16-game starter in this league? Because at that point, he had not been. So I think that that's where doubt really started creeping in. And then there was reason to ignore that doubt because you were in the Super Bowl the next year. And then there was a reason to then reaffirm that doubt. And then the damn last year, I mean, are they drafting Trey Lance? Had they appeared in last year's Super Bowl?
No.
And this is where timelines get even more interesting, because imagine Jimmy had won one and then appears in another, and then instead of trading picks to become Trey Lance, they use those picks to better the team around him, which is already a very good football team. How different, we're just talking about the multiverse, right? How different the 49ers multiverse could have looked like had just one or two things happened. It's amazing. I mean, you don't talk about a game of inches. Here we are.
But I'm not all that certain that Shanahan would not have taken a quarterback. He might not have had access to one because their team wouldn't have had as high a draft pick to move up from.
Right, they're not at 12 going to 3.
Yeah, but I think he was smart enough to know that there is a limit to what you can do with an okay quarterback. I don't think he's going to change his offense, and he's certainly not going to change his football philosophy over Trey Lance. But I think he would have recognized that the Jimmy Garoppolo shelf life is shorter rather than longer. Now, maybe if they win the second Super Bowl, he can't emotionally do it, because now you've got an investment in the guy's heart. And if he wins 2, you don't touch it. But you still are going to need a backup quarterback. And, maybe...
Right. That's what you draft and develop, and you're looking for the Jordan Love, if you will, to sit behind.
And basically you spend 3 months with Jimmy Garoppolo in the offseason, if you can find him, telling him, no, you're not going to play forever. He's for when you're done. But you're not done. But, no, it's there's only the reality you got. There's an alternate universe somewhere where Jimmy Garoppolo is Tom Brady. There's also an alternate universe where he is Geno Smith. And there's a bunch in the middle, including a bunch where he doesn't even exist at all.
Hey, come Tuesday, he might be living in a universe where he's teammates with Geno Smith. So you want to talk about how quickly things can change. And just to let you know that when you take things out of the timeline, like when a butterfly flaps its wings, there's a tsunami somewhere on the other side of the world. From the 707, a very good point being brought up. Like, who on this team right now is more important? If we had a total dispersal draft. So the 49ers have decided that they no longer want to play football. Jed's not selling the team. He's shutting the operation down. And everyone in the NFL gets to draft the 49ers 53-man roster. And the Tennessee Titans, Ray, have the very first pick. Who do you think they're taking first overall?
Oh, Trent Williams.
See, I think it's Nick Bosa.
But you could be right, but I think since you chose Tennessee and not somebody else, I think they believe they're close enough to winning a Super Bowl where if they have one elite player.
I just took Tennessee's name randomly out of the hat.
Okay, but I made that assumption based on Tennessee. With a lot of teams, I'd have said Nick Bosa. You're absolutely right.
Yeah.
But for a team like Tennessee that, had the best record in the AFC, sign me up for that. Because one guy makes the difference, and he's that guy.
From the 707, if Garoppolo doesn't tear that knee, then there is no Nick Bosa. It's true.
That's also true.
It's very true. It's very, very true.
Why, if he had stayed healthy, they'd have been awful.
Hey, I mean,
who knows?
Who knows? But it's amazing how the most well-constructed or poorly constructed plans really are just the results of a million different random things that either did or didn't happen. And it's like that on every team, in every sport.
I mean, it's the reason why Garoppolo is still here and not playing on another team already, because nobody's gotten hurt enough to make him desirable.
And earlier today...
But with any good luck, maybe tonight 4 guys get carried off.
Tonight could be the night. There's no doubt about it.
Let's keep a good thought.
Yeah, John McClain, who has covered the sport of football since they invented first downs, was on with Willard and Dibs today. And he was talking about how, Garoppolo is a guy he would have liked to have seen played in early preseason games, if nothing, just to show the rest of the NFL this guy can still throw it around a little bit. And maybe then an actual trade might have happened.
And I'd be leery of trading Garoppolo unless I saw him play in preseason. He could throw the ball. I don't care what the Niners say. Oh, yeah, his arm's great. He can throw. When you have surgery like he did, you're not going to make a trade for him without being able to see him throw the ball. And they don't let veterans go around the country doing tryouts at this time of the year. So all I can think of, if he's cut, then he'll have to go work out and prove that he can throw the way he did before the surgery.
Trey Wingo. We're surrounded by Treys these days. Trey Sermon, Trey Lance, Trey Wingo. By the way, that's Trey of them. 3. Stop it.
I'm not the one who did it. Chastise yourself.
Stop sighing.
Say you're sorry.
I won't. Trey Wingo said, look, it's the shoulder surgery. That explains it more than anything else.
Garoppolo is, you either love him or you don't. I tend to be in the middle because I do think he functions very well, but if you ask him to win a game, like the NFC Championship game or the Super Bowl a couple of years when he overthrew Emmanuel Sanders, the results are very, very mixed, right? But I do believe the market was soft for Jimmy G because he's literally coming off shoulder surgery on his throwing shoulder. Like, I found it hilarious on some level that my longtime friend and former colleague Adam Schefter, when the news broke of Jimmy Garoppolo's surgery, the next line of the tweet was, "It's not expected to affect his trade value." I'm like, come on, man. Like, we all know where that's coming from. Like, we know you're getting the information from. I mean, that's clearly coming from Jimmy Garoppolo's agent, because anybody knows with a grain of salt in their brain that if you have a quarterback that just had a shoulder surgery on his throwing shoulder, it's going to affect your trade value.
From the 707, quick question. Aren't you tired? Oh, no, this is from the 925. Aren't you tired of talking about Jimmy? Like, can't wait for a new storyline. I'm going to say the same thing that you're going to feel once he's gone. You're going to miss him when he's gone. And in a weird way, we're going to miss him when he's gone. Jimmy has been some of the easiest sports talk radio that has ever been hosted in this town. It's been a fascinating discussion. Either way, no matter how you felt about him, you spent a few weeks being right, and then you spent a few weeks being wrong, and emotions changed, and people were heavily invested in then heavily getting out of the investment. I mean, it's just been fascinating. I remember, so I'm brand new across the street, and I was talking to Ralph Barbieri, one of our first conversations, and he just told me, like, "Oh, you should have been here for Joe versus Steve. It was the easiest thing that you could have ever done." You just you just open up the phone lines. You say, "Joe, or you Steve?" 4 hours would go by and the show would be over.
I'll tell you one other reason why people will miss Jimmy Garoppolo when he's gone. The alternative would have been Kirk Cousins, and the people in this town would have hated him.
They might have hated him. And he is a combination of flashy and ordinary all at the same time. But the man's got some arm talent. And I wonder if that arm talent playing for the Niners doesn't change things. I mean,
not with those receivers, it wouldn't.
Last year,
they were a running team, and their best running back was a wide receiver. So.
Sure, but you still had Deebo Samuel, you still had George Kittle, and you still had Brandon Ayuk. And by the way, those guys are all back this year. So they're good. They're good. They might not have played well, and that could have been on Jimmy. Who knows? Who knows why those receivers weren't truly unlocked? Maybe it was Garoppolo. Maybe it was them. I don't know.
Well, on the other hand, Kirk Cousins has had good wide receivers in Minnesota.
Yes, he has.
Done squat-ola with them.
Well, but again, is that the? I think are the Minnesota Vikings not going to the playoffs because of Kirk Cousins, Adam Thielen, and Jefferson, and Dalvin Cook, or is because their defense couldn't stop a running sink?
Well, that again, more unknowables. But I think Kirk Cousins is the kind of guy who has the arm that makes you fall in love, but has the weird other things that make you hate that you ever loved him. In a lot of ways, he's a bit like Jeff George, who had an enormous arm.
He's like the poster boy for great arm, bad everything else.
Yeah, I mean, you couldn't find 10 people in Minneapolis, St. Paul right now who like their quarterback situation. They're done with him.
Yeah.
And I think there are just some guys who are that guy.
Oh, yeah, and he's a huge pain in the rear end. There's no doubt about that. I can't wait for football season to get here. Football season is almost here. Preseason is almost over. It'll be over for the 49ers tonight. We're going to get our rosters 1 o'clock on Tuesday, and then we will know. We will know what's going on. And I can't wait to see who ends up making this team, who didn't make the team, and then how many of the guys who actually get cut around here end up in other NFL situations. That's always a test of how good are you. How about the guys who didn't make your team? Did they just vanish, or did they end up on other NFL teams? And I do think that there will be more than a handful of 49er cuts that find themselves week 1 in the NFL after all. Jason Poe and Aaron Banks is probably the most interesting positional battle to keep an eye on tonight. Jason Poe, the diminutive, Lilliputian almost, 6'1", which is small for an offensive lineman, especially if you're standing next to Trent Williams. Jason Poe has crazy speed and leverage, though. They're talking about him in a way that makes everybody think not only is he on the team as an undrafted free agent, but he might start. Now, Aaron Banks, obviously, the guy who they took in a second round out of Notre Dame, has not locked down that job. So Jason Poe and Aaron Banks, one of those guys is going to be your starting left guard for sure. Spencer Burford, he's your right guard. When Jake Brindle comes on back, he's a backup center. Jake Brindle is your center. When Daniel Brunskill comes on back, he is your backup center, backup either guard. You're going to see him. Justin School, probably your swing tackle. And hopefully McGlinchey gets healthy here. Hopefully Williams stays healthy. This offensive line figures out a way to come together. 49ers are going to have a very good year. And if they don't,
they won't.
Anything's up for grabs, exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, they're still going to have a year where they're going to be in a playoff conversation towards the end of the year if this offensive line fails them a little bit, because that's how good that defense is going to be. They will be a team that can go out and win 13-10.
They won't be able to do that every time.
No, you don't want to. It's not the formula.
No, but what I'm saying is if their offensive line is not good, maximum 9 wins, more likely 8. Because defenses, the more you ask of them, the faster they wear down. And one of the things that Kyle Shanahan has been adamant about is that he wants the ball for 35 minutes, so his defense only has to play for 25. Reverse those ratios, and you got problems. And if you have a bad offensive line, you'll be punting a lot more. So that's the only reason I say that, is that a very good defense can become ordinary if they're asked to do a whole lot week after week.
It's a game of attrition. It's a game of attrition. Who can survive? Who can survive the longest? Who can stay healthiest the longest? Who can go ahead and just take care of it? Yeah, do your job. I sound like Bill Belichick. Do your job. Who can do their job enough to make sure that everyone else's job remains, if it'll never be easy, but just normal? Somebody here, 925, clearly scarred, says, Jamarcus Russell was the poster child for a big arm and nothing else. Depending on your age, that is a fantastic comparison to Jeff George.
Jeff George was more put together in the emotional areas than Jamarcus Russell was, because Jamarcus Russell, for whatever he had, wasn't really a football player. No. He was just a guy who could do football skills. He was a punt, pass, and kick champion.
He was he was a guy who had an awesome Sugar Bowl, and Al Davis watched that. And that's really all he watched. So he said, Jamarcus.
He
set the team back a few years.
Yeah. Well, but that team was always going to be set back by one thing or another, because God love Al, that last decade and a half, he was behind it. He was giving huge contracts to guys who were past it. He was trying to reinvent a wheel that other people had perfected. And the advantages that he had when he was younger, that he would take talented malcontents and players from smaller schools like the historically black colleges. Everybody else was doing that now. Every place is scouted, and nobody lets their malcontents go. And at that point, Al was done, because he didn't have the financial wherewithal to overcome that the way Jerry Jones has tried to, which is to shovel money into an open furnace year after year after year, because he's making more on the back end.
It's amazing what the Raiders are worth now. That's for sure. No regrets. I hate to say this, Oakland, but there are no regrets that the Raiders have about the move that they made. It ripped hearts out. Some fans remain loyal, but they are worth so much more money. They have such a higher profile, and it's a shame that it didn't happen here. It truly is.
The guy who owns that team in 5 years is going to be very happy.
Yeah. I do think that they're eventually going to figure out a way to install a richer owner, but I also see Mark Davis holding on with his dying breath.
Oh, I think he'll be a minority owner in 5 years. I think somebody else will come in and just go.
All he really wants is to wear the white tracksuit and shake hands around the field. Isn't that your entire life if you're Mark Davis?
Well, that and the WNBA team that's probably going to win the championship that he owns. He'll get Becky Hammon her first championship as a coach.
That's not going to mean much to the NFL crowd.
No, but it will mean a lot to him, because he's not winning a championship with a football team.
I don't know.
That's why I'm here, because I do.
Okay, good. Thank you. Glad you've already watched the season, so we don't have to. We don't need to. No.
If I've already watched the season, then I don't have to. That's even better.
By the way, if you were a normal person, you probably already would have watched House of Dragons. The House of the Dragon, by the way. It's the new Game of Thrones prequel. Drew nearly 10 million viewers across linear and HBO Max on Sunday night to become the largest audience for any new original series in HBO history. The House of Dragons debuted HBO Max in Europe. It's the largest ever audience for a new series or movie on an HBO streaming device in Europe. The first episode live in 21 European countries across the Nordics, the Netherlands, the Central Eastern Europe, and Iberia. Ray, how are we doing in Iberia? How are our numbers?
Do you know where Iberia is?
I don't.
Spain and Portugal.
Oh, I did know that. I did know that.
You thought it was like east of Moldova?
No. West Moldova.
West Moldova. Laurie, I'm going to ask you this, even though I have no intention of following up on it. Do you have to have watched Game of Thrones in its entirety to get this show?
I think to appreciate the show's starting point, yes. I do. I don't think it's completely necessary, but it will give you a level of appreciation for what you're seeing and the family that they're now diving into head first than you would just walking in cold.
Well,
I'm telling you, Ray, if you do watch this show. It can help us kill a segment or two, because Gianna and I did a hell of a weekly recap. We did post Game of Thrones, and we could do a little bit of Dragon recap. I mean, look at it this way. What would you rather suffer through? A 12-episode run of this first season, or 12 more discussions of the Giants bullpen? The show sounded pretty good, right?
To be honest with you, the Giants bullpen.
All right.
I never got into Game of Thrones, and I tried, and I just said, not for me. I don't blame anybody who liked it, because a bunch of people did. Just skipped by me.
See, I think that you would have enjoyed it, though. And how about this? Game of Thrones was so many different families, so many different names, that it felt like it overwhelmed you the first go-around for a lot of people. This is a little bit more easy to understand and follow through one episode than Game of Thrones was, where you were introduced to, we're going to introduce you to 4 different great houses of Westeros right away. And it got overly complicated for some people. But I
didn't find it complicating. I just found it not interesting.
Okay.
Again, I'm not trying to be judgmental about it. I'm just saying it didn't work for me. In fact, the only part of any episode that I really did enjoy was when Diana Rigg got poisoned.
Oh, she was fantastic as the Queen of Thorns.
Whatever the hell she was. I didn't even know her name.
Yeah.
All I know is she could act. She could make omelets and speak in Bulgarian, and I'm there.
She was fantastic.
But she's been fantastic in everything.
I think you would have loved Tyrion Lannister, Peter Dinklage, the little person. He is fantastic in it. A+. So A+ character. And
I did see the clip where he shot his father on the can.
See, you know an awful lot.
No. Those are, I know one because of YouTube, and I know the other because my daughter told me.
Okay.
Hey, that woman from the Avengers is on.
I think that I've always said it was like The Sopranos in Middle Earth. Like, it was that good of a family level drama with all the fantasy stuff. And I'm not a big fantasy guy. I'm not a big fantasy dragon, wizards, fantastical. That's not what I do. I don't like those shows normally. But it got me. My wife loved it. Gave us a reason to spend an hour together on a Sunday night, when we had an hour to spend together on a Sunday night.
Yeah, you screwed that up now.
We totally did. I saw that the complaint today is there's going to be a huge drop-off now. Week 2, and somebody compared it to Joey. Did you ever see the sitcom Friends, Ray?
Yeah, you're not going to believe this. Not a minute.
So it was popular.
So I heard.
It would not have aged well for nothing but white people with nary a black person ever on any episode the entire time. Like, you want to talk about, 6 totally white, completely heterosexual people. Like, Friends could not happen again. Hollywood would not release it. Joey was the spinoff. It debuted to 18.9 million viewers. And then the next week it dropped to 15, then the next week it dropped to 14, and the next week it dropped to 12, and then it dropped to 7, and it was bad. It's one of the all-time massive pilot debuts, and everyone's screaming, this is going to be huge, to nobody watched it, and it was canceled a year and a half later.
That sounds like...
the XFL.
Well, it sounds like all of those leagues, but it sounds like a television executive was trying to make taste for America. And that never, ever, 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 ever works. When you find a show, you've tripped over it.
Oh,
you're an executive.
Absolutely. You get lucky all the time. They thought Seinfeld was going to be a flop when it came out to very tepid fanfare. And then someone was like, nah, stick with it. And look what happened. There are already people who are like, will House of Dragons maintain its audience from one show to the next? Well, people have no appreciation other than to compare something to someone else's success. It's like, is that all we do now? Is that all we measure? This is what this one person did. This is what that other person did. And even though they were totally two unique and entertaining things, this one doesn't measure up against that one. So therefore, that one's a failure and that one's a success. Like, I hate that that's the world we live in. It's like the people who criticize Apple for not reinventing how the entire world communicates every 3 years. Like, how many iPhone ideas you got?
I got one idea. Maybe use the same plug for every iteration of your phone.
Wouldn't that be nice? But then you didn't have to go out and buy the new plug and the new
But that's my
adapter.
point. I mean, you know.
That's how they get you, Ray.
Yeah. Planned obsolescence is an evil.
It is. Ray has never seen Friends. Even for Ray, that's amazing. Look, I didn't watch much. It was huge when I was in college. Like, people would get together and watch, and if there were enough girls at the party, I would show up and watch it too. But I was just not into it. I didn't do Friends.
My daughter binge watched it, and she was barely alive when it started. But she likes it, and she says, "Would you watch it with me?" And I said, "Absolutely not.
No.
It's not my show. It's your show."
I want to tell you about some friends that I grew up with.
The Bears still suck. The Bears still suck. The Bears still suck. The Bears still suck. Really, 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 really suck. Yes, the Bears still suck.
Hear what Mike Martz had to say? Mike Martz, former Bears coordinator, so, jaded bitter is the way that this is playing in Chicago, thinks that this team could go down as one of the worst of all time. Mike Martz, quote, "I don't know if I've seen an offense that bad in talent since the 0-16 Detroit Lions in 2008. Martz just wrote this for 33rd team. There they are, 33rd team. I tell you, this went from a non-existing media entity to they keep popping up all the time now. So there you go. They got the right muscle and promotion behind them, obviously. Quote, "They just don't have anybody there." It's a bad football team right now. And he's right about that. I'll tell you, they're not going to be 0-17. Like, that defense isn't going to give up 32 points per game like that Lions team did. That Lions team was basically Dan Orlovsky throwing to Calvin Johnson, and that was it. That was the entire team. That was the entire offense. And if you shut that down, that was that. That's all they were. This Bears team is just going to be Justin Fields behind a shaky O-line throwing to Darnell Mooney. David Montgomery is going to be okay running the ball, but again, shaky offensive line. Rookie head coach, new offensive coordinator, but they do have a defense. That defense is winning 3 games this year. 3 games. I'm going to set the over-under on Bears season total wins at 5. Take the under. I wonder what Vegas set it at. I don't even know. I'm just pulling that out of my rear end, like most of the things I talk about here. But what is the Vegas over-under?
I don't know off the top of my head, and I'm too lazy to look, but I'd say it's probably like 5, 5.5.
Yeah.
Don't go much lower than that.
Yeah, I'd take the under there. Someone's like, Friends actually had one black character. Well, I must have missed that episode. Because I don't remember. I don't remember. But I'll take your word for it. Thank you very much. Yeah, Bears are going to be awful this year. They'll beat the Lions once. Although, I will say something that has been nice about the Giants having a couple of dark days. There've been a few dark days. But I mean, like, they're not playing, or they play during the day, so I go home at night and I'm not watching Giants baseball at night. So I did. Oh no, what was I? On Tuesday I was at the Killer Show. That's why I didn't watch Hard Knocks live. But I did watch it yesterday. Dan Campbell. He's a national treasure, Ray. He really is.
Doesn't matter if you have one ass cheek and 3 toes. I will beat your ass.
This is how this week's Hard Knocks opened, with Dan Campbell. And in case you missed it, this is him talking about getting rid of all the losing dandruff or whatever. I mean, it's shaking out the losses, if you will. And he came out to speak in front of the entire team. And he had like a pair of jeans, and there was talcum powder in the jeans. And let's just take it from there. I think I've set it up enough.
Here's the one thing, man, that just irritated me about last night. In the critical moment, we control that game. We had control of this game, all right? We gave it away. Which, was that them or us? That was us, man. All the stuff that's been here that has kept us from winning. If we really want to go where we want to go, we got to get all the rest of this out of our stuff, man. All this dirt, everything that's in our gene. This last bit of losing's got to get out of here. The that crushes us, that costs you a game, costs you a season, costs you the playoffs, costs you a championship game, costs you a Super Bowl. Like, that's the we got to get out, man. When we have a game and we own that game, we finish that game.
So he shakes out the pants, and the talcum powder is now all over the floor beneath him. And I got questions. Who put the talcum powder in the pants? Seriously. Like, isn't that where the investigation needs to start? Who put the talcum powder in the pants? Was this Dan Campbell sitting there thinking, I need a visual aid for this pep talk?
No, Dan Campbell's a prop comic. Of course he loaded the pants.
But do you think maybe it's the equipment manager who Dan was like, I need you to give these pants a dramatic clouding effect?
The idea was Campbell's. I don't know.
100% it was it.
Yeah, so it might have been the equipment guy, but with the equipment guy, then you have to trust the guy who's been on a long-time losing team to put talcum powder in your jeans properly. And I think Dan Campbell is enough of a detail guy that he would do it himself because he's probably done it before. That's the thing. I'm starting to have my doubts about Dan Campbell as a spontaneous wit. I mean, if you're again,
it's a lot of swearing. We're 3 episodes in, and we have already reached maximum F word.
Has he filled the bingo card yet?
100%. 100%.
Really? Even the dreaded. I don't even want to refer to the initial.
Okay, but I think
he hasn't done that one.
No.
Okay, so he has not yet filled the bingo card.
No, but just about everything else.
Okay.
And then you got, who's his running backs coach again? Oh, I just can't remember off the top of my head. Anyways, that guy will pick up all the swearing slack that Dan lets go.
Deuce Staley.
Deuce Staley. Thank you very much. Deuce Staley. You know what Dan Campbell normally puts in his pants, Ray?
Come on, Deuce. Deuce nuts.
I mean, it's right there. I had to hit that. It's on T.
Dan Campbell's got 2 more years. And then, 1 more year, and then he's a caricature of himself. And then 2 more years, and he's looking for a job.
He's a caricature of himself pretty much like right now. Gruden became a caricature of himself on Hard Knocks. And as we were saying yesterday, man, I don't know if you saw the Pro Football Talk article about him, that he might have left a worse paper trail than we've already learned about. And this is a whole bunch of lawyers arguing what is admissible, what is inadmissible, as the NFL is trying to guide all of this towards arbitration. And John Gruden wants a trial, right? Well, they're saying that John Gruden's reasons to not go to arbitration have already been debunked by further evidence that the NFL now says it's going to release, or has to go to court with, that John Gruden's unsavory emails, shall we say, and the language that he used in him, that he is in several legal moments said, all of this happened when I was employed by ESPN. None of this happened when I was employed by the NFL, and you shouldn't lose a job over here for things you said in a job over there. Apparently, the NFL says that they've got him talking like this, emailing like this, while head coach of the Raiders.
3 things come immediately to mind. The NFL is doing discovery on Gruden while not having to do to give up any discovery themselves. That's 1. 2, I don't know how solid Gruden's original concept of, well, you can't fire me here for something I did there, because that happens all the time. 3rd, the fact that the NFL could get access to it suggests to me that somebody in the Raiders organization, not named Mark Davis, is got a grudge to take care of. and is leaking this stuff to the league. Because how else would you get it?
Well, maybe further emails uncovered, because remember, it was an investigation. Who knows when John Gruden stopped emailing Bruce Allen?
That's a point. But it does seem like the NFL has decided to get around the discovery phase by doing the discovery on John Gruden out where we can see it, which is not normally the way they play. They usually try to keep their cards close to their vest. Here, they're not showing their cards, but they are showing Gruden's cards without Gruden really realizing it. I think he's got minimal shot at this point.
This means that the league believes or already knows that Gruden sent problematic emails not only while he worked for an NFL team, but while he worked for no NFL team, but when he returned for the Raiders in 2018. Gruden's lawsuit arises from the fact that someone leaked the emails that he sent to Bruce Allen when Gruden was working for ESPN. If someone were to leak emails Gruden sent while working for the Raiders, either a new lawsuit gets filed or at minimum the current lawsuit gets expanded. If the case ends up in arbitration, chances are those emails will never see the light of day. If the case remains in court, those emails likely become a cornerstone of the league's defense under the clunky title of after acquired evidence. The argument goes like this. After the plaintiff sued us, we started looking for any more dirt that we could find, and here it is. Our after-acquired evidence, more commonly known as F around and find out. So it's basically the NFL saying, John, go to arbitration, take the money, walk away, be quiet.
Or more likely, go to arbitration, get your hat blocked, and you're done.
Or we'll go public with all this, and then you're done no matter what the settlement. Like you don't go to dinner in Las Vegas anymore.
No, the basic philosophy here is if you make the National Football League employ its legal team, they're going for blood. If you want to settle, I mean, they'll use their lawyers to drop the settlement. They'll do that fine. But if you want to try to go to the mat with them, they will simply try to crush you just by the throw weight of the number of lawyers they can beat you with.
The NFL can go to the mattresses, Sonny.
Yeah, and that's what it feels like here is that, okay, you've irritated us enough that we're willing to destroy your reputation completely in a way that makes you unhireable either in football or on television.
I mean, he's unhireable. At the thing. His football career is over. The punditry career still remains. The NFL might be able to say, really, John, you want to go for it?
I don't know how his punditry career stays because what would you want John Gruden for except to, explain the NFL, and anybody who's got the access to NFL films, oh, you're going to hire John Gruden, are you? I bet you're not. Because the NFL hires all those guys.
I'm thinking like local affiliate stuff. I mean, he's never going national again. Can he go local? Anyway.
Would he want to?
I don't know. I mean, fame is addictive, and if all you get is the lowest rung of the ladder, you might still want to cling to it. It's sad, but these things happen. You know what also is sad, but these things happen normally on a Thursday afternoon? We have a Thinking Man's Thursday. Grandy has come up with us something for us to think about, Ray. So, are you ready to do some thinking?
No. This is all going to be University of Oregon related.
It'll get you to 555.
54.
54, so stick around.
Who are you trying to screw?
You. Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game, brought to you by your favorite team shows and podcasts now on the Auto. Another one of those? Come on.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle to pre-accident condition. Chilton Auto Body is also actively hiring for all positions. For more details, head to ChiltonAutoBody.com, the Bay Area's leader in collision repair.
Alice in Chains and Breaking Benjamin. Live in concert this summer with Bush, plus special guests at Shoreline Amphitheater, September 5th. Get tickets now at livenation.com. Get up and get outside this summer with Alice in Chains and Breaking Benjamin.
Life is hard enough, but BMW ownership shouldn't be. BMW of Fairfield understands that time is your most precious resource, and making time for automotive service can be challenging. So we offer a team of mobile service technicians who will come to you when you need maintenance on your BMW. Contact the BMW of Fairfield Mobile Service Concierge to schedule your appointment. There is a better way to service BMW. Visit bmwfairfield.com/mobile service to book your appointment.
Are you ready for your palm reading, my dear?
Yeah, let's do this.
I sense that you crave something.
More reliable.
Right. You know you deserve better and want out of a relationship.
Yes, with my big name wireless carrier.
You're who now?
My big name wireless carrier. That's why I switched to Xfinity Mobile. Now I get unlimited with 5G for $30 per month on the most reliable 5G network.
Let's talk about your aura. It's so...
And get this. They can even save you hundreds a year on your wireless bill over T-Mobile, AT&T, and Verizon.
Wow, that's actually really impressive.
Yep, but you already knew that, didn't you?
Oh yeah, I definitely saw this coming.
Start seeing savings today. Switch to the fastest mobile service, Xfinity Mobile. Now with the best price on 2 lines of unlimited, just $30 a line per month. Switch today. Xfinity Internet required. Price comparison for 2 unlimited lines under available 5G pricing plans of top 3 carriers. Taxes and fees extra. Reduced speeds up to 20 gigabytes of usage per line. Most reliable based on root metrics. US report. Comcast analysis of mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data from Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Q2 2022.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for Business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Don't waste your time trying to sell your old car. Donate it to Cars for Kids. It's the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Donate online at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day 100% satisfaction guarantee, serving Northern California golfers for over 30 years.
That's the sound of a crack in the ceiling found at a home inspection. But with a Realtor by your side, a newfound leak might only cause minor worries. With their expertise, a Realtor can suggest a credit at closing and even connect you to a contractor to help you shore up that leak and alleviate your worries. When it comes to cracks in your plans, the expertise of a Realtor can make all the difference. The difference between an agent and a Realtor is real. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. That's who we are.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
It's time to say goodnight to that check engine light with the free AutoZone Fix Finder service. It'll help troubleshoot the likely cause of your light for free, so you can drive with peace of mind. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Here's what happened today on The Game. Presented by the County of Santa Clara.
The Morning Roast from 6 to 9.
The most dependable guy on the entire team in terms of I know what I'm getting. And you think I'm going to pick Bosa, but that's not who I'm going to pick. I'm going to pick Eric Armstead.
Willard and Dibs from 9 to noon.
I am so high on this team going very far if the offensive line blocks.
Right.
That's literally the one thing I'm asking for this year.
Steiny and Guru from noon to 3.
You got too much weaponry, man. Kittle, Ayuk, and Debo to me, Steiny. And I'll put that up against any other three out there.
And Damon and Ratto from 3 to 6.
Pat Beverly, back in California, back in Los Angeles, as a matter of fact, but not with the Clippers. No, not this time around. He gonna be a Laker.
The best of the game, presented by the County of Santa Clara. Book a COVID-19 booster shot now at sccfreevax.org or call 211. Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
All right, we are about to do some thinking. You've all been warned, but first, Dublin Marge here. The Bears, right now at the SI Sportsbook, are just 6.5 wins. The odds are heavily juiced to the under. I mean, 6.5? The under is almost a lock there. 6.5. I would play that under too. Thank you very much. Let's see. Duke in the City says the black walk-on on Friends was Wayne Brady. Can't say Wayne Brady without me thinking about the single greatest line in the history of Chappelle Show, offered by Paul Mooney, who said, "White people like Wayne Brady because he makes Malcolm X look like Brian Gumbel." And
Paul Mooney was a genius.
He was. And then let's see. No, he makes Brian Gumbel look like Malcolm X was the line. Sorry about that. I got confused. And then someone said here that also on Friends, the other character was Gabrielle Union, Dwayne Wade's significant other. You don't have to tell me who Gabrielle Union is. She's famous, of course. And she was a paleontologist, apparently pursued by Ross and Joey. Okay. I feel like we've all learned. Let's learn a little more, shall we?
It is time to think. Thinking Man's Thursday starts now with Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto.
Oh my. Feeling more academic right now. What do you got for us, Grandy?
Well,
what are we thinking about?
Ray and Damon, I'm not sure if you guys saw what Paul Goldschmidt did to the Cubs today, but he had 3 hits, 2 home runs, 5 RBIs, and he is now a whole lot closer to a potential triple crown than he was before the day began. You look at his numbers in the National League right now, he's leading in batting average. He's now just 1 homer behind Kyle Schwarber, and he's now on top of Pete Alonso for the most RBIs in the National League. So he's getting close to being the first National League player to win the Triple Crown since Joe Ducky Medwick in 1937. What do you think? Is that a worthy potential accomplishment for Paul Goldschmidt?
Absolutely, man. Triple Crowns are like one of the coolest things you can do as a hitter in Major League Baseball. They are hard to pull off because not only do you have to have the power, and you need at least the team around you to provide you with all those RBI opportunity. You got to come through in them, and you got to hit for average. I mean, the Triple Crown to me is like winning a Triple Crown is cooler than winning an MVP.
You win the Triple Crown, you get the MVP. The Triple Crown guarantees you the MVP almost.
Not once, right? Didn't Joe DiMaggio win a Triple Crown and they gave it to somebody else?
Gave it to Ted Williams.
Ted Williams, that's right.
But that's when voters were slightly dimmer than they are now.
Oh, yeah. What an informed electorate baseball truly has.
You don't think it's better than it was?
Might be.
Okay, that's all I said.
Might be. But yeah, I mean, that would be...
I mean, he's a lock now to win the MVP.
Goldschmidt?
Yeah.
Feels like it.
I mean, just based on the fact that he's been the most important player on a team that is all of a sudden the third best team in the National League.
Cardinals have just been red hot since the All-Star break.
Yeah, I mean, they've made Milwaukee a team that may not even make the wild card. And when the All-Star break happened, Milwaukee was leading the division.
I still can't believe how much San Diego is struggling to score runs and close games with Hader. I mean, they made the trade of all trades to score more runs, and then they made the other trade of all trades to make sure that they hold on to, ninth inning leads, and it's just it ain't happening.
Yeah, Hader's been awful. The reason why, one of the immediate reasons why they went out and got Soto is because they were under the assumption that once they got him and Tatis showed up, they would have a lineup that you couldn't pitch to. Now, as it turns out, they're not getting Tatis, and they still have the problems at the bottom of their lineup that they've had all year, because they're like 24th in homers with that team.
That's nuts.
Yeah, I mean they've. I don't want to say they've underachieved because they've never been fully, whole, but nobody's fully whole.
I mean, so
you got to be better. You got to be better than 19.5 out.
Machado was your early MVP National League candidate. It's Goldschmidt now. Was anyone creeping up there in the middle for him?
I think there was some discussion about Alonso.
Yeah.
For a while.
Yeah. So the Yankees just swept the Mets, right?
They won 2.
They didn't win all 3?
Well, they didn't play 3. That's one of the other good things about the new schedule. There are fewer of those 2-game series that are just so annoying.
I hate them. You can't even call them a series.
Seriesette.
A set. Somebody on the text line wants to know, since we have established the series that you don't watch, Ray, any series that you do watch?
Taskmaster.
What is Taskmaster?
It's a British. It's 5 comedians given preposterous tasks by 2 other comedians, and it's an hour long if you include commercials, 45 minutes if you don't, and it's a howl.
Where do we find such a show?
You can find some on YouTube, but mostly you've got to pirate it because they're now much better at yanking them off YouTube as soon as they show up.
I absolutely adore the fact that you